Young Li Yuan should have been lying in a warm bed, enjoying the beautiful days of being 16. Instead, he found himself abducted to the northern mountains, living a life worse than pigs and dogs, working in the mines. This was a small gray mountain, standing in the northern part of Chizhou City in Huaguo. The vegetation on the mountain was sparse, and the soil was heavily eroded. The summer rain had just stopped, and the moisture on the leaves had not yet dissipated. A gentle breeze blew through, parting the branches and revealing the mountain's bleak face. At the foot of the mountain, the aroma of meat and wine wafted from a few camouflage tents, where a group of rough-looking men were feasting. Next to the tents was a makeshift camp covered with tarpaulin, filthy and stinking. Li Yuan crouched in a corner, his mouth watering as he watched others holding coarse grain buns, his throat stinging with pain. The hard-to-swallow bun from last night now seemed like a delicacy in his eyes. Because of the rain, there was no work today, and he only got one bun, which was snatched away by Zhuang. Looking down at his emaciated body, he could hardly see any trace of the boy he once was. He smiled bitterly to himself. This kind of time travel was truly pathetic. 5 days ago, he inexplicably traveled to this world filled with magical powers. Here, some people could ignite fires with their palms, some could split mountains with a single sword, and various mysterious techniques were abundant. These were all things Old Jia had told him. Seeing him lost in thought, Old Jia quietly patted him on the shoulder. His dark, wrinkled face revealed a set of yellowed teeth. Old Jia pulled out 2 buns from his tattered clothes and handed one to him. I stole these. Eat quickly. Just as Li Yuan hesitated, Zhuang's voice suddenly rang out. Hey, the little brat has a bun. Must have stolen it. Didn't work today. What are you eating for? Hand it over. Old Jia stepped forward but was kicked to the ground by Zhuang. At this critical moment, a cold electronic voice echoed in Li Yuan's mind. System binding complete. Novice gift pack opened. Perfect level fire awakening qualification obtained. A strange energy surged into his head, and his consciousness fell into a void where a small crystal the size of a soybean glowed. Li Yuan stood up, a wisp of flame appearing at his fingertips, radiating intense heat. The camp fell into chaos, and the guards in yellow camouflage uniforms pointed their guns at him. Amidst the rapid gunfire, fireballs flew, and screams echoed. At that moment, a team of soldiers in black uniforms emerged from the forest. Scarface hurriedly surrendered but still threatened Li Yuan. Kid, if you kill someone from the Liu family, expect their revenge. Without a word, Li Yuan made a killing gesture and then followed the soldiers to escort Old Jia into the car. As the vehicle headed towards Chizhou City, he looked down at Old Jia, thinking, if only they had come a bit earlier. Ding. Mission accomplished. Escaping the perilous situation, bronze chest awarded, and an extra reward draw for the first completion. Li Yuan's consciousness suddenly plunged into a vast space, where a gigantic wheel stood before him. He took a deep breath and silently chanted, Draw. The wheel immediately spun at high speed, eventually stopping at a brightly glowing segment. Elemental compass acquired. A compass emitting multicolored lights appeared in Li Yuan's hand. He squinted at the tiny characters on each segment. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, thunder, summon, space. Currently, only the fire and wood segments were lit, while the others were dim. Just as Li Yuan was about to examine it closely, a system notification sounded. Elemental compass. Rotate the needle to seamlessly switch between elements. Currently switchable to wood element. Others are unavailable. Unlock 2 random segments per level up. Current level. G. At that moment, a violent coughing fit jolted Li Yuan back to reality. He snapped back to attention, gripping Old Jia's hand tightly. Old Jia, how are you? Old Jia's eyes were unusually bright as he gasped for breath. Xiao Yuan, listen to me. I had a granddaughter who got lost when she was 4. I've been searching for her for years but never found her. He paused, his gaze softening as he looked at Li Yuan. I met you 2 years ago when I was captured to work as a laborer. Your background is very similar to hers, and you're about the same age. I beg you, promise me one thing. Tears streamed down Li Yuan's face as he finally understood why Old Jia had been so kind to him. He choked up, just say it. I'll do anything for you. Old Jia coughed up a blood clot. Li Yuan was frantic, internally shouting, System, help me save him. Save Old Jia. The cold system voice responded. Life expectancy exhausted, beyond help. Li Yuan refused to give up and suddenly remembered the healing function of the wood element. He quickly rotated the compass needle to the wood segment, and green light emanated from his fingertips, trembling as he touched Old Jia's chest. Old Jia's face regained a bit of color, and he struggled to sit up. Help me find my granddaughter. It would be great if you could find her, but if not, it's okay. It's been 12 years and it won't be easy. He sighed. My son and daughter-in-law passed away early, leaving only a daughter. I lost her, and I don't know how to face them in the afterlife. Li Yuan gripped Old Jia's arms firmly, his eyes resolute. Old Jia, I will search heaven and earth to find your granddaughter and bring her to you. The system voice chimed in. Side quest, a successor triggered. Find Old Jia's granddaughter. Time limit, 6 months. Reward, silver chest. Failure. Lifespan reduced by 2 years. Li Yuan muttered to himself. You're ruthless. Old Jia laughed weakly, coughing up more blood. Good, good. My granddaughter's name is Chu Yueming. Her nickname is Tutu, and she has a phoenix-shaped birthmark under her left shoulder. It's easy to recognize. But don't tell her about me. I don't have the face to meet her. As long as she's alive and happy, that's enough. Li Yuan's mouth twitched, thinking this was a tough task. But he still firmly said, rest and recover. I will find her for you. Old Jia smiled faintly, his gaze gradually dimming. He fell backward, murmuring, thank you. Old Jia, Old Jia. Li Yuan desperately tried to channel more green light into Old Jia, but he had already stopped responding. Li Yuan's cries alerted the soldiers in front. One soldier crawled over, checked and sighed. My condolences. Li Yuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his vision darkening. You're lying, you're lying. He's not dead. Old Jia, wake up. He remembered how Old Jia had risked his life to get him a bite of food, and his heart ached as he cried his heart out. The green light in his hands gradually dimmed as his magic depleted. The soldier, seeing the small child crying so miserably, couldn't help but tear up as well, and quickly crawled back to the front. Li Yuan cried until he passed out, his malnourished body unable to sustain him any longer. When he finally woke up, he found himself in a white room. The smell of disinfectant filled his nose, and he had an 4 drip in his hand. Realizing he was in a hospital, he couldn't help but wonder, is Old Jia still alive? A nurse recording something at his bedside noticed he was awake and smiled with joy before rushing out. Li Yuan's stomach growled loudly, reminding him of his hunger. A doctor in a white coat and the soldier from before entered. After examining him, the doctor said to the soldier, he's fine, just malnourished and emotionally distressed from losing a loved one. He needs proper care for a while. Look at how thin he is, it's heartbreaking. Shaking his head, the doctor left. Xiahua took out 2 large meat buns from his pocket and handed them to Li Yuan, smiling gently. Eat up, they're still warm. Li Yuan accepted the buns and couldn't wait to take a big bite. The rich flavor of the meat filled his mouth, and he couldn't help but remark, this is what real food tastes like. Seeing this, Xiahua shook her head slightly and poured him a cup of warm water. Take your time, no one's going to take it from you. Xiahua said softly, her eyes showing a hint of concern. Li Yuan swallowed a large bite and looked up. Where's my grandfather? He's in the morgue. You just need to sign the papers to claim the body. Xiahua replied softly. Li Yuan's face darkened. Old Jia really is gone. He muttered to himself. After a brief silence, he asked, what will happen to those who were caught? Xiahua gave a bitter smile and didn't answer. Li Yuan's heart sank as he instantly understood the implication. Take me back, he said quietly. The scene shifts to the office of the deputy chief at the Qizhou City Guard Station. Lu Xian was lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, a cigarette between his fingers, and ashes falling carelessly to the floor. He looked at Qian Xingwen, who was seated behind the desk, and asked with a grin, Uncle Qian, how are we handling this? Qian Xingwen waved his hand dismissively, looking relaxed. It's a minor issue. With your Lu family's influence, just find a scapegoat and smooth things over. Lu Xian nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. That kid needs to be dealt with. If it weren't for him, the mine wouldn't have been exposed. Qian Xingwen looked troubled. It's tricky. You know Feng Wenyeo's not easily swayed. Lu Xian stubbed out his cigarette and said meaningfully, Uncle Qian, you've been the deputy chief for 10 years. Wouldn't you like to see what's higher up? Qian Xingwen's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to respond when the office phone rang. After taking the call, he turned to Lu Xian. The kid just left the hospital. I'll have someone bring him here. Do you want to meet him? A moment later, Xiahua led Li Yuan into the office. Qian Xingwen waved Xiahua away and turned to Li Yuan with a stern expression. Kid, Lu Xian claims you committed murder. You say it was self-defense. Do you have any proof? Li Yuan glanced at Lu Xian and said firmly, the workers who were there can testify. Qian Xingwen stood up, a gleam in his eye. Then let's go see who's telling the truth. It was him. He did it on purpose. I saw it all. A tall, skinny man pointed at Li Yuan, his voice trembling. Li Yuan met his gaze with a blank expression, recognizing the man as General Li Jin's eyes darted away, unable to maintain eye contact. Qian Xingwen waved his hand and shouted, next. Another person walked in, agitatedly pointing. Yes, it was him. I saw fire coming out of his hands. He not only killed those 3 people, but also Zhuang. Zhuang was always so good to us. He squeezed out a few tears as he spoke. Li Yuan smirked inwardly. This Zhao Xiaoyan, who had been beaten by Zhuang countless times, was now speaking up for him. Qin Xingwen turned to Li Yuan, his face fierce. What do you have to say for yourself now? You're so young and already causing so much trouble. Powers are meant to benefit society, not for you to wreak havoc. Li Yuan remained silent, knowing that these people had been bribed by the Lu family. Anything he said would be useless. Just as Qin Xingwen was about to give an order, the door suddenly opened, and a burly man with a square face walked in. What's all the commotion? It's been a while since you got this angry, Deputy Qin. What's going on? Feng Wenyao asked with a smile. Qin Xingwen detailed the case. Looking pained, Qi Feng, this boy is so vicious. He must be severely punished. Feng Wenyao shook his head. This case is questionable. It needs to be reinvestigated. But Qi Feng, the evidence is conclusive, and we have witnesses, Qin Xingwen argued. Feng Wenyao shot him a stern look, and then turned to Li Yuan. The sight of the boy in his oversized hospital gown, gaunt and frail, pained him deeply. After a private interrogation, Feng Wenyao was furious. He slammed his palm on the table. Unbelievable. These people are outrageous. Don't worry, I'll make sure justice is served. He asked gently, do you have any family I can contact to pick you up? Li Yuan's eyes dimmed, and he shook his head. There's no such thing as family. My only relative, Old Jia, is lying in the morgue. Feng Wenyao checked Li Yuan's identity information 3 times, but found nothing. Scratching his graying hair, he asked, what did you do before you were caught? Beggar. Li Yuan answered succinctly. Feng Wenyao was taken aback, his gaze falling on a photo of a young officer on the desk, lost in thought. Under Feng Wenyao's rigorous interrogation, Li Jin, Zhao Xiaoyan, and others finally confessed to taking bribes to frame Li Yuan. The truth came out, but the mastermind turned out to be an ordinary person. Feng Wenyao knew who was behind it, but lacked concrete evidence. Li Yuan was acquitted on grounds of self-defense and released. Sitting on the couch in Feng Wenyao's office, he suddenly remembered an unopened bronze treasure chest, feeling a surge of excitement. He eagerly rubbed his hands and opened the chest. Treasure chest opened. Received eunuch talisman 1, heart-eroding powder 1. Eunuch talisman. Stick it on the target to make them a eunuch for 5 years. Heart-eroding powder. Colorless and tasteless, becomes highly toxic when mixed with alcohol, with a 10-day incubation period. Li Yuan curled his lips, thinking it wasn't very useful. He wandered over to Feng Wenyao's desk and saw a photo of a young man who resembled Feng Wenyao, likely his son. Feng Wenyao walked in, hung his hat on the coat rack and said, let's go. Where to? Li Yuan asked curiously. Home with me. As they passed the holding cell, Li Yuan stopped and looked at the scar-faced man inside, his anger boiling. System. Will the heart-eroding powder be detected? Undetectable, untraceable, will be considered alcohol poisoning. The scar-faced man walked up when he saw Li Yuan mouthing, I'll be out soon. Li Yuan gripped the iron bars and replied, you won't have the chance. Then he turned and walked away, flicking his sleeve. The heart-eroding powder was carried by the air towards the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man felt an itch in his nose and sniffed. He didn't take Li Yuan's threats seriously. What could this kid do against the mighty Lu family? Feng Wenyao looked down at Li Yuan and reassured him. Don't worry, he can't hurt you. Li Yuan shrugged. He won't get the chance. As they walked out of the detention center, they saw Qin Xingwen and Lu Xian whispering by a red Ferrari from a distance. Uncle Feng, wait for me. I need to say goodbye, Li Yuan said, walking towards the 2 men. Lu Xian stopped talking when he saw Li Yuan approaching, a mocking smile on his face. Li Yuan ignored him, admiring the Ferrari instead. This car is beautiful. He reached out to touch it. Lu Xian grabbed his hand abruptly. You little brat. Do you think you can just touch anything? Li Yuan's lips curled up slightly as he discreetly placed the eunuch talisman on Lu Xian's hand. Products from the system are indeed top-notch, he thought to himself, delighted that not even a trace was left behind. If only there was a talisman for killing. Li Yuan waved goodbye to the 2 men with a smile and turned to walk towards Feng Wenyao, leaving Lu Xian and his companion utterly confused. Inside Yujing Garden, Feng Wenyao pushed open the door. Come in. Li Yuan stepped into the small 2-bedroom apartment and looked around. The space, about 60 square meters, was furnished simply but was immaculately clean. The familiar yet strange environment made him feel as if he had returned to his pre-transmigration home. His gaze fell on a photo wall beneath a white clock, filled with pictures of Feng Yu at various ages, all full of life. Tilting his head, Li Yuan asked, Uncle Feng, who is this? Standing beside him, Feng Wenyao's expression turned nostalgic. This is my son, Feng Yu. He was a soldier who sacrificed himself 2 years ago to save his teammates from a monstrous beast. Recalling what Old Jia had mentioned about the interdimensional spaces and terrifying beasts, Li Yuan gently touched the photos and said, he was a hero and your pride. People will never forget his contribution. Someone will always remember him in their hearts. Feng Wenyao's eyes reddened slightly. Yes, he will always be my pride. Snap, the door opened again. A middle-aged woman with a kind smile walked in, carrying a cloth bag full of fresh vegetables. Seeing the frail Li Yuan, she smiled gently. Old phone, we have a guest. Li Yuan bowed slightly. Hello, auntie. My name is Li Yuan. Wang Yakin put down the bag and rubbed her hands together, about to hug him. Li Yuan instinctively stepped back and whispered, Auntie, please, I'm dirty. Wang Yakin didn't mind and pulled him into a hug. Dirty or not. Look how thin you are. I'll make a hearty meal for you later. When she learned that Li Yuan was already 16 years old, Wang Yakin was stunned and speechless for a long time. She turned to her husband, eyes full of pity. Feng Wenyao gently shook his head and led Li Yuan to the bathroom. Take a good shower. I'll find you some clothes. Under the hot water, black grime washed off Li Yuan's body. He frowned at his skeletal reflection in the mirror. Wearing Feng Yu's old clothes, which were a bit loose, Li Yuan felt deeply touched. Dinner was sumptuous, and the couple kept serving him food. Li Yuan ate ravenously until his stomach was round and full. After the meal, he slept soundly, the most peaceful sleep since arriving in this world. The next day, Li Yuan began to learn about this world. The cultivation system was divided into awakening and martial arts, with the Grandmaster realm being the watershed. He was thrilled to discover that he could train in all disciplines simultaneously and began to dream about the future. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, Feng Wenyao returned. Li Yuan keenly sensed something was off and pressed him for the reason. Feng Wenyao forced a smile and only said he had taken early retirement. Li Yuan felt a surge of anger, thinking to himself that the Lu family truly had far-reaching influence. Ding, task triggered, eradicate evil, destroy the Lu family. Deadline, 2 years. Task reward, 1 golden treasure chest and 1 lottery draw. Task punishment, lifelong disgrace. Damn it, I haven't even settled the score with you, and you're still coming after me. He kept a calm exterior, saying, oh, is that so? Then take a break, tend to your flowers or something. Who knows, they might call you back in a while. Li Yuan calculated silently in his heart, but maintained a composed expression. He casually remarked, then take a break and tend to your flowers or something. As he finished speaking, a glint flashed in his eyes. Who knows, they might call you back in a while. The matter with Lao Jia caused him a subtle pain in his heart. Li Yuan vowed to himself that, no matter what, he would protect this couple. Clenching his fists, he murmured, good people deserve good things. As for the Lu family, they better brace themselves. Reflecting on the constraints of his past life, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He had once been diligent and conscientious, but now he understood that strength reigns supreme. With a determined look, he said, in this world, it all comes down to who has the bigger fist. In the afternoon, Feng Wenyao accompanied Li Yuan to the hospital to collect Lao Jia's body. They then took the body to the crematorium for cremation and finally buried the ashes in Qizhou Cemetery. The tombstone read, Tomb of Lao Jia, erected by grandson Li Yuan, with a photo that Feng Wenyao had someone retrieve from the system. Li Yuan placed a fresh bouquet of gardenias in front of the grave, his expression solemn. He whispered, Lao Jia, I promised you that I would find your granddaughter and protect her, come hell or high water. This is a man's promise. With that, he strode away from the cemetery, his back resolute. A gentle breeze blew, and the smile on Lao Jia's photo seemed even brighter. That evening, Wang Yakin returned and learned of the news. She didn't say much but seemed to feel a sense of relief. After a satisfying meal, Li Yuan returned to his room to meditate. Damn it, why isn't it working? It was fine the day before yesterday. Lu Xian's face was a storm of emotions, his brows furrowed. Shasha awkwardly cleared her throat and cautiously said, Xian, maybe you're just too tired lately. How about we call it a night? Before she could finish, Lu Xian's hand flew up, delivering a harsh slap to her face. You useless thing, he roared. Shasha clutched her face and crouched down, tears welling up in her eyes. An hour later, the room was a mess. Lu Xian was frantically smashing everything around him. Pillows were torn apart, and white feathers from the down pillows floated everywhere. Get out of here, you worthless thing, he screamed hysterically. Shasha grabbed her bag, holding her flushed cheek, and stumbled out of the room. Furious, she pulled out her phone and vented in her friend's group chat. Who told me Lu Xian was any good? Damn it, he's completely useless. The group chat exploded. No way, he was fine when I was seeing him, replied someone named Lily. Yeah, I dated him too. He was okay. Not as bad as you're saying, others chimed in. Shasha let out a cold laugh. I just left. If you don't believe me, try him yourselves tomorrow. She angrily turned off her phone and took a taxi to find a new target. 3 hours later, at Dusk Bar. After several rounds of drinks, some people had already left with their dates. Xiao Lu nervously patted Scar. Scar, wake up, the girl is getting impatient. Scar remained unresponsive. Summoning his courage, Xiao Lu shook Scar's body. Scar. Wake up, the party's over. Scar still didn't move. Xiao Lu's heart sank as he reached out a trembling hand to feel for Scar's breath. There was none. With a thud, Xiao Lu collapsed to the ground, terror filling his eyes. In his panic, he knocked over several beer bottles, creating a jarring noise. Moments later, Xiao Lu screamed in horror. Scar is dead. Somebody help, Scar is dead. The next morning, Li Yuan was neatly dressed, carrying a small backpack and pulling a suitcase as he followed Feng Wanyao. His eyes were still red from tears, a result of Wang Yakin's emotional farewell. As Feng Wanyao drove, he advised, Xiao Yuan, you're starting from behind, but don't stress out. Take it slow. Remember, there are many people in this world who can't awaken their powers. You're already luckier than most. Li Yuan looked out the window and solemnly said, Don't worry, Uncle Feng. I'll do my best to make you and Aunt Wang proud. Feng Wanyao remained silent, thinking of his own son. Li Yuan clenched his fist, silently vowing, Don't worry. I'll live better than anyone else and repay your kindness. At the entrance of Qizhou First High School, Li Yuan stood in front of the prestigious institution, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew the sacrifices the Feng family had made for him. I won't let you down, he thought resolutely as he stepped through the gates. A security guard stopped him. Student, you're at the wrong place. The middle school is across the street. Li Yuan's forehead creased in frustration, silently cursing the system. He took out his admission letter, and after a skeptical glance, the guard finally let him through. At the classroom door, Li Yuan handed over his admission letter. Teacher Su Yeshue glanced at it in confusion, then looked at the scrawny boy in front of her, doubting the letter's authenticity. Li Yuan also observed the beautiful teacher, suppressing the urge to whistle. Come in, Su Yeshue said sweetly. Class, please welcome our new student. Go ahead and introduce yourself. With a smile, Li Yuan bowed slightly and said, Hello everyone. My name is Li Yuan. I'm a fire element awakener, 16 years old. Please take care of me. Puffed. He said he's 16. Do you believe that? A chubby boy in the back row chuckled. The classroom burst into laughter. Someone shouted, Reverse aging? Let's call him Bean Sprout from now on. The laughter grew even louder. Li Yuan smiled and thought to himself, This is youth, so nostalgic. Ms. Su Yeshua tapped the desk and said sternly, Zhou Qiang, it's impolite to give classmates nicknames. She turned to a boy in the front row. Dengwen, please move to the back and give your seat to the new student. As the class monitor, you should take care of the new arrivals. Following the teacher's gaze, Li Yuan noticed a girl curiously looking at him. She was incredibly delicate, like an elf from a myth. Her long black hair flowed over her shoulders, and she wore a white chiffon dress. Her big eyes seemed to smile, captivating everyone. The girl noticed Li Yuan's gaze and gave a faint smile. Deng Wen's face shifted between emotions before he reluctantly gathered his books and moved to the back, cursing under his breath, Damn it, my school belle, just like that, she's far away from me. Li Yuan, carrying his backpack and a suitcase, approached the seat. A small, fair hand reached out, and a soft voice said, Hi, I'm Chu Yueming. Li Yuan shook her hand, which felt as smooth as jade, and replied softly, Hello? Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Successor task completed. Silver chest awarded. Ding. Side quest triggered. 3 days apart. Assist Chu Yueming in singing a song at the Mid-Autumn Festival and successfully captivate the audience. Task reward. Bronze chest. Li Yuan was stunned, thinking in disbelief. What the heck is this? Is she really Old Jia's long-lost granddaughter? How could someone as plain as Old Jia have such a beautiful granddaughter? Old Jia, you can rest in peace now. Classmate, let go. Chu Yueming's face was flushed as she tried to pull her hand away. Despite his small stature, Li Yuan had quite a grip. He quickly let go, flustered. Oh, sorry. Assist Chu Yueming in singing a song at the Mid-Autumn Festival? What kind of bizarre task is this? Another treasure chest opened, and Li Yuan rubbed his hands together excitedly, even giving them a sniff. They carried a faint, mysterious fragrance. Li Yuan widened his eyes and held his breath, gently running his fingers over the surface of the chest. Chu Yueming watched from the side, shaking her head but unable to suppress a smile. The chest slowly opened, emitting a golden light, revealing 2 crystal-clear elixirs and a book of intermediate combat techniques that glowed faintly. Li Yuan let out a gasp as countless combat techniques flooded his mind, as if they were innate. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of power within him and turned excitedly to Chu Yueming. This is a blessing from the heavens. Chu Yueming felt uneasy under his intense gaze and turned her face away slightly. Li Yuan, however, was too absorbed in his thoughts to notice. When the school bell rang, Li Yuan called out to Chu Yueming, who was about to leave. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and asked, Are you Jia Yueling, nicknamed Bunny? Seeing her puzzled expression, he added, Do you have a phoenix birthmark below your left shoulder? Chu Yueming gasped, her cheeks flushing red. She instinctively took a step back, eyeing Li Yuan warily. How do you know that? She demanded. But before she could finish, she slapped him across the face. Li Yuan held his cheek, bewildered. Before he could explain, Zhou Qiang and his group surrounded him. Li Yuan sneered, giving Zhou Qiang a disdainful look. If you're going to fight, just do it. Spare me the talk. Zhou Qiang threw a punch, but Li Yuan was ready. He deliberately puffed out his chest to meet the blow, shouting, "Everyone, see clearly, he's the one hitting first." With that, he executed a perfect shoulder throw, sending Zhou Qiang crashing to the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock. Could this scrawny kid really be that strong? Deng Wen felt a wave of relief that he hadn't acted rashly. Chu Yueming pushed the door open just in time to see Li Yuan thrashing 5 people, leaving them bruised and battered. She hesitated for a moment, but then mustered the courage to approach. Li Yuan's face lit up with a gentle smile when he saw Chu Yueming. She shuddered at his quick change in demeanor, thinking how swiftly he switched faces. In Ms. Su Yeshua's office, 6 students stood in a line. 5 were bruised and battered, while Li Yuan was unscathed. Ms. Su sighed helplessly. Explain. What happened? Zhou Qiang and his group exchanged glances before speaking in unison. It's our fault. We started it. Ms. Su cast a doubtful glance at Li Yuan and lightly tapped his forehead. You've just arrived and already causing trouble. This can't happen again. You must get along with your classmates, understand? Li Yuan nodded repeatedly and even hooked his arm around Zhou Qiang's. We're the best of friends, right, Zhou Qiang? Zhou Qiang forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Yais. As they left the office, Li Yuan kept his arm around Zhou Qiang's shoulder. Zhou Qiang walked hunched over, his face full of resignation. Li Yuan, Zhou Qiang muttered, they say you don't truly know someone until you've fought them. From now on, I'm your leader. I'll look out for you in this school. Deal with it. The other 4 responded in unison. Got it, boss. Li Yuan covered his face with a pained smile, regretting his heavy-handedness. He then said seriously, today was my fault. I apologize to all of you. The others quickly waved it off. No worries. We shouldn't have acted that way either. Back at his seat, Chu Yueming looked at him timidly. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive, she said. Li Yuan waved it off nonchalantly. It's fine. I've already forgotten about it. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yueming asked in a low voice, how did you know about my birthmark? Her cheeks flushed red as she spoke. Li Yuan's playful demeanor disappeared, and he replied seriously, your grandfather, Old Jia, told me. He asked me to find you. Chu Yueming looked puzzled. Having no memory of a grandfather or Old Jia, she urgently asked, can you take me to see him? I want to know about my past. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. After school, Li Yuan had Zhou Qiang take their luggage back while he accompanied Chu Yueming to meet Old Jia. A Rolls-Royce was parked at the school gate, and Li Yuan was a bit surprised. Is this here to pick you up? Chu Yueming nodded gently. To Qizhou Cemetery. The atmosphere in the car was heavy. Chu Yueming's face was pale, her teeth biting her lower lip. From the moment she heard cemetery, her heart sank. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she tightly clutched the hem of her skirt. Li Yuan remained silent. This was a reality she had to face. An hour later, Chu Yueming placed a white chrysanthemum in front of the grave. Staring at the somewhat familiar face in the photo, she broke down in tears. Grandpa, I've come to see you. Why didn't you come find me earlier? Li Yuan looked up at the sky, holding back his tears. Chu Yueming's cries grew hoarse. She had never imagined that the family she had been searching for was no longer alive. Li Yuan gently stroked her hair. Old Jia didn't want you to be like this. He asked me not to tell you, but I felt you had the right to know the truth. Chu Yueming buried her face in his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Feeling the softness in his arms, Li Yuan stood stiffly, serving as her temporary support. He looked at Old Jia's photo with a determined gaze. You still have your adoptive parents, and you have me. I promised Old Jia I would take care of you. Chu Yueming lifted herself from his embrace, noticing his shirt soaked with her tears. She sheepishly stuck out her tongue. The two walked out slowly, with Chu Yueming standing over 1.7 meters tall, towering over him like a sister and brother. I'm going to eat some fruit when we get back, humph. When Li Yuan returned to his dormitory, it was already completely dark. He locked the doors and windows tightly and eagerly took out a shisui fruit. The bright red fruit looked as alluring as a piece of agate. Li Yuan swallowed it in one gulp. The fruit transformed into a warm current that rushed to his abdomen, followed by intense pain throughout his body, with his bones making cracking sounds. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain and stuffed a towel in his mouth to muffle his screams. Zhou Qiang anxiously asked from outside the door, and Li Yuan barely responded before passing out. In the affluent district of Qizhou, Chu Yueming returned to her mansion with a heavy heart. Her adoptive parents asked with concern, and she tearfully revealed her true background. The Chu Zhonglo couple comforted her, assuring her that they would always be a family. Chu Zhonglo suggested that she participate in the youth singing competition, and Chu Yueming happily agreed. On Saturday morning, Li Yuan woke up from the floor, emitting a foul odor. He rushed into the bathroom and scrubbed for 40 minutes to remove the black grime from his body. Looking in the mirror, he saw that he had grown 10 centimeters taller, had jade-like skin, and sparkling eyes. He changed into new clothes and discovered 10,000 yuan in cash hidden inside, feeling grateful for his adoptive parents' thoughtfulness. As he opened the door, Zhou Qiang, who had been waiting all night, fell inside. Li Yuan was touched by his concern and invited him to breakfast. On the way, Zhou Qiang kept asking about the changes, and Li Yuan made up excuses to brush him off. On Monday, during class, the students were astonished by Li Yuan's transformation. Chu Yueming looked worried, troubled by her performance for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Yuan comforted her, but during lunch, he heard her singing off-key. Li Yuan thought to himself, heaven is still fair after all. Singing off-key? What am I supposed to do? I have no clue. Li Yuan helplessly sought help from the system, not expecting it to actually provide a solution, a magical pill called the Huanin Dan. This miraculous pill could not only perfect one's voice, but also turn anyone into a great singer. However, when he saw the price tag of 1 million, his eyes nearly popped out. System, what do you need money for? How about a 90 discount? Li Yuan tried to negotiate, but the system remained indifferent. Left with no choice, he decided to borrow money from Chu Yueming. To his surprise, this wealthy girl immediately pulled out her phone and transferred the money without hesitation. Li Yuan was secretly delighted but joked. The doctor says my stomach isn't good, so I can only eat soft rice. After successfully purchasing the pill, a stream of information flooded into Li Yuan's mind, including top-tier guitar skills. Pretending to be profound, he took advantage of a moment when Chu Yueming wasn't paying attention and slipped the Huanin Dan into her mouth. Feeling a cool sensation in her throat, Chu Yueming was astonished and asked what kind of magic this was. Li Yuan was secretly pleased but maintained a calm demeanor, asking her to sing again. When Chu Yueming sang, her voice was as clear and melodious as the sound of jade striking. Overjoyed, she gave Li Yuan a kiss on the cheek in gratitude. This scene was witnessed by Deng Yuan, who felt a surge of jealousy. After the two left, he immediately reported to his cousin Lu Jing. Furious upon hearing the news, Lu Jing made a call to arrange for someone to deal with Li Yuan. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was enjoying a hearty meal in the cafeteria. Zhou Qiang watched in disbelief as Li Yuan devoured 3 large bowls of rice and still seemed unsatisfied. No way, boss. You've already eaten 3 big bowls and you're still not full? Zhou Qiang asked, holding his chopsticks in a daze. The other 4 lifted their chins, focused on their meals, and watched Li Yuan eat with great appetite. Li Yuan chewed heartily, his cheeks puffed out, eyes full of enjoyment. Between bites he said, I'm still growing. How can I get taller if I don't eat more? With that, he waved his chopsticks at Zhou Qiang. Less talking. Get me another bowl of rice. Zhou Qiang quickly got up and replied with a smile. Got it. He turned and went to get more rice. Li Yuan wiped his mouth and set down his chopsticks, only about 70% full. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Deng Yuan approaching with a group of muscular men. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but his expression remained calm. Sensing the change in atmosphere, the surrounding students quietly picked up their trays and left. Deng Yuan pointed at Li Yuan and said to the burly man leading the group, Nan, this is Li Yuan. Li Yuan slowly stood up, his gaze steady as he looked at the newcomers. Wei Nan looked down at Li Yuan, who only reached his chest, and felt disdain. He thought to himself, Lu Jing really overestimated this guy. He looks like a middle schooler. Wei Nan poked Li Yuan in the chest with his finger and sneered. So you're the punk who harassed the school beauty? You don't even have all your hair yet. Li Yuan replied coldly. None of your business. Wei Nan's brow furrowed. Oh, you've got some guts. You don't know who I am? Nope. Li Yuan shook his head, his answer crisp and clear. One of Wei Nan's lackeys stepped forward with a hostile tone. Seriously? You don't know Nan from First High? You're blind. Nan is a top martial artist in the senior class, already a level fighter at 18. At that moment, Zhou Qiang squeezed through the crowd with a mountain of food on his tray and stood beside Li Yuan. He turned and called out to their 4 roommates. Why aren't you guys coming over? The 4 trembled, glanced at Zhou Qiang, and quietly slipped away with their trays. Useless, Zhou Qiang muttered under his breath. Wei Nan raised his chin at Zhou Qiang. What, you want to stand up for him? Zhou Qiang said nothing, his expression resolute as he stood by Li Yuan's side. Deng Yuan stepped forward to persuade him. Zhou Qiang, this has nothing to do with you. Don't get yourself in trouble. Get lost, you traitor. I don't need friends like you. Zhou Qiang shouted angrily and slammed his tray into Deng Yuan's face. Seeing this, Wei Nan swung a slap at Zhou Qiang, but Li Yuan quickly intercepted, grabbing Wei Nan's wrist. His eyes sharp, he stared directly at Wei Nan. Your opponent is me. Bang. Food splattered all over Deng Yuan. and he was trembling with rage. With fury burning in his eyes, Deng Wen trembled uncontrollably. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter, further fueling his anger. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Li Yuan swiftly grabbed Wei Nan's fingers and twisted them hard. A clear crack echoed through the air as bones broke. Wei Nan let out a blood-curdling scream, and before he could react, Li Yuan delivered a vicious kick to his groin. Wei Nan collapsed to the ground like a shrimp, eyes bulging in agony. "Get him!" Wei Nan's lackeys roared, charging forward. Li Yuan moved like a tiger unleashed, landing 3 swift kicks that sent the first 3 attackers sprawling. Meanwhile, Zhou Chang's body glowed with an earthy yellow light as he charged like a raging bull, scattering people in all directions. Although Li Yuan wasn't a martial artist, his enhanced physical strength and exceptional combat skills made him a formidable opponent. He moved through the crowd with ease, each strike aimed at a vital point. "This guy is too slippery, like an eel. Surround him and limit his movements." The onlookers were stunned by the brutality of the scene. In just 5 minutes, Li Yuan had incapacitated almost all of Wei Nan's group. Over 20 people lay on the ground, writhing in pain and clutching their broken bones. "He's amazing. When did our school get such a strong person? Never heard of him before. He's so cool." Li Yuan clapped his hands and walked over to Zhou Qiang, looking relaxed. Not a single one could put up a fight. Zhou Qiang gave him a thumbs up, praising, "Boss, you're awesome." Li Yuan noticed Zhou Qiang's face was covered in cold sweat and turned his arm to see several bloody wounds. Zhou Qiang quickly hid his hand behind his back, saying, "Boss, I'm fine, it's nothing." Li Yuan gave him a concerned look and was about to say something when a stern voice suddenly rang out. "Everyone involved in the fight, follow me to the dean's office for punishment." A gaunt middle-aged man pushed through the crowd, his face stern. The onlookers scattered, afraid of getting involved. This was Yuan, the strictest dean at the school, nicknamed Iron Face, especially feared by students who secretly dated. Yuan looked at the 20-odd people lying on the ground, his mouth twitching. He walked up to Li Yuan, his face stern, and asked, "Did you do this?" Li Yuan blinked his innocent eyes and replied, "They attacked me. I couldn't just stand there and let them hit me, could I? Follow me." Li Yuan and Zhou Qiang obediently followed the dean, their heads hanging low. Soon, Su Yeshue received the news and rushed to the dean's office. When she opened the door, she saw the 2 students standing against the wall like obedient children. Li Yuan and Zhou Chang's eyes lit up. Salvation had arrived. They had just endured a long lecture. Su Yeshue glanced at them before turning to Yuan with a smile. "Dean He, you called for me?" Yuan adjusted his glasses and said sternly, "Your 2 students here have quite the nerve. They injured over 20 senior students, all with broken bones. Look at the trouble your students have caused." Su Yeshue was taken aback. "That can't be true. They're just freshmen. 2 freshmen beating up over 20 seniors? There must be some mistake." "Mistake? You can check the infirmary. How are we supposed to explain this to the parents?" Yuan slammed his hand on the desk. Su Yeshue crossed her arms and smiled lightly. "All right, I'll call Director Feng and have him take them away." Zhou Qiang tugged on Li Yuan's shirt, fearing he'd be beaten by his father if expelled. Li Yuan was also worried, not expecting the consequences to be so severe. This dean seemed unreasonable. Yuan paused. "Which Director Feng?" Su Yeshue grabbed Li Yuan's arm and started walking out. "Director Feng Wanyao from the Security Bureau." As they stepped out of the room, Yuan called after them. "Wait, let's forget about this incident. Don't let it happen again. You can take them away." Su Yeshue's lips curled into a smile, thinking, "I'm so clever." Li Yuan followed Su Yeshue, curious. "Miss Su, does Dean He know Uncle Feng?" Su Yeshue stopped and looked at him. "They're not close, but he knows someone else. You know Feng Yu, right?" Feng Yu was Dean He's most proud student. Her face darkened as she spoke. "Miss Su, you know Feng Yu?" Su Yeshue's eyes reddened. "More than just knowing him. We grew up together, but he left me forever." Ding. Task triggered. Childhood sweetheart. Find Feng Yu within a year. Reward, golden treasure chest and 1 draw. Penalty, permanent vegetative state. What the? Feng Yu isn't dead? Li Yuan's head snapped up. "Miss Su, Feng Yu might still be alive." Su Yeshue's eyes burned into his, then she sighed. "No need to comfort me. It's been 2 years with no news. I've accepted it." Li Yuan signaled Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang quickly caught on. "Miss Su, I forgot something. You 2 go ahead." He then ran off. Under the starry night, Li Yuan gently coaxed Su Yeshue for information about Feng Yu. 4 years ago, Feng Yu joined the Northern Border Army, guarding the northern frontier of China. 2 years later, during a mission, he was caught in a beast tide and stayed behind to cover his teammates, eventually declared dead. The government announced his death, honoring him as a hero with a first-class merit. Li Yuan was convinced Feng Yu wasn't dead, or the system wouldn't have issued the task. The challenge now was how to reach the northern frontier and find someone missing for 2 years. Shaking his head, he decided to take it one step at a time. As long as Feng Yu was alive, there was hope. Returning to the dormitory, Li Yuan found Zhou Qiang standing at the door with his bedding and luggage. Li Yuan chuckled, "Brother, are you running away from home?" Zhou Qiang glanced at the dorm next door. He sneered, "Humph, a bunch of cowards." Then he turned and walked toward Li Yuan's room, putting on a pitiful face. "Boss, can you take me in? Otherwise, you'll have to sleep in the hallway." Li Yuan gave him a side eye, rolled his eyes, and opened the door. "Come in." Zhou Qiang eagerly entered the room, flattering, "From now on, I'll serve you tea and even fetch your foot bath water." Li Yuan was silent for a moment, then spoke with unusual seriousness. "Zhou Qiang, you don't have to serve anyone. I take you in as a brother, not as a lackey. Got it?" "Ah, come on, boss, don't get all emotional." Zhou Qiang shrugged it off. "I'm used to this stuff." Bang! Li Yuan punched through the bed frame. Zhou Qiang flinched, not expecting such a reaction. Li Yuan said sternly, "If you want others to respect you, you have to respect yourself first and then trample those who look down on you underfoot. I'm not as skilled as you, boss." Zhou Qiang muttered dejectedly. Li Yuan pulled out a mystical fruit. "Eat this." Without hesitation, Zhou Qiang stuffed it into his mouth. Li Yuan quickly handed him a towel, shoved him onto the balcony, locked the door, and climbed into bed to meditate, ignoring the screams outside. The next morning, Li Yuan opened his eyes to see a dark figure crouching on the balcony. He pointed to the bathroom, signaling Zhou Qiang to go wash up. An hour later, Zhou Qiang emerged, looking refreshed, with defined muscles and a completely changed demeanor. He excitedly checked himself in the mirror. "Boss, I look so much better. I feel like I could take down a bull." "All right, enough with the vanity," Li Yuan said calmly. "Starting today, you're in special training. Let's go eat first." Zhou Qiang rubbed his stomach and followed Li Yuan out the door. From that moment on, he genuinely regarded Li Yuan as his leader. In the cafeteria, they devoured their food, with Zhou Qiang already having eaten 2 baskets of buns. He worriedly said, "Boss, at this rate, our living expenses won't last till the end of the month. Stick with me, and you won't go hungry." Li Yuan dismissed his concern. Back in the classroom, Chu Yueming asked with concern, "I heard you got into a fight yesterday. Are you okay?" "No big deal," Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. Zhou Qiang's transformation caught the attention of many girls, and he secretly felt proud. Deng Wen sneaked in through the back door, avoiding passing by Li Yuan. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Li Yuan broke through to Frank, feeling a significant increase in his strength. He eagerly anticipated the upcoming missions and treasure chests. In the afternoon, Li Yuan and Zhou Qiang strolled around campus, each holding a sugarcane, commenting on the girls passing by. "Boss, Chu Yueming is performing the final song tonight," Zhou Qiang said. "Isn't that a good thing?" Li Yuan asked, puzzled. "Actually, it's because she doesn't sing well, so they put her last on purpose," Zhou Qiang explained. Li Yuan thought for a moment. "Zhou Qiang, never underestimate anyone. Haven't you changed drastically in just a few days?" Boss, look at that one. Such long legs." Zhou Qiang's eyes lit up. Where?" Li Yuan followed his gaze. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to all teachers and students at Yizhong." The principal quickly concluded his speech. The first performance was a traditional dance, Chang'e Flies to the Moon, by the beautiful girls from Class 23 of the Awakening Department. The lights dimmed suddenly, and classical music flowed gently from the speakers. A group of young girls, dressed in white palace attire, gracefully stepped onto the stage, dancing elegantly like moonlit fairies. The students in the audience were filled with excitement, waving glow sticks and whistling enthusiastically. Li Yuan stood in the back row, standing on a chair, watching with great interest. The performances were spectacular, and the magical effects were dazzling. Li Yuan was mesmerized, secretly admiring how this show far surpassed the ones from his original world. During the second-to-last act, Li Yuan quietly slipped backstage. He saw Chu Yueming pacing nervously, her expression tense. Despite her current success, she still felt a deep sense of unease. Li Yuan gently patted her on the shoulder and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, you'll definitely impress everyone." Chu Yueming turned around, surprised and delighted. "You're here. I've got the guitar ready." Today, she was simply dressed in jeans, a white t-shirt, and canvas shoes, exuding youthful energy. Li Yuan thought to himself, this is what true youth looks like. The host announced, "Next up is Chu Yueming from Class 1 of the Awakening Department, performing Childhood. Let's give her a warm welcome." "Let's go," Li Yuan said, picking up the guitar nearby. Chu Yueming smiled sweetly. "All right." Li Yuan stepped into the shadows with his guitar, while Chu Yueming walked to the center of the stage with the microphone. The applause from the audience was sparse, mixed with a lot of mocking comments. "Let's go. Her singing is terrible. What's Childhood? Never even heard of it. She sings so off-key. It's like she's aiming for the North Pole. How does she even dare to get on stage? A short-haired girl rolled her eyes and said, Ugh, she just uses her looks to charm people. But some boys shouted loudly, Don't insult my goddess. Goddess, I love you. You're just jealous of my goddess. Don't worry, goddess. I'll always support you. Chu Yueming watched as some audience members left and listened to the harsh mockery. Her fingers turned white from gripping the microphone too tightly. She suddenly felt an urge to flee. At that moment, a clear guitar note rang out. Li Yuan had strummed the strings. A cheerful, unfamiliar melody echoed through the world, causing many to pause in their tracks. Li Yuan stood in the shadows at the side of the stage, his gaze sweeping over the audience who had stopped to listen. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he thought to himself, There's no Luo Dayo in this world. As the guitar began to play, murmurs filled the air. That guitar playing is amazing. Absolutely top-notch. The melody is so pleasant. I've never heard it before. The spotlight focused on Chu Yueming. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to sing softly. By the pond, on the banyan tree, the cicadas are singing the summer. Her clear, melodious voice resonated through the auditorium. The audience unconsciously straightened up, their minds filled with carefree childhood memories. The previously noisy crowd fell silent. Even those who had mocked her were stunned. The teacher said that time is precious, day after day, year after year. The teachers in the audience felt a pang of nostalgia as they heard these lyrics. They remembered their own lost youth and the passion they once had for teaching. Gradually, the audience began to wave glow sticks, and the teachers joined in, clapping to the rhythm. Chu Yueming opened her eyes and saw the crowd quietly listening, tears glistening in her eyes. As the song ended, she bowed slightly. Thank you, everyone. A system notification sounded. Ding. Task, 3 days apart, completed. Bronze chest awarded. Ding. Side quest, fame and glory triggered. Assist Chu Yueming in winning the youth singer competition in the Chizhou region. Reward. Silver chest? Li Yuan's lips curled into a smile, thinking, it worked. There's even a follow-up quest. This girl must really love singing. I'll help her achieve her dream. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. That was amazing, one more song. My goddess is the best. Who said she was off-key? I'll break your legs. Chu Yueming was a bit bewildered, unaware that her singing carried a kind of enchanting effect. The host walked onto the stage at the right moment. The crowd is really enthusiastic. Let's have Chu Yueming sing another song for everyone. Chu, please. Chu Yueming glanced back at Li Yuan in the shadows. He didn't say a word, just continued strumming his guitar. Understanding his signal, she turned to face the audience. Here's the initial dream for everyone. I hope you all remember your dreams and never fear difficulties or setbacks. As Chu Yueming reached the climax of the song, Li Yuan quietly switched to his wind element ability, lifting Chu Yueming into the air. The audience went wild, screaming their lungs out. Simultaneously, elemental lights exploded in the sky, resembling brilliant fireworks. Chu Zhongluo and Fang Yuxuan embraced tightly from afar, their eyes fixed on the dazzling figure on stage. That was their daughter, their pride. As the song concluded, Chu Yueming gracefully descended and took a bow. She turned and ran into Li Yuan's arms. Thank you. Thank you. Li Yuan gently patted her back. No need to thank me. This is your moment of glory. Suddenly, a spotlight shone on the two of them. The audience's eyes were fixed on the scene. Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat. What the heck? Who's causing trouble? This is an assassination. Run. Li Yuan grabbed Chu Yueming's hand and dashed off. Angry shouts erupted behind them. Who is that? He dares to hug my goddess. Beat him up. Get him. The night descended into chaos, with teachers unusually allowing their students to let loose. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming ran until they found a narrow corner to hide in. Chu Yueming giggled softly. Li Yuan shot her a glare, incredulous that she could still laugh. He had almost been torn apart by those hormone-driven guys. Suddenly feeling the softness against his chest, Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This girl has developed quite well, he thought. Li Yuan's body stiffened as he realized the intimate position he was in with Chu Yueming. She too noticed the awkwardness and fidgeted uneasily. Don't move, Li Yuan whispered, trying to control his emotions as he carefully separated himself from her. Both of them were blushing, creating a subtle tension in the air. Li Yuan cleared his throat to break the awkward silence. Old Jia, it wasn't intentional. He quickly left the corner, relieved that the main group had already moved on. Once he calmed down, Li Yuan opened the bronze chest he had acquired. Inside were 2 bottles of stealth potion, capable of masking one's presence for an hour. He nodded in satisfaction. That was worth it. After parting ways with Chu Yueming, Li Yuan rode his bike towards the Feng residence. On the way, a black motorcycle pulled up beside him. Su Yeshua handed him a helmet. Hop on. Impressed, Li Yuan put on the helmet and got on the back. In the Yujing garden, Wang Yakin was busy in the kitchen while Feng Wenyao watched the news. The dining table was laden with a feast, with the crabs looking particularly enticing. The doorbell rang, and Wang Yakin wiped her hands to answer it. Li Yuan hugged Wang Yakin. Aunt Wang, I'm back. Su Yeshua followed him inside. Feng Wenyao stood up to greet them, pouring out some white wine. Su Yeshua offered to join in the drinking, and Li Yuan joined the fun too. Wang Yakin chided. Xiao Yuan is still young, drink less. After a few rounds, the atmosphere grew warm and convivial. Feng Wenyao, feeling tipsy, retired to rest. Su Yeshua gazed at the photo wall, her eyes welling up with tears. Li Yuan was washing dishes in the kitchen, while Wang Yakin mended some clothes. For the first time in 2 years, she felt that this house was filled with warmth. Mid-autumn festival. Li Yuan was woken up by Zhou Chang's phone call in the morning. Zhou Chang's excited voice came through the phone. The video we uploaded last night has hit over 10 million views. It's gone viral overnight. A smile tugged at the corner of Li Yuan's mouth. This was all part of his plan: create buzz, stir up interest, and gather fans. Since Chu Yueming loves singing, he would help her fulfill her dream. Fully awake, Li Yuan sat up from the sofa. In the living room, Feng Wenyao and his wife were having breakfast. Su Yeshua had already left. Feng Wenyao beckoned to him. Awake? Wash up and have breakfast. You're coming with me later. Where to? Li Yuan asked. Feng Wenyao gave a mysterious smile and said, just follow me. At Chizhou City's nursing home, Li Yuan carried gifts while Feng Wenyao brought fruit, closing the trunk. Uncle Feng, who are we visiting? We're here to see some respectable people and do some volunteer work. After changing into volunteer uniforms, Li Yuan followed Feng Wenyao into the nursing home. Many people greeted Feng Wenyao, clearly recognizing him as a regular. Li Yuan looked around and noticed that many of the elderly residents had various disabilities. Uncle Feng, these elderly people are... They're veterans from the Guard Corps, injured while fighting war beasts, Feng Wenyao said, his eyes filled with respect. Li Yuan looked at the elderly men and women using crutches or sitting in wheelchairs. Despite their physical impairments, their demeanor still carried the fierce determination of soldiers. They were truly admirable. Li Yuan quickly got to work, changing bed covers, washing clothes, combing hair, and trimming nails for those who had difficulty moving. Did everything meticulously, earning the elderly residents' praise. Be careful, Grandpa Wang. It's hot. Li Yuan gently blew on a spoonful of porridge. Grandpa Wang looked at him with satisfaction. You're so young and already know how to care for us old folks. Such a kind heart. If only my own kid were as considerate as you. Just as Li Yuan was about to respond, angry shouting came from the next room. I kindly feed you, and you make a mess everywhere. Do you expect me to clean up after you? You old bag of bones. Why don't you have your youngest son take care of you? Grandpa Wang sighed. Li Yuan frowned and asked, what's going on? The eldest son's wife of Old Zhou's family. She's sharp-tongued and mean. Every time she comes, she hits and scolds Old Zhou, and his eldest son does nothing about it, Grandpa Wang said, his eyes flashing with anger. A system notification sounded. Side mission, curb evil and promote good, triggered. Help Old Zhou teach his disrespectful daughter-in-law a lesson. Reward, bronze chest. Li Yuan put down the bowl. Wait here for me. You old bag of bones. How dare you glare at me? A crisp slap echoed. Bang. Li Yuan kicked open the door to see a woman in a red dress, grabbing the elderly man's collar on the bed, her right hand raised high. His eyes widened in fury as a gust of wind shot from his palm, stopping the descending slap. Li Yuan rushed to the bed, pushing the woman aside and delivering 2 sharp slaps to her face. The woman was stunned, her cheeks swelling up. Vicious woman. Li Yuan snorted, picking up a towel and carefully wiping the food off Old Zhou's mouth and clothes. Zhuang Qian took a moment to recover, clutching her face and screaming, how dare you hit me? She turned towards the window, shouting, Zhou Zhan, you bastard, get up here. Someone's hitting me. Downstairs, a man in his 30s was smoking. Hearing the shout, he quickly stubbed out his cigarette and rushed upstairs. Who dares hit my wife? You're dead. Li Yuan finished cleaning Old Zhou's clothes and looked at the bedridden elderly man. His anger intensified at the sight of Old Zhou's tear-filled eyes. He turned towards Zhuang Qian. She backed away in fear. What are you doing? Stay away. My husband will be here any second, and he's a captain in the Special Operations Division. You're in big trouble. Without a word, Li Yuan kicked her in the stomach. Zhuang Qian screamed, falling onto a chair. Just then, Zhou Zhan burst into the room. Seeing the scene, he clenched his fist and swung at Li Yuan's head. Li Yuan easily blocked it, coldly saying, she hit your father. I'm just teaching her a lesson. What's wrong with that? Zhou Zhan glanced at his wife's state and snarled, save it. All I see is you hitting my wife. Li Yuan said no more, swiftly kicking twice. Zhou Zhan fell to his knees, sweating from the pain. Kid, I'm from the Special Operations Division. You're in deep trouble. Shut up. Li Yuan slapped him twice. Your father raised you just for you to bully others? And what kind of wife did you marry? Are you telling me there aren't any decent women left? Xiao Yuan, stop. Feng Wenyao rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Uncle Feng. Zhou Zhen awkwardly looked at Feng Wenyao. Li Yuan lowered his hand, picked up the bowl, and continued feeding old Zhou. Feng Wenyao looked at the kneeling man and the woman sprawled on the chair, scratching his head. What happened here? Li Yuan said nothing, just glancing at Zhuang Qian. Zhou Zhen struggled to stand, unable to speak coherently. Zhuang Qian, desperate, pointed at Li Yuan. This guy, he saw how pretty I am and tried to take advantage of me. When I resisted, he hit me. Director Feng, you have to stand up for me. She then pretended to cry. Li Yuan scoffed. The Oscars owe you an award. Feng Wenyao didn't believe a word Zhuang Qian said. He had heard about her behavior but had stayed out of it as it was a family matter. Zhou Zhen, you explain? Zhou Zhen stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Zhuang Qian grew anxious. Kid, I'm telling you, this isn't over. My brother-in-law is an officer in the Northern Border Army. Do you know the Northern Border Army? One of the 5 major military groups in China. A cold snort came from outside the room. The reputation of the Northern Border Army is being ruined by people like you. Zhuang Qian cowered behind Zhou Zhen, trembling as she looked towards the door. A young man in black combat gear walked in, a lightning-encircled blade emblem on his sleeve. Zhou Ning respectfully saluted Feng Wenyao. Uncle Feng. Feng Wenyao smiled warmly at him. Xiao Ning, you're back. Long time no see. Zhou Ning put down his luggage and walked towards Li Yuan. Zhou Zhen and Zhuang Qian quickly stepped aside. Zhou Ning took the bowl from Li Yuan's hands, nodding in thanks. I'll take it from here. He looked at his father, tears streaming down his resolute face. Dad, I'm back to see you. Old Zhou's cloudy eyes were fixed on him, his voice trembling. It's good you're back. His voice was frail. Zhuang Qian nudged Zhou Zhen. He snapped back to reality, awkwardly smiling. We have some things to do, so we'll be leaving. As the couple started to leave, Zhou Ning cast a light glance their way. They froze in their tracks. Zhou Ning continued feeding old Zhou, his movements 100 times gentler than Li Yuan's. The room was filled with the sounds of breathing and old Zhou eating porridge. Li Yuan folded his arms, ready to watch the drama unfold. Hua Nation has 5 major military corps. The Tianqiang Corps guards the east, the Xuanjia Corps guards the west, the Luoyan Corps guards the south, the Shouyuan Corps guards the central region, and the Saibei Corps guards the north. The Saibei Corps is stationed in the most perilous area, with a long defense line winding through vast deserts and wastelands. Their combat strength slightly surpasses that of the other corps. Li Yuan gazed at Zhou Ning, sensing the unique ruggedness of the north, and detected a strong killing intent beneath it. This was a person who had truly emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Zhuang Qian huddled in her husband's arms, her eyes full of fear. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. If Zhou Zhen were a bit shorter, he would be a spitting image of Wu Dalong. Zhou Ning, on the other hand, resembled Wu Song incarnate. One could only wonder if this Panjilian had met her Shimanqing. After feeding his father porridge and carefully tucking him in, Zhou Ning turned to his brother and sister-in-law and said in a low voice, "Let's talk outside." Li Yuan followed with great interest, as the system had not yet indicated the task was complete. Feng Wenyao tactfully left to continue his work. Downstairs, Zhou Ning handed his brother a cigarette, lit it for him, and then lit one for himself. Staring directly into Zhou Zhen's eyes, he spoke in a low tone. Brother, do you remember how you became a section chief? Zhou Zhen took a deep drag and exhaled bitterly. I remember. It was father's merit that got me the position. So, what are you going to do? Zhou Ning's gaze shifted towards the balcony of their father's room. Zhou Zhen remained silent for a long time until he had finished his cigarette. He crushed the butt under his foot, turned to Zhuang Qian, and said firmly, "Let's get a divorce." Zhuang Qian was thunderstruck and screamed, "Zhou Zhen, are you crazy? Marrying you was a blessing for you. And now you want to divorce me? Let's divorce. It's better for both of us," Zhou Zhen insisted. "Don't even think about it." "I don't agree." Zhuang Qian refused resolutely. How could she give up her successful husband? Besides, her brother-in-law was an officer in the Saibei Corps, her mother-in-law was gone, and her father-in-law was paralyzed. She controlled the entire household. Her friends envied her good fortune, and her husband didn't dare to restrain her, allowing her to spend freely. Zhou Zhen finally lost his patience and roared, "This divorce is happening. Don't think I don't know what you've been doing outside. I've had enough." Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that things were getting interesting. Panic-stricken, Zhuang Qian slapped Zhou Zhen across the face. "How dare you yell at me? What have I done? Tell me, what have I done?" Expressionless, Zhou Ning pulled out a stack of photos from his jacket pocket and scattered them in front of Zhuang Qian. Li Yuan craned his neck and saw the provocative and scandalous images, making him gasp in shock. Zhuang Qian picked up a photo and turned pale as ash. She had thought her actions were secret, but they had long been exposed. Without looking at her, Zhou Zhan walked over to his brother. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'll take good care of our father from now on. Zhou Ning patted him heavily on the shoulder. With the system indicating task completion, Li Yuan lost interest in the drama. He turned to Zhou Ning and asked, "Can I have a word with you?" Zhou Ning nodded in agreement. Zhou Zhan silently went upstairs, while Zhuang Qian, like a walking corpse, picked up the photos and staggered away. In a small pavilion at the nursing home, Li Yuan got straight to the point. Do you know someone named Feng Yu? He was also in the Saibei Corps. Zhou Ning looked slightly surprised. Yes, we were comrades. He sacrificed himself 2 years ago to save our squad. Li Yuan's heart leapt. Can you tell me more about what happened? Why do you want to know? Zhou Ning eyed him suspiciously. Li Yuan's expression turned serious. I don't believe he's dead. I want to find him. Zhou Ning was momentarily stunned, and then smiled bitterly. To be honest, I don't believe he's truly gone either. But the facts are the facts. Fine, I'll tell you. He recounted the story. 2 years ago, Feng Yu led a 6-man squad on patrol in the northern frontier. Suddenly, a dimensional rift appeared in front of them, releasing a horde of battle beasts. The squad remained calm, sent out a distress signal, and engaged the beasts. As time passed, the beasts became stronger, forcing them to retreat. A Grandmaster-level beast targeted them and relentlessly pursued them. Feng Yu made a quick decision to stay behind and cover the retreat, and was never heard from again. The rescue team only found his communicator. Despite a large-scale search, no other trace was found, and he was declared dead. After all, escaping from a Grandmaster-level beast was nearly impossible. Li Yuan pondered for a moment. What was the name of that dimensional rift? Falling Snow Forest. Has it been explored? Zhou Ning's face turned bitter. Some exploration has been done, but we lack manpower. There are too many dimensional rifts in the northern frontier, and we also have to deal with wandering beasts. Li Yuan noted down Zhou Ning's contact information. He speculated that Feng Yu might have entered the Falling Snow Forest rift. Otherwise, there should have been some news by now. Li Yuan had a fulfilling day today. He spent time chatting and playing chess with the elderly, listening to their stories from the past. Before he knew it, the whole day had passed. While driving, Feng Wenyao glanced at Li Yuan and asked gently, "How was your day?" Li Yuan pondered for a moment and then replied earnestly, "Stay true to the original aspiration and keep the mission firmly in mind. I am willing to dedicate my life to ensuring peace for future generations." He understood that Feng Wenyao's words were meant to nurture his pure heart. Feng Wenyao nodded in approval. Well said. On Sunday, in Longzuan, a wealthy district in Qizhou, Li Yuan looked at the rows of luxurious villas and couldn't help but mutter, "Wow, Zhou Chang's family is quite well off." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Qiang burst out of one of the villas, his face beaming with excitement. "Boss, great news. My allowance just got a huge increase. I won't have to worry about food and drink anymore." Li Yuan raised an eyebrow and teased, "Oh, so you're a rich kid, huh?" Zhou Qiang scratched his head sheepishly. "What rich kid? They usually keep a tight leash on me. My allowance was just enough to cover meals. The extra pocket money is all thanks to you, boss." Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively and changed the topic. "So, what's fun to do in Qizhou?" Zhou Qiang thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "Let's go stone gambling." "Stone gambling? You mean jade? What's so fun about that?" Li Yuan rolled his eyes, clearly uninterested. Zhou Qiang quickly clarified, "Not jade. It's a stone called Wugo Lingjing. It contains very pure energy, easy to absorb and beneficial for awakeners and martial artists. However, it's hard to identify the good ones. If you're lucky, you can get a big piece. If not, you'll lose everything." Li Yuan's interest was piqued immediately. How could he pass up something that could enhance his abilities? He urged eagerly, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Zhou Qiang awkwardly rubbed his hands together. "Boss, do you have any money? I've only got 20,000, which is barely enough for a small piece." Li Yuan's face darkened. "Do I look like a rich man?" Just as they were fretting over the funds, Zhou Qiang had a sudden realization and slapped his forehead. "Oh right, Chu Yueming's family is here too. She's quite the little rich girl." Li Yuan mentally kicked himself for forgetting about her. He felt a surge of joy, a stroke of luck, and he still had an unopened bronze chest. The two of them headed towards the Chu residence. Zhou Qiang pointed at the large gate in front of them. "This is the Chu family's place. They're way richer than my family." Li Yuan gazed at the 10-meter-wide gate and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. As he was marveling, a well-wrapped little head peeked through the gate's crack, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Once she confirmed no one was around, Chu Yueming swiftly approached, took off her mask, and stuck out her tongue. "I'm kind of a little internet celebrity now. Gotta stay low-key." Li Yuan looked her over, noting how her sky-blue dress accentuated her graceful figure, which made him shake his head in admiration. He reached out tenderly. "Give me your hand." Blushing, Chu Yueming placed her hand in his. Li Yuan felt a surge of joy. He had just acquired a high-level appraisal skill. His excitement made him pump his fists, causing Chu Yueming and Zhou Qiang to exchange puzzled glances. Let's get going, Li Yuan said with a wave of his hand. The three of them soon got into a black McLaren. Li Yuan maneuvered through the traffic with ease, while Zhou Qiang clung to his seatbelt, exclaiming in surprise. Chu Yueming, on the other hand, cheered excitedly. The West Market stone trading area in Qizhou was bustling with activity. The trio headed to the stone gambling section, ready to try their luck, when a flamboyant man suddenly appeared. Ming, what are you doing here? Chu Yueming responded coldly. Lu Jing, don't call me that. Undeterred, Lu Jing suggested they gamble on stones together. When Chu Yueming ignored him, he turned to Li Yuan. Each of us picks 3 stones. Whoever reveals the highest value unblemished spirit crystal wins. The winner gets the other person's crystals, and the loser has to agree to one condition unconditionally. Seeing through Lu Jing's intentions, Li Yuan was about to refuse, but Chu Yueming clung to his arm, wanting to leave. Li Yuan patted her hand and said to Lu Jing, sounds interesting, but can we trust your integrity? Lu Jing's eyes lit up with excitement. Satisfied now? With so many witnesses, you can't say it's unfair. Li Yuan shook his head slightly. Anyone can make empty promises. If you go back on your word, there's nothing I can do about it. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. He knew that verbal commitments meant nothing in situations like these. Seeing this, Lu Jinglu's face showed a hint of irritation, but she quickly regained her composure. She gritted her teeth and asked, then what will it take to satisfy you? Li Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he extended his hand. You came by car, right? Hand over the keys as collateral. Without a word, Lu Jinglu pulled a set of keys from her pocket and slapped them into Li Yuan's hand. Take them. Li Yuan's eyes lit up as he took the keys. Wow, a Koenigsegg. This car is worth over 20 million. He playfully toyed with the keys before saying, I have nothing to offer as collateral. Aren't you afraid I'll run off? Lu Jinglu snorted disdainfully, a look of contempt flashing in her eyes. No need for you to offer anything. In Qizhou, no one dares to owe me and not pay up. Li Yuan caught the underlying threat, but maintained a relaxed smile. All right, let's get started. Turning to an elderly man in a deep blue tunic beside her, Lu Jinglu respectfully said, please, Master Qi. Qi Yuan smiled slightly, casting a dismissive glance at Li Yuan. He's just a young upstart. Is it really worth all this fuss, young Master Lu? But fine, my job is to appraise the stones, not to get involved in your disputes. The group made their way to Shilinfang, the most renowned store in the gambling stone district. The owner, Wang Jixing, was squatting at the entrance, smoking a pipe. Seeing Lu Jinglu and her entourage approach, he immediately stood up and greeted them warmly. Well, what brings young Master Lu here? Looking to gamble on stones? We just got a new batch of high-quality raw stones in the other day. Care to take a look? Lu Jinglu smiled slightly. That's exactly why we're here. My friend and I have a little wager going, so make sure you bring out your best. She emphasized the word best. A sharp gleam appeared in Wang Jixing's eyes as he caught the underlying message. He respectfully made a gesture of invitation. Our goods are always the best in Qizhou. Please, follow me to the backyard. The backyard was covered with several sunshades, and Wang Jixing had set aside a special area for them to make their selections. He checked his watch and solemnly said, you have 3 hours. Li Yuan and Lu Jinglu exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. No problem. Li Yuan examined the silver-gray, lead ball-sized raw stones with some eagerness. He glanced at Qi Yuan, who was already meticulously selecting stones, swiftly bypassing those with obvious cracks. Li Yuan nodded to himself, thinking, this old guy has some skills, but with my system's help, I'm sure to win. Zhou Qiang approached with a worried look. Boss, are you confident? I don't get this stuff. Chu Yueming also moved closer, her eyes fixed intently on Li Yuan. Li Yuan waved dismissively. Piece of cake. You two just sit back and enjoy the show. Chu Yueming clenched her small fist and cheered him on with a smile. Go get him. Wang Jixing brought over some snacks, and the two of them started munching on sunflower seeds. Li Yuan picked up a raw stone, and light flashed from his palm as he scanned it. The system indicated a 0% impurity-free spirit crystal content. He tossed it aside and picked up another. Impurity-free spirit crystal content, 0.9. Trash. Li Yuan continued his search. Zhou Qiang spat out a sunflower seed shell and asked, Sis-in-law, do you think the boss can do it? Chu Yueming threw a handful of seeds at him. Hey, who are you calling sis-in-law? Watch your mouth. She looked firmly at Li Yuan. Believe in him. Zhou Qiang scratched his head awkwardly. It's not that I don't trust the boss. It's just that he's so young and seems to know everything. Chu Yueming nodded. He even writes songs and has helped me adjust my vocal range. But that's our little secret. Under the shade of an awning, Lu Jing watched Li Yuan pick stones haphazardly and sneered internally. With that level of skill, he thinks he can beat me? Not a chance. He sipped his tea leisurely, occasionally admiring Chu Yueming's figure. Chu Yuan glanced at Li Yuan and sighed inwardly, too young. He'll learn the hard way that not everyone is easy to mess with. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Who picks stones like that? Total amateur. Old Chi could crush him with any random stone. Got to admire his guts, though. Taking on the Lu family, he doesn't know what he's up against. This'll be fun to watch. Li Yuan ignored the chatter and focused on his task. He thought to himself, this shop owner is a scammer. The highest content is only about 20. This isn't looking good. He approached Wang Jixing with a frown. Boss Wang, these stones are no good. Got any others? Wang Jixing kept a straight face. Watch your words. Everyone knows my shop has the best raw stones. Maybe it's your eye that's lacking. Chi Yuan also stepped up. I can't see through these stones either. Let's switch to another batch. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. Stop pretending to be profound. If it's bad, it's bad. Wang Jixing glanced at Lu Jing, who nodded. He then pointed to another area. The crowd murmured, some thinking Li Yuan might have some skill if even Old Chi said the stones were no good, while others believed he was just guessing. Zhou Qiang and Chu Yueming set down their sunflower seeds and walked over to Li Yuan, asking what was wrong. Li Yuan shook his head. That batch was no good. I'll check this one. He continued his search. Lu Jing signaled to Wang Jixing, who discreetly slipped away. 10 minutes later, Li Yuan cursed under his breath. Damn, these are just as bad. This boss is definitely a scammer. Probably staged a show with shills earlier. Chi Yuan's face darkened as he couldn't find any decent stones either, starting to suspect foul play. Chu Yueming clapped her hands. Let me help. Zhou Qiang, about to get up, sat back down, feeling he'd just be in the way. Li Yuan glanced at Lu Jing, who smiled and nodded. Li Yuan thought, hope this doesn't backfire, his expression uncertain. Li Yuan, Zhou Qiang, come look. Chu Yueming called from a corner. The three hurried over, followed by the curious crowd. Lu Jing, seeing this, gestured to his men, who then quietly mixed a few good stones near Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan was startled, realizing it was cheating, but when he met Lu Jing's warning gaze, he reluctantly continued picking stones. Li Yuan reached Chu Yueming and saw several black stones, feeling both amused and exasperated. Chu Yueming excitedly asked, how about these ones I found? Li Yuan bluntly replied, these aren't impurity-free spirit crystal stones. Oh, come on, just check them. Chu Yueming pouted, shaking his arm. All right. Li Yuan is totally into this. People around were staring at Chu Yueming's graceful figure, their eyes practically popping out. Wang Jixing squeezed through the crowd, took a look at the stones and chuckled. I was saving these for a foundation, but if you guys are interested, you can have them. Thanks, Boss Wang, you're so generous. Li Yuan casually picked up a stone, a flash of light in his palm. The system panel showed, pure spirit crystal content 85. He almost gasped in surprise. It was raw ore. Suppressing his excitement, he picked up another stone and pretended to examine it. The crowd began to disperse, whispering that Li Yuan was obviously an amateur. Li Yuan glanced at the system. Pure spirit crystal content 90. He turned to look at Chu Yueming, his eyes shining. He checked the other raw stones, none of which were below 85. When he picked up the last, blackest stone, Li Yuan froze. The system showed, pure divine crystal content 99. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes, and when he confirmed it, his breathing quickened. What's wrong with you? Chu Yueming gave him a light slap. Li Yuan, thrilled, said, quick, pinch me hard. Though puzzled, Chu Yueming pinched his waist hard. Ouch, that's enough. Li Yuan gasped, then grabbed Chu Yueming's face and gave her several kisses. You're my lucky charm. Chu Yueming's eyes widened, and she touched the spot where she had been kissed, dazed. Zhou Qiang gave a discreet thumbs up. Boss, you're awesome. Chu Yueming snapped out of it, blushing and shyly said, hey, what are you doing? Li Yuan hugged the pure divine crystal, grinning widely. Zhou Qiang, watch these stones carefully. Lose one and I'll sell you. Zhou Qiang patted his chest, promising. Don't worry, boss. Li Yuan walked up to Wang Jixing. Boss Wang, you said these stones were a gift, but I don't want to take advantage of you. Name your price. Wang Jixing took a drag on his pipe, showing his yellow teeth. How about $1,000? Li Yuan handed him the cash. Deal. Wang Jixing took the money with a smile. Deal. He thought to himself, this guy must be an idiot. Those stones aren't even worth 200. Li Yuan, elated, hugged the pure divine crystal. Lu Jing stepped forward, took a look, and shook his head with a smile. A curious bystander asked, hey buddy, what's that stone you're holding? Why is it so precious? In high spirits, Li Yuan explained, this is even more valuable than a pure spirit crystal. The man turned and walked away, muttering, more valuable than a pure spirit crystal? What nonsense. 3 hours later. Time's up. Who's going first? Wang Jixing is acting as the judge. The crowd around them began to cheer, their eyes fixed on Qi Laoshuan's raw stones. Li Yuan made a gesture inviting Lu Jing to start. Lu Jing signaled his men to bring over 3 raw stones. He picked one, placed his palm on it, and with a crack, the stones split open, emitting a milky white glow. It's a hit, the crowd exclaimed. After inspecting it, Wang Jixing announced loudly, 78 pure spirit crystal, a big gain. Lu Jing smirked and proceeded to crack open the second stone. Another bright glow burst forth. 83, another big gain. Wang Jixing shouted. Chu Yueming anxiously glanced at Li Yuan, who remained confident, gently stroking the stone in his hand. Lu Jing cracked open the last stone, and the glow was even more intense. Wang Jixing excitedly announced, 92. All 3 are hits. Qi Lao truly has sharp eyes. The crowd looked at Li Yuan with pity. He, however, remained calm and called Zhou Qiang to bring over 4 stones. Are these raw stones? Someone mocked. Li Yuan let Chu Yueming choose first. She casually pointed to one. Zhou Qiang smashed it with a punch, and a rich glow burst out. 90. Wang Jixing announced through gritted teeth. Lu Jing's face darkened as Li Yuan consecutively revealed spirit crystals of 88 and 95, completely defeating his opponent. I've won, Li Yuan calmly declared. Lu Jing, unwilling to accept defeat, asked, what do you want me to do? Li Yuan smiled and said, bark like a dog and circle the market. Grinding his teeth, Lu Jing eventually left in disgrace with his men. Qi Yuan stopped Li Yuan and confessed it was all a scam. Li Yuan was unfazed, praised Qi Lao's skills, and left with his spoils. Li Yuan opened the door of his Koenigsegg, captivated by the luxurious interior. He couldn't wait to get into the driver's seat. With the roar of the engine, the car shot out like an arrow. On the overpass, a young woman in a BMW Mini was chasing Li Yuan's car. A few minutes later, she exclaimed excitedly, honey, I've caught up with him. The man shouted in despair. Hit the brakes. Li Yuan counted down the traffic light seconds, then floored the gas pedal, and the car took off swiftly. The Koenigsegg pulled into the Chu family garage. Zhou Qiang, leaning against the car door with shaky legs, said, boss, help me out here. Li Yuan, carrying a snakeskin bag in one hand, supported Zhou Qiang with the other. Chu Yueming bounced into the house, calling out in a sweet voice, Mom, I'm home. Fang Yuxuan put down her tablet and smiled warmly. What has you so excited? Zhou Qiang is here? Any other classmates? Come, have a seat. Li Yuan greeted politely, hello, Aunt Fang. I'm Li Yuan, Yueming's desk mate. Fang Yuxuan looked him over and said, so you're Li Yuan. Yueming has mentioned you. You're quite likable. Mom. Chu Yueming pouted playfully. Fang Yuxuan invited everyone to sit down. Li Yuan placed the snakeskin bag on the coffee table, piquing Fang Yuxuan's curiosity. What's this? Chu Yueming eagerly untied the rope, revealing the contents. Li Yuan won this from stone gambling, and he even won it from Lu Jing. You weren't there, but Lu Jing was so embarrassed. The living room was illuminated by dazzling light. Li Yuan carefully examined the flawless spirit crystal, about the size of a fist, crystal clear like a diamond. Fang Yuxuan was astonished. This must have cost a fortune. Chu Yueming proudly held up her hand. It only cost $1,000, and he won a sports car worth over 20 million from Lu Jing. Fang Yuxuan was shocked. This is worth at least 200 million. The return on investment is better than your father's business deals. Chu Yueming lifted her chin proudly. I picked a few of those pieces. Li Yuan smiled mysteriously. Aunt Fang, there's more. He picked up a stone containing a flawless divine crystal and squeezed it hard. With a crack, the black stone skin shattered, and a rich, multicolored light burst forth, making the living room look like a fairyland. In Li Yuan's palm, only a cluster of rainbow light remained. Zhou Qiang stared at his palm. Boss, what is that? Li Yuan explained. This is a flawless divine crystal, far superior to the flawless spirit crystal. Suddenly, Chu Yueming screamed in pain, clutching her shoulder. Li Yuan hurriedly placed the divine crystal on the table. A crisp sound echoed, and a massive blue phoenix shadow appeared behind Chu Yueming. It spread its wings and rushed toward the divine crystal, swallowing it whole. Chu Yueming cried out unconsciously, cold. I'm so cold. Fang Yuxuan released her as if shocked. Li Yuan quickly held Chu Yueming, feeling the intense cold emanating from her. The room's temperature plummeted, and ice crystals began to form. Li Yuan shouted, get out. Everyone leave now. Zhou Qiang pulled Fang Yuxuan out of the room. Li Yuan consulted the system about the situation. The system explained that this was the awakening of the Ice Phoenix companion beast, shaping the Ice Phoenix divine body. Li Yuan was astonished by Chu Yueming's background, but his priority was to help her through this ordeal. He channeled the purest fire elements within him to dispel the cold. Chu Yueming instinctively clung to him, as if trying to merge with him. With a crack, their clothes shattered from the collision, the fragments falling to the ground with a clear, crisp sound. Damn. It's so cold that even the clothes are breaking apart. Sis, please, don't move anymore, or there'll be nothing left. Li Yuan exclaimed in shock, but Chu Yueming couldn't hear him. She clung to him tightly, like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. Shreds of her clothing kept falling away, exposing her pale skin. Li Yuan felt a rush of heat to his nose and cursed himself for being so weak-willed. Chu Yueming continued to squirm, leaving Li Yuan no time to think. He picked her up and moved her to the coffee table, managing to free one hand to grab the pure spirit crystal. Pure energy surged into the depleted crystal, quickly filling it with magic and revitalizing him. Suddenly, a cold sensation touched his neck. Chu Yueming was kissing him there, endlessly. Li Yuan knew this was bad, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. He swiftly absorbed the energy from the crystal, converting it into fire elements to fend off the cold. Time passed, and the two remained locked in a stalemate. The entire room was bathed in the blue glow of the crystal, creating a mesmerizing, eerie spectacle. Outside in the garden, Feng Yuxuan paced anxiously while Zhou Qiang tried to comfort her. Suddenly, the screech of brakes pierced the air. Chu Zhongluo arrived and froze at the sight of the villa. Feng Yuxuan rushed into his arms, crying. Chu Zhongluo patted her back gently, assuring her, "Don't worry, it might be a good thing." Inside, Li Yuan had started absorbing the second spirit crystal. The intense energy conversion left him a bit dazed. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Just as he was about to complain, a warm, soft tongue slid into his mouth. Li Yuan was struck by the realization that this was his first kiss. After a moment of hesitation, he responded passionately, his left hand wandering restlessly. In the heights of that moment, he slowly lost himself. After an unknown amount of time, the pristine spirit crystal in Li Yuan's hand turned to dust. Li Yuan opened his eyes to see Chu Yueming's body slowly rising. Her jet-black hair instantly turned blue, shimmering with an unusual luster. A joyful neigh echoed from within her, as if some creature had awakened. Li Yuan stared at her intently, occasionally wiping the blood trickling from his nose. Chu Yueming was enveloped in a blue glow, and the birthmark on her left shoulder appeared vivid and lifelike. Her entire demeanor changed, becoming cold and noble, like a celestial being descending to the mortal world. Suddenly, she fell from the air. Li Yuan hurriedly caught her, gently cradling her in his arms. Phew, it's finally over. That was close. Li Yuan exhaled deeply, carrying Chu Yueming upstairs. As he walked, he silently chanted to himself, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form," trying to calm his mind. Upon finding Chu Yueming's room, Li Yuan laid her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. He glanced around. The light blue decor exuded a faint, girlish fragrance, causing his heart to flutter. He checked himself in the mirror and noticed he had grown taller and felt stronger. "Is this a blessing or a curse for you?" Li Yuan murmured, his gaze falling on Chu Yueming. "No matter what, I'll protect you." He changed into some clothes he found, popping up the collar to hide the marks on his neck. After securing the pristine spirit crystal, he was about to leave when he was stopped by the Chu family. He briefly explained the situation and made an excuse to leave quickly. Back at the dormitory, Li Yuan handed Zhou Qiang 2 pieces of the pristine spirit crystal. He sat cross-legged, feeling his breakthrough in cultivation. 10 minutes later, Li Yuan opened his eyes, having advanced to a rank, with 2 more regions lit up on his elemental compass. "Now I have control over 6 elements, but it's still not enough. Feng Yu, hang in there." This was a world blanketed in white, with snowflakes drifting from the sky. A pure white wolf ran from a distance and suddenly stopped, staring intently at an empty spot. The white wolf crouched down, inching its paws forward silently on the thick snow. It was getting closer to the clearing. Then suddenly it lay down and blended into the snow. The white wolf crept forward like a ghost. On the snowy ground, a snow fox was alert, its little head raised. Unaware of the danger, the fox went back to digging its snow burrow. The white wolf crouched, ready to pounce. Just as it was about to strike, a sneeze shattered the silence. The snow fox darted into the snow and vanished. The white wolf bared its teeth and growled, its gaze fixed on the trees. A young man in white clothing jumped down from a tree, cursing under his breath. Feng Yu gripped a bone knife, wrapped in a whirlwind as he charged at the wolf. The sharp blade sliced through its throat, and the white wolf collapsed with a whimper. Feng Yu sighed and looked southward. "Mom, Dad, Xiaoxue, I will survive." He dragged the wolf's carcass toward the camp, pondering his escape route. The sea of beasts was vast, and he had barely escaped with his life last time, making him even more cautious. He could only wait for another opportunity or hope for a rescue. On Monday morning, the classroom was buzzing with noise. Students crowded around the windows, trying to get a look outside. Li Yuan frowned as he turned the pages of his book. Zhou Qiang shouted excitedly, "Boss, Chu Yueming dyed her hair. She's even more beautiful now." Li Yuan, annoyed, flipped another page and accidentally tore it. Li Yuan could imagine the scene outside. A goddess descending to earth. "I'm going to write her a love letter," he thought. "Give it a rest," someone retorted. "Look at you, all brawn and no charm. Do you think the school beauty would notice you? I'm a much better match for Chu Yueming." Chu Yueming pushed open the classroom door, feeling slightly impatient. A crowd of people followed her like a clingy shadow, driving her nuts. Today, she wore a blue and white dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her delicate face, devoid of makeup, was stunningly beautiful. Her cool demeanor was like a noble lotus, standing aloof from the world. Li Yuan saw her and whistled. Chu Yueming flashed him a smile, making his heart skip a beat. He thought to himself, "Oh God, my heart just melted." The boys around them whispered, She smiled at me." "Yeah, right. She smiled at me, not you." Li Yuan waved and said, "Good morning, beautiful." Chu Yueming blushed slightly and suddenly asked, "Why are you wearing a scarf in this heat? Let me take it off for you." She reached out to pull it off. "No." Li Yuan hurriedly stopped her, but it was too late. He sighed inwardly. How did she get so fast? Is this the power of the Ice Phoenix physique? Chu Yueming saw the mark on his neck and gasped, "Oh my, who did this to you? Just one night apart, and you look like this. Quite wild, huh?" She leaned in suspiciously. "Did you get a girlfriend?" Li Yuan looked confused. "No, why?" He tried hard to resist the urge to kiss her. Chu Yueming stared at him. "Then what happened to your neck?" Li Yuan's eyes darted. "Would you believe me if I said I did it to myself?" "You're lying. Unless you do it again in front of me. Are you crazy? Why would I hurt myself?" Li Yuan leaned in and whispered, "Actually, you kissed me when you were unconscious yesterday. I couldn't stop you." Chu Yueming's face turned bright red, and she quietly sat down. She remembered Feng Yuxuan's words from the night before and vaguely realized what had happened. Wait, this isn't how it's described in the books. The first time is supposed to hurt, isn't it? Seeing her remain silent, Li Yuan resumed reading his book. The people around them exchanged strange glances but didn't dare provoke Li Yuan, silently lamenting. Why did he have to be so perfect? After school, Chu Yueming stopped Li Yuan. "My parents want to invite you to dinner to thank you." Li Yuan flatly refused. "Thank you, but I can't make it." Chu Yueming pouted. "Please, come on, pretty please?" Li Yuan's heart softened and he agreed, then quickly changed his mind. "Actually, no, I can't. Don't pull my clothes." Ignoring his protests, Chu Yueming dragged him towards the school gate. Although Li Yuan had grown to 165 centimeters, he was still shorter than the 175 centimeters Chu Yueming. He sighed inwardly, wow, she's still growing. At the school gate, Chu Yueming shoved him into the back seat of a Rolls-Royce and held him tightly. Li Yuan struggled. "Let go of me. I promise I won't run." "No way, I don't trust you. Just stay put." Feeling the incredible softness against his arm, Li Yuan's mind flashed back to yesterday's scene, and his nose began to feel warm. "Oh no, why are you having a nosebleed?" Chu Yueming quickly pulled out a tissue to help him wipe it. Li Yuan covered his nose, his gaze involuntarily drifting to Chu Yueming's chest. The girl noticed his eyes and quickly let go, her cheeks flushing red, even her earlobes turning pink. "Pervert," she spat out, but couldn't hide the embarrassment in her eyes. Li Yuan tilted his head back to stop the bleeding, feeling wronged. The scene shifted as Li Yuan nervously walked into the Chu family living room. Two elders sat on the sofa, exuding a commanding presence. "Hello, Uncle Chu, Aunt Fong," he greeted politely. Chu Yueming couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Feng Yuxuan smiled warmly and waved him over. "Come sit here, Xiao Yuan." Although Chu Zhongluo's smile lingered on his lips, he still radiated a sense of authority. Li Yuan sat down and began fiddling with his fingers, while Chu Yueming looked around with a puzzled expression. The silence stretched on for 5 minutes before Chu Zhongluo finally spoke. "Xiao Yuan, what exactly happened yesterday?" Li Yuan knew this was the beginning of his public interrogation. He took a deep breath, looked at the girl beside him, and said in a serious tone, "I hope what I say next stays between us, otherwise she could be in danger." Chu Zhongluo looked at Chu Yueming with a doting expression. "Don't worry, even though Mingming isn't our biological daughter, we've treated her as our own for many years." Touched, Chu Yueming called out, "Dad." Li Yuan continued, "She has a phoenix-shaped birthmark on her body. You must be aware of it." Seeing them nod, he went on, "That's not an ordinary birthmark. It's a companion beast known as the Ice Phoenix. Her condition yesterday was due to the Ice Phoenix awakening after consuming the Immaculate Divine Crystal, turning her into a special physique known as the Ice Phoenix Divine Body." Li Yuan had just dropped a bombshell. The three of them were stunned upon hearing this and tried to digest the information. Chu Yueming, still a child at heart, couldn't help but ask, what's a companion beast? And what is the ice phoenix physique? Are they powerful? The Chu couple also looked on with curiosity. Li Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not entirely sure, but it should only benefit you. How do you feel now? He deliberately withheld some information. Chu Yueming excitedly stood up. I feel an endless surge of power, and my rank has directly jumped to a level. My water abilities seem different too. Li Yuan was taken aback, thinking this was too exaggerated, jumping 3 levels at once. To be cautious, Li Yuan led the group to the courtyard. He asked the Chu couple to keep their distance and said to Chu Yueming, go ahead. The girl summoned a stream of water at her fingertips, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Li Yuan shivered and quickly used fire elements to shield himself. Go. Chu Yueming threw the water ball, and the air around it froze as it flew. The water ball hit a holly tree, spreading a ghostly blue light over 20 meters. Li Yuan summoned a whirlwind in his palm, and with a crash, the holly tree shattered into crystalline fragments. Chu Yueming exclaimed, did I really do that? Li Yuan's scalp tingled, thinking this was just the initial awakening. What would it be like when she fully mastered it? He sternly warned, only use this power in life and death situations until you have full control. Chu Yueming nodded obediently. Chu Zhonglo gratefully said, our whole family thanks you. Minger's achievements are all because of you. Li Yuan quickly waved it off, Uncle Chu, there's no need to be so formal. I'm just fulfilling a request. Chu Yueming's smile faded. Fang Yuxuan gently said, everyone must be hungry. Let's eat. Li Yuan squeezed Chu Yueming's hand. Don't be upset. It's all over now. The girl smiled brightly, all right? Looking at the feast on the table, Li Yuan's mouth watered. Fang Yuxuan chuckled. Then eat as much as you like. Chu Zhonglo brought out some red wine. But Fang Yuxuan said, Xiao Yuan is still underage. Switch to something lighter, like Mindao Donkey. Li Yuan dropped his chicken wing, frozen in place. He thought to himself, what kind of logic is that? Are they treating me like a donkey? Fang Yuxuan asked, Xiao Yuan, why are you wearing a scarf in summer? Li Yuan mumbled, got bitten by mosquitoes, it looks ugly. Chu Yueming blushed. Fang Yuxuan's smile deepened, and Li Yuan felt a chill, thinking how women can hold grudges. Chu Zhonglo handed over the wine, but before Li Yuan could take it, Fang Yuxuan snatched it away. You're the guest, let Auntie handle it. In the tussle, the bottle broke. Fang Yuxuan ordered another bottle and filled a glass to the brim. Li Yuan helplessly said, Aunt Fang, that's enough. Come, Xiao Yuan, thank you for coming. Auntie will drink first. Fang Yuxuan downed her juice in one go. Li Yuan gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and gulped the strong liquor, coughing violently. Fang Yuxuan poured another full glass. Xiao Yuan, this second glass is for helping Ming Ming. Auntie will drink first. Li Yuan, now tipsy, weakly reached out his hand. Li Yuan downed another glass of the potent red wine in one gulp. Chu Chonglu grimaced as he picked at some peanuts, drinking alone. Chu Yueming gently tugged at her mother's sleeve and whispered, Mom, please don't let him drink anymore. Fang Yuxuan shot her daughter a stern look, but still poured Li Yuan a third glass. Xiao Yuan. Li Yuan twitched, leaning back. I'm exhausted. Let it all end. With that, he passed out cold. Fang Yuxuan put down her juice with a snort. Dare to take advantage of my daughter? Drink yourself to death. Mom, it was actually me who... Chu Yueming began but stopped. Fang Yuxuan tapped her forehead. You're defending him before you're even married. You kids need to know your limits. Chu Yueming blushed and explained. He didn't do anything. You misunderstood. Fang Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the sleeping Li Yuan with satisfaction. He's not a bad choice. Chu Chonglu carried Li Yuan to the guest room. As he helped him undress, a small tattoo on Li Yuan's back caught his eye. He looked closer, his pupils contracting in shock. He sat down, trembling, before finally covering Li Yuan with a blanket. Returning to the bedroom, Fang Yuxuan, applying a face mask, asked, What's wrong, honey? Chu Chonglu, still dazed, replied, He's from the Li family in the capital. Fang Yuxuan sat up abruptly. Are you sure? Chu Chonglu lay down with a sigh. He has the Li family's exclusive tattoo on his back. Fang Yuxuan slumped. That's a huge power. Who knows if it's a blessing or a curse? Chu Chonglu hugged her, comforting. Our kids will have their own fortunes. Let the young ones decide their own paths. We just need to support them. Don't overthink it. Let's sleep. The next morning, Li Yuan woke with a splitting headache but quickly recovered after meditating for a while. After freshening up and changing into clothes provided by Chu Chonglu, he went downstairs. Good morning, Uncle and Auntie, he greeted, noticing a newfound respect in their eyes. Chu Yueming asked with concern, Are you okay? Li Yuan, stuffing himself with breakfast, replied, It's just a little drink. Too bad I missed out on the good food last night. Fang Yuxuan gave her husband a look, and Chu Chonglu cleared his throat. Xiao Yuan, do you have any family? I'm an orphan. No family, Li Yuan said nonchalantly, grabbing another bun. Chu Chonglu quickly added, just curious. No need to answer if you don't want to. Li Yuan then recounted his past. Chu Yueming's eyes welled up with tears, and her fingers turned white from gripping too hard. Chu Chonglu sighed deeply. Director Feng was a good man. I never imagined. Don't let his efforts go to waste. Li Yuan nodded solemnly. I won't. After finishing breakfast, Chu Chonglu and Fang Yuxuan went to the study. Should we tell him? Fang Yuxuan asked, concerned. Chu Chonglu pondered. Not yet. The Li family is powerful. He's still young and shouldn't get involved in their affairs. Besides, we haven't heard of any Li family member being lost. Let's find out more first. Fang Yuxuan nodded. You're right. We should investigate whose child he might be. The parents must be devastated. Chu Chonglu hugged her. We'll do our best to uncover his origins. It's the least we can do to repay him for his kindness to Yueming. Li Yuan patted his stomach. I'm full. Chu Yueming handed him a napkin and smiled. Let's go. After all, he now felt nauseous at the mere smell of alcohol. Saturday night at the People's Square in Chizhou City. The preliminary round of the Young Singer talent show is being held here. In the center of the square, a small stage gleams under the lights. Staff members are busy adjusting equipment to ensure everything goes smoothly. The crowd gradually gathers. Li Yuan, carrying snacks, is startled by the fervent fan attire of Zhou Chang's supporters. Boss, cheer for your girl. Zhou Qiang hands over a headpiece, which Li Yuan accepts and puts on, snapping a selfie to send to Chu Yueming. Their flirtatious interaction makes Li Yuan's heart race. The competition begins, and the judges take their seats. Conversations buzz around, mostly about the two school beauty contestants. Zhou Qiang shows a photo of Su Miao, and Li Yuan pretends to be indifferent, though secretly impressed. Su Miao takes the stage, looking stunning. Her deep neck dress accentuates her perfect figure, causing the audience to drool. Li Yuan, under the guise of scouting the competition, can't take his eyes off her. When Su Miao finishes her performance, the judges snap out of their daze and unanimously vote her through. Finally, Chu Yueming steps onto the stage. Bare-faced and full of youthful energy, she instantly captivates the audience. Li Yuan floats his support sign high, and seeing him, Chu Yueming's nerves dissipate. Chu Yueming's rendition of Childhood brings thunderous applause, with many in the crowd moved to tears. Her voice seems to have a magical quality, transporting the audience back to the carefree days of their youth. After finishing her song, Chu Yueming gives a slight bow. Thank you, everyone. The quiet square suddenly erupted in thunderous applause. In the audience, a man in his 30s turned to his friend, his eyes gleaming with nostalgia. That was amazing. Hearing this song live is really something else. How about we grab a drink later? It reminds me of our younger days. His friend looked hesitant. I need to go home to my wife, so maybe not. Despite his words, a hint of longing flashed in his eyes. At that moment, a young woman waved her hand dismissively. Go ahead, go ahead. I'll allow it today, but don't stay out too late. Hooray for my wife. The man was overjoyed. On stage, the four judges almost simultaneously raised their advancement cards. Wei Wendong took off his glasses and wiped the corners of his eyes. It's like being there. This voice has a magical quality that takes me back in time. Chengning smiled. I'm looking forward to the next round of the competition. The host stepped onto the stage to announce, today's competition is now over. We'll continue tomorrow night. We hope to see you all again. As Chu Yueming exited the stage, she could hardly contain her excitement. Su Miao approached and extended her hand. Congratulations. Chu Yueming shook her hand and smiled. Thank you, and congratulations to you too. Su Miao watched Chu Yueming's departing figure, her brow furrowed slightly. I made it through. Chu Yueming exclaimed, hugging Li Yuan tightly. Li Yuan's face was enveloped in her soft embrace, a mix of pain and pleasure. Zhou Qiang tactfully left early, thinking, the boss got quite a shock today. Who knows what might happen later? Better not be the third wheel. Li Yuan finally managed to break free, gasping for air. You're trying to kill me. Chu Yueming blushed and stuck out her tongue. Li Yuan couldn't help but stare at her delicate red lips, instinctively licking his own. Their faces slowly drew closer, their hot breaths mingling. Just then, Fang Yuxuan's voice called out, Ming Ming, it's time to go home. Li Yuan jerked his head away as if electrocuted, staring up at the starry sky. Chu Yueming lowered her head, covering her flushed cheeks, her heart racing. Fang Yuxuan sighed, realizing she could never let her guard down. In the car, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Li Yuan sat in the front passenger seat, occasionally glancing at Fang Yuxuan's expression in the rearview mirror, thinking, we didn't even kiss. She can't possibly make me drink, right? Back at the Chu residence, Chu Yueming was sent back to her room. Fang Yuxuan called Li Yuan into the study. Xiao Yuan, I'll drink. Is that enough? Li Yuan blurted out, looking up suddenly. Fang Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh. Li Yuan realized his mistake and felt incredibly awkward. Auntie doesn't oppose your relationship, but you're still young. There are boundaries you shouldn't cross, understand? Li Yuan was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. I understand. I won't cross the line. Fang Yuxuan nodded slightly. All right then, it's late. Go get some rest. Good night, Auntie. Li Yuan walked away, deep in thought. She doesn't oppose? That's odd. I'm an orphan with no money or background. I don't seem like an ideal son-in-law. Suddenly, a soft hand pulled him into a room. Fang Yuxuan happened to see this and shook her head. I hope they can restrain themselves. I don't want to become a grandmother too soon. Chu Yueming covered Li Yuan's mouth. Sure, keep it down. She pressed her ear against the door, listening carefully for any noise outside. Her loose nightgown barely concealed her graceful figure. Li Yuan pushed her hand away, thinking, if I could beat you, just you wait. After confirming it was safe outside, Chu Yueming breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Li Yuan to sit on the bed. It's about cultivation. I have some new text in my mind. It seems to be a cultivation method called Ice Phoenix Divine Oracle. I'm afraid to practice it. What should I do? Li Yuan rolled his eyes. You're making me jealous. Did you save the world in your past life? The method seems fine. Go ahead and practice it. I'll watch over you. Chu Yueming nodded and closed her eyes. Li Yuan watched intently, curious to see what divine cultivation was like. Chu Yueming's aura suddenly transformed, becoming holy and noble. Spiritual energy surged from all directions, startling Li Yuan. Such a commotion? Her body seemed to turn into a vortex, madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, which grew denser and almost became tangible. Li Yuan felt as though he were immersed in a hot spring, his whole body warm and comfortable. A gentle heat swirled in his lower abdomen. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Li Yuan rose cautiously and walked slowly towards the door. As he opened it, he saw the Chu couple looking anxious. He stepped aside, allowing them to enter quickly. Seeing that they were both fully dressed, the Chu couple let out a sigh of relief. Fang Yuxuan's gaze fell on the girl enveloped in spiritual energy, and she asked worriedly, What's wrong with Ming Ming? Li Yuan reassured her, Auntie, don't worry. This is due to the spiritual energy gathering as she cultivates. It's beneficial for you too. Especially for you, Auntie. Your skin will get better and better. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuxuan was delighted and nodded repeatedly. That's good, that's good. You two carry on. We won't disturb you. With that, she gently pushed Chu Zhonglo out of the room and closed the door softly. Li Yuan sat back on the bed, crossing his legs to face Chu Yueming. He felt the accelerated flow of spiritual energy within him and was secretly pleased. This girl is truly a treasure. I hope to unlock some martial arts techniques. He then calmed his mind and focused on his cultivation. The next morning, Chu Yueming slowly woke up. She felt light and clear-headed, and instinctively wanted to stretch, but found her right hand pinned down. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a handsome face very close to hers. Chu Yueming almost screamed but quickly covered her mouth. She realized they were tightly embraced, and the warmth from Li Yuan's body made her heart race. It was the first time she had been so close to him, and she couldn't help but study his features carefully. He sleeps so well, and his eyelashes are quite long. How cute, Chu Yueming thought, her eyes unconsciously drifting to Li Yuan's lips. She suddenly remembered what she had read about how wonderful kissing could be. It was as if a little devil inside her was tempting her. Kiss him, kiss him. Chu Yueming slowly leaned in towards Li Yuan's cheek, aiming for a quick kiss. Just a brief one, she thought. Closing her eyes, she cautiously moved towards his lips. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart pounded like a drum. Li Yuan had already woken up and sensed the awkward situation, but he pretended to be asleep. He was anxious. Why hasn't she moved away yet? Will she get mad and hit me? Or worse, turn me into an ice sculpture? At that moment, he felt the soft touch of her lips. Internally, Li Yuan exclaimed, She kissed me again. This time, I need to take control. Just as Chu Yueming was about to pull away, Li Yuan grabbed the back of her head and suddenly opened his eyes, kissing her deeply. Chu Yueming's eyes widened in shock, and she stood there, mortified. The familiar sweet taste sent shivers down Li Yuan's spine, making his hands restless. Chu Yueming's body stiffened, but after a brief struggle, she softened. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Fang Yuxuan called from outside. Ming Ming, time to get up for breakfast. Is Li Yuan still in your room? The two separated as if electrocuted. Chu Yueming hurriedly replied, Yes. Li Yuan dived under the covers, frustrated. This girl is going to be the death of me. Fang Yuxuan, assuming they were practicing their skills, advised, Don't just focus on training. Hurry up and get ready for breakfast. Okay, we'll be right there, Chu Yueming responded, blushing as she adjusted her pajamas. After breakfast, the two of them cuddled on the couch, watching TV, inseparable. Fang Yuxuan pretended not to notice, allowing their closeness as long as it didn't go too far. Just then, Zhou Qiang arrived, looking dejected. Li Yuan teased. What's up? Did you try to pick flowers last night and get chased off by a pig? Chu Yueming nudged him. Watch your mouth. Zhou Qiang hesitated before finally mustering the courage to say, Boss, I want to sell a piece of pure spirit crystal and wanted to get your opinion. Sensing something was wrong, Li Yuan pressed for more details. Zhou Qiang stammered before confessing. His family's business was struggling, and they urgently needed 20 million. Li Yuan thought for a moment, and then asked Chu Yueming to fetch the keys to the Koenigsegg. He went to Chu Zongla's study to request help finding a buyer and to investigate Zhou Chang's family situation. An hour later, Chu Zhonglo informed him that a buyer had been found. Li Yuan took the keys, ignoring Zhou Chang's attempts to stop him, and drove the car into the garden. The buyer was a handsome young man in his mid-20s, dressed modestly, but his demeanor suggested he was quite well off. Wei Jingming carefully inspected the car, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He gently ran his hand over the body, occasionally bending down to check the details. After a moment, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. This car is in great condition. Uncle Chu, you've got a treasure here. I've been looking for one like this for ages. Chu Zhonglo smiled slightly and pointed towards Li Yuan. Jingming, this is his car. You two can discuss it. Wei Jingming turned to size up Li Yuan, furrowing his brow as if trying to recall something. He extended his hand with a warm smile. Hello, I'm Wei Jingming. This car is really nice. Name your price. Li Yuan shook his hand briefly. Li Yuan, 20 million. Wei Jingming was momentarily stunned. Li Yuan, thinking he found the price too high, quickly added. You can negotiate if you think it's too expensive. Wei Jingming chuckled and shook his head. This car is worth at least 26 million, and with the modifications, it's easily worth 30 million. You're asking too little. Li Yuan was taken aback, thinking to himself, wow, this guy is straightforward. He paused for a moment. All right, 20 million it is. When can we close the deal? I need the money urgently. Wei Jingming turned to Chu Zhonglo, who smiled and said, you young folks sort it out. I'm not getting involved. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment, but then came clean. I won this car from Lu Jing. There won't be any issues, right? Wei Jingming's eyes lit up. You're honest. We've got to be friends. Call me anytime you're in the capital, and I'll show you around. As for the Lu family, they wouldn't dare mess with me. He took out his phone. Give me your account details. Li Yuan provided Zhou Chang's father's account number. Wei Jingming put away his phone. All set, just confirm it. No need, I trust you. Li Yuan handed over the keys. Wei Jingming took the keys but didn't rush to test the car. Instead, he stared at Li Yuan. You look really familiar. Have we met before? Your last name is Li. Could you be from the… Chu Zhonglo quickly interrupted. Jingming, how's your father doing lately? He's recovering well, though he still sneaks a drink now and then. Even the doctors can't stop him. Wei Jingming was successfully diverted from the topic. Li Yuan, preoccupied with Zhou Chang's family matters, exchanged phone numbers with Wei Jingming and then headed back to his room. The money has been transferred. Li Yuan patted Zhou Qiang on the shoulder. As soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, Zhou Qiang jerked his head up, his eyes bloodshot, startling Li Yuan. With a hoarse voice, Zhou Qiang said, Boss, how can I ever repay you? Maybe I should. Li Yuan quickly interrupted, wrapping an arm around Chu Yueming's slender waist. Stop right there. Offering yourself is out of the question. Your boss isn't into that. Chu Yueming gave Zhou Qiang a wary look, as if staking her claim. Zhou Qiang couldn't help but laugh, the tension in the room dissolving instantly. While Chu Yueming went to the restroom, Zhou Qiang leaned in close to Li Yuan and asked slyly, Boss, how far have you and sister-in-law gone? Li Yuan looked around to make sure Fang Yuxuan wasn't nearby, then lowered his voice. We slept together last night. Zhou Qiang eyed Li Yuan's skinny frame skeptically, his expression full of doubt. Li Yuan, embarrassed and angry, knocked him on the head. Don't underestimate me. I can handle 10 women in one night. You're amazing, boss. Zhou Qiang said enviously. He really is. Chu Yueming suddenly chimed in, joining the conversation. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow proudly, while Zhou Qiang quickly made his exit. If I stay any longer, I'll get stuffed with dog food. After seeing Zhou Qiang off, Li Yuan was getting cozy with Chu Yueming when Chu Zhonglo came in and called him to the study. Uncle Chu, is there news? Li Yuan asked eagerly. Chu Zhonglo's expression was serious. I can tell you, but you have to promise not to act impulsively. Li Yuan nodded, and only then did Chu Zhonglo explain Zhou Chang's family's predicament in detail. The Lu family again? Li Yuan muttered, frowning in thought. Chu Zhonglo advised earnestly, don't forget your promise. Don't act rashly. I'll come up with something. Don't worry. Li Yuan forced a smile. As he left the study, Chu Yueming noticed his troubled expression and asked with concern, What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing. Let's keep watching the show, Li Yuan said, forcing a cheerful tone. making the girl giggle. Late at night, Li Yuan dressed in black and quietly climbed out the window. He had found out the Lu family's location and was ready to take action. Where are you going this late? Chu Yueming's cold voice suddenly came from behind, stopping Li Yuan's heart for a moment. Just taking a walk. Ate too much tonight, Li Yuan said, trying to stay calm. Chu Yueming eyed him suspiciously. Something's off. Spill it. Are you secretly meeting someone? Li Yuan quickly explained. How could that be? With such a beautiful woman like you. Would I be that foolish? Chu Yueming finally nodded in satisfaction but playfully retorted. Humph. Talking about having and not having, how vulgar. I'll join you for a walk. Can't sleep anyway, Chu Yueming offered. Li Yuan inwardly cursed his luck but had a sudden idea. He embraced the girl tenderly. Chu Yueming's cheeks flushed, and she closed her eyes in anticipation. Li Yuan gave her a light kiss on the lips and, taking advantage of the moment, slipped into the shadows and disappeared. Chu Yueming opened her eyes, huffed, but her face was filled with worry. Please, don't get yourself into trouble. 20 minutes later, Li Yuan arrived near the Lu family estate. He took out a small piece of pure spirit crystal to restore his magic, feeling the pressure as he observed the brightly lit mansion and patrolling guards. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan pulled out a vial of invisibility potion. The golden flecks in the potion sparkled attractively. He tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp, the empty bottle dissolving into a stream of light. The system recycles scrap so fast that I can't even make a fortune selling junk, Li Yuan muttered to himself, trying to ease his nerves. The system remained silent, as if it hadn't heard his complaint. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan calmed himself and thought, let's begin. His form instantly blurred and merged silently into the shadows on the ground. Using the shadows cast by various objects, Li Yuan cautiously moved through the manor. Suddenly, he overheard two patrolling guards chatting. Young master has been getting more and more irritable lately, hitting people at the slightest provocation. If it weren't for the high pay, I'd have quit by now. His companion looked around warily and whispered, Shh, keep your voice down. Don't you know? The young master has issues in that department. The Lu family head has consulted many famous doctors, but none could cure him, so they've given up. Now, the second young master is getting all the attention. Looks like they're grooming him to be the heir. What? Seriously? He must have overdone it when he was younger and ruined himself. Who knows? But just now, the young master brought back a strong man. Maybe he's changing his tastes. Li Yuan, hiding in the shadows, almost laughed out loud. He couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if Lu Xian suddenly recovered in 5 years. Continuing his stealthy movement through the manor, Li Yuan grumbled to himself. This place is so big. Aren't they afraid of getting lost? I'm already dizzy from all the turns. At that moment, a soft voice came from a second-floor window. Shan, how do I look in this outfit? Li Yuan was startled and thought, that voice? Could it be Lu Xian? How did he become so effeminate? Dear brother, you look good in anything. It's getting late. Let's rest early. Shan's voice sounded impatient. Oh, you're so impatient. Just wait a bit, Lu Xian coquettishly replied, his fingers forming a delicate gesture. Li Yuan hid in the shadow of the curtains, struggling to suppress his disgust. This is revolting. Lu Xian was dressed in a pink outfit that screamed seduction, with heavy makeup on his face and long hair cascading down. He actually looked somewhat like a woman. Li Yuan hid in the shadows, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Lu Xian's transformation was beyond his comprehension. What on earth had happened in the past few months? He quietly pulled out his camcorder, fighting the urge to vomit, and started recording. Shan grabbed Lu Xian and kissed him fiercely. Lu Xian moaned softly as he ran his hands over Shan's muscular body. Shan tore off Lu Xian's clothes roughly and tossed him onto the bed. Brother Xian, here I come, he shouted, and the luxurious bed creaked in response. Li Yuan had never witnessed such a sight before. It stung his eyes. He vowed to ask Chu Yueming to help cleanse his mind when he got back. Once he had recorded enough, Li Yuan decided to find his real target, Lu Jing. Moving cautiously, he suddenly heard a noise from the adjacent room. Holding his breath, he hid in the shadows as a middle-aged man poked his head out, scanning the area warily. Li Yuan stayed utterly still until the man withdrew. At last, he found the sleeping Lu Jing. Standing by the bed, Li Yuan suppressed his urge to kill and began setting the scene. He manipulated Lu Jing's position, took photos, and left a threatening note. Just as he was about to leave, Li Yuan noticed a suspicious basement. He followed a man delivering food and sneaked in, discovering that many people were being held illegally. In the innermost room, a figure covered in soot caught his attention. The system suddenly triggered a mission to rescue Li Shuangdao. Li Yuan quickly retreated from the Lu residence and returned to the Chu household, where he danced with excitement in the garden. He climbed through a window and leaped into Chu Yueming's warm embrace. Chu Yueming's soft voice filled the room as the two joked and laughed. Gradually, the only sounds left were their breathing and heartbeats. Monday morning, Chu Yueming quietly opened Li Yuan's door and slipped back into her own room. Li Yuan lay in bed, mumbling in confusion. This doesn't make sense. It's not fair. He rubbed his neck in frustration, conflicted inside. So what if she has the Ice Phoenix body? One day, I'll leave my mark of victory, he vowed to himself, then jumped out of bed, heading to the bathroom to freshen up. At the school gate, Li Yuan and Chu Yueming walked into first high school hand in hand. Spotting director He's stern face from a distance, they quickly let go of each other's hands and put on their best well-behaved expressions. Li Yuan braced himself and greeted, "Good morning, Director He." He Wenqing snorted and turned away. After he walked away, Chu Yueming patted her chest in relief. That was scary. Director He is the biggest opponent of early relationships, isn't he? Li Yuan laughed. Of course, my princess is too beautiful. He can't bear to break up this golden couple. Chu Yueming's heart melted at his words, and her face flushed. As soon as they entered the classroom, Zhou Qiang rushed over excitedly. Boss, those debt collectors called my dad this morning and said there's no rush. Give me an account number, and I'll have my dad transfer the money to you. Li Yuan nodded and gave him Feng Wenyao's details. Zhou Qiang immediately ran to the back to make a call. Chu Yueming pouted a bit. You're really good to Zhou Qiang. Li Yuan teased. Nonsense, I'm better to you. I gave you my first kiss. Chu Yueming hastily covered his mouth. Don't say that here, we're at school. Hearing this, their classmates around them sighed and started looking for new targets. During the break, Li Yuan called Feng Wenyao to explain the source of the money. With the testimonies of Chu Yueming and Zhou Qiang, Feng Wenyao finally believed the money was clean. He offered to keep it safe for Li Yuan for future use when he gets married. Li Yuan smiled wryly, thinking he still needed to find Feng Yu soon. In the second rune class, Li Yuan struggled with the complex runes. When the bell rang, he jumped up excitedly, only to be met with a meaningful look from the old teacher. Li Yuan immediately deflated, hoping the teacher wouldn't remember him. Chu Yueming couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. Suddenly, a classmate called out, Li Yuan, someone's looking for you. Li Yuan turned and saw Lu Jing. Zhou Qiang and Chu Yueming stood cautiously by his side. Lu Jing suppressed his anger and said, My father wants to talk to you. Li Yuan casually replied, Not interested. My master said as long as you don't play dirty, he won't intervene. Lu Jing was startled and probed. May I ask who your master is? Li Yuan feigned admiration. My master is a godlike figure, who can move mountains and seas. Then he quickly stopped himself, almost forgot. My master forbids revealing information. Satisfied with the hint, Lu Jing turned and left. Zhou Qiang looked at him in awe. Boss, can your master really move mountains and seas? Chu Yueming also looked at him curiously. Li Yuan leaned in mysteriously and whispered a few words in their ears. Zhou Qiang's eyes widened in shock. Chu Yueming gave him a playful shove. You're so bad. You almost had me believing it. Li Yuan whistled proudly, and Chu Yueming's ears perked up. Hey, a new tune? Teach me. Li Yuan pulled out a small notebook and wrote down a line of poetry. Live like summer flowers in splendor, die like autumn leaves in quiet beauty. He has fully embraced the idea of time travel, so it's time to say a proper goodbye to the past. Chu Yueming gently caressed the tiny characters on the notebook, her eyes dreamy as she murmured, It's so beautiful. Li Yuan, hearing this, also fell into his memories. Yes, it really is beautiful, he agreed. In the days that followed, Chu Yueming soared through the rounds of the Young Singers competition, advancing from the top 64 to the final 4. Li Yuan, on the other hand, experienced both pain and joy. The rune teacher had taken note of him and would call on him to answer questions every class. Failing to answer correctly meant a mountain of homework. He gritted his teeth and studied diligently, embedding the complex and esoteric runes into his mind, making rapid progress. During this period, Li Yuan felt mentally exhausted, as if his brain had been completely drained. Seeing this, Chu Yueming felt sorry for him and bought various nuts to keep feeding him. Li Yuan's height shot up to 172 centimeters, almost surpassing Chu Yueming, and he couldn't help but show off proudly. Singing the song of the liberated serfs, Oh how joyous it is, Li Yuan sang. Chu Yueming leaned in and whispered something in his ear that struck him like a bolt of lightning. I haven't even worn high heels yet. This sentence echoed in his mind. Li Yuan thought to himself, You're already so tall. Why do you need high heels? Humph, if you dare wear them, I'll break the heels off. Why not just say you're wearing black stockings? That's just too much. The Lu family had been quite subdued lately, no longer causing trouble for Li Yuan. He knew very well that they were intimidated by the fictional master he had created. But a lie is still a lie. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. For now, he was just buying time. After absorbing an entire piece of pure spirit crystal, Li Yuan had reached the threshold of level. His fighting spirit was high, and he trained with a fervor bordering on madness. With the new year approaching, he wanted to ensure that Feng Wenyao's family could have a joyful reunion. The Qizhou Stadium, a massive venue capable of accommodating 100,000 people, is set to host the final of the Qizhou division of the youth singer competition today. A giant screen hangs above the stadium, repeatedly playing clips of performances by the four contestants. The stands are packed with spectators, and Zhou Qiang leads a group of classmates holding large light-up signs, their faces painted with the character Chu, cheering enthusiastically for Chu Yueming. Backstage, Li Yuan keeps company with the elegantly dressed Chu Yueming. She is wearing a long white gown, looking like a celestial being under the moon. Reluctantly, Li Yuan watches her step out for some fresh air. As he wanders the hallway, he overhears strange noises coming from the next room. He sneaks in quietly and witnesses an unseemly scene between Director Peng and Su Miao. Not only have they decided the competition's winner, but they've also arranged a secret meeting. Li Yuan discreetly captures evidence of their conversation, a cold smile forming on his lips. Returning to Chu Yueming's room, Li Yuan reassures her as she nervously prepares. The competition begins with Tian Shuang and Chao Lan taking the stage one after the other. When it's Su Miao's turn, the crowd erupts in cheers, with many male spectators sitting up and pulling out binoculars. High up in the stands, Xia Yang and Yi Yuan engage in a low conversation, showing considerable interest in Chu Yueming. Finally, Chu Yueming takes the stage, captivating the entire audience. Zhou Qiang and his classmates raise their light-up signs and shout their support. Chu Yueming glances around and locks eyes with Li Yuan, feeling a sense of calm. Xia Yang quietly sits up straighter, intrigued. Sure, here are the translated and polished suggestions for writing a good online novel. 1. Focus on maintaining a coherent and logical plot to ensure the story develops naturally and smoothly. 2. Use appropriate details to enhance scene setting and character portrayal, but avoid being overly verbose. 3. Keep the fast-paced excitement characteristic of online literature, but slow down for important plot points. 4. Balance dialogue and action descriptions to make character interactions more vivid. 5. Use concise and powerful language to showcase the characters' intellectual exchanges. 6. Add detailed descriptions at key moments to highlight important events. 7. Ensure smooth transitions between scenes to maintain continuity. 8. Use details to reveal character traits and emotional changes. 9. Emphasize detailed descriptions during climactic moments to enhance dramatic effect. 10. Ensure the overall logic is tight and the plot development is reasonable. I hope these suggestions help with your writing. If you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to provide more advice. The entire stadium echoed with that one voice. On stage, the three male judges looked grim, while Peng Qing was backstage, pinching his thigh hard. Su Miao sensed the crisis, quickly took out her phone, and sent a few photos, a confident smile spreading across her face. Tao Xian announced the end of Chu Yueming's performance and invited Su Miao back to the stage, introducing the regional manager Peng Qing. Peng Qing, trying to appear calm, walked onto the stage. Tao Xian reminded everyone that this was the crucial vote. Chang Ying unhesitatingly voted for Chu Yueming, while the other four hesitated, clutching their phones. The audience grew impatient, urging for the vote. Su Miao gazed at the judges with a meaningful look. Chu Yueming nervously clenched her hands, while Peng Qing and the other four gritted their teeth, finally raising the sign for Su Miao. When Tao Xian announced the result, his voice trembled, 4-1. The champion is Su Miao. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Su Miao beamed, while Chu Yueming's face turned pale. Li Yuan angrily kicked the railing, and Zhou Qiang led the chant of rigged. The audience echoed their frustration. Xia Yang furiously slapped Yi Yuan's thigh, and Feng Wenyao let out a cold snort, his eyes blazing with anger. Peng Qing, with a forced calmness, explained that the competition was fair and just, and apologized to Chu Yueming. Before he could finish, Li Yuan could no longer hold back and roared, "That's a load of crap. You're full of crap." Li Yuan's voice echoed across the stadium. Everyone looked up towards the high platform, where they saw Li Yuan leap over the railing, diving down like a hawk. Chu Yueming's eyes softened, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Zhou Qiang, excited like a die-hard fan, shouted, "Boss, you're amazing." Using wind magic, Li Yuan landed gracefully and walked over to Chu Yueming, tenderly wiping away her tears. "Your Highness, your loyal knight has come to your rescue. Please forgive my lateness." Chu Yueming couldn't help but laugh. Peng Qing, furious, shouted, "Who are you? Security. Get him out of here." Li Yuan grabbed the microphone, smiling slyly. "In such a hurry to get rid of me, huh? Feeling guilty about something?" His gaze shifted between Su Miao and Peng Qing. Chu Yueming tugged at his sleeve, wanting to leave. Li Yuan affectionately tapped her nose. "Be good, let me handle this." 5 security guards with batons surrounded him. Li Yuan said kindly, "Gentlemen, hold on a moment. He might not be the director for long." The head security guard hesitated. Peng Qing roared, "What are you waiting for? Get him out of here." Li Yuan sighed, a flame flickering at his fingertips. The head security guard immediately clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and quickly retreated with his men. Turning to Peng Qing, Li Yuan asked, "Still not changing the champion?" Peng Qing trembled, trying to stand firm. The champion was chosen by vote. It can't just be changed. Li Yuan raised the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to show you." He pulled up a video on his phone and played it for the live broadcast. The video revealed an intimate conversation between Peng Qing and Su Miao. The crowd erupted in shock. Su Miao, pale, fled backstage. The judges hung their heads in shame. Peng Qing, desperate, shouted, "This is fake. I'll sue you." "Enough." Yi Yuan helped Xia Yang onto the stage. He kicked Peng Qing. "Take a good look at who I am." Recognizing Yi Yuan, Peng Qing turned cold with fear. Yi Yuan angrily declared, "Not only am I here, but Elder Xia is here too. You're finished." Xia Yang removed his mask, revealing an aged face. Li Yuan curiously asked Chu Yueming, "Is this old man someone important?" Chu Yueming pinched him and whispered, "That's Professor Xia Yang, the president of the Music Association. He's a giant in the field of music." "Oh, never heard of it," Li Yuan said, pretending to be enlightened. Chu Yueming playfully pinched Li Yuan with her delicate fingers. He grimaced in pain but didn't dare make a sound. Just then, a middle-aged man walked onto the stage, looking apologetic. "Hello everyone, I am Yi Yuan, the chief planner of this year's youth singer competition. I apologize for the embarrassment we've caused," he said, bowing deeply. The audience immediately erupted in boos. "Apologies won't fix this." "Yeah, who knows what other shady things are going on." Yi Yuan felt so awkward he wished he could disappear. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair slowly approached the front of the stage. Taking the microphone, he spoke in a loud, clear voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Xia Yang. The issues today are due to my poor supervision, and I sincerely apologize." He then bowed deeply. Chu Yueming and Li Yuan quickly stepped forward to support him. Xia Yang looked kindly at Chu Yueming and said, "Young lady, you sang beautifully. Even an old man like me was moved." He then turned to Li Yuan. "Young man, thank you for bringing these issues to light. I will handle this matter seriously." Xia Yang immediately announced, "Yi Yuan, remove those 3 judges from their positions permanently. As for the director, handle it internally." The 3 judges turned pale upon hearing this. Finally, Xia Yang looked at the female judge, Cheng Ying, and said, "I hope we have more upright people like you in the future." Cheng Ying quickly stepped forward to acknowledge his words. Xia Yang sighed deeply. "Your words are too kind." Yi Yuan raised the microphone and shouted, "I announce that the champion of the Qizhou division is Chu Yueming." The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Chu Yueming, with tears welling up in her eyes, lifted the championship trophy. She looked down at Li Yuan, her heart filled with deep affection. Li Yuan nodded with a proud smile. Feng Wenyao excitedly slapped Li Yuan on the shoulder. "Well done, kid." Wang Yakan quickly intervened. "Don't hurt him." The Chu family looked at Li Yuan with satisfaction, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. A system notification chimed, and Li Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He knew there were more tasks ahead, and the golden chest would be a tough challenge requiring careful planning. Xia Yang stopped Chu Yueming, who was about to leave, and asked about the song's composer. Chu Yueming hesitated, explaining that she had promised to keep it a secret. Xia Yang waved her off, indicating she should go celebrate. At the celebratory banquet, everyone was in high spirits. Fang Yuxuan brought up the topic of Li Yuan and Chu Yueming, causing Chu Yueming to blush. Li Yuan, meanwhile, focused on eating and drinking, looking confident and composed. Late at night, Li Yuan quietly slipped into Chu Yueming's room. After a moment of intimacy, Chu Yueming suggested a winter vacation trip. Li Yuan apologetically mentioned he had important matters to attend to. Chu Yueming playfully insisted on going with him, but Li Yuan firmly refused. Back in his room, Li Yuan eagerly checked the system rewards. He took out Li Taibai's Tang sword. Its blade is clear as autumn water. Li Yuan gently swung it, feeling the sharpness of the edge. He found a long hair on the bed, placed it on the sword's edge, and blew hard. The hair split into 2. The blade was sharp enough to slice a hair in midair. Li Yuan excitedly swung the Tang sword, feeling his dream of becoming a hero finally come true. Li Yuan gently caressed the blade, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He carefully stored the Tang sword back into his system space and then lay down on the bed, pretending to be asleep. To make it more convincing, he even squeezed out a couple of tears. The door quietly creaked open as Chu Yueming peeked in. Seeing Li Yuan asleep, she pouted in slight annoyance. She tiptoed into the room, closed the door softly, and approached Li Yuan. Suddenly, she noticed the tear stains at the corners of his eyes and was taken aback. It seemed she had gone too far, and she felt a pang of regret. Just as Chu Yueming lifted the blanket to lie down, Li Yuan grabbed her. "You're pretending." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Yuan kissed her. He skillfully teased her tongue, and after a brief struggle, Chu Yueming relaxed into the kiss, losing herself in the moment. Since winning the Qizhou Regional Championship, Chu Yueming had declined all endorsement offers. With winter break approaching, she clung to Li Yuan more than ever, fearing he might vanish if she let her guard down. Their close relationship drew envious glances from those around them, and some even harbored resentment towards Li Yuan, the unexpected newcomer, but none dared to act on it. After practicing the Beiming Aoju technique, Li Yuan easily reached the level of a drank martial artist. He pondered for a long time before realizing that this was due to the foundational boost from the awakening fruit, combined with the daily nourishment from the abundant spiritual energy within Chu Yueming, which allowed his dantian to accumulate enough spiritual power to break through. "She's really a treasure, a training cheat code," Li Yuan thought smugly, "and she's going to be my future wife." During the final exams, Li Yuan ranked among the top students, especially excelling in the runes course with a perfect score, much to the old teacher's delight. He immediately shared the good news with Feng Wanyao. Chu Yueming remained firmly in first place, but to Li Yuan's surprise, Zhou Qiang also broke into the top 10 in their grade. Zhou Qiang explained that with nothing else to do, he focused on studying, and since eating the fruit Li Yuan gave him, his memory had become photographic. Li Yuan advised Zhou Qiang to keep a low profile and focus on training during the break. January 10, 2334. The first day of winter break, with just over 20 days until New Year's Eve. The villa was warm and cozy, with Li Yuan and Chu Yueming nestled in their room, cultivating their skills. The Feng couple had accepted Li Yuan's invitation to spend the winter there, and with Chu Yueming looking after them, he felt at ease. "If you keep doing that, I won't be able to focus," Chu Yueming playfully complained. Li Yuan awkwardly snuggled closer to her, mumbling about absorbing good luck. Although Chu Yueming had heard it many times, she still didn't quite understand what he meant. "Stay still. I'm about to break through to D-level," Li Yuan said, holding the last bit of the second pure spirit crystal, and began to meditate. Chu Yueming, seeing this, deliberately slowed her breathing. The crystal turned to dust, and in Li Yuan's mind, the crystal slowly grew. "Break through," he silently urged. The crystal spun, gathering surrounding magic. 5 minutes later, the crystal cracked and reformed, growing from the size of a quail egg to a chicken egg. Overjoyed, Li Yuan watched the elemental compass intently. The earth element glowed first, making him frown slightly. Finally, the space element lit up. "I did it!" he exclaimed in delight. Upon opening his eyes, Li Yuan immediately gave Chu Yueming a long kiss, their breaths growing heavier. "Knock, knock, come out and have some fruit," Wang Yakan called. The two tidied their clothes and shuffled out in their slippers. Su Yeshue was sitting in the living room, sipping tea. After some small talk, Wang Yakan noticed Chu Yueming's flushed face and asked about it with concern. Chu Yueming explained it was because it was too warm. After finishing his mango, Li Yuan said he needed to go to Zhou Chang's house. Chu Yueming looked reluctant, but he reassured her before leaving. Wang Yakan reminded him to dress warmly, but Su Yeshue explained that as a fire element awakener, he didn't need to worry about the cold. At Zhou Chang's house, Li Yuan checked the supplies. Zhou Qiang was amazed at his space element ability, and Li Yuan urged him to keep it a secret. When he returned to the Chu household, Chu Yueming immediately ran to him, and Li Yuan affectionately tapped her nose. In the early morning, Li Yuan kissed the sleeping Chu Yueming goodbye, leaving a note that said, "Wait for me to come back." In truth, Chu Yueming was awake, clutching the note and crying. The next day, Chu Yueming was despondent. Fang Yuxuan and Wang Yakan asked her with concern. Su Yeshue speculated that Li Yuan might have gone to the northern regions to find Feng Yu. Everyone was deeply worried, but could only wait for his safe return. Chu Yueming wiped her tears and nodded firmly. Bar City Airport, Beiming Province. Zhou Ning fiddled with his lighter out of boredom, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the airport exit. He couldn't help but mock himself for believing a kid's words and getting involved in his antics. But then again, he thought, it was a way to pass the time and keep the kid company. This little guy had guts. He might be a good fit for the Saibei army someday. Li Yuan emerged from the exit, having just taken in the barren landscape of the northern territory from above. The area within a 100-mile radius was desolate, with sparse vegetation, almost a no-man's land. He couldn't help but reminisce about the vast grasslands of Earth, filled with herds of cattle and sheep and the sight of galloping horses. Zhou Ning approached him and teased, "Is this all you're bringing? Here for a vacation?" Li Yuan smiled faintly. "If it were a vacation, I wouldn't come here. I'm here to get a taste of military life in advance. Let's go." The cars outside, parked by the roadside, was a formidable desert gray Tiger Jeep, exuding an aura even more imposing than a Land Cruiser. Li Yuan's eyes lit up as he ran his hands over the vehicle. "Wow, this car is awesome. This is what a real man should drive." Those supercars are nothing. Zhou Ning chuckled, flipping his wrist to reveal the keys in his palm. Can you drive? Li Yuan eagerly nodded and reached for the keys. Zhou Ning pulled them back. Sorry, you're still a minor and don't have a license. Forget it. Li Yuan's face fell, and he reluctantly climbed into the passenger seat. Zhou Ning started the engine, and the roar brought a gleam to Li Yuan's eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Ning tempted him. It's simple to drive. Just join the Saibei army when you turn 18. Li Yuan pouted. That's still a long way off. You don't have to be 18. There are special recruitments. By the way, what level are you at in your training now? I just broke through to level D yesterday, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. Zhou Ning nodded in approval. Not bad, reaching level D at your age. When did you start training? About 5 months ago. Screech the car came to an abrupt halt as Zhou Ning slammed on the brakes, staring at Li Yuan in shock. Ouch, that hurt. What are you doing? Li Yuan rubbed his head. Sorry, I got a bit excited. Zhou Ning restarted the car, thinking to himself. I need to report this to my superior as soon as possible. We must get this kid into the Saibei army. Advancing 3 major levels in less than 6 months is terrifyingly talented. The vehicle headed deeper into the desert. Li Yuan occasionally spotted some battle beasts mentioned in his textbooks, which disappeared from view after glancing at the car. Brother Ning, what's the deal with these battle beasts? And how did those dimensional vortexes appear? Zhou Ning's expression darkened. They appeared out of nowhere a few hundred years ago. Humanity's awakening to training started then. It was a bloody era, and to this day, no one knows the answer. Li Yuan fell silent, knowing that history was forged with countless sacrifices. An hour and a half later, a green camp came into view, like an oasis in the desert. Red flags fluttered in the wind. Li Yuan solemnly saluted. Zhou Ning introduced, this is our base. Some comrades are out on patrol. I'll introduce you when they return. They want to meet you too. They know me? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. You're Feng Yu's brother now. Feng Yu saved our lives, so of course, we want to meet you. Zhou Ning led him into a large tent, and a massive military map immediately caught Li Yuan's attention. He eagerly approached it for a closer look. A soldier came forward and whispered, Captain Zhou, is this appropriate? Zhou Ning waved it off, it's fine. He's Feng Yu's brother, adopted by Feng Yu's father, so he's one of us. I'm planning to report to the higher-ups to get him into our Saibei army. Ma Zhou looked at Li Yuan's back, confused. Isn't he a student? Isn't he too young? Xiao Zhou, you might not be able to beat him. Believe it or not. Ma Zhou nodded. I believe it. Zhou Ning was taken aback. This wasn't what he expected. He had hoped to see the kid's skills. Li Yuan quickly memorized the dangerous areas on the map, noting that the snowfall forest was 70 miles away. Zhou Ning prepared a backpack for him, filled with emergency supplies, a flare gun, and a communicator. Let's go. I'll show you around. Li Yuan slung the backpack over his shoulder and asked, why no gun? He was eager to handle a firearm, which he considered a man's toy. That's a restricted weapon, not for kids like you. Unless you join the Saibei army. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. Why was this guy so eager to recruit him into the Saibei army? Forget it, he thought. No point in arguing. Seeing that Li Yuan wasn't biting, Zhou Ning handed him a sapphire-colored military knife. Take this, but don't hurt anyone. Li Yuan took it, thinking to himself, a knife? I have Master Tai Bai's Tang Dao. Oh well. The two walked out of the camp. Zhou Ning carried a sleek assault rifle, occasionally flaunting it in front of Li Yuan. Li Yuan was tempted but resisted. A man must withstand temptation. If I join the Saibei army now, Chu Yueming would kill me. He shivered at the thought and turned away from the gun. Along the way, they saw the massive skeletons of battle beasts, the largest being a 10-meter-long ox-head beast. Wow, it's huge, almost like Godzilla, Li Yuan exclaimed. Thud, the ground shook. They looked over to see a wild boar the size of a car. Its black fur like steel needles radiating cold. Beiyuan wild boar. Li Yuan's mouth watered. The book said this beast's meat was exceptionally tender, and he hadn't had barbecue in a long time. He couldn't help but swallow. Here I come. Zhou Ning aimed his gun at the boar's eye, but before he could fire, Li Yuan dashed out. That's dangerous. Don't be reckless. But Li Yuan was already imagining the sizzling, juicy roast pork and didn't hear Zhou Ning's warning. He charged forward, drawing the sapphire-colored knife. The Beiyuan wild boar lowered its head slightly and charged at Li Yuan, its tusks gleaming with deadly intent. Zhou Ning quickly put away his assault rifle and ran towards Li Yuan, a green vine unfurling from his hand to wrap around Li Yuan's waist. Li Yuan swiftly dodged both the vine and the fangs with a nimble move. Facing away from the northern plains razorback, his eyes gleamed with confidence as he reversed his grip and plunged his blade precisely into the boar's eye. Amidst its agonized screams, Li Yuan smirked. Hey, looks like we're having barbecue tonight. Zhou Ning watched in astonishment as Li Yuan's movements flowed seamlessly, showcasing a grace that left him feeling inferior. Just as he marveled, the massive razorback charged. Li Yuan lightly tapped his foot, leaping effortlessly over the boar's back. He caught a glimpse of the boar's flower, but refrained from attacking. Suddenly, a foul stench filled the air. Li Yuan covered his nose and cursed, "Damn, you really just farted on me." He hurled his military knife with deadly precision towards the boar's vulnerable spot. The razorback's eyes turned blood red, and it roared to the sky. Zoning shouted, "Li Yuan, it's gone berserk. Be careful." He prepared to assist. Li Yuan paid no heed, casually snapping off a bone spike and charging at the boar. The spike pierced the boar's mouth, but it seemed unfazed, continuing its charge. Li Yuan's feet dug long furrows into the ground, and he grinned, "Whoa, it's pretty strong." The boar rammed Li Yuan into a boulder, and he used the momentum to push himself up, gripping the bone spike tightly. Zoning watched in disbelief. Is this guy even human? The boar began to lift off the ground, its four hooves flailing helplessly. Exhaling deeply, Li Yuan hefted the bone spike and the boar over his shoulder, walking towards Zhou Ning. "Ning, let's head back for some barbecue." Zhou Ning snapped out of his daze, glancing at the floating boar and twitching at the corners of his mouth. On the way back, Zhou Ning kept eyeing Li Yuan with a curious intensity. Li Yuan, noticing, subtly edged away, thinking, is Ning into guys or something? At the camp, a soldier exclaimed at the sight of the wild boar floating in. The group aimed their weapons towards the hill until they recognized Zhou Ning and relaxed. Everyone marveled at Li Yuan's strength, and a burly young man excitedly went to prepare the grill. Li Yuan threw the razorback heavily onto the ground, eyeing the plump legs with drooling anticipation. The burly young man, Su Xiang, brought over a large knife to handle the boar's hair, but Li Yuan motioned him back. Flames burst from Li Yuan's hands, enveloping the boar. The hair quickly singed away, and the air heated up. Zhou Ning exclaimed, "Li Yuan, you're not a martial artist?" Li Yuan casually replied, "Nope." Zhou Ning pressed him on his strength and fire abilities, but Li Yuan brushed it off as natural talent. The rich aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, strengthening Zhou Ning's resolve to recruit him. The mouth-watering scent of meat filled the air, and Li Yuan couldn't help but swallow hungrily. All right, that's enough. Any more and it'll burn." Su Xiang interrupted their conversation. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan quickly retracted the flames. The night sky over the northern territory was brilliant with stars, and a bright moon hung high. The atmosphere around the campfire was lively. Zhou Ning was amazed that Li Yuan's appetite had single-handedly devoured an entire leg of pork. Zhou Ning secretly worried that such an appetite might eat them out of house and home. In reality, Li Yuan was already stuffed, but the wild game was so delicious, combined with Su Xiang's superb cooking skills, that he had eaten more than he realized. He made a mental note to catch some more game to take back home, so his family could also enjoy it. Thinking of Chu Yueming, Li Yuan felt a pang of longing. This was the first time they'd been apart for so long since they met. She must have cried when she woke up and found him gone. However, the image of the Feng family secretly wiping away tears flashed in his mind, and he quickly suppressed his feelings. After meeting Zhou Ning's comrades, Li Yuan felt their deep respect for Feng Yu. He looked west, his eyes gleaming with determination. "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Ning handed him a bottle of water. Li Yuan snapped out of his thoughts and smiled. "Oh, nothing, just admiring the northern territory's night sky." Zhou Ning looked up at the sky and reminded him seriously, "This place is full of hidden dangers. Dimensional rifts can appear at any moment. Everyone's on edge. All right, get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you to explore farther out." Li Yuan nodded, understanding that Zhou Ning was warning him not to wander off. At 2 in the morning, Li Yuan quietly got up, grabbed his backpack, and headed out. "What's up?" Zhou Ning's voice came from the darkness. "Ate too much. Need to go relieve myself," Li Yuan explained. "I'll go with you." Zhou Ning started to get up. No, I can't go if someone's watching." Li Yuan quickly stopped him. "What a weird habit." "Fine, just be quick." Zhou Ning frowned and lay back down. "Don't worry, I'll signal if there's any trouble," Li Yuan said, lifting his backpack. After exchanging a few words with the night watch soldier, Li Yuan disappeared into the dark night. In the distance, a figure in the shadows watched the camp through binoculars. "The kid's out. Pack up and follow him." In the darkness, Zhou Ning suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Li Yuan's bed. It was empty. He glanced at his watch and muttered to himself, "It's been half an hour. How long does it take to use the bathroom?" Just as he was about to turn over, a thought struck him. Something's wrong. Zhou Ning sat up abruptly and quickly woke his comrades. "What's going on?" Groggy voices echoed around him. "Li Yuan is missing." The 5 of them quickly gathered and, after questioning the night guard, followed the direction Li Yuan had taken. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ning suddenly halted, gritting his teeth. "No, we've been tricked. His target is the snowfall forest. It's Feng Yu." But didn't Feng Yu die 2 years ago? Someone asked, puzzled. Who cares? Let's get back and drive after him. When we find him, we'll teach that brat a lesson in honor of Uncle Feng. Zhou Ning's face darkened. They had indeed gone in the wrong direction. By this time, Li Yuan had already taken a long detour and was speeding towards the snowfall forest. 15 kilometers from the snowfall forest's void vortex, Li Yuan stopped and took a deep drink from his water bottle, retrieved from his dimensional space. Although his current physique could run 35 kilometers straight, he decided to rest a bit to enter the dangerous dimension in peak condition. Just as Li Yuan put down his water bottle, he felt a sudden sense of danger and instinctively rolled to the side. With a boom, a massive boulder crashed into the spot where he had just been sitting. Not bad, kid. A cold voice rang out. You made me eat dust for half the night. Li Yuan warily scanned his surroundings and found himself surrounded by 5 people. People from the Liu family? He sneered. We're your executioners, the leader said coldly. Attack. Li Yuan remained calm and smiled. Didn't the Liu family tell you I have a master with me? Do you think I'd come here alone at night to die? Bluffing. One of them scoffed. We didn't see a single soul along the way. Li Yuan shook his head and sighed. No one believes the truth these days. Suddenly, he pointed behind the leader and shouted, Master, kill him. The leader instinctively turned around, and in that moment, Li Yuan struck. With a clang, his tang sword unsheathed. A cold light flashed, and the leader fell to the ground, blood spurting. Boss! The remaining 4 exclaimed. Li Yuan melded into the shadows, chuckling softly. Who said I'd fight you in close combat? I'm a man who has mastered 8 types of magic. Before his words even finished, fireballs, water bullets, wind blades, boulders, vines, lightning, and other spells bombarded them. Oh my god, what kind of monster is he? Don't be scared. Once his magic power is depleted, he's ours. Li Yuan smirked. Thanks for the reminder. He took out a pure spirit crystal, and despair instantly painted their faces. Hey, let's talk this out, let us go? Yeah, show some mercy. Li Yuan coldly unleashed wave after wave of attacks. 10 minutes later, the scene was in ruins, and 5 bodies had turned to ashes, scattered by the wind. Continuing his journey, Li Yuan noticed that the number of battle beasts he encountered was increasing. Although they weren't high-level, they were extremely sensitive to his presence, making it difficult to fully hide even with dark magic. This forced him to remain on high alert. Luckily, these battle beasts weren't high-level. Otherwise, I would have had another tough fight. An hour later, he stopped about a kilometer from the entrance to the snowfall forest. Li Yuan cautiously scanned the surroundings and found a higher vantage point to lie down. He pulled out his binoculars and carefully observed the area ahead. A spatial vortex, 20 meters wide, stood on the ground, emitting a strong spatial force. A group of battle beasts gathered at the entrance, with a few exuding particularly intense auras. Li Yuan estimated that these were likely level or higher. After a brief rest, he whispered, Time to get to work. In a flash, he teleported next to a solitary snowfall bear. With a swift slash, the bear's head fell. Li Yuan quickly made several deep cuts on the corpse, letting the thick scent of blood permeate the air. Spreading his 5 fingers, he directed a stream of air carrying the blood scent toward the group of battle beasts. The scent of blood agitated the beasts, causing them to become restless. Taking advantage of the chaos, Li Yuan hunted down isolated battle beasts. He occasionally glanced at the entrance, noticing the decreasing number of beasts. Almost there, Li Yuan muttered, looking up at the sky as dawn approached. He rubbed his face vigorously, put on his goggles, and melted into the shadows, stealthily making his way to the entrance. With 300 meters left, Li Yuan decisively teleported to the entrance. A few battle beasts spotted him and charged with angry roars. Li Yuan chuckled and waved. See you later. With that, he dove into the spatial vortex. In an instant, a snowy world unfolded before him. The vegetation near the entrance was sparse, growing denser deeper into the forest. In the distance, a towering peak pierced the sky. Shivering, Li Yuan quickly changed into a white cotton jacket. You're who? He shouted, shaking the snow from nearby trees. He pulled a flare gun from his backpack and fired it into the sky. With a loud bang, a red light shot upward. Li Yuan then took out a red cloth strip, tied it to a tree, and set up a conspicuous sign. It read, Feng Yu, I'm your childhood friend, and I've come to find you. Clang. The sharp, clear sound of a blade rang out. Li Yuan plunged his tang dao into the neck of the snow elk, and blood gushed forth. He swallowed, pondering the taste of the meat, when he suddenly felt a terrifying presence awakening nearby. Damn, just got here and already ran into a big one. He cursed under his breath and frantically sprinted in the opposite direction. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest, causing snow to cascade from the trees. Li Yuan stumbled, his head spinning. A mental shock? This has to be a Grandmaster-level beast. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure, and quickly used his teleportation ability to escape. Bang! Ouch! Li Yuan collided with a tree and clutched his face in pain. The dense forest caused his newly acquired teleportation skill to malfunction frequently. A pile of snow fell from above, instantly turning him into a snowman. With the roars growing closer, he ignored his disheveled state and continued to teleport. Each landing point was more bizarre than the last that either crashed into trees or got stuck in snowdrifts. The most absurd moment was when he teleported into a tree hollow, startling a snow forest bear in the middle of its meal. They stared at each other, the smell of urine filling the air. "You have no manners," Li Yuan yelled, headbutting the bear unconscious and swiftly finishing it off with his dagger before teleporting away. Covered in blood, Li Yuan didn't dare to linger. He switched to wind mode and sprinted for half an hour before finally relaxing. Finding a flat spot to sit, he ravenously devoured some jerky, reminiscing about last night's roast, which only heightened his appetite. After downing 3 packs of jerky and 2 bottles of water, he felt satiated. After firing a signal flare, Li Yuan set off towards the distant mountains. Along the way, he became increasingly adept at using his spatial abilities, effortlessly dealing with weaker beasts and avoiding the stronger ones. Suddenly, a cry pierced the silence. A large white bird unleashed an icy whirlwind at Li Yuan. A snow night bird. His eyes gleamed with excitement, knowing it was a delicacy. He leaped up, swinging his blade and executing the Beiming Ao Ju technique. The agile bird dodged, its claws aiming for his head. Clang! Screech! Blade and claw collided, sparks flying. Li Yuan was taken aback by the toughness of the bird's claws, and the snow night bird took the opportunity to flee. "Don't run!" he shouted, chasing after it. An hour later, as night fell, Li Yuan sat at the base of a slope, plucking the feathers from the snow night bird, muttering smugly, "Fly now, if you can. I've plucked you bald." Glancing at the time, he decided to rest. He dug out a snow cave and set up a perimeter alarm before crawling into his sleeping bag. Gazing into the distance, he softly whispered, "Good night," and drifted into a deep sleep. This was his first night in the snowfall forest, not filled with fear, but with a subtle excitement. In a cave halfway up the distant mountain, a large white wolf lay nestled in a bed of dried grass. Its eyes sparkled like precious gems, body graceful, and white fur smooth and shiny. With its belly swollen, the wolf looked down at its abdomen in pain. Growling softly, it was about to give birth. A wolf's howl echoed through the cave and spread far into the distance. Countless battle beasts awoke and fled away from the mountain. A tremendous roar followed, either in response or as a challenge. The two roars reverberated through the snowy forest, causing smaller battle beasts to scatter in panic, afraid of angering the two rulers. "So noisy," Li Yuan complained, covering his ears. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. He quickly packed up his sleeping bag and teleported to a tree. In the darkness, he saw a group of battle beasts frantically running in his direction. What the hell is going on? Li Yuan felt a chill down his spine. He quickly took off his coat and used a whirlwind to fly in the opposite direction. Yet, the beast horde continued to charge towards his location. "It's not the scent of blood. It's those two roars," Li Yuan pondered. The second roar came from the Grandmaster-level beast at the entrance, and the first sounded like a head wolf. Could it also be at the Grandmaster level? He felt a headache coming on. 2 Grandmaster-level battle beasts. That's terrifying. The nearest battle beasts were already closing in. Li Yuan decided to stay put, hiding among the tree branches and leaves. Suddenly, a snow forest bear crashed into the tree he was in. "Just my luck," Li Yuan muttered, teleporting to another tree. Fortunately, the beasts were too focused on escaping to notice him. For days later. Ugh, it really hurts. Li Yuan gritted his teeth as he peeled off his blood-soaked clothes, revealing a gruesome wound on his abdomen. The injury, a gift from the shadow mink he had encountered earlier, was deep and painful. He winced as he recalled how he had ended up in such a dire situation, all because he couldn't resist roasting a rabbit, which had attracted a pack of ferocious war beasts. Despite the excruciating pain, Li Yuan quickly retrieved medical supplies from his dimensional space. He pulled out a bottle of alcohol and a pair of cotton gloves, taking a deep breath to steel himself. After stuffing the gloves into his mouth, he turned his head and poured the alcohol onto the wound. Mph. Even though he bit down hard, the searing pain made his eyes water and his forehead bead with sweat. Once the pain subsided a bit, Li Yuan spat out the gloves and managed a wry smile. "That packs a punch," he muttered. He then sprinkled a layer of yellow medicinal powder onto the wound and wrapped it tightly with gauze. After a moment of thought, he administered an anti-infection injection to be safe. With his wound treated, Li Yuan entered a meditative state. The energy of his pure spirit crystal was nearly depleted, so he dared not use it unless absolutely necessary. After an hour of meditation, He placed his hand over the injury, allowing a green glow to emanate from his palm. While wood-based healing spells weren't as effective as light-based ones, they still sped up the healing process. Li Yuan sighed, realizing he would need to rest for a couple of days. He took out the aromatic roasted rabbit and took a hearty bite, only to wince as the movement tugged at his wound. He had to slow down, chewing carefully and savoring each bite. Before long, he had devoured the entire rabbit and licked his lips with satisfaction. This rabbit tastes way better than the ones outside. Amazing. As night fell, the distant howls of wolves echoed through the air. Li Yuan was no longer startled by it. Every midnight for the past few days, that wolf had howled a few times. He resumed his meditation to restore his magic, noting that the continuous battles had accelerated his training progress. He couldn't help but think that combat truly was the best way to train. His thoughts drifted to Chu Yueming, hoping she wouldn't worry too much. Meanwhile, at the Chu family dinner table, the atmosphere was tense. Chu Yueming hastily ate a few bites before getting up and leaving. Chu Zhonglo quietly asked Feng Wenyao about the search efforts and learned that Li Yuan had indeed entered the snowfall forest, but the search team had been blocked by a grandmaster-level howling ape. Wang Yakan panicked upon hearing this, and Su Yeshua quickly tried to comfort her. Feng Yuxuan suggested keeping this information from Chu Yueming for now to avoid overwhelming her. Back in her room, Chu Yueming stared blankly at her phone. She was both worried and angry, vowing to give Li Yuan a piece of her mind when he returned. Wiping away her tears, she resolved to train hard and not be a burden. She soon entered a state of cultivation, with spiritual energy surging around her, faintly accompanied by the sound of a phoenix's cry. The Lu family estate was brightly lit. Ever since the mysterious intruder incident, security had been significantly tightened. They had also hired several powerful experts to guard the place, at great expense. Dad, any luck contacting Shaylee and the others? Lu Jing stood anxiously at the desk and asked urgently. Lu Yuan was seated behind the desk, a pipe turning slowly between his fingers. He took a deep drag, the smoke swirling around him as he frowned slightly and spoke in a reproachful tone. Why the panic? With such little composure, how will you lead the family in the future? Your older brother is already a lost cause. The future of the Lu family rests on you. Lu Jing suppressed his anxiety and pressed on. Dad, did Shaylee and his men succeed? Lu Yuan sighed deeply, his gaze becoming distant. We can't reach them, so it's likely bad news. It seems that young man was telling the truth. When he returns, prepare a grand gift as an apology. A gift for that guy? Lu Jing clenched his fists and said angrily, why not just send someone to eliminate him? Fool. Lu Yuan slammed the desk and shouted, in the world we live in, there are no permanent friends or enemies. The Lu family's foundation was not easily built. We can't act rashly without understanding the other party's background. If we provoke the wrong people, the entire family could be in danger. Lu Jing felt a chill in his heart and said dejectedly, I understand, Dad. I will personally go to apologize. He then turned to leave. Wait, Lu Yuan asked again. Where's your brother? Lu Jing felt a wave of nausea at the mention. I don't know, probably hanging out with his group of disreputable friends. He couldn't accept how his brother had recently become effeminate, even making flirtatious gestures towards him. Got it. Go rest. Lu Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke, obscuring his expression. In the Northern Territory. Ning, what should we do now? Xiao Junliang paced back and forth anxiously. Zhou Ning took a slow drag on his cigarette, his brow furrowed. I have no idea. The pressure in the Northwest is immense, and we can't spare any skilled personnel. Xiao Junliang said urgently. Are we just going to watch Li Yuan die? Feng Yu has already sacrificed himself. If something happens to Li Yuan, how will we face Uncle Feng? Enough. Zhou Ning shouted sternly. As soldiers, we cannot be swayed by personal feelings. I don't want to see him in danger either, but we can't even get to the entrance. Forcing our way in would only lead to more casualties. Our mission is to protect our country and its people. We can't let any war beasts break through our defenses. Xiao Junliang fell silent. After a long pause, Zhou Ning patted his shoulder, looking westward. Zhou Ning had a hunch that this young man could bring them a great surprise. On the 6th day in the snowfall forest, Li Yuan woke up feeling warm all over. He stretched lazily and was pleasantly surprised to find that his wound no longer hurt as much. Carefully peeling back the bandage, he saw that the scabbed wound, though still ugly, was healing much faster than expected. Stroking his chin, Li Yuan pondered that this must be the benefit of the marrow-cleansing fruit. He replaced the bandage with a clean one and secretly looked forward to the next chance to open a treasure chest. Suddenly, a bell rang outside. Li Yuan, alert, gripped his tang blade and emerged from his snow den. A black and white snow-patterned tiger lunged at him. A gleam flashed in Li Yuan's eyes as he calculated the potential uses for the tiger's skin and bones. Snow slash, he shouted, slashing out 2 blade beams. The snow-patterned tiger easily swatted the beams aside. its tail whipping towards Li Yuan. He teleported to dodge and simultaneously cast a wood element spell to entangle the tiger's legs. The tiger's four paws glowed blue, shattering the bindings. Seeing this, Li Yuan dared not act recklessly. He used Shadow Bind to immobilize the tiger's shadow. The snow-patterned tiger roared and spat out ice spikes. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuan teleported in front of the tiger's mouth and stabbed his tang blade into it, twisting the blade. As the tiger reeled in pain, he forcefully pried open its jaws. Open wide. Li Yuan bellowed, and the tiger's jaws cracked open. He swiftly summoned a military dagger and pulled his hand back. The tiger's mouth snapped shut by inertia, driving the dagger deep into its brain. The tiger convulsed and fell to the ground, and Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully skinned the tiger, separated its bones, and stored the spoils in his dimensional space. Satisfied, he set off towards the distant mountains, looking forward to reuniting with Fengyu. 2 hours later, after a grueling battle, Li Yuan managed to kill a grade Thunder Hawk, sensing a breakthrough was imminent. He immediately sat cross-legged, focusing on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. 10 minutes later, the energy vortex in his dantian stabilized, larger than before. Just as he was rejoicing, a sudden sense of danger struck him. Li Yuan instinctively leaned back as a gray shadow flashed past his eyes. It was the swift shadow mink that had previously injured him. Rage surged within him at the sight of his old enemy, and he vowed to slay it. The swift shadow mink warily shook its head, its claws gleaming with a dark light. Li Yuan repeatedly cast Shadow Bind and Chain Lightning, but the mink dodged them all with agility. Realizing that conventional methods were ineffective, Li Yuan decisively used his ultimate move. Shatter Shadow. He teleported behind the mink, his tang blade slicing through the air with a deadly arc. A tuft of gray fur drifted down. Chirping and squeaking, the shadow mink turned its tiny head to look behind it, where a small patch of fur was missing. It angrily gestured at Li Yuan. Li Yuan sighed in disappointment. The little creature had reacted too quickly. He sheathed his knife, pretending to ignore the shadow mink, and continued walking forward. The mink narrowed its small eyes in confusion, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly leaped forward, its gleaming claws aimed at Li Yuan's back. In an instant, Li Yuan teleported 5 meters away, continuing to walk as if nothing had happened. Thus began a bizarre chase between the man and the beast. Secretly, Li Yuan retrieved some leftover roast meat from his dimensional space and doused it with enough sedative to knock out a cow. He pretended to savor the smell, tearing off a piece and chomping down on it. The shadow mink stared hungrily, drooling. Suddenly, Li Yuan feigned a slip, causing the meat to accidentally fly out of his hands. In a flash of gray, the shadow mink snatched the meat, eyeing Li Yuan suspiciously. He pretended to be furious, shouting and rushing forward to reclaim it. The mink leaped onto a distant tree, calling out triumphantly. After cursing and grumbling for a while, Li Yuan walked away dejectedly. The shadow mink observed him for a moment, then finally succumbed to temptation and started devouring the meat. Soon, it had eaten every last bit and looked towards Li Yuan's retreating figure. Moments later, its eyes closed, and it fell straight from the tree, landing headfirst into the snow. Hee hee! Li Yuan let out a sinister laugh as he yanked a swift shadow mink from its snowy burrow. Li Yuan cruelly toyed with the poor mink until he grew bored, then pulled out his military knife and swiftly ended its life. He skillfully skinned the mink, discarded the carcass, and wiped the blood from his hands with snow. Staring at the towering mountain nearby, Li Yuan felt a surge of excitement and decided to climb to the top to fire a signal flare to summon Fengyu. Shouting bold declarations, he dashed toward the peak. 2 nights later, Li Yuan finally reached the foot of the mountain. As he marveled at its treacherous slopes, a pained howl of a wolf caught his attention. Greed overcame reason, and Li Yuan decided to investigate. He cautiously crawled toward the source of the sound and eventually found himself at the entrance of a dimly lit cave. Inside, a massive white wolf was struggling to give birth. Li Yuan recognized it as a rare moonlit heavenly wolf and felt a surge of joy. Holding his breath, he waited for the right moment. Soon, a pup was born. Li Yuan's eyes gleamed as he imagined presenting the pup to Chu Yueming. However, the wary gaze of the mother wolf kept him at bay, and he reluctantly left. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, Li Yuan heard someone calling out behind him. He turned around in surprise to find Fengyu, whom he had not seen in a long time. After a brief exchange of greetings, Fengyu led Li Yuan to a hidden wooden cabin in a secluded valley. Following Fengyu through a series of twists and turns, Li Yuan arrived at a small valley surrounded by traps set by Fengyu. The valley housed a wooden cabin, and there was no snow accumulation, indicating frequent cleaning. Fengyu pushed open the wooden door and smiled. Come on in. It's a bit simple, but don't mind that. Fengyu's eyes were red and filled with tears. After a moment, he looked at Li Yuan with deep gratitude and sighed. You were too reckless. You shouldn't have come. It's too dangerous here. Li Yuan smiled lightly and patted Feng Yu's shoulder, his eyes shining with determination. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Let's rest tonight and head home tomorrow. Home. Feng Yu's eyes were filled with confusion, as if he had forgotten what home looked like. Li Yuan said nothing more and pulled out an electric razor and a mirror from his dimensional space. Feng Yu stared in shock and then realized, a spatial user. No wonder you made it here. Hope rekindled in his eyes but quickly faded again. Noticing Feng Yu's change in mood, Li Yuan patted his shoulder once more. Don't underestimate me. We will get back home. Feng Yu nodded, acknowledging that while Li Yuan might not be as powerful as he was, breaking through the Grandmaster-level beast's blockade to reach this place proved his strength. The two of them tidied up a bit. Li Yuan discarded some bulky supplies, but carefully stored the tiger whip in his dimensional space. Feng Yu couldn't help but tease him. What do you need that for, with your size? Li Yuan turned around, winked, and gave a meaningful smile. It's for you. Sister Shui misses you every day. You'll need it when you get back. Feng Yu was both amused and annoyed. You brat, what kind of nonsense is in your head? But then he thought about it, and found some logic in it, glancing down at his waist with a thoughtful look. Feng Yu looked at the jerky, bread, and sausages on the ground, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. The next morning, they were ready to go. Feng Yu took one last look at the valley where he had lived for 2 years, then turned away without hesitation. They donned their white cotton clothes, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Just as they left the valley, a wolf's howl pierced the silence, prompting them to quickly hide. The moonlit wolf was out hunting. Excitement flashed in Li Yuan's eyes as he handed his backpack to Feng Yu. If anything happens, follow the red cloth trail, he said. Before Feng Yu could respond, Li Yuan had already climbed up the slope. 10 minutes later, Li Yuan reappeared, holding a wolf cub. Feng Yu was horrified. Are you crazy? That's a moonlit wolf cub. Li Yuan was unfazed, applying some ointment to mask its scent and continued walking. Suddenly, a snow forest bear blocked their path. Li Yuan casually cast fireballs and lightning, easily killing it. Feng Yu was stunned, realizing that Li Yuan had awakened abilities in all elements, sending shockwaves through his mind. After 7 grueling days, they finally approached the exit. Along the way, they encountered a beast tide, where Li Yuan single-handedly displayed his prowess with a blade. Feng Yu witnessed his incredible recovery abilities and became numb to the awe. By now, the wolf cub was weakening, and Li Yuan felt a pang of reluctance. With a serious tone, Feng Yu said, Xiao Yuan, we're about to face the Grandmaster-level roaring ape. It has a mental attack ability, and I've barely escaped with my life twice. Li Yuan casually reassured him, don't worry, it'll be fine. 2 days later, only 3 days remained until New Year's Eve. 2 kilometers from the entrance, Li Yuan put away his binoculars and shook his head bitterly. He had gone too far this time. At the entrance stood 2 colossal beasts, as imposing as mountains. Li Yuan's brow furrowed deeply, and he sighed inwardly at his helplessness. Feng Yu, with a grave expression, spoke in a heavy tone, Xiao Yuan, I'll distract them. You need to escape. Just say you couldn't find me, take care of my parents, and tell Xiao Shui not to wait for me anymore. Li Yuan firmly refused. This is my mess, and I should be the one to fix it. Determination flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. You're still young, with a future ahead of you. To the outside world, I'm already considered dead. You must live on. With that, he resolutely charged towards the beasts. Moved by Feng Yu's words, Li Yuan picked up the wolf pup and teleported to the entrance, holding the pup high and shouting, Look here, I've got the little wolf. The silver moon celestial wolf let out a low growl and, along with the howling ape, charged after him. Feng Yu shouted anxiously, Stop this nonsense, come back. Li Yuan smiled, I'll make it out alive. You go first. With that, he teleported in another direction. The 2 beasts ignored Feng Yu and continued to chase Li Yuan. Watching Li Yuan's disappearing figure, Feng Yu's expression was a mix of despair and guilt. He gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Yuan, hold on. I'll get reinforcements. Feng Yu dashed towards the exit, tearing through any enemies in his path with a whirlwind. His heart was heavy with guilt. This young brother he had just met was sacrificing himself to carve out a path for him. When Feng Yu reached the entrance and saw the sign, his heart ached. After one last look behind him, he dove into the spatial vortex. Emerging on the other side, he immediately pulled out a signal gun and fired it into the sky. 2 kilometers from the entrance to Snowfall Forest, 4 people sat around a campfire, lost in thought, while one kept watch from a higher vantage point. Captain Zhou, we've got a situation, Xiao Junliang suddenly shouted. Almost simultaneously, everyone saw the red flare shooting into the sky. It's that kid. It has to be him. Lu Yin exclaimed with excitement. Just wait, I'll give him a good thrashing when he gets here. Zhou Ning immediately stood up and waved his hand. Move in carefully and stay alert. Feng Yu was at the entrance, fiercely battling the gathered war beasts, covered in blood and looking like a god of war. Who's there? Raise your hands. Shout Junliang shouted at Feng Yu's back. Feng Yu turned around joyfully. Shout Junliang. Zhou Ning, Lu Yin, Tao Hong, Ku Yangqiu. What are you all doing here? Captain Feng. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, Captain Feng is still alive. The six of them embraced tightly, tears welling up in their eyes. All right, we'll catch up later, Feng Yu said urgently. Send out an emergency rescue signal right now. Emergency rescue? That's only for large-scale beast tides. Tao Hong hesitated. Do it now. I'll take responsibility, Feng Yu explained in one breath. Xiao Yuan distracted 2 Grandmaster-level war beasts for me to escape. We can't let anything happen to him. The loss would be too great. Hurry. Without a word, Zhou Ning pressed the red button on the communicator. 20 minutes later, a figure descended from the sky. It was Li Jitong, one of the Northern Frontier Guardians and a Grandmaster-level warrior. He wore a black combat uniform, his face stern and imposing. Sir. The 6 of them saluted in unison. Where's the beast tide? Li Jitong asked authoritatively. Feng Yu quickly explained the situation. Reckless. Li Jitong glared at them. Do you have any idea how much pressure we're under in the northwest? Sir, we must save him, Feng Yu pleaded. No, I need to return to the northwest. Li Jitong refused firmly. Feng Yu's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. Sir, Li Yuan has awakened 3 types of magic. Li Jitong's face shifted. Are you serious? Why haven't I heard of this? Zhou Ning stepped forward. Sir, Li Yuan went from Grank to Drank in just 5 months. Xiao Junliang added, Sir, he can now lift 2,000 pounds. Li Jitong looked puzzled. The Northern Frontiers network wasn't isolated. How could such a prodigy go unnoticed? Lu Yin also stepped forward. Li Jitong's eyes burned with anticipation, eager to hear more about this youth. Lu Yin said slowly, Sir, he can eat an entire leg of a Northern Plains fire pig in 1 meal. Everyone gave Lu Yin a strange look, thinking, are you serious? Li Jitong's expression softened, and he nodded slightly. That is indeed a unique talent. According to what you've said, he's worth my help. You all wait outside. I'll go in and take a look. Thank you, sir. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A system notification sounded, and Li Yuan's face lit up. Feng Yu made it out, fantastic. A woo. The moonlit sky wolf gazed at him coldly. Li Yuan forced a smile, silently praying that Chu Yueming would kindly send him some money. He carefully navigated the system and bought a cleansing fruit. Seeing the purchase confirmation, Li Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find his account had sufficient funds, and he couldn't help but relish the feeling of being supported. He took out the cleansing fruit and held it in his palm. The moonlit sky wolf sniffed it and was about to lick it when Li Yuan quickly hid it behind his back. This is worth $1 million. I can't afford another one, he explained helplessly, though his eyes were filled with tenderness for the little wolf cub. Li Yuan cautiously brought the fruit to the cub's mouth. The little creature sniffed and then bit into it. The cleansing fruit turned into a warm stream that flowed into the cub's body. Both Li Yuan and the moonlit sky wolf watched anxiously, not wanting to miss any changes. Moments later, the cub opened its eyes, which sparkled like black pearls. It first licked Li Yuan's palm, then shakily stood up and let out a soft, babyish howl. Li Yuan was overjoyed, knowing the medicine had taken effect. He placed the cub on the ground and watched as it wobbled towards its mother. The moonlit sky wolf lowered its head and gently licked the cub. Seeing this, Li Yuan sighed in relief and tentatively said, It's all right now. Can I leave? When the moonlit sky wolf didn't respond, Li Yuan tried to sneak away. But after just a few steps, he was caught around the waist by the wolf's tail. Why are you grabbing me? I already apologized. Li Yuan struggled and shouted. Ignoring him, the moonlit sky wolf placed the cub on its back and headed towards the mountains. Li Yuan felt a sinking feeling as he realized his powers had been sealed, preventing him from teleporting away. He tried to negotiate. How about this? I won't run. Can you at least carry me on your back? The moonlit sky wolf paid no attention and reached the mountains within a day, throwing Li Yuan into a cave. The cub stumbled around, and Li Yuan tried to play with it but was stopped by a warning growl from the wolf. As his stomach growled, Li Yuan took out his barbecue tools from his dimensional space and started cooking. The delicious aroma soon filled the cave, even tempting the moonlit sky wolf to sniff curiously. Li Yuan grinned smugly. I knew you'd be tempted. I've added some extra spicy seasoning. He took a few bites himself, then carefully tore the meat into small pieces to feed the cub. The little one ate happily, licking the oil off Li Yuan's hands before falling asleep contentedly. Li Yuan then took out some snow elk meat, carefully roasted it with flames, sprinkled some seasoning, and offered it to the moonlit sky wolf. Too rough. You should savor the food slowly, Li Yuan said as he watched the wolf king gulp it down in one bite. Shaking his head in resignation, he added, I'll cook another piece for you. Eat it slowly this time. In no time, Li Yuan transformed into the grill master, tirelessly grilling meat for the lunar wolf, which had become addicted to it. Li Yuan skillfully flipped the sizzling meat on the grill, the aroma wafting through the air. The lunar wolf watched intently, drooling with anticipation. Each piece of grilled meat was devoured ravenously, its eyes filled with satisfaction. Before he knew it, Li Yuan's stock was nearly depleted. Pouting, he gnawed on a dry piece of bread, silently grateful that he had eaten the best snow night bird earlier. The lunar wolf, still craving more, eyed the bread in Li Yuan's hand. Resigned, Li Yuan pulled out a piece, tore open the package, and tossed it to the wolf. The lunar wolf bit into it, chewed a couple of times, and then showed a look of disdain, losing all interest. After eating and drinking their fill, Li Yuan approached the lunar wolf. It watched him warily, and Li Yuan quickly waved his hand to reassure it. Relax, relax, I'm too weak to hurt you. Just need a spot to sleep. Saying this, he curled up next to the wolf, leaning against its soft fur and fell into a deep sleep. The day's journey had left Li Yuan exhausted. Seeing him sound asleep, the lunar wolf also closed its eyes to rest. Meanwhile, outside the entrance to the snowfall forest, Feng Yu and his team of 6 waited anxiously. Xiao Junliang paced back and forth, while Zoning blew smoke rings and scolded him for being a jinx. Feng Yu remained silent, his feet surrounded by cigarette butts. Suddenly, Lu Yin shouted with excitement, "The chief is out!" Ji Tong emerged, his clothes tattered, and briefly explained the situation. He regretfully stated that he couldn't stay long and had to leave immediately. Feng Yu, emotionally charged, insisted on going in to find Li Yuan. Zhou Ning and the others held him back, persuading him to return home and reassure his family first. Feng Yu struggled internally but was eventually convinced. Lu Yin, take Feng Yu home, he directed. There are still 2 days left until New Year's Eve. Li Yuan stretched lazily and woke up from the cave. The little wolf cub in his arms made him smile warmly. Good morning, little one, he whispered. The cub licked his palm affectionately. Li Yuan looked around but saw no sign of the bright moon sky wolf. Holding the cub, he stepped outside. Suddenly, a massive snow forest bear crashed down beside him, followed by a series of battle beasts landing heavily on the ground. Li Yuan shook his head in exasperation. Do they think I'm a chef or something? The bright moon sky wolf appeared shortly after, a soft glimmer in its eyes. Li Yuan sighed. All right, I'll grill for you one more time. Flames erupted from his palm as he skillfully prepared the battle beasts. He set up a barbecue feast exclusively for the bright moon sky wolf and also roasted a few snow nightbirds for himself. After a hearty meal, Li Yuan looked up towards the mountain peak and curiously asked, Bai Shui, what's up there? Bai Zuyi, the name Li Yuan had given the bright moon sky wolf, shook its head frantically, a look of fear on its face. Li Yuan's brow furrowed. Something stronger than you? A king tier? Emperor tier? Alarm bells rang in his mind. We need to get out of this place. Bai Shui, can you take me back? Bai Shui nodded and crouched down, signaling for Li Yuan to climb on. Excitedly, Li Yuan held the cub, Bai Yu, and mounted Bai Shui's back. This is even better than a tiger jeep, he exclaimed. Bai Shui leaped forward, racing down the mountain. On the way, Li Yuan asked Bai Shui to help him gather some local specialties. By the time they reached the entrance, it was already dark. The gatekeeper, a roaring ape, was injured and growled at Li Yuan. Someone came looking for me? To injure a grandmaster tier roaring ape, they must be formidable, Li Yuan thought. Bai Shui intimidated the roaring ape, which reluctantly backed down. Li Yuan chuckled. You're pretty strong, Bai Shui. Even it fears you. Bai Shui gestured, and Li Yuan understood. All right, I'll grill for you all one more time. He tried summoning the system to buy a body-cleansing fruit, and to his surprise, it worked. He figured Feng Wenyao might have transferred some money, warming his heart. Just as he was about to start grilling, the ground shook violently. The roaring ape herded a group of battle beasts toward them. Li Yuan hid behind Bai Shui, who nuzzled him reassuringly. The roaring ape let out a mighty roar, and the battle beasts obediently lay down. It killed a snow deer and signaled Li Yuan to grill it. 3 hours later, Li Yuan finally fed Bai Shui and De Hui the roaring ape. Before leaving, Li Yuan left the barbecue tools with De Hui, instructing them not to harm humans. He gave both Bai Shui and De Hui a body-cleansing fruit, significantly boosting their strength. As he reluctantly said goodbye, Bai Shui wrapped him in its tail and headed for the entrance, with De Hui scratching its head and following behind. Hey, wake up. That roaring ape is out, and there's a bright moon sky wolf too. Is this the end of the world? 20 minutes later, Li Jidong descended from the sky once more. As soon as De Hui saw Li Jidong, he glared angrily and let out a series of low growls. Li Yuan patted De Hui's leg reassuringly and said with a smile, All right, De Hui, let's bygones be bygones. It's all behind us now. De Hui turned his head away in displeasure. Li Jidong stood there, dumbfounded, watching Li Yuan interact harmoniously with the battle beast. He couldn't help but hold his forehead and ask, "Can someone explain what's going on here?" Lu Yin chuckled and said, "We had the same expression just a while ago." Zoning stepped forward and briefly explained the situation. After listening, Li Jitong's eyes gleamed as he stared at Li Yuan. "Kid, you've done something extraordinary. This is the first time anyone has managed to coexist peacefully with a battle beast." Li Yuan grinned. "What did you expect? I'm quite the charmer. By the way, you need to make sure your people don't harm Dehui, Bai Shui, and Bai Yu." Li Jitong pondered for a moment and then promised, "If they are as you say, I won't make the first move." Dehui gave him a disdainful glance. Li Jitong, suddenly trembling like a child, asked, "Is it looking down on me?" Li Yuan quickly tried to smooth things over. "No way, it says you're awesome. Right, Dehui?" He gave Dehui's leg a gentle pinch. Dehui reluctantly nodded. "All right, Dehui and Bai Shui, you can head back now. Remember to guard the gate, and there'll be red fruits for you later," Li Yuan said, waving goodbye with a smile. Dehui laughed, showing its teeth, and gave Li Jitong another disdainful look before swaggering back to the snowfall forest. Li Jitong forced a smile and waved, causing Lu Yin and the others to stifle their laughter. Li Yuan stroked Bai Shui's soft fur and said, "Bai Shui, you should go back. I'll visit you whenever I can." Suddenly, Bai Shui nudged Bai Yu towards Li Yuan. Realizing what Bai Shui meant, Li Yuan asked, "Do you want me to take Bai Yu with me?" Bai Shui nodded reluctantly, tears welling up in her eyes. "I understand, you're worried about the mountain, right?" Li Yuan said thoughtfully as he picked up Bai Yu. Li Jidong quickly asked, "What mountain? The big one inside? What's up there?" Li Yuan shook his head. "I don't know what's up there either, but it can't be anything good if even Bai Shui is afraid." Li Jidong's expression turned serious as he fell into deep thought. Bai Shui walked into the snowfall forest, looking back every few steps. Bai Yu watched his mother's retreating figure and let out a confused cry. Li Yuan comforted him. "We'll come back to see your mom." Li Jitong's intense gaze fell on Bai Yu, prompting Li Yuan to cover Bai Yu with his clothes. Li Jitong asked with a smile, "Your name is Li Yuan, right? How about joining the Northern Frontier Army?" Li Yuan shook his head repeatedly. "I'm only 16, still in high school." "Not now. No problem, you can continue your studies. I'll make an exception for you. Join us whenever you want." "Thanks, but I'll have to ask my family first," Li Yuan deflected. "That's fine. Do you prefer the rank of captain or major?" "Hey, don't walk away, listen to me." Li Jitong chased after him. Zhou Ning and the others exchanged glances. Xiao Junliang said enviously, "I'm feeling a bit jealous. What should I do?" Ku Yangqiu patted his shoulder. "This is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person." Lu Yin wondered aloud. Why is the commander acting so differently than usual? They returned to the large camp. Inside the tent, Li Jidong racked his brain. "The more I look at you, the more familiar you seem, but I can't recall where I've seen you." Li Yuan smiled. "We both have the surname Li. Maybe we were family 500 years ago." Li Jidong nodded, letting it go. "All right, I'll head back now. You must come to the Northern Frontier Army someday." Li Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed. Got it. Please, just go." Li Jidong gave him one last look, then stepped outside and soared into the night sky. Li Yuan watched enviously. "I wonder when I'll be able to fly like that." Zhou Ning and the others approached Li Yuan and bowed in unison. Li Yuan was puzzled. "What are you guys doing?" "Thank you for bringing Feng Yu back." "No need to thank me, it was the right thing to do. I'm a bit tired, so I'll head to bed. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow." Li Yuan finally got to sleep peacefully, holding Bai Yu close as he dreamt of reuniting with his loved ones. What? Grounded? Li Yuan stood in the empty airport terminal, his face full of disbelief. Zhou Ning explained with a wry smile, "Air traffic control. Feng Yu caught the last flight of the year. The next one won't be for another week." Li Yuan stomped his foot in frustration. "How am I supposed to get back? The train is too slow." Zhou Ning sighed. "The fastest way is by plane. Any other transport will take several days." Li Yuan paced back and forth, slapping his forehead. Suddenly, Zhou Ning had a brainwave. "How about I contact someone higher up to see if they can arrange a plane for you? But don't get your hopes up too high." Li Yuan's face lit up with joy. "What are you waiting for? Contact Li Jitong right away." 20 minutes later, Zhou Ning finally got through to Li Jitong. Due to the urgent situation, Li Jitong arranged a fighter jet to take Li Yuan back. Zhou Ning called out, "Let's go. The nearest Air Force base is a 5-hour drive." Li Yuan eagerly followed. 5 hours later, they arrived at an Air Force base in Beiming province. It took Li Yuan quite an effort to pass through multiple security checkpoints. Seeing the beautifully designed fighter jets on the tarmac, Li Yuan was awestruck. "Awesome, they're so cool." The 8-barrel cannons on the fighter's nose glinted in the sunlight, and the missiles hanging underneath looked even more imposing. Zhou Ning chuckled, "Stunned, aren't you?" All the paperwork is done. You'll be taking off in half an hour. Li Yuan gratefully said. Thank you and Happy New Year. Zhou Ning waved goodbye. Happy New Year. Looking forward to fighting alongside you in the future. Half an hour later, Li Yuan boarded the latest series fighter jet. He fastened his seatbelt, put on his oxygen mask, and waited excitedly for takeoff. 3 hours later, the pilot, Zhang Yin, reminded him, "We'll reach the drop zone in 5 minutes. Prepare for the jump." Li Yuan replied, "Got it. Thank you and Happy New Year." The cockpit canopy opened, and the wind roared. Counting down, 3, 2, 1. Li Yuan leapt out. As Zhang Yin closed the canopy and prepared to return, he suddenly noticed the unused parachute in the back seat. His eyes widened. Holy crap! He jumped without a parachute? At 9 p.m. on New Year's Eve, the food on the Chu family's table had gone cold. Chu Zhonglo sighed. With the air traffic control in Bear City, the earliest Li Yuan can get back is the third day of the new year. Chu Yueming's eyes welled up with tears, and she kept twisting her hands nervously. Just as Feng Yu was about to explain, a familiar voice came from the doorway. "I heard someone calling me handsome." Chu Yueming jumped up, knocking over her chair. Li Yuan grinned. "Your knight has returned, princess." Chu Yueming rushed over and hugged him tightly, even biting his shoulder. The others gathered around, both surprised and delighted. Wang Yakin playfully hit Li Yuan a few times with a broom. Li Yuan pulled a white feathered bundle from his backpack, and Chu Yueming was immediately smitten. The others tactfully found excuses to leave, leaving the couple alone in the living room. The living room was now just Li Yuan and Chu Yueming. "Hey, don't be mad." Li Yuan tugged at Chu Yueming's sleeve. Chu Yueming huffed, "Picked up by you," and sat on the sofa, ignoring Li Yuan. Li Yuan grinned sheepishly and in a soft voice said, "I promise to take you next time. Please forgive me." Chu Yueming still didn't respond. In a moment of desperation, Li Yuan grabbed her head and kissed her. 5 minutes later, Chu Yueming, her face flushed, nestled in Li Yuan's arms. He stroked her soft hair and smugly said, "Got you, didn't I?" He pointed at Bai Yu and asked, "What's this little one's name?" Chu Yueming glanced at him and softly replied, "Bai Yu. Her mom's name is Bai Shui. He'll take you to see her next time." Li Yuan gazed at her tenderly and nodded. Chu Yueming suddenly waved a small fist threateningly. "If you ever leave me behind again, I'll bite you." Li Yuan, looking at her enticing lips, couldn't help but kiss her again. She responded passionately. Suddenly, a cough interrupted them, and they quickly pulled apart. Li Yuan nonchalantly whistled while Chu Yueming looked down to hide her embarrassment. Feng Yuxuan called out, "Dinner's ready." 8 people gathered around the dining table, enjoying each other's company. Feng Yuxuan raised her glass with a smile. "Xiao Yuan, here's to you." Li Yuan immediately stood up and downed his drink in one gulp. Everyone burst out laughing, and Li Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. It had become a reflex. The New Year's Eve dinner was lively. Li Yuan shared stories from the Northern Territory while Feng Wenyao drank heartily, eventually needing Li Yuan and Feng Yu to help him to his room. The others retired early as well. After washing up, Li Yuan looked at himself in the mirror. He was now 175 centimeters tall, his facial features more defined, less boyish, and more mature. He quietly slipped into Chu Yueming's room, where she was petting Bai Yu. "Get out. Who let you in?" Chu Yueming said coldly. Li Yuan grumbled inwardly about her changing moods but shamelessly climbed into bed, only to be kicked off by her. Li Yuan pretended to clutch his stomach and moaned in pain. Chu Yueming glanced at him suspiciously, then softened and quickly got out of bed to check on him. "Are you okay? Where does it hurt?" Li Yuan seized the moment, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. Chu Yueming weakly struggled for a moment before melting into his embrace. The room's temperature rose as the two, separated for a long time, kissed passionately. Li Yuan's hands roamed, and the girl in his arms turned to putty, her cheeks and earlobes flushing a tempting pink. Suddenly, Chu Yueming pushed him away, lifted his shirt, and upon seeing the scars, burst into tears. Li Yuan smiled wryly and gently wiped her tears. "Don't cry, I'm fine." Chu Yueming caressed the scars gently and asked softly, "Does it still hurt?" Li Yuan shook his head. "It healed a long time ago." He picked her up and laid her on the bed. They gazed into each other's eyes, filled with affection. Suddenly, Chu Yuming's ears twitched. "What's that sound?" Li Yuan listened intently for a moment before chuckling. "Oh, you'll be asking me for tiger penis tomorrow." Chu Yueming looked puzzled, and Li Yuan whispered a few words in her ear. "You're terrible. I'm not talking to you anymore," she said, blushing and pulling the covers over herself. Li Yuan slipped under the covers and whispered, "Good night, sweetheart." "Good night, Bai Yu." Chu Yueming playfully bit his ear, "Good night." On the first day of the Lunar New Year, firecrackers boomed outside the villa. They smiled at each other and exchanged morning greetings. Chu Yueming helped Li Yuan with his clothes, while he brushed her hair. Chu Yueming sweetly said, I think I'm close to breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Li Yuan was overjoyed and showered her with praise. Su Yeshua handed them red envelopes, and Chu Yueming's eyes turned into crescents. Thank you, Sister Shui. Thank you, Brother Feng Yu. Li Yuan, with a mischievous look, put his arm around Feng Ye's shoulders and whispered, Need help? Feng Yu touched his waist and nodded. Su Yeshua eyed them suspiciously. What are you two whispering about? Li Yuan laughed. Just ensuring my brother's happiness. After breakfast, Feng Wenyao and his wife took Feng Yu to visit an elderly home, and the Chu family did the same, leaving the young couple at home. Zhou Qiang ran over excitedly and hugged Li Yuan. Boss, I missed you so much. Li Yuan patted his back, pleased to see Zhou Qiang looking more robust, his movements full of explosive power. He quietly pulled Zhou Qiang aside and asked, How did it go? Zhou Qiang pounded his chest in assurance. Don't worry, boss. My cousin is a top-notch hacker. The stuff is already on all the major websites. It's pretty intense. How did you get it? It made me sick just watching it. Li Yuan handed him 2 thick red envelopes. Great job. These are for you and your cousin. Zhou Qiang couldn't refuse and accepted them, showing Li Yuan his phone. The pixelation is well done. Excellent work. Li Yuan praised. He had asked Zhou Qiang to upload a video of the Lu family online as payback. Watching the video, Li Yuan couldn't help but retch. Turn it off, turn it off. What are you two talking about? Is there something fun online? Let me see, Chu Yueming said, pulling out her phone. Li Yuan panicked and quickly grabbed her phone. Nothing interesting. Let's take Bai for a walk in the yard. Okay. Chu Yueming nodded in agreement. Bang. This is outrageous. Lu Yuanjing smashed a valuable porcelain piece into pieces. Lu Xian knelt in front of the desk, heavily made up and reeking of strong perfume. Lu Yuanjing pointed at him, his voice trembling. Disgraceful. You've brought shame to the Lu family. Lu Xian remained silent, feeling utterly despondent. Ever since the doctor declared him impotent, he had let himself go and started living a new life. Lu Yuanjing waved his hand, tiredly saying, Go back to your room. You're not to leave for 6 months. Lu Xian strutted away. Lu Jing, burning with anger, asked, Dad, are we just going to let him get away with this? Lu Yuanjing looked older and more weary. Carry on as usual. Delete the photos and videos, and send a generous gift. That guy's background is unknown, so we'll tolerate it for now. Lu Jing gritted his teeth and agreed. Li Yuan looked at the description of the ice crystal heart necklace, feeling delighted. He went to the garden and placed the necklace around Chu Yueming's delicate neck. The young girl was overjoyed and kissed him on the cheek. Just as Li Yuan was about to explain the necklace's effects, the doorbell rang. Lu Jing arrived with gifts, his attitude humble. Li Yuan eyed him coldly but still accepted the gifts. Chu Yueming, holding Bai Yu, asked about the situation. Li Yuan explained that it was a show of force from the Lu family. The two exchanged smiles, hiding their true intentions. After lunch, Li Yuan distributed cleansing fruits to everyone, mysteriously boasting about their benefits. The group, half believing, half doubting, went back to their rooms to consume the fruits. Li Yuan pulled Chu Yueming into their room and shut the doors and windows. They both swallowed the fruits, and soon, Li Yuan was in excruciating pain, while Chu Yueming felt nothing. The entire afternoon, the villa echoed with screams. Chu Yueming put on headphones and considerately covered Bai Yu's ears. By evening, Li Yuan emerged from the bathroom, renewed and 3 centimeters taller. Pervert, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Chu Yueming threw a pillow at him, covering her eyes with her hand, though she left a small gap between her fingers. Li Yuan put on his clothes and led Chu Yueming downstairs. After tidying up his attire, Li Yuan took Chu Yueming's hand. They exchanged smiles and walked downstairs together. In the yard, the barbecue grill was already set up, and the charcoal was burning brightly. Li Yuan skillfully retrieved a snow night bird from his dimensional space, carefully washing and marinating it. Chu Yueming stood silently beside him, helping out, a hint of curiosity in her eyes, but she didn't ask any questions. The aroma quickly filled the air, and Chu Yueming couldn't help but swallow, her eyes full of anticipation. Bai Yu was even more excited, drooling as he circled around Li Yuan. Li Yuan chuckled and reassured him, Don't rush, it will be ready soon. He himself couldn't resist feeling his mouth water. The meat turned golden and crispy. Li Yuan picked the most tender piece and handed it to Chu Yueming. Try it, it's just mildly spicy. Chu Yueming eagerly took a small bite, her eyes crinkling with satisfaction as she smiled. Li Yuan looked at her tenderly. Is it good? Have some more. Chu Yueming nodded repeatedly, savoring the delicious taste in small bites. The enticing smell attracted Zhou Qiang, who came over with a look of delight. Boss, what smells so good? Li Yuan handed him a whole roasted snow night bird. You got here fast. Take this back and share it with your family. Zhou Qiang was deeply grateful and ran home joyfully. Su Yeshua and Feng Yu were drawn by the aroma as well. Chu Yueming was pleasantly surprised to see that Su Yeshua looked even more beautiful. Feng Yu had also regained his former vitality, with all his hidden injuries healed. They both thanked Li Yuan, who quickly waved off their gratitude. We're all family, no need to be so formal. Come, try some of the barbecue. Soon, the Feng and Chu families also came out, looking rejuvenated. As Li Yuan continued to grill the meat, he complimented everyone on how young and beautiful they had become. The atmosphere was filled with joy and laughter. Li Yuan felt a deep sense of happiness and gratitude, silently vowing to protect these kind-hearted people. After the meal, Li Yuan quietly led the three elders to the storage room. Seeing the room filled with rare treasures, Chu Zhongluo's eyes lit up. Li Yuan distributed tiger whips and jokingly suggested that the two couples have another child. Feng Wenyao and Chu Zhongluo politely declined, saying that the children they already had were enough. During the following spring festival, Li Yuan devoted his time to being with Chu Yueming while diligently training. His awakening level broke through to Clevel, and the elemental compass unlocked new abilities. Although the training for the 9 provinces song was challenging, he remained undeterred and persistent. Bai Yu thrived under everyone's affection, and Feng Yu returned to the northern regions, with both families setting a wedding date for early autumn next year. Time flew by, and soon it was the Lantern Festival. The city of Qizhou was brimming with joy, and everyone wore broad smiles on their faces. The temple fair here was more grandiose than in other places. After listening to Wang Yakan recount the legend of the Rain God Temple, Li Yuan chuckled inwardly. Isn't this just a dual-element practitioner awakening? If that's the case, wouldn't that make me an omnipotent deity? However, he kept these thoughts to himself and silently accompanied Wang Yakan to offer incense. Upon entering the temple, a massive ginkgo tree came into view, its trunk so thick that it would take a dozen people to encircle it. Beneath the tree stood an elderly man, holding a wooden talisman, dressed in a light yellow robe, and wearing a small black cap. His goatee swayed gently in the breeze, and his every movement exuded a touch of otherworldly grace. The talisman prominently displayed a yin-yang fish and 8 trigrams pattern, with the large characters, fortune-telling, clearly visible below. Wang Yakan took the incense pouch from Li Yuan and whispered, "Wait here for me, I'll go to the main hall to offer incense." Li Yuan nodded, his gaze naturally drawn to the ginkgo tree. Countless red ribbons hung from its branches, swaying gently in the breeze. Unconsciously, he walked over to the elderly man. Suan Kong stroked his beard and smiled warmly at Li Yuan. "You've arrived." Li Yuan was taken aback. "I've arrived? You knew I was coming?" "I knew you were coming, which is why I waited here for you." The old man replied with a mysterious smile. "How did you know I was coming?" Li Yuan pressed. "The secrets of heaven must not be revealed." Suan Kong responded cryptically. Feeling a bit awkward, Li Yuan wondered how he had ended up talking to this old man. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the old man say, "Young friend, wait." Suan Kong extended the wooden talisman, blocking Li Yuan's path. "What? Are you trying to force a deal?" Li Yuan squinted his eyes, a cold glint flashing through them. Suan Kong maintained his gentle smile, but a sharp glimmer flickered in his eyes. He stroked his beard and slowly began to speak. "Young friend, no need to rush. Hear me out first." Li Yuan snorted coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "Fine, speak. Let's see what kind of trick you're playing." Suan Kong's eyes shifted to the young girl standing behind Li Yuan. He chuckled. "The girl behind you is no ordinary person." Li Yuan remained expressionless, silently watching him. Suan Kong shook his head and sighed softly. "Forget it. I can't see through her. Nor do I dare to. Gods are not for mere mortals to fathom. Let's talk about you instead." Li Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, his lips tightening unconsciously. Suan Kong continued, "The so-called divination is to reveal the signs to people. When the 8 trigrams are formed, they all become the taiji. From this, the 2 forms and 16 hexagrams are born, then the 32 and 64 hexagrams, leading to the myriad changes in the world. Among all living beings, there are those with great fortunes and great misfortunes, those who live long and those who die young. Everyone has their own fate." Li Yuan's expression changed slightly, his tone becoming more respectful. "What exactly are you trying to say, sir?" Suan Kong stroked his beard and sighed. "You are somewhat different, and whether this anomaly is a blessing or a curse is hard to predict. I have cast a divination for you." With that, he handed Li Yuan a piece of paper. "Whether it's a good or bad omen, don't be too disheartened. Just follow the will of heaven. Our meeting today is fated, so this reading is free. If we part ways and meet again, I will have to charge you then." After speaking, Suan Kong's expression suddenly changed. He quickly calculated with his fingers, grabbed his wooden banner, and hurried out of the Rain God Temple. Li Yuan looked at the paper in his hand and slowly unfolded it. It read, "Pure Yang hexagram, the Qian hexagram. Qian represents strength, perseverance, and self-improvement. The 9-5 line says, 'The dragon flies in the sky.' It is beneficial to see great people. This hexagram indicates that if you strive hard, you will become a key figure influencing the situation, no matter where you are. Li Yuan crushed the paper into powder and threw it into the trash, his mind racing with thoughts. Chu Yueming stood beside him, curious. What were you two talking about? Li Yuan smiled slightly. Nothing much. What do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you. At that moment, the rain god temple suddenly shook violently, and a loud noise echoed through the air. Is it an earthquake? Chu Yueming exclaimed. She looked sharply at the main hall, her expression serious. There's a very malevolent aura there. Thudding sounds continued to resonate. Li Yuan shouted, stay here. I'm going to save Aunt Wang. The rain god temple descended into chaos, with people panicking and fleeing in all directions. Security personnel shouted through loudspeakers, don't push. Evacuate in an orderly manner. Li Yuan stepped on the 7 stars, using the 9 provinces step technique to flash into the main hall. He saw Wang Yakin sitting on the ground, staring in terror at the rain god statue. Aunt Wang, are you okay? Li Yuan quickly helped her up. Wang Yakin, trembling, pointed at the statue. I'm fine. The rain god statue just shook and emitted a golden light. It's a divine manifestation. Li Yuan supported Wang Yakin and, with a step, instantly appeared beside Chu Yueming. Suddenly, someone shouted, we can't get out. What's happening? Li Yuan looked up to see the entire rain god temple enveloped in a bowl-shaped golden light. He shouted, don't panic. Everyone, come behind me. The crowd, like helpless leaves, flocked to Li Yuan. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming exchanged a glance, and she nodded resolutely. He then walked towards the main hall. Wang Yakin advised, be careful, Xiao Yuan. Before she finished speaking, a blinding light erupted from the main hall, with golden runes floating in the air. Li Yuan observed carefully and thought to himself, luckily, I studied the rune class well, or I wouldn't understand this. It seems to be a sealing formation. What's sealed inside? Chu Yueming mentioned an evil aura. He suddenly remembered the fortune teller's parting words, difficult to part ways. He cursed silently, damn that old charlatan for running off without a word. Suddenly, the rain god statue flew up, breaking through the roof and hitting the golden light barrier, shattering into pieces. Li Yuan waved his hand, and a whirlwind scattered the fragments. A chilling voice emanated from the main hall. Hehehe, am finally free. 1500 years, 1500 years. Tang Zhujian, you're dead after all. Stop your nonsense. Li Yuan snorted, appearing instantly before the shadow, his Tang saber glowing with a clear light, slashing down hard. With a clang, the blade clashed with the shadow, sparks flying. The clear blade trembled continuously, and the shadow was shrouded in a dark mist. The shadow slowly turned its head, revealing an ugly face. It smiled wickedly, little brat. Are you in such a hurry to die? Li Yuan, seeing its sharp teeth, narrow eyes, and over 2-meter tall frame, couldn't help but mock, you're ugly. Swallowing Chu, Li Yuan shouted, his Tang saber crackling with lightning as it slashed out. The shadow easily caught the blade between 2 long, glowing fingernails. Holy light. Li Yuan's left palm emitted a blinding white light. The shadow quickly shut its eyes, howling in pain. Ah, my eyes. Songxue. Fragmented shadows. Li Yuan seized the opportunity, his saber slashing continuously, sparks flying. The shadow quickly adapted to the light and opened its eyes. Little brat, are you scratching me? Li Yuan cursed under his breath, damn. This thing is tough. Are you a turtle? Flame thunder flash. A bolt of lightning struck the shadow from above. The dark mist dissipated, revealing its black body covered in sharp spikes. The shadow reached out to grab Li Yuan, who swiftly dodged. Vine Entangle, Earth Quagmire, Shadowbind, Golden Spiral. Li Yuan cast spells in rapid succession, filling the main hall with colorful lights. The elemental compass spun so fast it nearly smoked. Li Yuan, panting, stared at the shadow in shock. What is this thing? Its defense is terrifying. The shadow suddenly roared and lunged at Li Yuan. He dodged and spread his fingers, wind slash, water dragon cascade. The shadow swiftly pursued. Sunshine. Li Yuan's saber spun back, sending a powerful blade beam slashing out. The shadow's hand emitted a dark glow, clashing with the blade beam. With a thunderous crash, the rain god temple collapsed. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Yuan. Wang Yakin called out, extending her hand. Chu Yueming looked worriedly at the collapsed temple and tried to reassure her. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air as a grotesque monster burst out from the rubble. Wang Yakin gasped, oh my god, are we worshipping a demon? Chu Yueming's face turned stern. Aunt Wang, be careful. I'm going to help, she said. With that, she lightly tapped the ground and gracefully leaped towards the battlefield. Ice spikes, Chu Yueming shouted, and the air crystallized into sharp, chilling ice spikes that shot towards Anlin. Li Yuan quickly retreated 10 meters. Anlin sneered and reached out to crush the ice spikes, but they pierced through his hand, freezing the black blood instantly. A flash of surprise crossed Anlin's eyes, followed by a lecherous grin as he stared at the descending Chu Yueming. Li Yuan dashed to Chu Yueming's side, frowning. Didn't I tell you to stay with Aunt Wang? Why did you come over? Chu Yueming stuck out her tongue. I'm here to help you. Aunt Wang is fine. All right, your powers seem effective against him. I'll distract him. You hit him with everything you've got, Li Yuan said, resigned. Chu Yueming nodded excitedly. Standing on a nearby building, Zhang Ding was thrilled to see Awakened Ones in action. Team leader, what is that monster? I've never seen anything like it, he asked. The team leader shook his head. Don't ask me. I've never seen it either. Whatever it is, it's not good. Li Yuan wielded his long sword to keep Anlin occupied while Chu Yueming continuously hurled water balls and ice spikes, like a human Gatling gun. Anlin, infuriated, roared, You damned brats. He turned to attack Chu Yueming. Staying calm, she conjured a stream of water into an ice sword. With a swift movement, she slashed a terrifying wound on Anlin. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he mimicked Chu Yueming, forming a flaming sword. He dashed behind Anlin and struck, severing one of Anlin's arms. Anlin screamed in pain. The fire of the sun. Damn it. Who are you people? Fear showed on his face. Despite his formidable body, he couldn't withstand the extreme heat and cold. You lowly creatures have angered me. I'll tear you to pieces and offer you as sacrifices. Anlin howled. He squeezed a few drops of blood, drawing a black hexagram in midair. Li Yuan was about to deliver another blow when a powerful force sent him flying. Chu Yueming caught him midair, concerned. Are you all right? She asked. Li Yuan replied seriously. I'm fine. That guy used a secret technique. Be careful, he's desperate now. Anlin's wounds began to heal rapidly, and a new arm grew in place of the severed one. What kind of creature is this? It can regenerate limbs? Li Yuan exclaimed. Chu Yueming slashed at Anlin with her ice sword, sending out several sword beams. Li Yuan dodged behind Anlin, narrowly avoiding a black energy attack. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a festive, traditional jacket descended from the sky. The president is here, everyone exclaimed. The newcomer was Fansong, the president of the Qi City Magic and Martial Association, a master-level metal element Awakened One. Fansong stared at the golden barrier and asked, What's going on? Zhang Ding respectfully reported the situation. Fansong touched the golden light, frowning slightly. This barrier is very strong. Even with my power, it'll take some time to break through. I'll start breaking the formation. You all fall back. Li Yuan, panting with a bleeding arm, watched as Chu Yueming gracefully fought Anlin, her movements as fluid as a butterfly. A poem came to his mind. In the past, there was a beauty named Gongsun, whose sword dance moved the world. Anlin laughed wickedly. Little beauty, why don't you join me? I can already smell the delicious scent on you. It's intoxicating. Chu Yueming's face remained cold, her eyes icy. If not for the ordinary people around, she would have unleashed her full power long ago. Li Yuan quickly formulated a plan and suddenly had an idea. He touched the golden barrier and extended his spiritual energy with his eyes closed. 5 minutes later, he shouted, Get ready. Chu Yueming threw out 2 sword beams and quickly retreated. Just as Anlin reached out to grab her, 2 golden rune chains descended from the sky, binding his legs. Anlin roared and struggled. Tang Zhu Jian. Even after all these years, you still haunt me. I'll dig up your grave. Li Yuan moved to Chu Yueming's side and said, We can only hold him temporarily. Let's hit him with our strongest attacks together. Chu Yueming nodded in agreement. A wave of intense heat and a wave of extreme cold erupted simultaneously. Sunlight slash. Li Yuan swung his flaming sword, sending out a tumper-long blade beam. Ice Phoenix Strike. Chu Yueming followed up with a phoenix-shaped sword energy. Anlin formed claws with his hands, slashing out 2 claw beams. Boom. A powerful gust of wind tore through the golden barrier, kicking up clouds of dust. Li Yuan's figure flickered, and he seamlessly blended into the crowd. He waved his hand, deflecting the flying debris, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Chu Yueming waved her hands, sending water orbs like meteors towards the explosion's center, trying to contain the disaster. As the dust settled, a massive ice sculpture emerged, glowing with a faint blue light. Cracking sounds echoed as fissures spread across its surface. A gleam flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. With a light tap of his toes, he shot into the sky like an arrow. His flaming sword traced a brilliant arc in the air, striking down with fury. No, die! Li Yuan roared, his sword unstoppable. The ice sculpture split cleanly in half. Flames erupted from Li Yuan's palms, engulfing the remnants. The fire roared, emitting a sharp sizzling sound. Smells awful, Li Yuan muttered, covering his nose as he looked at the burning corpse. Chu Yueming gently lifted his arm, checking his wounds with concern. Are you okay? She asked softly. Li Yuan patted her small hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. Suddenly, the golden barrier shattered, dispersing into countless golden lights. Fan Song teleported in front of them, staring at the flames with a grave expression. What is this thing? He asked. No idea. He claimed to have been sealed here for 1,500 years by someone named Tang Zhujian. Li Yuan quickly replied. Tang Zhujian? Isn't that the name of the rain god? Fan Song murmured, frowning. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming walked over to Wang Yakan. She was crying as she looked at Li Yuan's wounds. The rescued pilgrims gathered around, thanking them profusely. Li Yuan smiled reassuringly. No need to thank us. Just leave this place quickly. They're students from number 1 high. That girl is Chu Yueming, the champion of the youth singer competition in the Qizhou division. An excited middle-aged woman shouted. Isn't this the boy who exposed the corruption? What a hero. Let's go back and make some banners to thank them. Fan Song bowed deeply to the two. On behalf of the Qizhou Magic Martial Association, thank you. They quickly stepped aside. Li Yuan scratched his head. No need to thank us. We were just trying to protect ourselves. Fan Song smiled warmly. Regardless, you saved many lives. I'll commend you to your school and help you apply for an award. Looking at the devastated rain god temple, Li Yuan timidly asked, we don't have to pay for the damages, do we? Fan Song laughed heartily. No, you won't have to pay. Someone will handle it. Relieved, Li Yuan said. Then we'll head back. Goodbye. Zhang Ding. Yes, President? There are still spots for the exchange competition, right? Add these two in. But President, Chu Yueming and Li Yuan are just freshmen. The competition is meant for seniors. Make it happen. This time, Qizhou needs to shine. Back in the car, Li Yuan's palm glowed with a milky white light as he healed his wounds instantly. Wang Yakan watched in amazement. That evening, Zhou Qiang brought a bunch of fireworks. The dazzling display lit up the affluent neighborhood like daylight. The three had a blast until 11:30 p.m., reluctantly heading home to rest as school started the next day. Hey, when did you get a tattoo? Chu Yueming asked, surprised, as she looked at Li Yuan's smooth back. Huh, I don't have a tattoo, Li Yuan said, straining to look at his back. Chu Yueming took a picture with her phone and handed it to him, pouting. Then I want to get one too? Don't be silly, Li Yuan said, enlarging the image for a closer look. The tattoo was entirely black, centered with a symbol surrounded by black patterns. It seems like an ancient seal of the character Li, Chu Yueming said uncertainly. Li Yuan searched his memory but found nothing. He muttered to himself, whatever, I'll just scrape it off if it bothers me. I can heal it with my light powers anyway. Catching Chu Yueming off guard, Li Yuan pushed her down, savoring her sweet scent. School started at number 1 high. Students greeted each other in new clothes, all seeming a year older. Many girls secretly slipped Li Yuan love letters, which Chu Yueming promptly shredded. No one dared to give Chu Yueming a love letter. After all, Li Yuan had once broken the bones of over 20 seniors in the cafeteria, earning him a fearsome reputation. In the morning, many people came to present banners, all rescued pilgrims from the Rain God Temple, accompanied by reporters. Seeing the commotion, Li Yuan immediately jumped out of the window, leaving Chu Yueming to handle it alone. The principal beamed with pride, awarding them a 200,000 yuan bonus. After wandering around, Li Yuan returned to the classroom. Chu Yueming grabbed his ear, making him yelp in pain. Only after he explained that it was to boost her exposure for future competitions did she tenderly blow on his ear. Li Yuan, Chu Yueming, come here, Su Yeshua called from the doorway. What's the good news, Shuejia? Are you pregnant, or something? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Li Yuan asked while rubbing his ear and grimacing. A sly glint flashed in Su Yeshua's eyes, and she smiled slightly. It's good news for you guys, that's for sure. At that moment, she looked like a young girl in her prime. Yet her eyes held the charm of a mature woman. Li Yuan pressed on. Come on, tell us. Su Yeshua gave a mysterious smile. I'll let the expert explain it to you. The three of them walked into the meeting room, where the principal of Yizhong was already waiting. A stranger stood up and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Zhang Ding. We met yesterday at the Rain God Temple. Li Yuan nodded and shook his hand, puzzled. What can I do for you? Zhang Ding got straight to the point. I want to invite you two to participate in the National High School Exchange Competition. Li Yuan was confused. Isn't that for senior students? We're just freshmen. Zhang Ding smiled and explained. This is a special arrangement by the president. You two have the qualifications. Li Yuan thought for a moment and asked, what's in it for us? Zhang Ding replied. The Ling Pool at Jingpo Lake is about to open. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait another 3 years. Su Yeshua chimed in. Jingpo Lake is a small interdimensional vortex in the capital. The spiritual energy concentration inside is dozens of times higher than outside. It opens once every 3 years. To enter, you need to be among the top 3 teams in the National High School Exchange Competition, which is conducted in 6-person teams. Li Yuan nodded. I'm in, but I have one condition. He looked at Zhang Ding. I need 3 slots. My friend is a clever Earth Awakener, skilled in both magic and martial arts. Zhang Ding smiled wryly. I can't make that decision. Li Yuan persisted. Then help me get in touch with President Fan. Zhang Ding pondered. I can try, but it's unlikely. Even with your 2 spots, the team is already full. Li Yuan pointed at Chu Yueming. She's a half-step grandmaster in the mutated ice element. I'm a clever in both magic and martial arts, and it only took me 6 months to awaken 4 elements. I can guarantee a top 3 finish. With a thud, the principal of Yizhong picked himself up from the floor and righted his chair, embarrassed. No problem, no problem. Please, continue. Zhang Ding was stunned, mumbling, half-step grandmaster, 4-element awakening, in 6 months. His mind was blank. Are these really freshmen? When Fan Song heard the news, he was completely dumbfounded. Fan Song's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the report in front of him. Not only had Li Yuan awakened 4 different powers, but he was also proficient in both magic and martial arts. Even more astonishing was that he had reached Clevel within just 6 months. Such talent was unheard of, a true prodigy among prodigies. Fan Song immediately decided to meet all of Li Yuan's demands unconditionally. At that moment, Zhou Qiang was in the classroom showing off his muscles, unaware that a big opportunity was about to fall into his lap. The competition was scheduled to be held in the capital in a week, with 200 high schools from across the country participating. Coincidentally, the Young Singers competition would also take place at the same time and place. Li Yuan calculated that he couldn't afford to miss the rewards from either event. For the next 7 days, Li Yuan was as busy as a spinning top. During the day, he trained Zhou Qiang intensively, and at night, he practiced singing with Chu Yueming, seizing every moment to prepare for both competitions. At Qizhou Airport, when Li Yuan and his 2 companions arrived, Zhang Ding and the others were already waiting. Zhang Ding smiled and asked everyone to introduce themselves. Zhang Bin, Jiang Yanyan, and Lu Qing, 3 sophomores, introduced themselves first. When it was Li Yuan's group's turn, their introductions left everyone in shock. Li Yuan, 17 years old, clever in both magic and martial arts, awakened with fire, wind, lightning, and light powers. Zhang Bin and the others were stunned, unable to believe their ears. They looked at Zhang Ding, who nodded in confirmation. Instantly, the 3 sophomores gazed at their juniors with admiration, their eyes full of shock and anticipation. Jiang Yanyan exclaimed excitedly, "This is awesome! We're definitely making it to the top 10 now." Lu Qing pumped his fists, eager to spar. "Can't wait to have a match with you." Zhang Bin reverted to his usual melancholic demeanor, his presence almost negligible. Jiang Yanyan, now a little fangirl, pleaded for Chu Yueming's autograph. Chu Yueming smiled and obliged, signing her name beautifully on Jiang Yanyan's clothes. Zhang Ding interrupted the group, suggesting that Chu Yueming should be the team leader. Chu Yueming declined and recommended Li Yuan instead. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Li Yuan would be the team leader. The group boarded the plane through a special channel, set to compete at the Four Directions Stadium in the capital in 2 days. Chu Yueming's competition would be held at the broadcasting station across the street, making the timing and location very convenient. At 2 p.m., the 7 of them arrived in the capital. Just as Zhang Ding was about to arrange accommodation, Li Yuan smiled and said, "No need, I've already taken care of it." Everyone looked at him in confusion, just as Wei Jingming walked over with a broad smile. The 2 embraced warmly, and Wei Jingming invited everyone to get in the cars. 2 Rolls-Royces were waiting outside, causing Jiang Yanyan to exclaim in amazement. Wei Jingming led them to the Misty Rain Hotel, a 5-star establishment located opposite the Four Directions Stadium. He handed each person a key card for a presidential suite and arranged for 2 drivers to be at their service. Zhang Ding felt it was too extravagant and suggested that they share rooms to save costs. After thinking for a moment, Li Yuan agreed to this suggestion. Wei Jingming then took everyone to a luxurious private dining room. The table was laden with a feast, including 2 golden, crispy water-singing ducks, which were incredibly rare battle beasts. Under Wei Jingming's warm hospitality, everyone relaxed and enjoyed themselves, drinking and eating heartily. 2 hours later, they all left feeling thoroughly satisfied. Wei Jingming mysteriously invited Li Yuan. "Got some free time this afternoon? Come with me to see something interesting?" Li Yuan readily agreed and set off with Chu Yueming alongside Wei Jingming. The night was like a tide, with brilliant stars scattered across the sky. The capital city, an international metropolis, boasted a nightlife far more vibrant than that of Qizhou. Neon lights flickered, and the streets were bustling with traffic. On Yeoman Street, large red lanterns formed a fiery dragon, enhancing the festive atmosphere. Li Yuan was munching on a sugar-coated hawthorn stick, while Chu Yueming held both cotton candy and a similar treat, her lips sticky with syrup. Wei Jingming suggested they visit Fongyuan Pavilion to hunt for treasures. Li Yuan was eager, but Wei Jingming reminded him to be cautious. Inside Fongyuan Pavilion, the crowd was thick, and all sorts of rare and precious items were on display. Li Yuan curiously observed the masked buyers, while Wei Jingming quietly explained the rules of the place. Suddenly, a young man with dyed yellow hair jeered. Wei Xiao, here to spend more money? Wei Jingming frowned and responded coolly. Kong Yuan, stop bothering me. Kong Yuan persisted, winking at Chu Yueming. Hey beauty, want to hang out with me? Chu Yueming stared icily at him, and Wei Jingming decisively led their group away. As Kong Yuan cursed behind them, a sharp slap echoed, and he spun around from the impact of a slap. Before Kong Yuan could react, another slap landed. A tall man approached, looking gravely at Li Yuan. What's your name, friend? He asked. Li Yuan crossed his arms and sneered. Li Yuan, a nobody. The man seemed pensive, about to speak, when a clear voice interrupted. An elegant man walked in, and the crowd parted for him. Wei Jingming respectfully greeted him as cousin. This was Li Tianyi, who glanced around, pausing slightly on Chu Yueming. Li Tianyi spoke kindly. For Jingming's sake, apologize, and we'll let this go. Li Yuan scoffed. Apologize? Who do you think you are? The room fell silent. Wei Jingming turned pale, while Chu Yueming stepped forward, her demeanor icy. Just as tensions were about to erupt, a commanding voice filled the room. Everyone, disperse. Hanji immediately turned to leave, while Kong Yuan glared at Li Yuan unwillingly. Li Tianyi shrugged and reminded Wei Jingming to watch his friends. Wei Jingming sighed in relief, scolding Li Yuan for causing trouble. Unfazed, Li Yuan curiously asked about the voice. Wei Jingming whispered, the owner of Fongyuan Pavilion, a powerful figure in the Wangjing realm. Li Yuan gasped in shock. There are 3 known top-tier warriors in the Hua Kingdom, and 8 at the secondary tier. Jiang Feng is a fire element warrior of the secondary tier who opened this trading venue in the capital many years ago. He lives a leisurely, retired life. Though he has an eccentric temperament, he enjoys a good reputation in the capital. Li Yuan had heard that Jiang Feng was also a fire element warrior, which made him feel a bit closer to him, as his own first awakening was also fire element. Wei Jingming advised, all right, go browse around and see if you can find any treasures. Just don't cause any trouble. Li Yuan grinned. Got it. As long as no one messes with my sweetheart, I'll be on my best behavior. Chu Yueming's eyes curved into crescents at his words, feeling sweet inside. Li Yuan curiously asked, why did that Kong Yuan call you the bringer of wealth? Wei Jingming's face darkened instantly, and he gritted his teeth. Don't ask. It's humiliating. Li Yuan patted his shoulder. All right then, I've already avenged you. In a couple of days, you should hear some news. Earlier, he had bought a unique talisman for $500,000 and slapped it on Kong Yuan while hitting him. For a man, this was more devastating than a slap. Li Yuan never showed mercy to his enemies. Wei Jingming thought Li Yuan was only referring to the slap and didn't pay much attention. The 3 of them wandered among the stalls, with Li Yuan constantly using advanced appraisal techniques to inspect the items. They found a decades-old kitchen knife, a 100-year-old plow, and even a modern bicycle handle being touted as a rare weapon. Li Yuan almost couldn't hold back from confronting the stall owner. Despite their browsing, they didn't find anything worthwhile. Li Yuan was curious about what Wei Jingming had bought, but Wei remained tight-lipped and refused to say a word. Upon reaching the 3rd floor of Fongyuan Pavilion, there were fewer stalls and more shops. Chu Yueming tugged at Li Yuan's sleeve. Li Yuan, there's a stone gambling area over there. Wei Jingming was surprised. You know about stone gambling? Li Yuan grinned. Did you forget? I won that car from a stone gamble. Then let's take a look. I've tried it a few times and always lost everything, Wei Jingming said, his face darkening further. As soon as Li Yuan started examining the stones, he realized the quality here was much better than the shop in Qizhou, but the prices were also steep. Even if something good was found, there was little profit to be made. He shook his head in resignation. How is it? Wei Jingming asked. Not bad, but no profit, Li Yuan replied, putting down the stone and moving to another shop. Acting like some stone appraisal master, Kong Yuan sneered from the side. Persistent as a leech, aren't you? Li Yuan suddenly raised his hand. Kong Yuan quickly turned his head in fear, only to slam into an advertisement board. Chu Yueming giggled, covering her mouth. Li Yuan scratched his head, puzzled. What's up with him? Acting so desperate? Wei Jingming's mouth twitched. Kong Yuan was about to say something but quickly shut up when he saw Li Yuan raise his hand again. Li Yuan turned to Hanji and said, your brother-in-law seems a bit off. Maybe you should get him checked out. Though, it's probably hopeless. Let him enjoy whatever he wants to eat. Chu Yueming laughed so hard she had tears in her eyes, pinching Li Yuan's waist. The 3 of them moved to another shop, with Kong Yuan trailing behind. Li Yuan picked out a stone with a 66 pure spirit crystal content. Boss, how much for this one? 5 million. Li Yuan calculated that there was still some profit. I'll take it. Give me your account details. I'll pay 6 million. Kong Yuan interjected, pushing forward. Li Yuan frowned. Boss, I saw it first. Isn't this against the rules? Kong Yuan retorted, you haven't paid yet, so why can't I offer more? If you have the guts, outbid me. The boss, knowing Kong Yuan, dared not say anything. Li Yuan, filled with frustration, said, 7 million, 15 million, 18 million, 20 million. It's yours, Li Yuan said, putting down the stone and walking away. Loser, Kong Yuan scoffed at Li Yuan's back. From then on, wherever Li Yuan went, Kong Yuan followed. In no time, Li Yuan had made Kong Yuan spend over 100 million. Aside from the first stone, the others had very low pure spirit crystal content. Han Ji advised, Kong Yuan, calm down. That guy is clearly setting you up. Kong Yuan's face twisted in anger. I know, but I'm spending money to vent my anger. Li Yuan walked into a new shop and loudly asked, Boss, do you have any worthless black stones? Someone's willing to pay a high price. The boss, a gentleman in his 50s, smiled. I actually do. A batch of raw stones arrived today, and among them are a dozen black stones I was planning to use to press pickles. Li Yuan's heart raced. These could very well be the high-quality pure spirit crystals, or even divine crystals he had encountered in Chizhou. Please show them to me, thank you. The boss, Songless Han, smiled and instructed his assistant to fetch the stones from the corner. He then turned to Li Yuan. Why are you looking for these worthless stones? Li Yuan chuckled, glancing in a certain direction. Just trying to help you make a good sale. Some people have more money than sense. The worker placed a dozen black stones into a small basket and brought it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan held his breath and carefully picked up one of the stones. The system panel flickered, showing a pure spirit crystal content of 88. His heart raced as he suppressed his excitement and continued to check. On the 7th stone, his eyes lit up with a brilliant glow. Pure divine crystal content at 85. Feigning nonchalance, Li Yuan called out to Songless Han, Boss, how much for these stones? Stroking his beard, Songless Han chuckled. If you want them, take them. They're of no use to me. That's not right. Li Yuan pretended to be serious. I'll start the bidding. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. The crowd was stunned. Li Yuan scratched his head and looked at Kong Yuan. Why aren't you bidding anymore? Kong Yuan sneered. I'm not stupid. Spending millions on worthless stones? You can keep them, fool. Li Yuan feigned urgency. Then why were you competing with me earlier? Go on, bid. Or are you out of money? It seems like you're the one who can't pay. Kong Yuan laughed even harder. Li Yuan pouted and turned to Wei Jingming. Brother Ming, want to chip in? How much should I contribute? Wei Jingming asked nonchalantly. 3 million? And I'll give you 2 stones, Li Yuan said with a sullen face. Boss, give me your account number. I'll transfer the money. Songless Han quickly waved his hand. No need, they're not worth much. Li Yuan insisted. A man should keep his word. Consider it a lesson learned. Reluctantly, Songless Han accepted just 20 million. Once the transaction was completed, Li Yuan's face lit up with joy as he hugged Chu Yueming and cheered. Wei Jingming was dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that they actually bought something valuable? So much money, they really gave 30 million. Songless Han stared at the transfer notification, a bit surprised. Li Yuan transferred 30 million to Songless Han without hesitation. The latter looked at the notification on his phone, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's not much, you deserve it. Honestly, I got a bargain. Songless Han nodded repeatedly, silently admiring the young man's generosity. The assistant swiftly packed a dozen black stones into a burlap sack and handed it to Li Yuan. Kong Yuan looked incredulous. You actually bought it? Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. Li Yuan shot him a disdainful glance, swung the sack over his shoulder, nearly hitting Kong Yuan. Who's the fool here? Move aside. The three walked towards the 4th floor. Wei Jingming couldn't help but ask, do you really have that much faith in these stones? Li Yuan glanced around to make sure no one was nearby and whispered, when you have some free time, search for these stones. I guarantee you'll make a fortune. Wei Jingming was half skeptical. Is it really that amazing? Li Yuan gave a mysterious smile. You'll see tonight. Although Wei Jingming was still confused, he didn't ask further and began to focus on the items in the shop. Li Yuan noticed some interesting things, but they were too expensive and of no use to him and Chu Yueming. Wei Jingming picked out a few items and asked Li Yuan to appraise them. After scanning them with his appraisal skill, Li Yuan tossed them back onto the counter. Wei Jingming looked reluctant, doubting Li Yuan's judgment. Li Yuan had no choice but to drag him away, silently lamenting that this lucky star lived up to his reputation. They arrived at the stone workshop sword shop, where Yin Laowu greeted them obsequiously. Ah, young Master Wei, you're back. How's the sword you bought last time? Wei Jingming frowned as if he'd swallowed a fly. It's okay. Do you have anything better? Yin Laowu eagerly began showing him around. Wei Jingming picked up a sword that gleamed coldly, ran his fingers along the blade, and handed it to Li Yuan. The moment Li Yuan took the sword, he judged it to be junk, not even bothering to use his appraisal skill before tossing it back onto the counter. Yin Laowu picked it up, distressed. Young man, be gentle, it's expensive. Li Yuan shrugged and turned to Wei Jingming. Brother Ming, do you like using swords? Wei Jingming nodded absent-mindedly. Yeah, my family has a traditional sword technique. Li Yuan waved at Yin Laowu. Boss, let's not waste time with these. Bring out your best. Seeing the beautiful woman beside Li Yuan, Yin Laowu mistook him for a wealthy second-generation heir and quickly went to fetch his treasures. Li Yuan glanced around and noticed a pile of rusty, broken metal in the corner. Wei Jingming explained, those are just some junk old Wu collected. Nothing worth looking at. Yin Laowu returned, carrying several long sword cases. Thank you for waiting. Please take a look. Wei Jingming was surprised. Old Wu, since when did you start hiding stuff? Why haven't I seen these before? Yin Laowu quickly explained, you misunderstand. These are recent acquisitions. One of them is even a masterpiece by Master Miao. It cost me a fortune. Wei Jingming's breath quickened. A masterpiece by Master Miao? Let me see. He trembled as he took the most prized sword case from Yin Laowu. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming leaned in as well. Wei Jingming carefully opened the case, and a dazzling light burst forth. When the light faded, a beautifully crafted silver-white long sword adorned with luxurious gems was revealed. Yin Laowu handed over white gloves, and Wei Jingming eagerly put them on, carefully lifting the sword, his eyes filled with fervor. Li Yuan curiously asked, who is this Master Miao? Yin Laowu respectfully explained, Master Miao, full name Miao Ligua, is a renowned swordsmith in Huagua. His works are always top-notch, and many people spend a fortune trying to get a sword from him. Li Yuan nodded, acknowledging the sword's impeccable appearance. But he knew that in this world, a sword's primary function was combat, not just aesthetics. He reached for the hilt. Let me see. Yin Laowu quickly shouted, young man, wear gloves. But Li Yuan had already drawn the sword, a flash of white light appearing. Wei Jingming's eyes widened. No matter the cost, I want this sword. Li Yuan frowned slightly, feeling something was off. It was too light. He flicked the spine of the sword, producing a buzzing sound. Yin Laowu nervously exclaimed, young man, be careful. This sword is precious. Li Yuan's hand glowed white as he used a high-level appraisal skill. Moments later, he sneered. The sword weighs 2.6 pounds, with medium-grade material and hardness, rated as good. It's just for show. Wei Jingming took the sword and performed a sword flourish, looking extremely pleased. Old Wu, how much? I want this sword. Yin Lao's eyes lit up, about to name a price, when a voice interrupted, hold on, I want that sword too. Li Tianyi approached with Kong Yuan and Han Ji. Wei Jingming's face fell. Cousin? Li Tianyi patted his shoulder, smiling. Jingming, I'm sorry. As your cousin, I shouldn't take what you want, but I really need it. I hope you understand. Li Yuan internally scoffed. What an act. Never mind. It's their family affair. He turned and walked towards the pile of rusty metal, using his appraisal skill on each piece. High-grade material, medium hardness, rated as good. High-grade material, high hardness, rated as excellent. Too bad they're all damaged. These weapons must have been buried underground for a long time to rust this badly. Li Yuan picked up a heavy, long object covered in an unknown substance. He tried scraping it off but couldn't. He casually used his appraisal skill, and the result made his eyes light up. Prismatic glazed iron, a rare material for forging weapons. Even a small piece can enhance a weapon's strength. The sword weighs 4.2 pounds, with high-grade material and hardness, rated as excellent. Well, I've struck gold. By then, Li Tianyi had paid nearly 2 billion for the sword. Wei Jingming's eyes were filled with unwillingness, but he was helpless. Li Yuan, holding the long object, joked. What's wrong? You look like you've been boiled. Wei Jingming forced a bitter smile. Kong Yuan, emboldened by the people around him, sneered. You really like picking up junk everywhere you go, don't you? What have you found this time? Li Yuan raised the rod and jabbed it towards Kong Yuan. Just take a look. If you like it, it's yours. Kong Yuan took 2 steps back in disgust, his lips curling slightly downward. Get that away from me. It's filthy. Keep your distance. Li Yuan retracted the rod and turned to Yin Laowu. Boss, how much is this? Yin Laowu, feeling quite pleased with himself, replied offhandedly, I bought it for 2,000. Pay what you think is fair. Li Yuan turned to Wei Jingming, putting on a shameless smile. Brother Ming, I'm out of money. Could you cover this for me? Kong Yuan laughed maliciously upon hearing this. Haha, can't even afford junk? Serves you right for trying to show off. Wei Jingming, resigned, took out 5,000 from his wallet and handed it to Yin Laowu. Li Yuan glanced at Li Tianyi, feeling an inexplicable aversion. He placed the rod horizontally in his hand, and suddenly, flames burst from his palms. The temperature around them soared, but Chu Yueming, standing beside him with a smile, seemed unaffected. Wei Jingming and Yin Lao Wu, however, stepped back repeatedly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Li Yuan. The newcomer, muscular and seemingly in his 50s or 60s, had the physique of a much younger man. Everyone bowed. Feng Wang. The man was Zhang Feng, one of the 8 kings of Huaguo and the owner of Fengyuan Pavilion. He stared intently at the flames in Li Yuan's hands and raised his hand to isolate Li Yuan. Flames continued to pour from Li Yuan's hands, completely enveloping the rod. The black material gradually dissipated, revealing a dazzling array of colors from within the cracks. Prismatic glazed iron. Zhang Feng exclaimed softly. Chu Yueming understood and conjured an extremely cold tray from her fingertips. 5 minutes later, the prismatic glazed iron had completely fallen away, cooled into neatly squared bricks. All that was left in Li Yuan's hands was a long sword, radiating a sharp aura. Zhang Feng's eyes gleamed with desire as he reached out and snatched the sword. Li Yuan was displeased. Old man, that's mine. Stealing from a kid. Aren't you ashamed? The crowd shrank back. Wei Jingming quickly scolded. Xiao Yuan. This is Feng Wang, the owner of Fengyuan Pavilion. Watch your mouth. Zhang Feng toyed with the sword for a moment before returning it to Li Yuan, sighing. Our ancient predecessors were truly extraordinary. This forging technique is advanced even by today's standards. I want this sword. Name your price. Not for sale. Li Yuan replied without even looking at him and walked over to show off to Wei Jingming. Seeing this, Zhang Feng asked, Kid, what's your name? Interested in becoming my apprentice? Li Yuan yawned. Not interested. Zhang Feng was taken aback. You don't know who I am? Of course I do. Feng Wang. Do you know how many people want to be my apprentice? Not my concern. I'm not interested. Chu Yueming couldn't help but chuckle at the two staring each other down. In the end, Li Yuan agreed to let Zhang Feng help forge a shield for him, with any extra material serving as the fee. Wei Jingming's sword was also left with Zhang Feng. The three of them got into the car and headed back to the hotel. Wei Jingming remarked, Today has been the most exciting day of my life. Li Yuan stretched his neck with a lecherous grin. The most exciting? Isn't that usually the first time you roll in bed with your girlfriend? Ouch, okay. I was wrong. Stop pulling my ear, babe. I'm sorry. Chu Yueming gritted her teeth angrily. Let's see if you dare to talk nonsense again. Everyone burst into laughter. After returning to the hotel, Li Yuan called Wei Jingming to his room. Without hesitation, he broke open a piece of black raw stone and handed it to him. Wei Jingming's eyes widened as he received the stone. He carefully cradled the 2 pristine spirit crystals as if they were rare treasures, and drifted back to his room in a daze. Li Yuan watched his retreating figure with a satisfied smirk. Aren't you going to open the last one? Chu Yueming's gaze fell on the remaining black stone. Li Yuan shook his head, his expression suddenly serious. No, not yet. Who knows what might happen? What if that dumb bird inside you comes out again? As soon as he finished speaking, a faint phoenix cry echoed from within Chu Yueming. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow and taunted. You can't come out, can you? Ha! Not only will I insult you, but I'll also bully your master. With that, he scooped Chu Yueming up and tossed her onto the bed before pouncing on her. Her startled cry was silenced by his kiss, and she gradually melted into his embrace, surrendering to his advances. The next morning, Wei Jingming, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the restaurant. Li Yuan, munching on a fried dough stick, teased. Whose cabbage did you steal last night? You look like you got beat up. Wei Jingming grabbed 2 buns and 2 eggs and sat next to Li Yuan. Xiao Yuan, these things are too valuable. I can't keep taking advantage of you. We came to the capital to treat you well, but you've been giving me gifts non-stop. Li Yuan waved it off. Don't be so formal. You've done a great job arranging everything. From the first time I met you, I felt a special connection. Peeling an egg, Wei Jingming mused. You know, the last time we met, I felt like I'd seen you somewhere before. Uncle Chu interrupted us then. But now that you mention it again, you do resemble my mom a bit. Li Yuan's hand shook, and the fried dough stick fell into his soy milk. Chu Yueming quickly handed him a napkin. Li Yuan tried to stay calm. Don't tell me I'm your long-lost brother. Wei Jingming shook his head. No, that's impossible. My mom had complications during my birth and couldn't have more children. But she did have a twin sister who married into the Li family and passed away years ago. I never heard of her having any kids. Li Yuan felt a jolt but casually asked, Then, why do you call Li Tianyi your cousin? It's about the family hierarchy. Our families are related by marriage. My aunt's husband was Li Tianyi's 3rd uncle, who also passed away. Do all Li family members have a black tattoo on their backs? Li Yuan asked nervously. Wei Jingming nodded. Yes, it's no secret. All Li family children get an ancient script, Li tattooed on their backs shortly after birth. The Li family has a long history, with a powerful legacy. Li Yuan nodded absent-mindedly, and Chu Yueming held his hand, looking worried. Wei Jingming asked, "What's wrong?" Li Yuan snapped out of his thoughts. "Nothing, just curious. We upset some Li family members yesterday, and I was worried about retaliation." Wei Jingming took a big bite of his bun. "Don't worry. The Li family has strict discipline." Li Yuan responded absent-mindedly and quickly finished breakfast before heading back to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, sorting through all the information. Chu Yueming quietly stayed by his side. Li Yuan's eyes suddenly sharpened as if he had figured something out. Li Shuangdao, the person imprisoned in the Lu family's dungeon. He speculated that during the internal strife in the Li family, his original parents entrusted him to Li Shuangdao. Li Shuangdao fled to Qizhou with him, but was ambushed and imprisoned by the Lu family. The reason Li Shuangdao was still alive was that the Lu family wanted to find out his whereabouts. The original Li Yuan might have been hidden in an orphanage by Li Shuangdao. Li Yuan gritted his teeth. The Lu family was involved too. The internal strife was likely a power struggle for the family head position. The current head must be the mastermind. No wonder I can't stand Li Tianyi. Turns out he's an enemy. Wei Jingming is indeed my brother, though just a cousin. Taking a deep breath, he said, "The Li family is too powerful. I need to plan carefully to avoid direct confrontation. I wonder what my original parents looked like and how much I resemble them." Suddenly, Li Yuan pulled out a knife. "Darling, help me cut off the tattoo on my back." Chu Yueming was stunned, tears welling up in her eyes. I can't. It will hurt too much." "It's okay. If you do it quickly, it won't hurt as much. I can use light magic to heal it instantly," Li Yuan said firmly. Trembling, Chu Yueming took the knife, tears falling to the floor. Li Yuan removed his shirt and bit down on it. Chu Yueming wiped her tears away, a flash of determination in her eyes. She understood Li Yuan's intention and silently vowed to make their enemies pay 100-fold for his pain. With a swift motion, a piece of flesh with the tattoo flew off. Li Yuan's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and he groaned in pain. Trembling, he raised his hand, and a soothing white light enveloped his body. 2 minutes later, Li Yuan spat out the piece of clothing from his mouth. "That was intense. Do you see any more?" Panting heavily, Li Yuan asked. Chu Yueming gently patted his back and checked carefully. "No, it's all clean." Li Yuan grinned, bent down, and picked up the tattoo piece. "Wow, you've got some skills," he said, putting the tattoo into a dimensional space. Chu Yueming raised an eyebrow. "Do you know something?" Li Yuan shook his head. "Nope, I'm fine now. Even though the Li family is prestigious, I don't want to reconnect. Besides, soldiers can't have tattoos." Chu Yueming wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his neck. "If anything happens, don't hide it from me." "Don't worry," Li Yuan reassured her, patting her hand. Zhang Ding handed over a stack of documents. "Here is the information on the contestants. It's incomplete, but take a look. Focus on teams from the capital, Shanghai, and Tianjin National Defense High School, but don't overlook the other teams." Li Yuan flipped through the pages, noting that the captains of the key teams were all rated A, while the other members were brat. "Leader Zhang, what's the best result our Qizhou team has ever achieved?" Zhang Ding gritted his teeth. 99th place. Li Yuan nodded in understanding. Zhou Qiang excitedly pointed at the documents. "Boss, the team from Linen is full of beauties, and there are even some cute girls." Li Yuan leaned in to look, but suddenly felt a chill down his neck. Behind him, Chu Yueming's cold voice said, "Do you like beauties and cute girls?" Li Yuan quickly explained, "I'm just scouting the competition." Zhou Qiang, don't be swayed by appearances. Even if they're wearing black stockings, stay focused. Zhou Qiang scratched his head. "But what if they really are wearing black stockings?" Li Yuan patted his shoulder. "Show your strength on the field, and you might win their hearts." "So, that's what you think too, huh?" Chu Yueming's eyes flashed with a hint of menace. 2 days later, early in the morning, everyone gathered their weapons, ready to set off. Zhou Qiang couldn't put down the shield he was playing with. It was obtained by Li Yuan from Jiangfeng the previous night. Li Yuan tested the shield's defensive power, and even a Tang sword couldn't leave a scratch on it, showcasing its impressive defense. The Xifang Stadium was several times larger than the Qizhou Stadium, divided into dozens of competition arenas. Led by Zhang Ding, the 6-member Qizhou High School team entered the venue and took their seats under the guidance of the staff. Half an hour later, the host took the stage to give a speech, introducing the grand event with 1,200 contestants from 200 cities nationwide. He emphasized the harshness of the competition and the preciousness of life. As the team captain, Li Yuan stepped forward to draw lots. After rubbing Chu Yueming's hand for good luck, he drew number 9 and was thrilled. Returning to the team, they discussed the order of appearance. Zhou Qiang and Lu Qing had a disagreement, but settled it with rock, paper, scissors. The competition began, and Zhou Qiang easily defeated 6 opponents in a row, showcasing the strength he gained under Li Yuan's guidance. On the second day, he advanced to the top 50, and on the third day, he made it to the top 25. Chu Yueming and Jiang Yinyan didn't even get a chance to compete. Li Yuan confidently predicted they would get a bye in the next round, and he was right. Everyone was amazed and praised Li Yuan's incredible luck. Li Yuan looked at Chu Yueming tenderly, reflecting on how everything had changed because of her. The Imperial Capital Broadcasting Station. Li Yuan accompanied Chu Yueming through security and into the building. A staff member guided them to a dressing room. Li Yuan gently closed the door and turned to Chu Yueming with a smile. Don't be nervous. You've been through big events in Qizhou, and there aren't that many people here yet. Chu Yueming clung to his arm and said sweetly, but these people are all champions, and they're really strong. Feigning hurt, Li Yuan said. Are you looking down on the songs I've written? Chu Yueming quickly shook her head. No way. Your songs are amazing. I can't even imagine how your brain comes up with such great music. Then what are you worried about? Relax. Li Yuan placed the makeup bag on the dressing table. Do you still need makeup? Chu Yueming softly replied. No, I've already put on light makeup. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Li Yuan opened it and was surprised to see Xia Yang standing outside. Xia Yang greeted warmly. What? Not happy to see an old man like me? Li Yuan quickly stepped aside. Of course not. Please come in. Chu Yueming greeted politely. Hello, Grandpa Xia. After sitting down, Xia Yang asked with concern. How's the preparation going? Chu Yueming answered honestly. Pretty good, just a bit nervous. Xia Yang reassured her. Don't worry. This time, I'm personally supervising, so there won't be a repeat of last time. An hour later, the competition officially began. Li Yuan sat in the audience, closely observing each contestant's performance. He noticed a girl named Mu Xiaoma, who had a gentle appearance and a beautiful, soft-voiced, formidable opponent. The competition ended with Chu Yueming advancing to the top 16. As they were about to leave, Mu Xiaoma approached, asking for Chu Yueming's autograph and inviting her to lunch. Later, the three of them went shopping together. In the evening, they had hot pot for dinner before reluctantly parting ways. Back at the hotel, Chu Yueming excitedly flipped through the photo album. Li Yuan massaged her feet and couldn't help but complain. You ignored me all afternoon. I felt like a ghost following you around. Feeling a bit guilty, Chu Yueming offered to massage Li Yuan's shoulders. Suddenly, Li Yuan scooped her up and carried her to the bathroom. An hour later, they were cuddled up in bed. Li Yuan stroked Chu Yueming's back, deep in thought. That girl. Chu Yueming immediately became alert. Are you attracted to her because she's pretty? Li Yuan shook his head. You need to be careful. You never know someone's true intentions. Chu Yueming dismissed his concern, teasing that he was just jealous. Li Yuan didn't say more. He quietly gave her a full-body massage. After Chu Yueming fell asleep, Li Yuan stood by the window, gazing at the night skyline of the imperial capital, lost in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Mu Xiaoma, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. The lingering doubts weighed heavily on his mind, making it hard to breathe. Li Yuan returned to bed, holding Chu Yueming close as he slowly drifted into sleep. The Qizhou team entered the top 13 effortlessly, drawing attention from various factions and becoming the biggest dark horse of this exchange competition. Fan Song couldn't hide his joy. The performance of the Qizhou team had made him a prominent figure in the National Magic and Martial Arts Association. If it weren't for his official duties, he would have personally gone to the site to congratulate them. Full of anticipation, Zhou Qiang asked, Today there are 13 teams. We won't get a bye again, will we? Everyone's eyes turned to Li Yuan. Li Yuan rolled his eyes and snapped. One bye is enough. Don't push your luck. But deep down, he was unsure and didn't dare to make any bold claims. The big screen flickered with the random match results and finally settled on bye. Number 9. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What the heck? Number 9 gets a bye again. There's definitely some foul play here. Li Yuan was also stunned, wondering if he really had become a child of fortune. Other contestants erupted in protests. The staff had no choice but to consult Li Yuan, asking if they should redraw. Naturally, Li Yuan refused and argued with the staff. Zhang Ding stepped in to mediate, deciding on another random draw. His concern wasn't the rankings, but giving Li Yuan's team more experience. Chu Yueming comforted Li Yuan from the side. Don't be upset. We can definitely win the championship. The staff, relieved, hurried back to prepare. Several teams stared intently at the big screen, hoping for good luck. The results settled again by number 9. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Li Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, smugly saying, See, even the heavens favor us. The staff approached for the third time, and this time, Li Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond, saying only, Do whatever you want. The third random draw concluded by number 9. The entire venue fell silent. Li Yuan sighed and shook his head. Life is as lonely as snow. The organizers had to suppress the crowd's anger and proceed with other matches. Li Yuan stayed to observe the other teams. The Capital Team and the Magic City Team faced off, and the match was unexpectedly intense. Another dark horse, the Linen Team, was composed entirely of strong female fighters. Zhou Qiang watched with great interest. Boss, there really are girls in black stockings. Li Yuan continued to watch while rubbing his bruised arm. Chu Yueming pouted, clearly unhappy. The teams that advanced were Jin Guahai, Magic City, Linen, Green City, Yang City, Rong City, and Li Yuan's Qizhou team. The Capital Team unexpectedly fell into the losers bracket, leaving them dejected. Zhang Ding frowned. Something's off. The Capital and Magic City teams are equally strong, but Magic City won easily. Li Yuan pondered. Maybe they're conserving their strength. After all, there's still a chance in the losers bracket. Zhang Ding nodded in agreement. The Capital Team's captain is indeed no ordinary person. That evening, Mu Xiaoma invited Chu Yueming out, and Li Yuan stayed behind to study the other team's profiles. He drew a big question mark on the Capital Team's profile, wondering, could it be Kong Yuan or my dear cousin? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. When Chu Yueming returned, Li Yuan greeted her with a hug. Did you have fun today? Chu Yueming smiled sweetly. Mu and I went to a pottery workshop. It was so much fun, but my pottery wasn't very good. Li Yuan massaged her shoulders. Next time, I'll go with you. The next day, the goddess of luck favored the Linen Team. The Qizhou team faced off against the Green City team. Li Yuan quickly arranged the lineup. Zhou Qiang goes first, then Jiang Yinyan, Lu Qing, Zhang Bin, and Chu Yueming and I will anchor. Jiang Yinyan pouted. Why am I so early? Li Yuan laughed. It's time to get some exercise. Don't get rusty. Everyone put their hands together and cheered. Let's go. The first opponent was Fang Hongliang, a crank warrior wielding dual sticks. Zhou Qiang tapped his shield. Boss, I'm going in. Li Yuan reminded him. Be careful. The match began, and Zhou Qiang unleashed a snow slash, sending 2 blade beams toward Fang Hongliang. Li Yuan nodded in approval. Zhou Qiang had improved significantly, though the 9 provinces step couldn't teach him everything. Relying on his strong defense, Zhou Qiang engaged in a hard-fought battle, eventually knocking his opponent to the ground after 10 moves. The second opponent was Yuan Iran, a crank lightning awakener. As soon as he entered the field, he released 2 chain lightnings. Zhou Qiang quickly raised his shield, thankful for the insulation treatment Li Yuan had arranged. Just as Zhou Qiang was about to strike, a bolt of lightning hit his sword. His hair stood up, and smoke puffed from his mouth, making Chu Yueming giggle. Furious, Zhou Qiang charged at his opponent. In the end, both fighters fell, rendering the match a draw. Li Yuan dragged Zhou Qiang off the field. Next up was Fanjia, a crank wind awakener. Jiang Yinyan reluctantly stepped onto the stage. Fanjia launched 2 wind blades, which Jiang Yinyan deftly dodged, summoning a thorn whip to strike back. Fanjia soared on a whirlwind, creating a small tornado. Jiang Yinyan used tree branches to block, and ultimately, both exhausted their magic, ending in a draw. At this point, the scales tipped in Li Yuan's favor. Lu Qing couldn't wait to step onto the stage, feeling the battle-hungry energy coursing through her. She had been bored out of her mind for the past few days. With her fists slightly clenched and excitement gleaming in her eyes, Lu Qing faced Rinbo, another class warrior who also fought with his fists. Their eyes locked, and an intense fighting spirit erupted between them. Boom! The sound of their fists colliding echoed as they clashed, each blow landing with a resounding thud. Li Yuan watched, his blood pumping with excitement at the raw, unfiltered combat. Chu Yueming waved her tiny fists in excitement, exclaiming, I want to be like Sister Qing one day. Li Yuan quickly warned her, stop right there. If you turn into a brute like that, I'll spank you when we get home. Chu Yueming's face turned slightly red as she retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? The people around them gave knowing looks, but Li Yuan paid them no mind. On the stage, Lu Qing grew more vigorous with each passing moment, her fists raining down on Rinbo. However, the relentless assault took its toll, and soon she was panting heavily, sweat pouring off her. Seizing the opportunity, Rinbo counterattacked. A determined look flashed in Lu Qing's eyes as she shouted, triple punch. In an instant, Rinbo was sent flying by a powerful blow, falling unconscious on the spot. Lu Qing also dropped to one knee, utterly exhausted. Li Yuan approached and asked, what's the deal with that move? Lu Qing, still catching her breath, explained, Lu Family Fist, a secret technique. It temporarily triples strength and speed. Zhang Bin stepped onto the stage next, looking awkwardly at his beautiful opponent, Jiang Xian. Do I really have to hit a girl? Jiang Xian giggled. What's with you? Are we fighting or not? Because I'm about to start. Reluctantly, Zhang Bin drew a pitch-black short blade. Jiang Xian immediately became wary, summoning a water shield behind her. Zhang Bin vanished into the shadows. Jiang Xian quickly manipulated water to cover the surrounding shadows. Suddenly, Zhang Bin reappeared, his blade at Jiang Xian's neck. You lost. Unfazed, Jiang Xian invited him. How about exchanging contact info? Zhang Bin shook his head with a melancholic smile. Women only slow me down. The final contestant, Jin Huai, exuded a sharp aura. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he unleashed 3 spiraling golden spikes. Zhang Bin barely dodged but was severely injured by Jin Huai's close-range attack. Li Yuan quickly called for a halt and took over with a tang sword. Li Yuan slashed out, and Jin Huai narrowly dodged. The audience gasped. Teleportation? Spatial ability? Qin Mingxian and Shan Shan noticed something different. It seems to be an extremely advanced movement technique. Li Yuan conjured a ball of fire in his palm, forcing Jin Huai to retreat. Li Yuan then flashed forward, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Jin Huai raised his palm, emitting a dense golden light to shield himself. Holy crap, a dual awakener. This guy is seriously strong. The audience gasped and speculated about the origins of this sudden powerhouse. In the linen team, 6 beauties stared at Li Yuan, their eyes sparkling with interest. A twin-tailed little girl was especially excited, her eyes practically shining. He's so handsome. I'd love to spar with him. Lu Shanyu gently caressed the long spear in her hand, which glowed with a ghostly blue light, a slight smile playing on her lips as a glint of interest flashed in her eyes. Qin Mingxian chuckled. Old Fan kept this one well hidden. Such a promising talent, and yet no word leaked out. We should definitely dig into this later. Shun Shan stroked his beard thoughtfully, his gaze deep. Using his speed advantage, Li Yuan pressed his Tang Dao against Jin Huai's neck. Jin Huai raised his hands in surrender. I give up. Boss, you're too strong. Zhou Qiang clapped excitedly, while Zhang Ding quickly pulled out his phone to report the good news to Fansong. Chu Yueming's smile grew even brighter, delighted that their team had made it to the top 4. Lu Shanyu walked up to Li Yuan and extended her hand. Congratulations. Li Yuan looked at this valiant beauty, a flash of amazement in his eyes. He shook her hand. Thank you, Captain. Lu Shanyu had striking features, her long hair tied up high, exuding an air of heroism, especially with those long legs that were hard to miss. She smiled slightly. Friend, you can let go now. Sensing a hint of coldness, Li Yuan released her hand without changing his expression. Lu Shanyu turned and walked away. Just as Zhou Qiang was about to voice his admiration, Li Yuan knocked him on the head. What are you staring at? Are her legs longer than my wife's? Zhou Qiang clutched his head, looking aggrieved. No, no. Chu Yueming's face blushed slightly as she glared at Li Yuan. Who's your wife? Stop talking nonsense. Li Yuan let out a sigh of relief, having successfully defused the situation. I raise my glass to congratulate you on making it to the semi-finals. Wei Jingming lifted his glass of baijiu. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Li Yuan grinned and continued to wolf down his food. Zhou Qiang turned on the TV and tuned it to the capital channel. Zhang Yinyan sighed. Luckily, Mengming's competition has intervals. Li Yuan dropped a bombshell. Mengming has a recording session tomorrow, so she can't compete. Zhang Ding exclaimed angrily. Losing an A-level player in the semi-finals is too risky. Chu Yueming said sadly, then I won't participate in the singing contest. Li Yuan held her hand. No way, this is your dream. I promised I'd see you lift the champion's trophy. He then assured Zhang Ding. I'll lead the team to the top 3. Trust me. Everyone expressed their support. Zhang Ding finally relented. Are you sure you can do it? Li Yuan patted his chest. Absolutely. After dinner, Li Yuan stayed behind with Wei Jingming to subtly inquire about the Li family. He learned that Li Tianqing is one of the 3 emperors of Hua Nation, but is suffering from a chronic illness. Besides one emperor, the Li family also has 2 kings, making them very powerful. Li Yuan saw Wei Jingming off and returned to his room, deep in thought. Chu Yueming hooked her arm around his neck. What are you thinking about? Li Yuan reassured her, thinking about tomorrow's opponents. You need to do your best. Chu Yueming kissed him and reminded, don't get hurt, or I'll be heartbroken. Li Yuan nodded and promised. After putting Chu Yueming to sleep, he continued to ponder alone for a long time. In a tea house, Li Tianyi asked, is everything arranged? Kong Yuan nodded. I've bribed 2 teams. That kid won't leave the capital alive. Li Tianyi sneered. I didn't lay a finger on him, so it has nothing to do with me. The next morning, everyone bid farewell reluctantly. Chu Yueming adjusted Li Yuan's clothes. Don't get hurt, or else. Li Yuan teased. Or else what? Chu Yueming pouted. And don't look at other girls. She turned and left. Zhou Qiang exclaimed. Boss, look. It's that long-legged girl from yesterday. Li Yuan turned around and saw Lu Shanyue and her group. He kindly invited, let's walk together. Along the way, Zhou Qiang couldn't take his eyes off a tall, curvy woman named Su Sisi, who was wearing black stockings. After the 2 teams entered the venue, they separated and took their seats. As soon as Li Yuan and his group sat down, they felt the eyes around them. Several teams frequently glanced at Li Yuan and whispered among themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qiang flattered, "Boss, you're quite famous now." Li Yuan responded calmly, "Let's keep a low profile." At that moment, a few bold ladies approached and asked Li Yuan for his contact information. Smiling, Li Yuan gave them Zhou Chang's number. He didn't dare give his own, or Chu Yueming would ban him from the bet again. The big screen flickered, showing the matchups. Shanghai versus Tianjin National High, Qizhou versus Linen. Zhou Qiang clenched his fist excitedly. "Yes, yes." Li Yuan teased. "Look at you, just don't kneel as soon as you get on stage." Zhou Qiang, not backing down, raised his shield. "No way. My heart is as solid as a rock, unbreakable. Mere beauty can't tempt me." Li Yuan waved his hand. "Same order as yesterday, we're up." 10 minutes later, Zhou Qiang scratched his head in confusion. "How did I lose so quickly?" Li Yuan face-bombed. "What happened to your solid heart?" Jiang Yinyan added fuel to the fire. "What happened to Unbreakable?" LV Qing delivered another blow. "Beauty can't tempt you?" It turned out that the first to take the stage for Linen team was Su Cece, upclass wood element awakener with her shapely legs wrapped in black stockings. As soon as Zhou Qiang got on stage, his knees went weak, and he was quickly knocked off. Jiang Yinyan gave Zhou Qiang a disdainful look before heading to the stage to face Su Cece. After 10 minutes of intense battle, she finally ran out of magic and was defeated. Next up was Tang Xinga, a class warrior. She looked adorable with her big round eyes, a bulging deerskin pouch at her waist, and a crossbow in hand. Staff erected stone walls around the arena. Tang Xinga moved nimbly, continuously throwing various hidden weapons. Flying knives, bone-piercing needles, and poisonous caltrops flew everywhere, eventually hitting the stone walls. LV Qing punched the hidden weapons away but found her opponent slippery and vexing. When Tang Xinga ran out of hidden weapons, she reluctantly conceded. The staff removed the stone walls and collected the hidden weapons. Next was Li Yeye, upclass wood element awakener. She had a gentle and charming demeanor, with dimples on her delicate cheeks, dressed in a JK skirt. LV Qing couldn't wait to attack her. Li Yeye smiled faintly, surrounded by thick tree branches, wielding a thorny whip. LV Qing shattered the branches with a punch and broke through the whip with her left hand. More branches sprouted under Li Yeye's feet, restraining LV Qing's movements. Li Yuan commented, "Their strategy is quite effective. LV Qing is impatient and impulsive. Wood magic counters her, and the branch's flexibility absorbs most of her punch force. It will take great effort for LV Qing to break free." The branches formed a cage, tightening around LV Qing. With a loud crash, the branches exploded into green shards. LV Qing knelt, panting with frustration. Li Yeye helped her up, smiling. "I'm out of magic too, let's call it a draw." LV Qing's anger dissipated instantly. Zhang Bin sighed and floated onto the stage. His opponent was Chu Danma, a class-light element awakener, a pure and beautiful girl with a cyan scarf around her neck. Chu Danma smiled softly and placed the scarf on the ground. Zhou Qiang exclaimed, "Whoa, that's a snake." He jumped into Li Yuan's arms, trembling. Li Yuan also felt a chill. Using 2 snakes as a scarf, that's creepy. Just as Zhang Bin was about to speak, all 4 of them turned their heads away. Chu Danma explained considerately, "Little Green and Little Cyan aren't venomous. A bite will just make you faint." Zhang Bin gave her a melancholic look and merged into the shadows. A blinding white light emanated from Chu Danma's hands, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. Zhang Bin appeared, and a snake swiftly lunged at him while another guarded Chu Danma. Zhang Bin wielded a black dagger, slashing rapidly at the attacking snake. The metallic clang startled him. Realizing this was no ordinary serpent, he dodged its strikes with quick, agile movements while conjuring dark shadow arrows to shoot at Chu Danma. Unfazed, Chu Danma gracefully waved her delicate fingers, summoning several arrows of holy light. The 2 energies collided midair, canceling each other out. With a slight lift of her sleeve, a white lightning bolt shot out like a swift serpent, striking Zhang Bin's neck and quickly retracting. Caught off guard, Zhang Bin foamed at the mouth and convulsed, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Li Yuan quickly raised his hand in surrender. Chu Danma called back the 2 snakes with a soft voice, took out a small porcelain bottle from her pocket, and fed a black pill to Zhang Bin, gently saying, "He'll wake up soon." Zhou Qiang stepped onto the stage to carry Zhang Bin off. Now, only Li Yuan remained for the Qizhou team, while the Linen team still had 3 competitors. The balance of victory clearly tilted towards Linen. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan stepped onto the platform with his Tang sword. The audience's eyes immediately focused on him. Qin Mingxian turned and asked, "Old Shan, did you get any information from Old Fan?" Shun Shan, intently watching the stage to avoid missing any details, replied, "That old guy is tight-lipped, said nothing except that we should wait and enjoy the show, claiming we'd witness the rise of a genius." Li Yuan fixed his gaze on the two snakes beside Chu Danma, licking his lips and grinning. Those snakes of yours look quite appetizing. Chu Danma was momentarily stunned, then pouted. They're not tasty at all. Stop drooling. Suddenly, a flame burst from Li Yuan's left hand, a cunning glint in his eyes. Let me roast them and see. Sensing the danger, the snakes hissed and coiled around Chu Danma's legs, eyes filled with fear. Li Yuan swiftly lunged, his left hand reaching for one of Chu Danma's legs. The smaller green snake quickly climbed up to her shoulder. Grabbing her leg, Li Yuan's flames ignited instantly. He quickly retracted the fire, but not before burning away half of her pant leg, exposing her smooth calf. The stands erupted in condemnation. Pervert. Shameless. While some heckled, burn more. Li Yuan took a few steps back, feeling a bit awkward. I didn't mean to. Chu Danma's cheeks puffed up slightly, her face turning red. She raised her sleeve, and a white light flashed quickly. Li Yuan, with sharp eyes and quick hands, caught the white light, a small jade-white snake. He looked at it disdainfully. So small, not much meat. Chu Danma exclaimed. That's my Xiao Bai. She hadn't expected Li Yuan to catch the fast-moving Xiao Bai. Li Yuan tossed aside his tang sword and flicked Xiao Bai on the head. Xiao Bai opened its mouth to bite, but a small electric spark from Li Yuan's palm left it limp. From Chu Danma's other sleeve shot out a brown light, which Li Yuan grabbed a struggling brown insect. A goo worm? You know goo magic too? Li Yuan asked in surprise. Chu Danma nodded. I surrender, just don't harm them. Li Yuan placed the two creatures back in her palm, eyeing them hungrily. Xiao Qing and Xiao Lu turned into scarves, avoiding his gaze. Chu Danma, terrified, quickly ran off the stage. Yi Ermao, shaking her twin ponytails, stepped onto the stage with two swords on her back. She planted the heavy sword into the ground, causing cracks to appear. Li Yuan clicked his tongue. The sword was heavier than he had imagined. Take it easy, I'm afraid of pain, Li Yuan teased. Yi Ermao giggled and drew her long sword. All right. Li Yuan gripped his sword warily, knowing that anyone who could wield such a heavy sword was no simple opponent. Yi Ermao shouted, Yoha, and charged like lightning, her long sword thrusting forward. Li Yuan blocked the fierce sword energy. Yi Ermao smirked mischievously and suddenly disappeared, attacking from behind. Li Yuan's hair stood on end as he ducked, adopting the defensive posture of Su Qin carrying a sword on his back. Qin Mingxian praised, the Yi family's Wanshui sword technique from Shizi Lake. This little girl has learned the essence. But I wonder how she handles the heavy sword. Shen Shan's eyes reflected memories. The two exchanged blows dozens of times in an instant. Yi Ermao flipped back to her heavy sword, planted the long sword in the ground, and picked up the heavy sword, her aura changing drastically. I'm getting serious now, be careful. Bring it on, Li Yuan replied. Yi Ermao leaped up, her heavy sword smashing down with immense force. Li Yuan dodged, and the ground shattered into a pit, sending debris flying. Li Yuan shrank his neck. Goodness, that's wild. Wouldn't that crush bones on impact? Yi Ermao struggled to lift the sword, her petite waist showing signs of fatigue. Li Yuan stepped onto the heavy sword. You're quite heavy. Yi Ermao gritted her teeth. You're too slippery. I'm going to use my big move. Let me see your big move, Li Yuan said, taking 2 steps back. Yi Ermao rubbed her hands together, grasped the sword hilt with both hands, and slowly raised it to a horizontal position. Yo, wind from the lonely mountain. She spun like a top, increasing speed, and sword energy radiated wildly. The stage ground cracked, and ropes were cut. Li Yuan leapt up, creating a whirlwind under his feet to hover, slicing through the sword energy with his blade. The audience gasped. He's using wind magic again. That's 3 elements. Even stronger than the legendary figure in the books. Qin Mingxian and Shen Shan stood up straight. Old Fan kept this well hidden. This kid has limitless potential. Zhang Feng slapped his thigh, panting. If I could take him as my disciple, wouldn't I make those old monsters envious? I've got to find a way. The sword energy storm lasted for 3 minutes. Yi Ermao, dizzy, declared, no one's left, I win. Yes. Stay focused, Li Yuan said, landing from the air. Huh, why are there 2 of you? No, 3. Yi Ermao rubbed her eyes. Li Yuan tapped her on the back of her head, and she fell toward the edge of the stage. Li Yuan sent out a whirlwind to catch her, preventing her from hitting the ground face first. Yi Ermao picked up her sword, stuck out her tongue, and ran off the stage. Lu Shanyue, holding a long blue glowing spear, awaited. Li Yuan approached. That's a nice spear. Can I take a look? Lu Shanyue handed it to him. After examining it, Li Yuan returned the spear. It's a fine weapon. Does it have a name? Lu Shanyue twirled the spear. It's called Soulbreaker. Great name, very imposing, Li Yuan thought to himself. An rank warrior won't be easy to deal with. I wonder how Baobei is doing. The stage was restored, and the two stepped onto it. Lu Shanyue held her spear at an angle, looking like a heroic general. Please instruct me. Li Yuan smiled and nodded, drawing his sword. Sangshue. Two sword slashes shot towards Lu Shanyue. Lu Shanyue spun her spear, shattering the sword slashes. Piercing cloud. The spear's energy thrust towards Li Yuan's chest. Tunchu. The Tang sword sliced towards her fingers. Lu Shanyue remained unfazed, thrusting her spear straight. Li Yuan twisted, changing his move. Shattered shadow. Lu Shanyue pressed her spear down to block the sword, then kneed towards Li Yuan's abdomen. Li Yuan matched her move. Bang. Both were pushed back. Rising Sunday. Soulbreaker spear created two spear flowers. Li Yuan appeared behind Lu Shanyue. Tiger's roar. A fierce sword energy roared. Lu Shanyue bent backwards, spinning her spear. Back thrust. Clang. Li Yuan inwardly praised. This girl has great waist strength. The long spear struck the Tang sword with such force that it nearly flew out of his hand. Li Yuan shook his hand. You're quite strong. The crowd watched the two fighters clashing rapidly in the arena, unable to keep up with the action and wishing they had more eyes. On the stage, Li Yuan and Lu Shanyue moved like lightning, their strikes fierce and precise. Below, competitors from Qizhou and Linen gathered, discussing animatedly. Your captain is impressive, holding out this long against Sister Yu. Yi Ermao remarked, handing out sunflower seeds with admiration in his voice. Zhou Qiang puffed up with pride. Of course, my boss is only using a tenth of his power. Yeah, right. Sister Yu isn't even serious yet, Tang Xinga retorted, unwilling to back down. Quiet and watch the match. Li Yeye interrupted their argument. Su Sisi lounged leisurely, munching on sunflower seeds. Zhou Qiang couldn't help but glance her way. Lu Qing clenched his fists, eyes sparkling with excitement. Now this is a real fight. Do you think that guy can win? Qin Mingxian asked Shen Shan, eyes glued to the stage. Shen Shan furrowed his brows, hard to say. If the kid focused on one discipline, he'd be stronger. But he's too scattered, trying to master everything at once. No worries, he's young. He's got time. Qin Mingxian replied with a noncommittal smile. On stage, Lu Shanyue shouted, breaking army. Her spear moved like a dragon, its tip gleaming. Li Yuan quickly retreated, raising his left hand skyward, thunderstorm of the 8 directions. His magic drained instantly, conjuring a pitch-black thundercloud. With a deafening roar, white lightning cascaded down like a waterfall. Lu Shanyue remained unfazed, her spear pointing to the heavens. Break the siege. Her clear voice echoed as countless spear shadows shot out. Li Yuan's eyes gleamed. Impressive. Lu Shanyue, standing like an unyielding fortress, fought with even more vigor. Her fierce spear strikes shattered the lightning, piercing the clouds. Li Yuan darted forward, slashing horizontally with his blade. Lu Shanyue's long leg landed a flying kick right on the blade. Seizing the moment, Li Yuan grabbed her leg and pulled hard. Lu Shanyue was forced into a split position on the ground. She quickly abandoned her spear and punched towards Li Yuan's chest with great force. The two engaged in close combat instantly. Lu Qing watched, adrenaline pumping. I wish I could join in. This is so thrilling. The others chatted casually, the atmosphere relaxed. We've got this. My boss is even better up close, Zhou Qiang said confidently. Don't forget, Sister Yu is Class A, much stronger than Li Yuan. Tang Xinga immediately countered. Li Yuan found an opening, wrapping his arms around Lu Shanyue's slender waist, pushing her towards the edge of the stage. Lu Shanyue elbowed his back repeatedly, but Li Yuan pressed on, enduring the pain. Lu Shanyue tried to brace with her feet, but underestimated Li Yuan's strength. They edged closer to the stage's boundary. Sorry about this, Li Yuan mustered his last bit of strength. Seeing she was about to fall off, Lu Shanyue cleverly grabbed Li Yuan's arm. They both tumbled off the stage together. Friend, get up. I lost, Lu Shanyue said, a hint of frustration in her eyes, yet still stunningly beautiful. Li Yuan slowly got up, wiping blood from his mouth, and extended a hand to help her. Lu Shanyue took his hand and stood up. The Qizhou team cheered wildly. Yeah, we won. Lu Shanyue tidied her disheveled hair, smiling. You're really good. Let's spar again sometime. Li Yuan nodded. Sure. As Lu Shanyue led her team away, Zhou Qiang regretfully watched her black silhouette fade. Jiang Yinyan tilted her head. I wonder how Mingming is doing? Don't worry, she'll definitely make it to the top 4. The Magpie City team defeated the Jinghua team, advancing to the semi-finals. Li Yuan and his team returned to the hotel to await news. An hour later, Chu Yueming called to share the good news they had made it to the top 4. Mu Xiaoma invited her out for some shopping. There are only 2 matches left. Li Yuan stretched lazily, a spark of anticipation in his eyes. I'll go first today, Chu Yueming volunteered with a tone of guilt. I feel bad for missing yesterday's match. Li Yuan's eyes showed approval. All right, 1 against 6. I have faith in you. 1 against 6. The crowd cheered in unison, rallying behind Chu Yueming. In the Magic City team, 5 boys huddled together, whispering. Hua Pei'er walked back from the restroom with graceful steps. The audience in the stands was captivated, their eyes following her elegant figure. What are you talking about? Hua Pei'er asked curiously. The 5 exchanged glances before one of them replied. Nothing much, just discussing the opponents. Hua Pei'er glanced towards the Qizhou team's area, a hint of vigilance in her eyes. They won't be easy to deal with. Stay sharp. Yes, Captain. The group responded in unison. The match officially began with Chu Yueming taking the stage first. Opposite her, a short brank wind elementalist was about to greet her when Chu Yueming launched her attack. Streams of water balls hit him precisely, freezing him to the bone in seconds. In less than a minute, Chu Yueming had KO'd her opponent. Qin Mingxian was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Qizhou to have such hidden strength besides Li Yuan. This young girl is impressive. Her water element is mutated, exuding a chilling aura. Xin Shan pondered. The Ice Emperor has been looking for a disciple to pass on her legacy. This girl might catch her eye, but Dai Yubing has a peculiar temperament. Who can stand her? Qin Mingxian shivered. Silence. Xin Shan warned. If she hears you bad-mouthing her, she'll definitely freeze you solid. In under 10 minutes, Chu Yueming had defeated 3 opponents. Zhou Qiang, shaking flower petals excitedly, did a goofy dance. Sister-in-law, you're awesome. Chu Yueming turned back with a gentle smile. Being called sister-in-law in public didn't embarrass her. Instead, it filled her with sweetness. Seeing this, Hua Pei'er stepped onto the stage herself. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Hua Pei'er's cold elegance reminded him of Su Miao, though their temperaments were entirely different. Just as he was lost in thought, a flash of cold light snapped him back, and he awkwardly looked at the ceiling, pretending nothing had happened. Chu Yueming gave him a glance and began her attack. The 2 A-rank water elementalists were evenly matched, and the battle was intense. Chu Yueming kept in mind Li Yuan's advice and didn't reveal her full strength. After 10 minutes, she finally defeated Hua Pei'er, still full of energy. All right, come back, Li Yuan called out. Chu Yueming jumped off the stage, casting a questioning glance. Li Yuan winked. I'm itching to play too. Let me have a go. LV Qing reached out to stop him. I'll go. With that, she stepped onto the stage. The Magic City team sent out a contestant wielding double Amei piercers. LV Qing struck first but was quickly injured by the opponent's weapons, leaving several bloody holes in her arms. Aren't you a brank warrior? LV Qing asked in surprise. Who told you I'm a brank warrior? The opponent retorted. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed. Hiding your strength? Huh? LV Qing, come down for treatment. Reluctantly, LV Qing stepped down, feeling greatly defeated. The staff immediately treated her wounds. Li Yuan took his sword and stepped onto the stage, sensing the opponent's faint killing intent. He cautiously swung 2 blade beams, which were easily shattered by the opponent. The opponent spread his arms, spinning the Amei piercers violently. Left and right fan strike. The Amei piercers, trailing light, shot towards Li Yuan. Sun Gate. Li Yuan's Tang sword slashed downward but was caught by the opponent's weapon. Seizing the moment, the opponent kicked towards Li Yuan's groin. Li Yuan twisted his body to dodge and simultaneously knocked away the Amei piercers. A flash of cold light, and the opponent's right-hand Amei piercer split into 2, one part shooting straight at Li Yuan's eyes. Li Yuan stepped forward, instantly appearing at the opponent's left side. Another flash of cold light shot towards Li Yuan's eyes. Li Yuan swiftly bent backwards, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. His opponent's every move targeted his vital points, igniting his fury. On the arena, the air surged with energy as 2 sections of Amei daggers whistled like whips, creating fierce gusts. Li Yuan's sharp eyes noticed a barely visible, icy thread connecting the daggers. However, a moment of distraction led to a small cut on his arm from the fine thread. The wound quickly turned black, and Li Yuan's expression changed. Poison? He decisively used his Tang Dao to cut away the poisoned flesh, and a dense white light emanated from his palm, covering the wound. Light element. Gasps erupted from the audience. For elements, he's a monster. Everyone stood up, eyes glued to the white light in Li Yuan's hand. Even the 2 big figures, Qin Mingxian and Shen Shan, were visibly shocked. As Li Yuan's wound healed, he enveloped the poisoned flesh in a ball of fire, causing black smoke to rise. Hua Pei'er demanded. Zheng Wei, you actually used poison? Zheng Wei ignored her and continued his fierce attack. Chu Yueming's eyes were filled with murderous intent, her face icy, and her knuckles white from the force. Li Yuan plunged his Tang Dao into the ground, summoning a flaming sword in his hand. Tiger's roar, he shouted. The sword's light sweeping through the air, instantly severing the transparent thread. Flames erupted from his hands as he stamped his foot, spinning rapidly in the arena. 3 seconds later, Zhang Wei collapsed, convulsing, his exposed skin turning completely black. Li Yuan coldly released the thread, revealing he had used his speed to wrap Zhang Wei multiple times with the thread. Staff quickly rushed to the stage to check, shaking their heads regretfully. Sugarcane toad venom. There's no saving him. The crowd erupted in shock. This was the first student death in this exchange competition. The Modu team was in an uproar. Li Yuan's astonishing performance ignited the arena. The Modu team members roared in anger, demanding severe punishment for such a murderous act. Hua Pei'er coldly interrupted. Killing is not forbidden in the competition, and besides, the poison was self-applied. He brought it upon himself. Her sharp gaze swept over the team members. Is there something you're hiding from me? They all lowered their heads in silence. Hua Pei'er turned to the referee and decisively conceded. The referee announced Qizhou's victory. Chu Yueming rushed to the stage, anxiously checking Li Yuan's injuries. Li Yuan gently stroked her hair and reassured her, I'm fine. Chu Yueming managed a faint smile. Hua Pei'er approached, offering a sincere apology. Just as Li Yuan was about to respond, Chu Yueming pinched his waist hard. He endured the pain and made a hasty exit. Back at the hotel, the group discussed the next day's final match. Zhang Ding suggested forfeiting, but it was unanimously opposed. Li Yuan made an excuse to leave and secretly met with Wei Jingming. Wei Jingming handed him an exquisite ornament, which concealed a pinhole camera. The next day, Chu Yueming wore the gift as she left. Li Yuan monitored through the camera, and once he confirmed there was nothing unusual, he began his training. He knew well that in this world, only strength ensures survival. Hanji tried to persuade Li Tianyi to abandon his revenge plans, but it was in vain. Kong Yuan was ordered to stay home and face the consequences of his foolishness. At Longyuan High, the highest leader of Huagua, by Weigua, reviewed Li Yuan's file and was pleased to order special training for these young prodigies. Zhang Ding announced the next day's match against Daidu, and everyone harbored their own thoughts. Chu Yueming excitedly talked about being chased by reporters, while Li Yuan absent-mindedly responded, Scoundrel, you're rotten. The final day of the competition. As Li Yuan and his team took their seats, Lu Shanyue approached him. Chu Yueming glanced warily at Lu Shanyue. Lu Shanyue whispered, the team from the imperial capital is hiding their true strength. Be careful. Li Yuan nodded in gratitude. Thanks for the warning, Captain Lu. Lu Shanyue walked away with her long strides. Chu Yueming watched her suspiciously and asked, since when did you two get so close? As Zhou Qiang was about to speak, Li Yuan quickly covered his mouth, thinking to himself, this big mouth will get me in trouble sooner or later. Chu Yueming pressed on. Spill what? Zhou Qiang broke free from Li Yuan's hand, gasping. Boss beat them so badly that they had no choice but to submit. Li Yuan smiled silently. Although Chu Yueming felt something was off, she didn't dwell on it with the competition about to start. As usual, Zhou Qiang goes first, Li Yuan said. This time there are no beauties on the other team, so you won't just give up, right? Zhou Qiang declared confidently, don't worry. Even if there were beauties, I wouldn't give up. Trust me. The others all rolled their eyes at him. Zhou Qiang, with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, jumped onto the stage. The opponent sent out Chu Wei, a burly brank warrior wielding 2 heavy maces. Zhou Qiang raised his shield and slashed out a blade of energy. Chu Wei shattered it effortlessly. Zhou Qiang's hands glowed with an earthy yellow light as he cast Earth Swamp. Chu Wei's feet sank into the ground, limiting his movement. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qiang struck with a powerful blade of energy. Chu Wei threw one of his maces in retaliation. Zhou Qiang couldn't dodge in time and was hit on his shield, the impact causing him to spit blood and tremble. Chu Wei picked up his fallen mace and attacked again with both maces. Zhou Qiang barely managed to raise his shield, his body covered in a defensive glow. The shield was sent flying, and Zhou Qiang's face turned purple as he coughed up more blood. Chu Wei swung his maces again. Li Yuan quickly shouted, I surrender. But the maces didn't slow down. They even seemed to speed up. With a loud bang, Zhou Qiang was sent flying off the stage. His chest caved in, vomiting blood midair. Li Yuan caught him, his hands glowing white as he used Holy Surge. The staff rushed in to provide medical assistance. 2 minutes later, the staff announced, too many broken bones. He needs to be taken to the hospital immediately. They carried Zhou Qiang away. Li Yuan glared at Chu Wei. I said we surrender. Why didn't you stop? Chu Wei shrugged. Couldn't control it. Lu Qing jumped onto the stage and attacked fiercely. 2 minutes later, her arms were broken, and her chest was caved in. Before fainting, she weakly said, be careful, he's hiding his strength. The staff quickly carried her away. Li Yuan coldly looked at Chu Wei. Don't tell me you couldn't control it again. Chu Wei sneered. Who are you to judge me? I'm better than you murderer. Chu Yueming's face turned icy, and she was about to step onto the stage when Li Yuan stopped her. I'll go. No, let me, Chu Yueming insisted. Zhang Bin sighed and floated onto the stage. He gave Li Yuan a melancholic look. Remember to carry me off later. Zhang Ding stood up and shouted. Don't do anything reckless. Li Yuan was puzzled. What's going on? Ignoring his brother, Zhang Bin drew a black short blade. Shadows split from his body, each holding an energy blade. Ghostly shadow massacre. The shadows attacked Chu Wei in unison. The shadows moved like phantoms, leaving wounds all over Chu Wei's body. Finally, Zhang Bin slit Chu Wei's throat. Hurry and treat him. Don't blame me if he dies, Zhang Bin said before collapsing. Li Yuan caught him and found Zhang Bin completely exhausted. He carried Zhang Bin off the stage and handed him to Zhang Ding. Li Yuan pondered. The cost of that move is too high. As he was about to step onto the stage, Chu Yueming grabbed his sleeve. Li Yuan gently caressed her cheek. Don't worry, I don't want your hands stained with blood too soon. Chu Yueming's eyes softened. Be careful and don't overdo it. Don't worry, Li Yuan nodded. The next opponent was their captain, He Chao, an rank warrior wielding two batons. Li Yuan, still furious, only nodded slightly. Since the other team showed no mercy, he saw no reason to hold back. Li Yuan moved like a ghost to He Chao's right side, slashing with his tang blade. With a tearing sound, the blade cut off a piece of He Chao's clothing. Sunlight slash, shadow break, tiger pounce, the entire stage was enveloped in blade light. He Chao's batons continuously blocked the attacks. If Li Yuan was usually a gentle lamb, then in his fury, he was a ferocious lion. Wind cut, flame flash, explosive flame, holy radiance. The blinding white light forced He Chao to close his eyes. With a tearing sound, a deep wound appeared on He Chao's chest, exposing bone. Li Yuan kicked him off the stage. Next, Li Yuan said coldly. The audience was stunned. They had never seen such a dazzling and exhilarating display. For elements, truly impressive. This is his full power unleashed. Lu Shanyue's eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. Yi Ermao looked at Li Yuan with admiration, stars shining in his eyes. So cool. Chu Yueming's heart melted. On the stage was her knight, the one who didn't want her to face danger. Li Yuan then proceeded to defeat 3 more opponents, each left severely injured. At this moment, he seemed like a demonic god, radiating a bloodthirsty aura. Each of these 3 opponents carried a killing intent. Now, only one opponent remained from the Imperial Capital team, Si Yutong. I request a larger arena, at least 5 times bigger than this one, Si Yutong said. The referee looked at Li Yuan. Though unsure of the opponent's intentions, Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Boom, boom. The entire Sifang Stadium echoed with thunderous roars. The arena took shape, and Si Yutong nodded in satisfaction. The two of them stood on the platform, which felt somewhat spacious. Si Yutong's hands glowed with an earthy yellow light, and stone walls rose from the ground to enclose him. Li Yuan sneered. Trying to limit my speed? Let's see how long you can last. He sat down cross-legged, resting on his sword, and watched quietly. Time passed, and Li Yuan yawned. Suddenly, the frontmost stone wall shook and shattered. The crowd gasped. No way, a dual-element summoner. Before Li Yuan's eyes appeared summoned beasts. A lightning lion, an ink wolf, a phantom crocodile, an iron-toothed bear, a golden ring snake, and a shadow monkey. Si Yutong's face turned pale, but he smiled. You underestimated me. If you had attacked earlier, I wouldn't have had time to summon this many. Li Yuan was slightly surprised. Summoners were rare, though not as rare as spatial awakeners. 6 rank summoned beasts stood silently beside Si Yutong, staring at Li Yuan without making a sound. Attack, Si Yutong commanded. 7 against 1. Li Yuan thought regretfully. Summoned beasts can't be eaten. Their bodies disappear after death, and their souls return to another dimension. He recalled the bloody battles in the snowfall forest, his blood boiling, and suddenly he howled, it's hunting time. The shadow monkey, the fastest, became his first target. The iron-toothed bear, the slowest, guarded Si Yutong. The lightning lion and ink wolf flanked from both sides. Li Yuan's left hand conjured a flaming sword, and both hands moved like the wind. Sword lights flashed, flames danced, and he moved effortlessly, stepping on 7 stars. So cool. The audience exclaimed in awe. Qin Mingxian laughed and asked, Old Shan, what do you say now? Shan replied awkwardly, I misspoke. Who knew his talent was this monstrous? Qin Mingxian sighed. Old Fan is going to dominate the Magic Martial Association. Li Yuan weaved through the beasts, his Tang Dao drawing blood and his flaming sword scorching fur. The summoned beasts, bound by contract, could only obey their master. Otherwise, they would have fled. Seeing the situation turn dire, Si Yutong's expression fluctuated. Suddenly, the shadow monkey tore through Li Yuan's back clothes. Someone hidden in the shadows, watching his bare back, sent a puzzled message. Not from the Li family, but why does he look familiar? Li Yuan sliced the shadow monkey's throat, and it dissipated with a spasm, white light merging into the void. He ripped off his shirt, revealing a muscular physique. The girls in the audience swooned, their eyes twinkling. Chu Yueming, hearing the commotion, was displeased. He's mine. After slaying the fourth summoned beast, Si Yutong gritted his teeth and took out a black box. With a buzzing sound, yellow lightning shot towards Li Yuan. Feeling the danger, he used his body technique to dodge, leaving an afterimage. Smelling the summoned beast's scent, Li Yuan suddenly realized. A needle-tailed wasp. Shin Shan and another figure in the corner simultaneously unleashed their auras, rushing towards the arena. Li Yuan flashed behind Si Yutong, thrusting his Tang Dao into his back. Si Yutong looked shocked, coughing up blood. Li Yuan withdrew his blade as the yellow lightning approached, and a palm wind and flame struck simultaneously. Zhang Feng used fire to incinerate the needle-tailed wasp to ashes. Shan Shan's hands emitted a glow as pure as white jade, enveloping the poisonous gas with his palm wind, preventing even the slightest bit from escaping. Chu Danma leaped lightly onto the stage, revealing a small brown insect in her palm. She smiled and said, "Leave it to me." The insect opened its mouth and instantly devoured the poisonous gas, letting out a satisfied hiss before retreating back into Chu Danma's sleeve. Shin Shan loudly announced, "The champion of this national high school exchange competition is the team from Chizhou City. The team from the imperial capital is disqualified, and the team from Linen City advances to third place." The Chizhou team remained silent, as two of their teammates were still in the hospital, their fates uncertain. Li Yuan and Zhang Feng exchanged glances. Zhang Feng laughed and cursed. "What are you doing here?" Li Yuan replied calmly, "Watching the competition, of course." Zhang Feng squinted. "You're not after my piece of the rainbow glazed iron, are you?" Li Yuan retorted, "With my vast experience, do you think I'd care about such a trivial thing?" Zhang Feng secretly calculated. Taking you as my disciple is the real goal, and getting that treasure would be a double win. The Linen team was overjoyed, having thought they had no chance at the Mirror Lake Spirit Pool, only to have their fortunes turn. Lu Shanyue and his 5 teammates congratulated Li Yuan, who returned the gesture and casually took a few tickets from Chu Yueming's back. Youth singer competition, interested? Yi Ermao was ecstatic, accepting them like precious treasures. After thanking him, Lu Shanyue waved goodbye. Zhang Feng extended his hand. "Kid, what about your master?" Li Yuan handed him a ticket. "Do you even understand music?" Zhang Feng was indifferent. "Don't worry about that." He intended to use this opportunity to get closer. Shin Shan stared at Li Yuan and asked, "Is Old Jiang your master?" Li Yuan casually replied, understanding that Zhang Feng was backing him up. Now that people were openly targeting him, who knew how many dangers were lurking in the shadows? "Let's go to the hospital." Lu Qing lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a long while, 2 crystalline tears rolled down her cheeks. The doctor had just informed her that she would need an amputation, ending her career as a martial artist. The news hit her like a bolt from the blue, shattering her dreams. Zhou Qiang lay beside her, wanting to say something but not knowing how to comfort her. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming entered the room, their expressions solemn. Li Yuan, trying to lighten the mood, joked, "So, you can cry too?" Chu Yueming pinched his waist hard, making him wince. Chu Yueming took out a cleansing fruit from her bag and brought it to Lu Qing's mouth. Lu Qing turned her head away, refusing to eat. Without giving her a choice, Li Yuan pried her mouth open and forced the fruit in. Lu Qing glared at him, and Li Yuan chuckled. "Enjoy the control of pain." They stuffed gauze into both patients' mouths and quickly left the room. Li Yuan rested his head on Chu Yueming's lap for a nap, and she gently stroked his cheek. 2 hours later, Li Yuan was jolted awake by someone pinching him, opening his eyes to see a revitalized Lu Qing. As the 4 left the hospital, a doctor stared in shock at the lively Lu Qing, who was supposed to have an amputation. Back at the hotel, Li Yuan fed the cleansing fruit to the unconscious Zhang Bin. Zhang Ding, unaware of what was happening, was soon startled by the screams and rushed out of the room. That evening, the 8 of them gathered to celebrate their victory in the competition. Li Yuan suggested they skip grades and take the college entrance exam. Zhou Qiang excitedly said he wanted to attend a university in Linen City. Li Yuan teased him about not wanting to leave a certain girl, and Zhou Qiang argued that Linen City was known for its beautiful women. "All right, it's settled then. We'll all aim for universities in Linen City." "Ow, stop pinching me," Lu Qing declared firmly. "I'm aiming for the Tsangyan Academy in the capital." Chu Yueming's eyes showed a hint of surprise as she asked softly, "A military academy? Are you planning to join the army, Qingjie?" Lu Qing nodded slightly, her gaze resolute. "Yes." Zhang Yinyan shook her head, her eyes full of longing. "I'm planning to apply to Nanluo Academy in Luo City. I love the peonies there." Everyone turned their attention to Zhang Bin, not ignoring him this time. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "I'm planning to go to Shanghai Academy in Shanghai." Li Yuan cheered excitedly. Then the three of us will go to Tianqing Academy in Linen and enjoy the beauty of Westlake. Humph. Chu Yueming gave him a sidelong glance, but there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. Li Yuan thought to himself, as long as it's not the capital, anywhere is fine. The waters here are too deep, and pretty girls are not that important. Tomorrow is Yueming's final competition. Let's cheer her on. Everyone encouraged in unison. Go, go, go. Ding, ding, ding. Li Yuan took out his phone and stepped aside. Mingo, what's up? The Kong family is finished. Li Yuan was stunned and asked, what happened? On the day of the finals, someone released Aculeata wasps to try to kill you. The higher-ups were furious and traced it back to Kong Yuan. So, the Kong family is done. Which higher-ups? Shan Wang. It was a direct order from Bai Weiguo, the highest leader of China. Wow, that's serious. Involving such a big figure. Li Yuan thought, shocked. You have no idea how important you are now. I'm a bit jealous. You'll be able to walk around China like a king. I'm not a crab. I don't walk sideways, Li Yuan retorted. You brat, stop joking. Be careful. You're precious now. Bye. Li Yuan put away his phone, thinking, this is just the beginning. When my full strength is revealed, you guys will be scared to death. I wonder if my dear cousin is already terrified. In the vast estate of the Li family in the capital, shadows moved about as countless armed guards patrolled back and forth. In a dimly lit study, Li Jizhou was furious. Bang! He slammed the table hard, shouting angrily, look at what you've done. If it weren't for your great-grandfather's influence, you'd be finished. Have you forgotten the Li family's rules? Li Tianyi stood by, expressionless. After venting, Li Jizhou sat heavily in his chair and remained silent for a long time. Luckily, he's not part of the Li family, he finally said. Otherwise, if your great-grandfather found out, we'd both be kicked out of the family. Li Tianyi frowned slightly. Dad, don't you think he looks a bit like my third uncle? It's already confirmed he doesn't have the tattoo. It might just be a resemblance, which isn't that rare. Li Jizhou waved his hand dismissively. And don't let your aunt know about this. She'll go crazy. Understood. The Shuichao Stadium, as the largest sports venue in the capital, boasts world-class facilities and construction craftsmanship. It is exceptionally beautiful and spectacular. Chang'an Street has implemented traffic control, and 150,000 spectators are lining up to enter. Special security personnel are on high alert, ensuring safety. The Chu couple, the Feng couple, and Su Yeshua have arrived from Qizhou, joining the Qizhou and Linen teams to enter the venue together. Li Yuan couldn't get backstage and had to remind Chu Yueming to wear her accessories properly. When Zhou Qiang took his seat, Li Yuan scolded him for blocking others' view and then smiled kindly at the two girls behind. The girls shyly asked to add him as a friend, but Li Yuan politely declined. Zhang Yanyan looked forward to Chu Yueming's new song, and Li Yuan gave a mysterious smile. Backstage, Chu Yueming wore a flowing white lotus dress with wide sleeves, her hair styled intricately, looking as beautiful as a fairy. Mu Xiaoma couldn't help but praise her and invited Chu Yueming to accompany her to the restroom. On stage, the host Wu Xiang introduced the contestants and judges. The diva Li Jiyu appeared, causing a frenzy among the audience. Li Yuan recognized that she might be his aunt. Mu Xiaoma was late to the stage, and when she finally appeared, she had a forehead injury. She insisted on singing, and the light from the audience healed her wound. Li Yuan checked the surveillance and found that Mu Xiaoma and Xiang Xiaoyu had conspired to frame Chu Yueming. Li Yuan was furious and resolved to seek justice for Chu Yueming. Make them look up to you forever. After Mu Xiaoma finished singing, she suddenly crouched down, hugging her knees. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. I never thought Ming Ming would treat me like this. We used to be so close. Her voice echoed through the stadium. The audience erupted in anger, their voices rising in a wave of outrage. Mu Xiaoma hurriedly turned off the microphone, but it was too late. It was Chu Yueming. Ban her from the competition. The crowd was in an uproar. The live stream was flooded with comments, many turning from fans to haters. Fang Yuxuan's attempts to defend her daughter were drowned out by the louder voices. Chu Zhongluo remained expressionless, but the veins bulging on his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. The other teams exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of what to do. Mu Xiaoma listened to the uproar below, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. She stood up slowly and walked confidently back to her seat. The host, Wu Xiang, struggled to maintain composure as he announced, next, let's welcome contestant Chu Yueming to the stage. Chu Yueming's face was pale, and she bit her lip as she walked up. The audience continued to hurl insults, and calls for her to withdraw filled the live stream. The judges' panel was in heated debate. Yuanming said with disgust, Chu Yueming has a malicious heart. Elder Xia, please make a decision. Chang'ing argued, we can't jump to conclusions. The other judges looked to Xia Yang, awaiting his judgment. At that moment, a staff member hurried onto the stage and handed Xia Yang a phone. It was a Weibo post from Xiang Xiaoyu, vehemently condemning Chu Yueming and including a photo of someone being pushed. The judges peered at the screen and frowned. Yuan declared, "This is undeniable proof." Amid the chaos, the loudspeaker suddenly blared, "I am Yuan, the chief planner of this competition. Please enjoy a short video. Chu Yueming, someone asked me to tell you." Unintentionally vying for spring, letting all flowers envy. Fallen into mud, crushed into dust, its fragrance remains the same. Chu Yueming felt a warmth in her heart. She knew her knight was speaking up for her. The big screen began playing surveillance footage from Li Yuan, and the venue fell silent. Mu Xiaoma's face turned ashen, her elaborate scheme unraveling before her eyes. Chu Yueming touched the ornament she wore, her eyes full of affection. She softly asked, "May I continue the competition?" Xiaoyang, with a kind expression, was about to speak, but Chu Yueming shook her head and said, "No need, Teacher Xia. I won't pursue this. Let's just continue with the competition." Xiaoyang thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement, "Then proceed with your performance, and we'll discuss it later." "Li Yuan, you don't know this, but being a pop star is no longer my dream. You are my only dream." The audience's eyes grew moist as they listened to the song. They could hear the thorns and hurdles on a young girl's path to chasing her dreams, along with an indomitable spirit. The crowd was deeply moved by Chu Yueming's singing, resonating strongly with her performance. Those who once held prejudices against her felt immense guilt and stood up, waving glow sticks as thunderous applause filled the venue. The Chu and Feng families, along with Su Yeshue, clapped fervently, while the Qi Zhou and Linen teams were equally enthusiastic. In the live stream chat, apologies flooded in, accompanied by numerous bowing emojis. As the song ended, the audience remained in their seats. Chu Yueming bowed slightly and calmly returned to her spot among the contestants. The performances that followed paled in comparison. Xiang Xiaoyu received sparse applause and struggled through her song, while Kai Yu's folk tune garnered considerable cheers. Wu Xiang announced the start of the voting, with real-time updates of the 4 contestants' votes displayed on a large screen. Chu Yueming and Kai Yu quickly took the lead, while Mu Xiaoma and Xiang Xiaoyu barely registered any support. Ultimately, Chu Yueming triumphed with an impressive 74,536 votes, followed closely by Kai Yu, both advancing to the finals. Suddenly, there was a growing anticipation about what song Chu Yueming would perform in the final round. Li Yuan quietly slipped back to his seat, a smug smile playing on his lips. He pulled out his phone, ready to give himself a pat on the back, when a sudden message made him freeze in place. "Honey, I love you." Chu Yueming's message was direct and passionate. Li Yuan's eyes widened as he read the surprising text over and over. His hands trembled with excitement as he finally managed to reply, "Sweetheart, I love you too. Call me honey again, will you?" "Hee, not gonna," Chu Yueming replied playfully, adding 3 rolling eye emojis. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow and teased, "Humph, just wait until tonight, little rascal." Seeing this, Zhou Qiang eagerly raised his hands. "Boss, give me a high five." Li Yuan laughed and high-fived him. Nearby, Lu Qing fumed. "I can't believe Mu Xiaoma and Xiang Xiaoyu would stoop so low. It's infuriating." Li Yuan reassured him, "It's all in the past. Meng Meng doesn't want to pursue it, so let's respect her wishes." Just as he finished speaking, a pair of long, slender legs and black stockings caught his eye. Zhou Chang's eyes lit up, and Li Yuan couldn't help but think, judging people by their legs really works. Su Sisi approached with a smile. "I have a friend who knows Mu Xiaoma and has some dirt on her. Interested?" Li Yuan politely declined. "Thanks, but you can send it to Zhou Qiang. His cousin is a whiz on the internet." Zhou Qiang discreetly gave a thumbs up, impressed by his boss's loyalty. As the energetic dance performance on stage concluded, the host announced the start of the finals for the Young Singers competition. Kai Yu was the first to perform, delivering an original song with his soulful voice that resonated deeply with the audience, bringing many to tears. Li Yuan watched Kai Yu curiously, wondering how someone so young could have such a wealth of life experience. The host then announced Chu Yueming's turn. The audience erupted, with some excitedly shouting, "Fairy Ming," prompting a wave of playful banter. Chu Yueming gracefully took the stage, filled with anticipation. The lyrics of her song had captivated her, and she was confident it would secure her the championship. In the audience, Li Yuan nodded encouragingly, snapping his fingers as if to cheer her on. As the intro played, Chu Yueming poured her heart into her rendition of "Wishing We Last Forever." The beautiful melody and profound lyrics instantly captivated the audience. The live stream chat was flooded with admiration, with countless viewers posting bowing emojis. The audience and judges were all deeply moved, praising the song as a masterpiece in both music and literature. When Chu Yueming sang the final line, "Wishing we last forever," sharing the moonlight from afar, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. This timeless piece had made a stunning debut, sparking a cultural sensation. The voting results were no surprise. Chu Yueming won by a landslide. However, The follow-up task Li Yuan had been expecting didn't appear. The system merely notified him that the task was complete. Slightly disappointed, he quickly turned his attention back to Chu Yueming on stage. The host announced Chu Yueming as the champion and invited Li Jiyu to the stage to present the award. After taking a photo together, Li Jiyu curiously asked about the lyricist. Chu Yueming hesitated for a moment, then proudly said, "My boyfriend wrote them for me." After seeing Li Yuan nod, suddenly, Xiaoyang had a bright idea and grabbed the microphone to announce to the entire audience that the lyricist was present and invited him to the stage. Li Yuan reluctantly got up and walked towards the stage. To his surprise, as soon as Li Jiyu saw him, she became so excited that she almost fainted, calling out, "Fengge," as she did. Li Yuan caught her just in time, only to be mistaken for Feng Ji's child. Fengge? Li Yuan suddenly realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. No way. Li Jiyu was momentarily stunned. Li Yuan's back was smooth, without the tattoo she had expected to see. Chu Yueming quickly helped Li Yuan straighten his clothes, giving Li Jiyu a hostile look. "Just because you're my idol doesn't mean you can steal my man," she thought. "Wow, the song my sister-in-law sang was written by the boss? That's incredible." Zhou Qiang plopped down on a stool. Lu Shanyue looked at the person on stage, intrigued. "Is there anything he can't do? He's amazing." Yi Ermao's hair tuft wobbled atop his head. The audience members turned into onlookers, not leaving the scene. After a while, Li Jiyu came to her senses. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else," she said, her eyes full of sadness and regret. Li Yuan looked a bit at a loss. Xiaoyang tried to smooth things over. "How did you write the lyrics for the song, 'May we all be blessed with longevity'? That wasn't written by me. It was by a great poet." Li Yuan quickly waved his hands. "Is he here? Could you introduce us?" Xiaoyang asked. "He passed away many years ago," Li Yuan replied, thinking, "Are you kidding me? How could I introduce you to him? I'm still so young." Xiaoyang looked disappointed. "What a pity. But your other songs are also excellent. Why didn't you join the competition?" Li Jiyu asked curiously. "I can't sing." Li Yuan was taken aback. "Just because I can write songs doesn't mean I can sing them, and besides, I copied them." "Boss, sing a song." "Sing a song." Yi Ermao chimed in. "Come on, handsome, sing one for us." More and more onlookers joined in, eager for the spectacle. Xiaoyang watched Li Yuan with a smile. Even Chu Yueming looked expectant. She had never heard Li Yuan sing, despite her many attempts to persuade him. "Seriously? You want me to sing? You must be crazy," Li Yuan thought to himself. "Just one song," Li Jiyu pleaded, feeling an odd sense of closeness to the young man in front of her and wanting to play a little prank. Li Yuan found it hard to refuse her. Chu Yueming secretly tugged at his sleeve. "Everyone, don't rush off just yet. We've got a special treat. This gentleman will perform a song for us." Wu Xiang shouted, following Yi Yuan's instructions. Li Yuan rubbed his face vigorously. "Fine, I'll go crazy with you all. After all, my dear wants to hear me sing," he thought. "If I had more time to prepare, I'd do a duet with Chu Yueming and blow your minds. Give me a moment to prepare," he said as he dashed backstage. "System, give me a magic voice pill," he commanded internally. "Oh, my hard-earned money," he lamented as the purchase was successful, and an influx of top-tier piano skills streamed into his mind. Li Yuan swallowed the magic voice pill, feeling a cool sensation envelop his throat. After a while, the coolness dissipated, and he decided on a song. He asked the staff for a piano. Taking a deep breath, he walked back on stage as a white piano rose from the floor. Li Yuan sat down at the piano and extended his long fingers. "Boss can play the piano too? I've only seen him play the guitar." Zhou Qiang scratched his head. "He's so handsome," someone in the audience murmured. Li Yuan cleared his throat and began to play. A new song, a new song. The audience buzzed with excitement, feeling that their tickets were worth every penny. Those who had sold their tickets at high prices regretted it deeply. As the night grew cooler, flowers fell and turned to frost. You gazed into the distance, using up all the twilight. Without thinking, it's hard to forget. The audience was in an uproar. A man singing with a woman's voice, and so beautifully, with an ethereal quality. Chu Yueming's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open in disbelief as she watched Li Yuan. Before the audience could recover, the second verse began. "Peach blossoms fall. How could you leave me in the past life? The sea of hearts is vast, yet you pretend not to care. It's all a facade." Xiaoyang and others looked like they had seen a ghost. Li Yuan switched back to a male voice, rich and magnetic. "What the heck? Is the boss a man or a woman? I'm so confused. But this voice is amazing. I love it," Jiang Yinyan said, shaking her head. Li Yuan was completely absorbed in his performance, his fingers dancing across the piano keys. "The night turns into a river of longing for you, nurturing me like spring mud. The years pass gently, filling my lover's sleeves, petals flowing into the water. Li Yuan's seamless transition between male and female voices was astonishing, thanks to the magic voice pill. Chu Yueming was mesmerized, hearing the deep affection in Li Yuan's singing. So we've loved each other for 3 lifetimes. I'm so happy, she thought. The audience was also swept into a timeless love story. In the live chat, comments poured in. I'm bowing down to my keyboard. Is this a god descended to Earth? He's so handsome. He could totally debut as an idol. Isn't he the one who awakened 4 types of magic, practices martial arts, and won the National High School Exchange competition? The chat exploded with question marks. After finishing the song, Li Yuan smiled into the microphone. Sorry for any mistakes. Mistakes? That was amazing. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Encore. Encore. Enough is enough, Li Yuan thought, picking up Chu Yueming and disappearing in a flash. He's incredibly talented, Xiaoyang sighed. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming quickly returned to their hotel. Chu Yueming immediately kissed Li Yuan passionately. This girl is so eager today. I can't back down now, he thought as they embraced and rolled to the floor, clothes scattering. Chu Yueming felt a chill as her white dress slipped off, revealing her fair skin tinged with a seductive pink. The room was filled with an intimate atmosphere. I can handle it. Don't hold back, Chu Yueming whispered. Li Yuan, already on edge, couldn't resist any longer. Just as he was about to move, there was a knock on the door. Damn it. Who is it? Ruining my mood. Li Yuan almost cursed it out loud. Chu Yueming snapped back to reality, pushed him away, and grabbed her clothes, darting into the bathroom. Li Yuan took a deep breath to calm himself, gritting his teeth as he dressed. He yanked the door open, his face dark. Wei Jingming was so startled he almost dropped to his knees. I, booked a private room, he stammered. I know, Li Yuan replied curtly, slamming the door shut. Wei Jingming shivered as he walked away, knowing he had probably ruined Li Yuan's plans. Chu Yueming emerged from the bathroom, her cheeks flushed. Seeing Li Yuan's dark expression, she couldn't help but giggle. Imph. Li Yuan snorted. All right, don't be mad. I'm yours for life, Chu Yueming said, wrapping her arms around his neck and snuggling into his chest. Li Yuan's barely contained desire flared up again. This is too much, he thought. Wei Jingming, even if you're my cousin, you're in for it. You'll be playing 100 times over. In the largest private room of the Yin Yu restaurant, everyone gathered in high spirits. Li Yuan looked around and saw the Feng couple, the Chu couple, Su Yeshua, as well as members of the Qizhou and Linen teams. Wei Jingming was huddled in a corner, avoiding eye contact with Li Yuan. Sensing something was off, Zhou Qiang asked with concern, Boss, you look like you're about to explode. Who got on your nerves? Li Yuan replied coldly, Nothing, just a rat bumping into the door. It startled me. Zhou Qiang patted his chest and said he would file a complaint. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Wei Jingming got up to open it and was surprised to see Li Jiyu. Li Jiyu gracefully entered the room, her gaze sweeping over everyone before settling on Li Yuan. She softly asked Zhou Qiang if she could sit next to him. Zhou Qiang, eager to please, immediately gave up his seat. Chu Yueming, noticing this, tightened her grip on Li Yuan's hand, a hint of caution in her eyes. Sensing the subtle tension, Li Jiyu chuckled lightly. Relax, I'm not interested in kids, she said. Turning to Li Yuan, she asked with a faint smile. What, am I not welcome? Li Yuan braced himself and replied. Of course not, you're more than welcome. The banquet was lively, with an endless flow of fine wine and delicious food. Zhou Qiang and Zheng Bin engaged in a drinking contest, but both ended up under the table. Yi Ermao curiously asked Li Yuan about their academic plans, and was thrilled to learn they were about to enroll at Tianqing Academy. The party lasted until the early hours of the morning. Li Jiyu invited Li Yuan and Chu Yueming to visit her the next day, and Li Yuan agreed. Back in their room, Chu Yueming lay on the bed, pouting. Li Yuan had no choice but to explain Li Jiyu's background to her. After hearing the explanation, Chu Yueming snuggled into Li Yuan's arms, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, she whispered, No matter what, I'll always stand by your side. Li Yuan gazed at her lovingly, solemnly extending his hand as he began to make a vow. Chu Yueming raised her hand as well, sealing the promise with a high five. The two fell asleep in each other's arms. Suddenly, Li Yuan remembered the golden treasure chest he hadn't opened yet. He gently caressed Chu Yueming, causing her to giggle. Li Yuan silently chanted to open the chest and received a rejuvenation pill and the sword of the first emperor. Overcome with excitement, Li Yuan's face flushed as he lifted Chu Yueming's chin and gave her a long, passionate kiss, leaving her dazed. Let me show you something amazing. Li Yuan smiled slightly and retrieved the sword of the first emperor from his system space. An ancient-styled long sword materialized in his hand, radiating an undeniable aura of royalty. Chu Yueming exclaimed, Cool? The aura is so strong. Li Yuan felt a faint connection form in his mind. With a mere thought, the sword unsheathed itself, accompanied by a clear, resonant dragon's roar. The sword of the first emperor hovered in midair, its sharp edge gleaming fiercely. The blade was intricately engraved with black patterns that made Li Yuan dizzy at a glance. Near the hilt, there were inscriptions in the birdseal script of Emperor Yingzheng. This sword can fly, Chu Yueming said, full of curiosity. Li Yuan waved his hand lightly, and the sword darted around the room, slicing through the air with a sharp hiss. Sword control? I can control the sword now, Li Yuan exclaimed excitedly. The energy consumption isn't too high. I'll try flying with it someday. He sheathed the sword and gave a mischievous smile. Let me show you another treasure. Chu Yueming clapped her hands in delight. The next morning, the two of them sneaked out of the hotel kitchen fully armed. The car sent by Li Jiyu was already waiting. As public figures, they had to be cautious. Chu Yueming's work, May We All Be Blessed with Longevity, had taken the literary world by storm, sparking a craze for ancient styles. Dozens of business moguls were vying to sponsor her. At the moment, they were heading to Li Jiyu's home. It's worth mentioning that Zhou Qiang had unearthed a lot of material, especially the numerous scandals of Mu Xiaoma, which were quite sensational. Although Xiang Xiaoyu didn't have much dirt, her career was ruined by believing in slander. Li Yuan sneered, "One misstep and you regret it forever. People get what they deserve." Chu Yueming felt a sweet warmth in her heart, thinking her grandfather truly had sharp eyes. The car left the city and entered a stretch of rolling hills. Chu Yueming marveled. It's so beautiful. The spiritual energy here is amazing. After another hour, the driver stopped the car. Please walk up the mountain from here, he said. Li Yuan surveyed the modest peak, feeling the serene, cool surroundings. He thought to himself, this ant truly lives like an immortal. They ascended the stone steps, with Chu Yueming excitedly saying, Li Yuan, let's come here often. Li Yuan replied indulgently, as you wish, princess. At the summit, the view opened up. A small fenced yard came into sight, with winter flowers like plum blossoms and black-leaved irises planted inside. At the far end stood a quaint two-story house. Li Jiyu was busy in the yard. Hello, Li Yuan greeted, subtly observing the surroundings. Chu Yueming shyly said, Hello, Sister Yu. Li Jiyu smiled warmly and opened the gate to welcome them. Li Yuan noticed a wooden basin filled with well-preserved locust flowers and couldn't help but praise them. As Li Jiyu washed the flowers, she explained, These are from the mountains. I've saved some to make locust flower rice for you later. Li Yuan felt sorry for her hands in the cold water and offered to help. Li Jiyu gently declined. I can't let my guests do the work. I'm not that delicate. Just then, the driver arrived carrying a barbecue grill and marinated snow nightbirds. Li Yuan took the gifts, and Li Jiyu mentioned she was a vegetarian. Li Yuan thought to himself, You'll change your mind soon. Li Yuan got busy, and the three of them chatted like old friends. Chu Yueming sang softly on the side. The aroma of roasting meat filled the air, making Chu Yueming exclaim, It smells so good. Li Jiyu asked if it was a war beast, and Li Yuan explained, They're from the northern region. So desolate that few people go there. Soon, Li Yuan handed Li Jiyu a piece of golden, crispy breast meat. She took it almost instinctively and found her appetite piqued. Not bad, she remarked. Li Yuan modestly mentioned Su Xiang from the Northern Army. He also gave a piece to Chu Yueming, and the scent spread. In the shadows, people couldn't help but swallow hungrily. Li Yuan chuckled to himself and used wind magic to send out equal portions of the roasted meat. Li Jiyu smiled and said, Go ahead and eat. The group dug in ravenously. Before long, the snow nightbird was devoured. Li Jiyu's locust flower rice was ready, its fragrance enticing. Li Yuan couldn't wait to dig in, and Chu Yueming watched eagerly. Li Jiyu said she was full, so Li Yuan didn't hold back. Chu Yueming begged for a bite, and the two started to tussle over the food. Li Jiyu smiled, a hint of envy in her eyes. Ah, I'm stuffed, Li Yuan said, putting down the wooden basin. Chu Yueming complained. It's all your fault for grilling so much meat. Now I can't eat this delicious locust flower rice. Li Yuan retorted. You were the one who couldn't resist. Li Jiyu laughed and invited them. Come anytime if you want more. Let's go inside. I'll make some tea. The two followed her into the house. The room was impeccably clean, with a cool tone decor and a faint scent of plum blossoms in the air. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming stepped into Li Jiyu's home, immediately captivated by the elegant and minimalist design. Li Jiyu gently said, Have a seat. I'll make some tea. As soon as they sat on the sofa, Chu Yueming took out a square box and curiously asked, Hey, what's this? Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and without waiting for a response, he grabbed the box. Why don't we open it and find out? He said, lifting the lid. Chu Yueming hurriedly tried to stop him. No, that's so rude. But it was too late. Inside the box was a beautifully crafted photo album. Li Yuan's hands trembled slightly as he opened it. The first page revealed a family portrait, with everyone looking astonishingly young. Li Yuan's eyes roamed over the photo, recognizing each relative. That's my dad, Li Jifeng. He was quite handsome when he was young. Li Jidong, that rascal, doesn't look bad either. Li Jizhou looks like trouble with that stern expression. And this little one must be Li Tianyi. He kept flipping through the pages until he found a photo of his mother on the second to last page. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, with long flowing hair, a gentle smile, and delicate features. A sense of deep connection surged within Li Yuan, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "My mom was so stunning and cool when she was young." Just as he was lost in thought, Li Jiyu walked over with a teapot. Li Yuan quickly closed the album, feeling caught in the act. But Li Jiyu was unbothered. "It's all right, go ahead and look." Li Yuan sheepishly smiled and complimented, "You were really beautiful when you were young." The three of them chatted over tea, enjoying a warm and relaxed atmosphere. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Yuan dozed off on the sofa. While Chu Yueming was in the restroom, Li Jiyu swiftly took a drop of blood from Li Yuan's hand. She carefully placed the drop into a test tube, a complicated expression flickering in her eyes. As night fell, Li Jiyu invited the two to stay over. The next day, the three of them took a walk in the mountains. Li Jiyu seemed less sorrowful and more cheerful. Before parting, she packed some tea leaves for them to take home. Watching them leave, Li Jiyu returned to her room and took out the blood sample, then got into another car. The guard asked, "To the hospital. Is there something wrong with your health?" "No. I ate some meat yesterday and still feel uncomfortable. Let's drive." Li Yuan declined the invitation to drink and drive, opting instead to drive everyone home. Once he got home, he divided the tea leaves into two parts, one for Feng Wanyao and the other for Chu Zhongluo. When Chu Zhongluo heard that the tea was personally grown by Li Jiyu, his eyes lit up with joy. He carefully stored it, secretly pleased with the tea's social value. However, Feng Yuxuan didn't give him a chance to show off. She dragged him by the ear back to their room. The next morning, a weary Chu Zhongluo asked Li Yuan for some tiger whip. Li Yuan, understanding the request, smiled and gave him two. After seeing everyone off, Li Yuan accompanied Chu Yueming to a pottery workshop to make clay pots. They then went to an amusement park to experience the thrill of roller coasters and the Ferris wheel. During this time, Yi Yuan and Xiaoyang both called to discuss Chu Yueming's future career, but she politely declined. Chu Yueming firmly stated her intention to give up her singing career, prompting Li Yuan to tease, "The legendary dream fairy, whose voice has captivated people through the ages, will no longer sing. I wonder how many hearts will be broken." Chu Yueming playfully retorted, "Humph. I'm doing it to spend time with you." Li Yuan affectionately tapped her nose and agreed. "Yes, yes, my dear, you're wonderful." Passing by a photo studio, Chu Yueming eagerly suggested taking pictures. The photographer guided the camera-shy Li Yuan, and after 2 hours, they finally completed the photo shoot. While selecting the photos, Chu Yueming joked, "These look like wedding photos." Li Yuan's face fell, and he resignedly said, "Let's just consider these our wedding photos then." But Chu Yueming, full of enthusiasm, replied, "No way. We need actual wedding photos, and we'll have to change into mini outfits and take lots of pictures. Oh God, someone save me. I'd rather go back to Snowy Forest for another round of killing than take more photos." The hidden pool of Jingpo Lake is situated right in the heart of the imperial capital. Xin Shan led a group of 13 through layers of guards to a mysterious metal door. 2 keys turned simultaneously, and the door slowly opened, revealing a golden light curtain. Xin Shan and another person quickly formed hand seals, and as white light touched the curtain, the golden light dissipated like bubbles. "Go on in. I'll come to get you in 2 days," Xin Shan instructed. The group filed in one by one. After passing through a corridor, a small space vortex appeared before them. Zhou Qiang excitedly dove in, followed closely by Li Yuan. As their vision blurred, a dense spiritual energy enveloped them. Li Yuan felt his mind's crystal core and his Dantian's energy swirl turning simultaneously, marveling silently. Training here for 1 day is probably equivalent to several months outside. Before them was a serene blue lake, as calm as a mirror. The surface was dotted with many small stone platforms. Zhou Qiang exclaimed upon discovering fish in the lake. Lu Shanyue smiled and said, "You guys are the first ones here. Head to the platform in the center. The spiritual energy is the densest there." Li Yuan pulled Chu Yueming to the central stone platform. Chu Yueming squatted down and dipped her hand into the water, instantly attracting a swarm of small fish around her. She giggled. "It tickles. These fish are nibbling my fingers." Hua Peier was shocked. "They actually approach you willingly." Others tried to imitate her, but no one else could draw the fish. Chu Yueming scooped up a few small fish and handed them to Li Yuan, but they dissolved instantly in his hands. Everyone sat cross-legged and began their cultivation. Suddenly, a powerful suction force emanated from Chu Yueming, and the small fish transformed into spiritual energy, flowing into her body. A spiritual energy storm erupted on the lake's surface, with a massive amount of energy converging towards her. This is too incredible. Everyone opened their eyes in astonishment. Su Sisi walked over to Zhou Qiang with a smile and sat down next to him, and the others gathered around as well. Li Yuan was enveloped in a medley of fragrances when Yi Ermao nudged his shoulder. Move in a bit more. Why don't you just sit in my lap? Li Yuan rolled his eyes. Sure, sure. Yi Ermao said with a grin, snuggling into Li Yuan's embrace. Just then, the spiritual energy paused abruptly and began to disperse. Chu Yueming's eyes flashed with a cold light as she glanced at Li Yuan with disdain. Li Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Okay, I'll stop. You continue. Chu Yueming gave him another icy look before resuming her practice of the Ice Phoenix divine scripture. The spiritual energy storm gathered once more, and everyone felt a surge of excitement. That's the feeling, someone murmured in admiration. The crowd began to push and shove, trying to get closer to the center. Zhou Qiang and Su Sisi squeezed together shoulder to shoulder, secretly happy. Li Yuan found himself surrounded by people since he was closest to Chu Yueming. The mix of soft bodies and fragrant scents made him feel both tormented and delighted. Small fish in the lake kept leaping and merging into the spiritual energy storm, turning into dense spiritual energy. Li Yuan tried hard to ignore the distractions around him and focused on practicing the Bei Ming Pride technique. He decided to break through in martial arts first, as close combat felt more thrilling. For a while, everyone on the stone platform was engrossed in their training, and the only sound was the howling of spiritual energy. In the northern territory, Fengyu sat cross-legged, surrounded by dense spiritual energy. Outside the tent, dark clouds gathered and lightning flashed. Li Jidong looked at the violent forces of nature with a smile on his face. With another grandmaster in Huagua, the pressure on the northern territory will ease. I won't have to rush around as much. Zhou Ning and others stood outside the tent, occasionally peeking inside with envy. Lu Yin sighed. Fengyu was about to break through to grandmaster so quickly, while I'm still stuck at level A. I wonder if he'll ever reach grandmaster in this lifetime. This comment cast a shadow over the group. Li Jidong, in a good mood, reassured them, don't underestimate yourselves. Fengyu's life inside has been much harsher than outside, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death. That's why he advanced so quickly. Don't lose heart. Breaking through to grandmaster is tough, but maintaining a never-give-up spirit and fearlessness is the path of a true warrior. Thank you, sir, they replied in unison. What are you chatting about? Fengyu emerged from the tent, exuding a powerful aura. Congratulations. Zhou Ning and the others gathered around, genuinely happy for him. Li Jitong's expression turned serious. Fengyu, listen up. From today, you are promoted to Deputy Commander of the Northern Army with the rank of Colonel. Fengyu stood solemnly and saluted the fluttering red flag. As a member of Huagua, I pledge to protect my comrades with my life. I will defend our land with my blade. My faith is my life. Li Jitong nodded approvingly and added with a smile, I have another task for you. Bring Li Yuan to the Northern Army, by any means necessary. Yes, sir. In a hospital in the capital, Li Jiayu used her closest connections to get a blood test done for Li Yuan. She stared at the test results in a daze, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's Feng's child, my own nephew, Li Jiayu muttered to herself. Bai Lingshan looked at her friend with sympathy. Come on, Jiayu, don't cry. We should be happy that Qingji's child is still alive. Yeah, Shan, make sure to keep this secret. Don't let anyone know. Li Jiayu wiped her tears and urged. Don't worry, what are you planning to do? Stay put for now. We haven't cleared up what happened back then, and with Grandpa's health in decline, I'm worried recognizing Xiao Yuan's family might put him in danger. Li Jiayu frowned. Sigh. Xiao Yuan might know something. He probably had his tattoo removed. And who knows where that blockhead Li Shuangdao went. Humph, making me wait so long. I'll deal with him when the time comes. Bai Lingshan hesitated. But what about your identities? Li Jiayu's eyes dimmed. The next day, the spiritual energy in the spirit pool of Jingpo Lake was still howling. The spiritual energy surged, leading to consecutive breakthroughs. Chu Danma was the first to advance to rank, followed closely by Tang Shunga. Jiang Yinyan was the third to complete her breakthrough. By midday, Zhang Bin and Lu Qing both stepped into a rank, looking gratefully at Li Yuan, fully aware that all this was thanks to the miraculous fruit he had given them. Zhou Qiang consumed an extra cleansing fruit and successfully advanced to crank. He chose to stabilize his current level and not rush further. Li Yuan was still lingering at crank, just a hair's breadth away from brank. After an unsuccessful attempt to break through the day before, he focused on enhancing his awakening level today. Suddenly, the spiritual energy around Chu Yueming changed drastically. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and lightning danced wildly. Everyone was startled, and Hua Peier exclaimed, She's about to break through to the Grandmaster level. All eyes turned to her, filled with envy and admiration. Lu Shanyue stared at Chu Yueming, thinking, she must be the youngest Grandmaster in history. Li Yuan looked at the meditating girl, feeling proud. My wife is going to be a grandmaster. Life just keeps getting better. Then he grew worried. But spying on pretty girls might get me beaten up in the future. That's really conflicting. Suddenly, an extreme cold force swept out, freezing the lake instantly. Yi Ermao's teeth chattered. So cold. Li Yuan's expression changed, and he shouted, "Get out quickly. Don't let anyone else come in." Realizing the severity of the situation, everyone swiftly retreated. Chu Yueming's aura changed dramatically, and an extreme cold storm swept through the entire secret realm, covering the stone platform with ghostly blue ice crystals. Li Yuan sighed inwardly, "Here we go again. It's always up to your dear husband to help." He covered himself with pure yang energy and embraced Chu Yueming. Chu Yueming immediately hugged him back tightly, almost suffocating Li Yuan. He thought joyfully, "So passionate. Maybe she'll kiss me next." However, aside from hugging him, Chu Yueming did nothing else. Li Yuan couldn't help but complain inwardly. "What's wrong? Are you neglecting your dear husband? You weren't like this before." Chu Yueming's aura continued to rise, but Li Yuan felt something was missing. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight. Could it be that the Ice Phoenix divine body needs even greater power to break through? He quickly took out a black stone from his dimensional space, crushed its shell, and shouted, "Immaculate divine crystal, appear." A burst of multicolored light erupted, and a massive Ice Phoenix phantom emerged from Chu Yueming's body once again. It glanced at Li Yuan, grabbed the immaculate divine crystal with its beak, and swallowed it. Li Yuan was shocked. "Whoa. Does this dumb bird know what I'm thinking?" The Ice Phoenix phantom glared at him before disappearing back into Chu Yueming's body. A surge of pure energy radiated from Chu Yueming's body, causing Li Yuan's crystal core and vortex to spin rapidly. In his mind, the crystal core cracked and reformed, growing from the size of a chicken egg to a duck egg, breaking through to Brank in awakening level. His Dantian's vortex expanded and contracted 5 times before stabilizing, advancing his warrior level to Brank. The final area of the elemental compass in his mind lit up, unlocking the summoning category. A thick summoning compendium appeared, and Li Yuan eagerly opened the first page to see a one-legged beast by Fong. Excited, he continued flipping through, but found the later pages obscured by black mist. Chu Yueming's aura finally peaked, and a powerful pressure swept around. She floated in midair, naked, her blue hair flowing without wind, quickly turning black. Her beautiful eyes opened, a mix of sharpness and cold indifference. Black hair curled to her chest, and a crystal blue ice armor short skirt appeared on her body. She stretched out her fingers and looked coldly at Li Yuan, an ice sword attacking. Li Yuan dodged awkwardly. "Honey, what are you doing? I'm your dear little baby." Seeing the attacks didn't stop, he shouted angrily, "You're not my baby. You're that dumb bird." A flash of anger appeared on Chu Yueming's face, and her attacks sped up. Li Yuan raged. "What did you do to my wife? You dumb bird. I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, Chu Yueming's eyes softened. "All right, little phoenix, stop it." Li Yuan teleported to embrace Chu Yueming, grinning, then put away the ice armor. "It's poking me." Chu Yueming blushed. "I'm not wearing any clothes." Li Yuan pouted. "It's not like I haven't seen it before." Chu Yueming teased. "We're not at home." Li Yuan pulled out 2 sets of clothes, and the two dressed up and walked hand in hand towards the entrance. Zhou Qiang, who had been watching the entrance, shouted, "They're out, they're out." Shan exhaled in relief, and the golden light curtain reappeared as the gate slowly closed. Shan put away the key, exclaiming, "You broke through to Grandmaster." Chu Yueming smiled softly. Shan said with satisfaction, "Great, great, 2 Grandmasters in 2 days, a blessing for our China." Li Yuan curiously asked, "Who else?" Shan replied, "Feng Yu from the Northern Army. He's now the deputy commander." Li Yuan excitedly said, "Wow, brother, you also broke through to Grandmaster. 2 Grandmasters in 1 family. That's amazing." Jiang Yinyan stared at Chu Yueming's hair, puzzled. Why did Mingming's hair turn black? Li Yuan quickly explained. It was dyed before, and the color faded. Everyone followed behind them. The group walked outside, laughing and joking. Suddenly, Shan stopped in his tracks. With a stern expression, Shan said in a low voice, "Ice Empress, what are you doing here?" Everyone turned to look and saw a middle-aged woman standing not far away. She appeared to be in her early 40s, with her hair neatly tied up, sharp features, and a stern look in her eyes. Li Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an unfathomable aura emanating from her. Ice Empress, one of the 3 great emperors. Why is she here? Li Yuan pondered. Dai Yubing glanced over the group, her gaze finally settling on Chu Yueming. Her eyes flashed with satisfaction. "Girl, come with me," she said. The group exchanged puzzled glances. With a wave of her hand, Dai Yubing made Chu Yueming fly towards her against her will. Li Yuan swiftly stepped in front of Chu Yueming, his brows furrowed. If you have something to say, say it. Don't resort to force. Despite facing a top-tier expert, Li Yuan's tone lacked any respect. He was clearly displeased with someone who started with violence. You have no right to speak, Dai Yubing snorted, sending a wave of energy that pushed Li Yuan aside. Shan Shan sighed and stepped in front of Li Yuan. Ice Empress, if you have business, just say so. There's no need to trouble the younger generation. Li Yuan discreetly took out his phone and quickly sent a message. Dai Yubing remained expressionless. I want to take this girl as my disciple. Come with me. Chu Yueming coldly glanced at her. I don't want to be your disciple, nor do I want to go with you. Please leave. Dai Yubing's attack on Li Yuan had already made her unhappy. Your extreme cold power is perfect for my teachings. Under my guidance, you could quickly ascend to the king realm and become an emperor within a few years, Dai Yubing said slowly. Thanks, but no thanks, Chu Yueming firmly refused. Li Yuan said coldly, she won't go with you. Give it up. Dai Yubing frowned, displeased. Who are you to decide for her? Li Yuan, just a nobody. But she's my future wife. Li Yuan responded bluntly. Dai Yubing's expression changed dramatically. No one with the surname Li is any good. A powerful pressure enveloped the area, forcing everyone to retreat. Li Yuan crossed his arms and sneered. What? Got dumped by someone named Li? Shan Shan's heart sank. This is bad. Dai Yubing's face twisted in anger, and an even stronger pressure surged towards Li Yuan. Shan Shan shook his head and sighed, barely resisting the pressure. Ice Empress, you've gone too far. He's someone the higher-ups value. What does that have to do with me? Move aside, or I'll deal with you too. Dai Yubing shouted angrily. Shan Shan stood his ground, emitting a strong aura. Dai Yubing waved her hand, releasing intense cold energy toward Shan Shan. His hands glowed with a jade-like hue as he continuously struck forward, countering the cold energy with waves of palm strikes. This was the Shun family's martial art, white jade palm, known for its resilience and strength. I don't have time to waste with you. Dai Yubing stomped her foot, summoning 5 ice walls to surround Shan Shan. From within the walls, the sound of fierce palm strikes could be heard. Shan Shan was anxious. If something happened to Li Yuan, it would be a huge loss for the entire nation. He gathered his strength and fiercely attacked the ice walls. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. Who's bullying my disciple? The newcomer shouted, then froze. Ice Empress? Zhang Feng almost stumbled. Dai Yubing glanced at him coldly and surrounded him with 5 more ice walls. 10 seconds later, the ice walls around Zhang Feng melted into puddles. If you want to interfere, I'll tear down your Fengyuan pavilion. Dai Yubing's words made Zhang Feng halt, looking at Li Yuan with a troubled expression. Li Yuan waved him off. By now, Shan Shan had shattered his ice walls and emerged, his face filled with anger. Li Yuan sarcastically taunted. I don't get it. She said she doesn't want to be your disciple. Why are you so persistent? Did a man abandon you, and now you're taking it out on us? Shan Shan glared at him. Shut up. Zhang Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Oh no, he's hit a sore spot. Even gods can't save him now. Courting death. Dai Yubing shouted, unleashing a torrent of icy energy towards Li Yuan. Shan Shan's palm struck out. Get lost. Shan Shan was sent flying, coughing up blood. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming exchanged a glance and attacked simultaneously. Holy light arrow. Flame thunder flash. Explosive flame. Wind slash. Li Yuan unleashed 4 spells in quick succession. Chu Yueming waved her hand, summoning countless ice spikes that shot towards Dai Yubing. With a wave of her hand, Dai Yubing neutralized all the attacks, sending an ice sword flying towards Li Yuan. Chu Yueming formed an ice sword in her hand. Ice Phoenix Slash. A phoenix-like sword aura clashed with the ice sword. Li Yuan marveled inwardly, unsure if Chu Yueming was a master of awakening or martial arts, or perhaps both. The extreme cold power was her inherent strength. Boom. The attacks collided, creating a powerful shockwave. Li Yuan didn't hesitate, teleporting behind Dai Yubing and slashing at her with the sword of the first emperor. The sword's patterns glowed, activating its array-breaking attribute. The sword struck Dai Yubing's waist. Did it work? Li Yuan thought, hopeful. Crack. Dai Yubing's body split in 2, revealing a smooth cut. The halves fell to the ground, turning into large blocks of ice. Ice mirror technique, a cold voice echoed. Spatial element. Dai Yubing reappeared nearby, a look of surprise in her eyes. Zhang Feng and Shan Shan were dumbfounded. 5 elements, including spatial. Our nation will surely dominate the world. The young people in the distance were equally stunned. He was hiding his strength all along. Lu Shanyu's eyes filled with intense battle spirit as she stared at Li Yuan. Li Yuan said nothing, brandishing the sword of the first emperor and continuing his assault on Dai Yubing. She waved her hand, sending Li Yuan flying as if struck by lightning, blood gushing from his mouth. Chu Yueming caught him, her eyes filled with murderous intent. I'll kill you, she vowed. Her hair floated as if in a breeze, and countless ice blades shot towards Dai Yubing. Li Yuan rubbed his chest and grinned. A book in his mind flipped open, and the page belonging to Bai Fong lit up. A golden six-pointed star appeared on his forehead. Bai Fong, come out. A large six-pointed star materialized, slowly opening. Li Yuan's magic was drained in an instant. A blue, one-legged bird emerged from the star, surrounded by flames. Bai Fong, it cried. Jiang Feng and Shan Shan shuddered, glancing at each other and pinching themselves. Summoning element. Our leader is incredible. Hua Pei'er stared at Bai Fong in astonishment. What kind of beast is this? I've never seen it before. Don't know, Li Yuan said, sitting on the ground and fighting off dizziness. Attack, he commanded, quickly pulling out a pure spirit crystal to replenish his magic. Bai Fong. The bird opened its beak and spewed flames at Dai Yubing. She raised 5 ice walls in succession, but the flames pierced through them all. These flames aren't ordinary fire. They have a demonic aura, Jiang Feng said, his face serious. As a master of fire, he could feel it most clearly. Who knew what kind of creature this kid had summoned? Bifong. The mythical bird soared through the sky, scattering flames as it flew. Chaos surrounded Dai Yubing, her anger boiling over. She conjured a 10-meter-long spear of frost, its sharp tip aimed directly at Bifong. Li Yuan, his magic partially restored, channeled flames from his palms towards Bifong, the pure fire elements being absorbed, making the bird even more ferocious. With a piercing cry, Bifong unleashed a fiery bird that instantly melted the ice spear. A cold glint flashed in Dai Yubing's eyes as countless diamond-shaped ice shards formed in the air. Ice impact, ice explosion ring. Sensing danger, Li Yuan instantly teleported, grabbing Chu Yueming and sprinting away. His movement technique, Juzhou treading song, reached its peak, sparks flying from his feet. With a thunderous crash, the ice shards exploded in a ring-shaped shockwave. Bifong vanished in a flash of white light, leaving everyone with ringing ears. Li Yuan, injured, coughed up blood that dripped onto Chu Yueming's hand. Tears welled up in Chu Yueming's eyes, and a chilling aura of killing intent surged. She broke free from Li Yuan's embrace and rose into the air. In my name, I summon your soul, form a divine pact and call you forth. A blue mark appeared on her forehead, radiating an otherworldly beauty. With a cry, a massive ice phoenix materialized behind Chu Yueming. Dai Yubing, shocked, fell to her knees. A totem, it's the sacred ice phoenix. Chu Yueming stood bewildered, while Li Yuan was dumbfounded. Has this old witch gone mad with fear? Suddenly, a large group of black-clad soldiers surrounded them. The ice phoenix transformed into a small bluebird and nestled into Chu Yueming's arms. Bai Weiguo arrived, flanked by his guards. Seeing Dai Yubing kneeling, he staggered slightly. In an instant, Dai Yubing disappeared, and Shun Shan whispered to Bai Weiguo, whose expression shifted unpredictably. Li Yuan, seeing the situation, tugged at Chu Yueming. Honey, maybe we should make a run for it. Chu Yueming shot him a glare. Show some respect. Bai Weiguo composed himself and approached, but Li Yuan stepped forward and shook his hand. Hello, Grandpa Bai. Thank you for your hard work. The surrounding experts tensed up, but Bai Weiguo quickly waved them off. It's fine, no need to worry. He looked kindly at Li Yuan. Your name is Li Yuan. I know you. You're a good kid. Li Yuan, thick-skinned, offered a cleansing fruit and immediately began flattering Bai Weiguo. The guards exchanged glances, astonished by his shamelessness. Bai Weiguo was taken aback by the boy's audacity, finding it hard to believe he was just a child. Finally, Li Yuan waved goodbye to the revered figure with a smile. Chu Yueming was left stunned by his series of actions. Bai Weiguo held the cleansing fruit given to him by Li Yuan, feeling something was off. Was there something he forgot to mention? Li Yuan pulled Jiang Feng aside and whispered. It turned out that Dai Yubing once had feelings for Li Yuan's great-grandfather, Li Tianqing. However, Li Yuan's great-grandmother married him first. This left Dai Yubing resentful, turning her into a bitter and eccentric person who remained single and harbored a special hatred for anyone with the surname Li. After hearing this, Jiang Feng's expression turned serious. Li Yuan, it's a miracle you're still alive. The wrath of a 100-year-old spinster isn't something just anyone can withstand. Li Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue, thinking that the beating he took was worth it. Paying for the sins of my great-grandfather, he muttered to himself sarcastically. Meanwhile, the ice phoenix nestled in Chu Yueming's arms kept glaring at Li Yuan. Seeing this, Li Yuan taunted. What's wrong, dumb bird? Bite me if you dare. Before he finished speaking, the ice phoenix transformed into a streak of lightning and pecked at Li Yuan's hand, leaving a few red marks. Hissed. Li Yuan winced in pain and complained to Chu Yueming. Honey, control it, it's biting me. Chu Yueming helplessly soothed the ice phoenix. Little phoenix, stop it. The ice phoenix let out a pitiful chirp. Chu Yueming smiled gently. All right, both of you behave. Lu Shanyue approached Li Yuan and said, Friend, we have to go now. See you in linen. See you in linen, Li Yuan replied, watching Lu Shanyue and his group disappear from sight. Zhou Qiang reluctantly watched the long legs and black stockings walk away. Seeing this, Chu Yueming kicked Li Yuan's, but said unhappily, They're gone, and you're still looking. Why don't you go after them? Li Yuan grinned. Really? Then I'll go. Chu Yueming stomped her foot and pretended to be angry. You dare? Back at the hotel, Wei Jingming had been waiting for a long time, still eager to have a drinking session with Li Yuan. Li Yuan happily accompanied him for a few drinks and soon passed out completely drunk. Chu Yueming ended up carrying him back to the room before heading to the bathroom for a shower. The ice phoenix, with its gem-like eyes, flew over to Li Yuan's head and pecked at his hair, turning it into a bird's nest. Chirping triumphantly, it let out a few proud calls. Bai Weiguo returned to the Xuxin Pavilion at Longyuan Sea, his eyes glinting with an inexplicable light. As soon as he sat down, a guard approached and said, Commander, should we have this fruit tested? Bai Weiguo smiled and replied, No need, it should be just an ordinary fruit. With that, he brought the fruit to his mouth. The guard reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Bai Weiguo took a bite, and the entire fruit dissolved into a warm flow that surged into his stomach. The guard watched him nervously, ready to call for a doctor at any moment. A few seconds later, Bai Weiguo's eyes bulged, and he clenched his teeth tightly. The guard hastily pressed the communication button. Get Dr. Sun here, quick. 2 minutes later, an elderly man with a kind face hurried in. This was Sun Homiao, a renowned physician in Huagua, skilled in acupuncture and herbal medicine. After taking Bai Weiguo's pulse, Sun Homiao exclaimed, What did he eat? The effects are so intense. The guard briefly explained the situation, and Sun Homiao stroked his beard and smiled. No harm done. It must be a rare treasure of the world, cleansing his bones and marrow. Bai Weiguo clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot, yet he uttered no sound. A foul odor filled the air, and the guard quickly activated the air purifier. Sun Homiao lit a stick of white incense, wafting the fragrant smoke to disperse the stench. 2 hours later, Bai Weiguo stood up, his body covered in black impurities. After a quick wash and a change of clothes, he looked completely rejuvenated. Sun Homiao checked his pulse again and marveled. Your blood and vitality are strong. There should still be a warm flow in your abdomen, right? Bai Weiguo nodded in confirmation. Sun Homiao praised the rare treasure and suggested that he could now pursue martial arts. Bai Weiguo, filled with excitement, slammed his hand on the table, shattering the sturdy wooden surface. He stared in disbelief at his own palm. Send a directive. Classify the information on Li Yuan and Chu Yueming as top secret. As long as they don't betray the country, let them be. Assign dragon guards to protect them in secret. Also, appoint Feng Wanyao as the director of the Eastern Lu Province Guard Bureau and strongly support Chu Zhongluo's company. The guard acknowledged the orders and left. The next morning, Li Yuan woke up from a hangover, rubbing his groggy head. Chu Yueming laughed heartily beside him. What's so funny? Do I have flowers on my face? Li Yuan asked, bewildered. He shook his head and walked into the bathroom, only to shout, You silly bird! I'm going to pluck all your feathers and roast you. The ice phoenix nestled in Chu Yueming's arms, its eyes twinkling with amusement. At the imperial capital airport, Wei Jingming hugged them goodbye reluctantly. Li Yuan patted his shoulder. Come visit Qizhou if you miss me. The group of 7 boarded the plane. As Li Yuan looked for his seat, he noticed a heavily armed person in the front row and gave a discreet thumbs up. 2 hours later, the plane landed in Qizhou. As soon as they exited the airport, they were greeted by a large crowd with flowers. Fansong smiled and said, We've prepared a celebration banquet. Let's go. Li Yuan felt a headache, but then smiled. President Fan, let me show you a magic trick. Sure, I'm looking forward to it, Fansong replied. Watch closely. 3. Li Yuan picked up Chu Yueming and disappeared in an instant. Fansong shook his head helplessly, while Zhou Qiang, trying to sneak away, was caught and made to help with the preparations. The Chu family's driver had been waiting. Li Yuan placed Chu Yueming in the backseat and followed her in. Uncle Lu, drive fast. Old Lu stepped on the gas, and the car sped off like an arrow. They soon arrived at the Chu family villa. Li Yuan took a deep breath, savoring the familiar air. Bai Yu came running out and jumped up to lick Li Yuan's cheek. Li Yuan petted its soft fur. You've grown bigger. Chu Yueming called Bai Yu over, and the ice phoenix greeted it reluctantly. Li Yuan rushed into the house and hugged Wang Yakin. Aunt Wang, I'm back. Wang Yakin gently patted his back. I've made your favorite dishes. Oh, and we have a guest at home. Who? An uninvited old lady. Am I welcome? A cold voice rang out. Li Yuan shivered instantly and plopped down on the floor. He turned to look at the living room, forcing a smile. What brings you here? Dai Yubing sat on the sofa, glaring at Li Yuan with a displeased expression. Chu Yueming walked into the living room, holding Bai Yu in her arms. She paused for a moment upon seeing Dai Yubing. Quickly standing up, Dai Yubing respectfully greeted her. Goddess? Chu Yueming, flustered, replied. I'm not a goddess. Please don't say that. Dai Yubing's gaze fell on the ice phoenix perched on Chu Yueming's shoulder, and she spoke firmly. With the sacred beast by your side, you are the goddess. I was rude earlier. Please accept my apology. She then bowed deeply. Chu Yueming looked to Li Yuan for help. Li Yuan got up, dusted off his pants, and casually plopped down on the sofa, beckoning Chu Yueming to sit beside him. She obediently complied. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuan addressed Dai Yubing. Since you know about her unique status, you must know more about this than we do. Dai Yubing nodded and asked, do you know why ice element awakeners are so rare nowadays? Both shook their heads. Dai Yubing began to explain, in ancient times, the ice element was not rare. It was actually quite common, thanks to the ice phoenix sacred beast. She cast a meaningful glance at the ice phoenix. Li Yuan turned to look at the ice phoenix and muttered, is this dumb bird that powerful? The ice phoenix flapped its wings angrily at him, and Chu Yueming quickly soothed it. Dai Yubing continued with an ancient secret. Back then, the world was rich in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivation. Then, a great calamity swept across the world, causing countless powerful beings to fall. The ice phoenix goddess and the sacred beast were reborn together to protect the people. After the calamity, spiritual energy dissipated, and the world fell silent. The survivors have been searching for the reincarnated goddess ever since, until they found Chu Yueming. Li Yuan caught the key point. What caused this great calamity? Dai Yubing replied. Historical records refer to it as the Black Demon Ugly, shrouded in black mist, with a body as hard as metal, capable of regenerating limbs. It was extremely terrifying. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming exchanged a fearful glance. Sensing something amiss, Dai Yubing pressed for details. Li Yuan honestly explained, we killed one in the rain god temple. It was sealed underground for 1,500 years. We didn't know what it was at the time, so we burned it all. Dai Yubing stood up abruptly, her expression grave. If a black demon survived, could another calamity be approaching? Li Yuan questioned. We haven't heard of any others. Could it be an isolated case? Dai Yubing shook her head. Regardless, we must prepare. Your current strength is insufficient. I will stay by the goddess's side to protect her. Li Yuan's face fell as he thought. My good days are over. Great-grandpa, where are you? Come take her away. During dinner, Dai Yubing was preoccupied and barely touched her food. Li Yuan, on the other hand, ate heartily, showing no fear. Chu Yueming tried to feed the ice phoenix, but was repeatedly rebuffed. Dai Yubing explained, the ice phoenix sacred beast prefers rare treasures from heaven and earth, which are hard to find nowadays. It sustains itself on spiritual energy. Li Yuan had an idea and pulled out a cleansing fruit, tossing it in his hand. The ice phoenix sniffed it, its sapphire eyes lighting up. Li Yuan teasingly hid the fruit, and the ice phoenix turned away haughtily. Here, eat it. Li Yuan offered the fruit in his palm. The ice phoenix cautiously approached, but just as it was about to grab the fruit, Li Yuan closed his hand. Ha, you can't have it, he taunted. The ice phoenix flapped its wings in frustration, and Chu Yueming playfully glared at him. Only then did Li Yuan relent, tossing the fruit into the air. The ice phoenix darted like a blue lightning bolt and swallowed it in one gulp. It gave Li Yuan a satisfied look, as if to say, you're sensible, then strutted back to Chu Yueming's side. Chu Yueming gave Li Yuan a sweet smile. In the afternoon, Li Yuan and Chu Yueming played with Bai Yu in the yard, making up for earlier neglect. Chu Yueming's room was filled with photos taken in the capital, and she gazed at them with eyes full of tenderness and sweetness. As night fell, Li Yuan returned to his room, sitting cross-legged to maintain peak condition. In the middle of the night, with the moon and stars hidden, he donned black clothes and slipped out the window. Where are you going? Chu Yueming's voice suddenly rang out, startling Li Yuan. I have something important to do, Li Yuan replied with a sheepish smile. You promised to take me with you, Chu Yueming said, feigning anger. Two people would attract too much attention. I'll be back soon. All right, but you have to kiss me first. Chu Yueming pointed to her smooth cheek. Li Yuan planted several kisses on her face, and Chu Yueming playfully complained. Oh, you're all slobber. Hee hee, I'm off. Be careful. Yeah. A kilometer away from the Lu family estate, Jiang Feng had been waiting for some time. You're here. Where's my payment? Here you go. Li Yuan tossed him the remaining half of the colorful glass iron. Jiang Feng happily examined the ore. Don't let this get out. It's too embarrassing. All right, let's get to work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can sleep, Li Yuan urged. Got it. Jiang Feng leapt into the air, heading toward the Lu family estate. Li Yuan drank a bottle of stealth potion and melted into the shadows. Two figures rushed out of the estate, chasing after Jiang Feng. Taking advantage of the distraction, Li Yuan slipped into the dungeon and entered the password to open the door. They didn't even change the password. Interesting, Li Yuan muttered as he stepped inside, finding no guards present. The prisoners glanced at him but lost interest when they saw he had no food. Li Yuan walked to the darkest corner. "You're here," a raspy voice sounded. "You know me?" "Yes, I'm familiar with your aura. I sensed you last time." "You shouldn't have come," Li Shuangdao said, dragging her long hair as she stared at him intently. Li Yuan smiled. "I'm here to get you out." Li Shuangdao shook her head. "My powers are sealed. I can't escape. These bars are made of extremely hard metal, beyond your ability to break. You should leave." "That might not be the case," Li Yuan said with a confident smile. Clang. The tang sword in Li Yuan's hand struck the railing with force. With a loud clang, sparks flew everywhere. Li Yuan inspected the tang sword closely. The blade remained sharp and intact. The railing, however, only bore a shallow white mark. "I told you, it can't be opened," Li Shuangdao said gravely. "Don't waste your energy. I don't know how you found out about me, but you should leave now before anyone notices." Li Yuan sheathed the tang sword back into his system space and pulled out the sword of the first emperor. "Step back," he instructed. Li Shuangdao stepped back 2 paces, puzzled. With a sharp clang, the sword of the first emperor was drawn, emitting a faint glow as its array-breaking attribute activated. "Yangguan." Li Yuan slashed horizontally above the railing. Seeing the fierce sword light, a look of satisfaction flashed in Li Shuangdao's eyes. The child from back then had grown up. Li Yuan made another horizontal cut below the railing and sheathed the sword of the first emperor. Grabbing the railing with both hands, he commanded, "Retrieve." The railing vanished instantly. "Might as well take advantage of this," he muttered. Li Shuangdao walked out of the cell in amazement. "Let's go." Li Yuan led the way. "Young man, save me." "Brother, get me out of here. I'm the chairman of a major corporation. I'll make sure you're well rewarded." "I'm so-and-so. Please get me out." A crowd of prisoners clung to the railings, eyes filled with desperation. "Everyone, please calm down. I swear I will come back to save you all, but not right now. Trust me, and stay quiet to avoid attracting attention," Li Yuan reassured them. "All right, we believe you. We've waited so many years already." The prisoners nodded in agreement. Li Yuan grabbed Li Shuangdao, ignoring his foul smell, and teleported several times, finally arriving at a small lake. Li Shuangdao looked at Li Yuan intently, then suddenly knelt on one knee. Subordinate Li Shuangdao greets the young master. "Why young master?" Li Yuan was stunned. The system notified him that the mission was complete and a golden treasure chest had been issued. Li Yuan quickly helped Li Shuangdao up. "Don't call me young master. First, take this." He handed Li Shuangdao a revitalizing elixir. Without hesitation, Li Shuangdao swallowed the elixir. Instantly, the restraints within his body shattered, and his aura surged. 3 seconds later, he felt his strength fully restored. "Wow, a grandmaster." Li Yuan handed him a cleansing fruit next. "Thank you, young master." "Don't thank me yet. The aftereffects are intense. Just endure it." Li Shuangdao ate the fruit and stood motionless, without any sign of pain or expression change, not even a bloodshot eye. "Don't worry, young master. This pain is nothing." Li Yuan gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive, you're tough. I felt like I was dying back then." The foul smell grew stronger, and Li Yuan instinctively covered his nose. Li Shuangdao turned and jumped into the lake. An hour later, "Young master, may I borrow your sword?" Li Yuan tossed him the tang sword. Li Shuangdao drew the sword and admired it. "What a fine blade." With a flash of the blade, his long hair fell. Then, the blade moved swiftly across his face. Li Yuan watched nervously. "Wow, you're ruthless, but your swordsmanship is impressive." He pulled out a set of clean clothes, slightly small but better than nothing. With a splash, Li Shuangdao emerged from the water. His muscles rippled, and his face was now clean's haven. Li Yuan admired his swordsmanship and scrutinized him closely. Li Shuangdao looked to be about 36 or 37, average in appearance but exuding a strong, resolute aura. "Change into these clothes for now. We'll get you something that fits better tomorrow," Li Yuan suggested with a smile. "Thank you, young master." Li Shuangdao's body shook, instantly drying off. "Don't call me young master. You're old enough to be my uncle." "I'm not anyone's young master," Li Yuan quickly corrected him. "Etiquette must be observed. The master has a debt of rebirth towards me," Li Shuangdao said solemnly. "Let's set that aside for now. Tell me what happened," Li Yuan said, pulling out a can of beer and tossing it to him. Li Shuangdao drank deeply. "This taste really brings back memories." "Young master, do you have a phone?" Li Yuan handed him the phone, puzzled. "What for?" Li Shuangdao looked toward the Lu family estate, his voice icy. "Revenge?" For hours later, a sharp sonic boom echoed in the sky. 2 figures descended from above. "Yuga!" Li Yuan exclaimed joyfully, hugging Feng Yu. Congratulations. Feng Yu patted his shoulder. You're quite famous now. Hey, when are you coming to the Northern Army? We made a pact, remember? Li Jidong interrupted their reunion. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. Second Master, Li Shuangdao greeted with a fist salute. Ah, Dao, I didn't expect you to be alive. What happened back then? How did you end up with this kid, Li Yuan? Li Yuan quickly explained. I had a grudge with the Lu family. While investigating, I accidentally found the dungeon and rescued him. Good job, kid. Another merit, Li Jitong said, patting his shoulder hard. Li Shuangdao's voice turned cold. Second Master, let's act. The Lu family was involved in the attack on the Master. Boom. Li Jitong's body radiated intense killing intent. Are we fighting? I'll call for backup, Li Yuan said, pulling out his phone. Li Jitong glared at him. Who can you call? Don't mess around. Li Yuan muttered under his breath and dialed Chu Yueming's number, then sent a message to Jiang Feng. 2 minutes later, 2 figures arrived. Ice Emperor? Li Jitong was stunned. Dai Yubing shot him a disdainful look, clearly disliking the Li family. Li Yuan patted Li Jitong's shoulder smugly. Who can I call? Guess who I can call? 5 minutes later, Jiang Feng descended from the sky. King Feng? Li Jitong was in disbelief. Am I dreaming? You brat, why'd you call me again? Can I get some sleep? Jiang Feng grumbled. Li Yuan pulled out a large railing from his dimensional space. I'll give you half. Use the rest to forge me a sword. Jiang Feng was taken aback, touching the railing. It's not too precious, but it'll do. What do you need me to do? Li Yuan grinned. Just stand by. Dawn was breaking, and the air still held the chill of the night. 7 figures stood in midair, overlooking the Lu family estate. In the shadows at a distance, 5 dragon guards lay in wait. This elite team, sent by Bai Weiguo to protect Li Yuan, consisted entirely of master-level experts, with their leader Lei Tuo being a half-step king-level warrior. Captain Lei, should we report to the chief? One of the dragon guards whispered. Lei Tuo pondered for a moment. The chief said as long as the kid doesn't betray the country, let him do as he pleases. Let's see how this plays out first. Li Yuan, riding a whirlwind, hovered in the sky and mocked. Since when did the Lu family become such cowards? Come out. A sigh was heard, and an elderly man with a hunched back appeared, leaning on a cane. A king-level expert, the dragon guards thought, growing wary. Lu Songhai, you're still alive, Jiang Feng greeted. The head of the Lu family, Lu Yuanjing, followed shortly after. Li Shuangdao's tang sword flashed as he struck down with a blade aura. Lu Songhai's cane trembled, dissipating the aura. Lu Yuanjing's face was full of bitterness. Uncle I? Enough, Lu Songhai interrupted. It's fate. I hope you can leave some bloodline for the Lu family. Fine. Li Yuan's eyes were cold. Lu Xian stays, everyone else dies. You. Lu Yuanzheng was furious. Lu Xian is already like that. What's the point of keeping him? Li Yuan sneered. You have no right to negotiate. Li Shuangdao interjected. Who ordered you back then? Lu Yuanjing bitterly replied. I don't know who it was. They acted mysteriously, promising to help me strengthen the Lu family. I was foolish. Later, I found out it was against the Li family, but it was too late to turn back. I beg you, spare Jinger. Li Yuan instantly appeared at the main hall entrance, grabbing the peeking Lu Jing. Li Shuangdao and Feng Yu blocked Lu Yuanjing from rescuing him. A spatial manipulator. Li Jidong exclaimed, the only one unaware of the situation. Li Yuan, gripping Lu Jing, taunted. You're really weak? Let me go. Lu Jing's face turned purple. Did you think of today when you sent people to kill me? Li Yuan tightened his grip. With a crack, Lu Jing's head tilted, lifeless. Li Yuan tossed the body aside. Jinger. Lu Yuanzheng was devastated. A flash of the blade, and his neck spurted blood as he fell. Li Shuangdao coldly sheathed his sword. Lu Songhai grinned menacingly, appearing beside Li Yuan, his cane smashing down. Before it could touch him, it turned into an ice sculpture. Dai Yubing reluctantly withdrew her hand. Li Yuan's palm ignited a flaming sword, splitting the ice sculpture in two. A system prompt sounded. Task to eradicate evil completed. Golden treasure chest awarded. Li Yuan entered the dungeon, freeing all prisoners. The Lu family really committed countless evils, Li Jidong said angrily. The rescued knelt in gratitude. Please, tell us your name. Li Yuan smiled. I never change my name or surname. I'm Lei Feng. Chu Yueming couldn't help but laugh beside him. Soon, a battalion of soldiers arrived, surrounding the estate. The remaining Lu family members were taken away for investigation, vowing to get to the bottom of it. The 7 returned to the Chu family. Dai Yubing went straight to her room. Li Jitong pulled Li Shuangdao aside for a long talk. Wang Yakin made noodles and dumplings for Feng Yu, with Li Yuan and Chu Yueming helping. 3 hours later, Li Jitong emerged with a furious face, not even stopping to eat dumplings. and hurried to the military base with Fengyu, preparing to return to the northern border. After Li Shuangdao had his fill, Li Yuan dragged him to the terrace. You didn't tell old man Li Jidong about my identity, did you? Li Yuan asked. He's your second uncle, and you told me not to reveal it, Li Shuangdao replied. I don't trust anyone in the Li family except Li Jiyu, Li Yuan sneered. Li Shuangdao's eyes showed memories and affection. Li Yuan saw through him and poked his arm. Hey, do you have feelings for my aunt? Li Shuangdao blushed. No. My aunt is still single, living alone in the mountains. It pains me to see her like that. I heard she. Li Yuan deliberately left him hanging. What about her? Li Shuangdao asked nervously. Li Yuan rolled his eyes, thinking how gullible he was and fabricated. I heard she misses someone and drinks to drown her sorrows every day. Li Shuangdao's face turned bitter. I was just someone the master saved. I don't even have my own surname. The master gave me mine. Li Yuan patted him on the shoulder and said comfortingly, Uncle Dao, it's the era of free love now. Why are you still so traditional? If you like her, go after her. I support you becoming my uncle. And please, stop calling me master. I believe my dad sees you as a brother. You're the one he trusts the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted me to you back then. Li Shuangdao was visibly shaken, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. How did you know that? Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief. I guessed, he said before laying out his deductions. Li Shuangdao looked at him in astonishment, his brows furrowing slightly. Your guesses are mostly accurate, but it couldn't have been Zhou Yi. They're blood brothers. Li Yuan remained unfazed and asked calmly, then let me ask you, why didn't you call Li Jizhou? Instead, you called Li Jitong, which shows you don't trust Li Jizhou. Li Shuangdao fell silent, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Zhou Yi is too calculating. I can't read him. But Yi is upright and honest, and I trust him. Li Yuan's eyes showed understanding. He said softly, Uncle Dao, tell me what happened back then, and let's analyze it together. Li Shuangdao took a deep breath and began to recount the past. 32 years ago, a 6-year-old Li Shuangdao was an orphan working as a porter at the docks. Despite his young age, he had incredible strength and could work as hard as an adult. However, being so young, he was often bullied. To protect himself, he fashioned a small knife from a piece of iron, and anyone who bullied him would find the knife at their throat in the dead of night. Over time, no one dared to bully him anymore, and they all called him Little Knife. When Li Jifeng, then 9 years old, disembarked with his family, he saw Li Shuangdao working at the docks. The sight of the frail boy struck a chord in young Li Jifeng's heart, and he pleaded with his grandmother, Xiang Wanru, to bring Li Shuangdao home as a companion. The Li family admired Li Shuangdao's strength and decided to take him in, grooming him to be Li Jifeng's bodyguard. Gifted and diligent, Li Shuangdao quickly advanced with the Li family's resources, becoming a martial arts master by the age of 21. By then, 24-year-old Li Jifeng held a prominent position in the Li family and was poised to become its future leader. He gave Li Shuangdao his current name, incorporating the Li surname, though formal inclusion in the family genealogy would have to wait until he fully assumed power. That spring, Li Yuan's mother, Long Xinqing, gave birth to him. That summer, Li Jifeng and his wife took their children, Li Yuan and Li Shuangdao, to the Imperial Mountain to escape the heat. The cool mountain breeze was refreshing, and the Li couple intended to give their children a pleasant retreat. However, they were suddenly attacked by 2 powerful warriors leading 6 masters. Despite being outmatched, Li Jifeng and his wife used their exceptional martial arts skills to carve out a path for survival, sacrificing themselves to ensure Li Shuangdao and the young Li Yuan could escape. After getting to temporary safety, Li Shuangdao learned that Li Jifeng and his wife had perished in the battle. Fearing for their lives, he fled south with Li Yuan to Qizhou. To protect Li Yuan, Li Shuangdao used a secret technique to hide the child's tattoo and placed him in an orphanage. He then stole a dead infant's body to create a diversion, burning it to ashes during an ambush. Li Shuangdao was captured and imprisoned in the Lu family's dungeon but survived because the enemy couldn't confirm the dead infant's identity. After hearing the story from Uncle Dao, Li Yuan clenched his fists, his face pale. Besides the Lu family, who else was involved? Li Shuangdao shook his head. I've told everything to the second master of the Li family. They should act soon, but there may be unknown enemies lurking in the shadows. Li Yuan was puzzled. 2 powerful warriors, and we have no leads? Li Shuangdao smiled bitterly. Do you think there are only 8 powerful warriors in Huagua? There are many more hidden and ancient beings. He suddenly remembered. One of the warriors seemed to use Daoist techniques. Our escape route would inexplicably deviate. The word Qimen flashed in Li Yuan's mind, and he decided to follow this clue. Seeing Li Shuangdao's worried expression, he joked, by the way, weren't you childhood sweethearts with my aunt? Li Shuangdao blushed. Don't talk nonsense. Miss Li is far too noble to notice someone like me. Li Yuan smirked and pulled out his phone, sending a message to Li Jiyu. After 5 minutes with no reply, he shrugged. Looks like my aunt isn't interested in him. Just then, Zhang Feng shouted from downstairs, "Hey, don't forget about me up there." Li Yuan remembered the railing issue and quickly went down to handle it. Half an hour later, he had melted the railing into a lump of iron. With that task done, Li Yuan recalled an unopened treasure chest and went to find Chu Yueming for some luck. Instead, he awkwardly stumbled upon Dai Yubing instructing Chu Yueming and had to leave. At 8 p.m., in the Chu family dining room, everyone had started eating when Chu Zhonglo returned, exhausted. He informed Li Yuan that the dispute caused by the Lu family's downfall had been quelled by an official order, and the assets worth billions now belonged to Li Yuan, managed by Chu Zhonglo. Overjoyed, Li Yuan expressed his wish to offer this wealth as a betrothal gift to the Chu family. Chu Zhonglo laughed and scolded, "You smooth talker, I only have Xiaoming, and it'll all be yours anyway." Amidst the joyful atmosphere, a melodious voice came from outside the door. "Excuse me, does Li Yuan live here?" Li Yuan waved his hand to get everyone's attention. Li Jiyu walked gracefully towards Li Shuangdao, her gaze immediately locking onto his broad back. Her eyes reddened as she softly called out, "Mu Tu, is that you?" Li Shuangdao froze upon hearing her, his body trembling slightly as he slowly turned around. "Xiao Yu, miss you," he struggled to say. Li Yuan signaled to the others, and they all understood, quietly leaving the room. The restaurant was now empty except for Li Jiyu and Li Shuangdao. Tears streamed down Li Jiyu's face. "Mu Tu, where have you been all these years?" Li Shuangdao stood there awkwardly, not daring to wipe her tears. Hiding in the shadows, Li Yuan muttered in frustration. Chu Yueming tugged at his sleeve, signaling that they shouldn't be spying. Li Yuan gently patted her hand to reassure her. Li Jiyu wiped away her tears and took the initiative to hug Li Shuangdao. She looked up at his simple face, finding it particularly endearing. Li Shuangdao stood stiffly, struggling internally. "Mu Tu, do you think I'm pretty?" Li Jiyu asked dreamily. "Pretty? Very pretty," Li Shuangdao stammered, his gaze evasive. "Do you know what my lipstick tastes like?" Li Shuangdao shook his head vigorously. "No, I don't." Li Yuan sighed in exasperation, wishing he could step in himself. Chu Yueming silently cheered for Li Shuangdao. "Then let me give you a taste." Li Jiyu smiled and kissed Li Shuangdao, pouring all her longing into the kiss, determined to stay with him for the rest of her life. Li Yuan accidentally knocked over a lamp and left awkwardly. Li Jiyu blushed and nestled in Li Shuangdao's arms. Li Yuan quickly reappeared and handed Li Jiyu a cleansing fruit. "Uncle Dao, the third room on the left upstairs is mine. You two can use it." Li Shuangdao glared at him, then scooped up Li Jiyu and rushed towards the room. Li Yuan grinned. "I'm just being helpful." Chu Yueming playfully poked his side. The next morning, Li Shuangdao came downstairs looking refreshed. Li Yuan teased, "Why are you alone?" Li Shuangdao replied shyly, She's still asleep." Chu Yueming gave Li Yuan a playful knock. Li Yuan quickly finished his breakfast and prepared to go to school. Li Shuangdao was about to follow, but Li Yuan stopped him. "There's someone upstairs who needs you. Stay with her." In the classroom, Li Yuan was greeted with applause and love letters. Chu Yueming's eyes flashed with cold light as she turned the letters into confetti. Li Yuan glanced towards the back row and saw Zhou Qiang writing furiously. "That's the power of black stockings," Li Yuan remarked. Chu Yueming asked why he didn't just tell Zhou Qiang about his guaranteed admission to Tianqing. Li Yuan smirked, "Let him work a bit harder. It'll feel more rewarding that way." During the runes class, Mr. Yu handed Li Yuan a thick notebook. Li Yuan grimaced as he began to read, while Chu Yueming giggled beside him. After school, Li Yuan was dazed, being led by Chu Yueming. They noticed that Iron Face He Wanqing didn't seem to care about them holding hands. Li Yuan boasted, "Thanks to Brother Yu, I brought him back, and as his teacher, He Wanqing has to be grateful." Chu Yueming gave him a charming side-eye. They're back. Li Jiyu and Li Shuangdao sat in the courtyard, her pale fingers tracing patterns on his broad palm. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. His aunt had become even more captivating, exuding a mature charm. Chu Yueming stole a glance at Li Yuan, feeling a shy flutter in her heart. Li Jiyu stood up and hugged Li Yuan, grateful for his rescue of Li Shuangdao. Li Yuan patted her back and took the opportunity to make a request. After a few whispered words, Li Jiyu went inside. Moments later, Dai Yubing flew out of the window, heading straight for the capital. Li Yuan cheered, and Chu Yueming tugged at his ear, demanding an explanation. It turned out that Li Yuan had asked Li Jiyu to trick Dai Yubing into believing that Li Tianqing was gravely ill, hoping to bring together this twilight romance. Li Jiyu emerged, her eyes red and swollen, confirming that their grandfather indeed had little time left. Li Yuan's phone rang. Chu Zhonglo had transferred a huge sum of money. He pulled Chu Yueming into the room to open a treasure chest. Inside, they found Holy Spirit elixir, shimi stones, and other treasures, causing Li Yuan to be ecstatic. The method for harnessing spiritual power delighted him so much that he quickly took pictures to save it. He teleported to the door and called out to the dragon guards hidden in the shadows. Handing the spiritual power method to Lei Tuo, he instructed him to deliver it to Grandpa by as quickly as possible. Returning to the room, he continued to open treasure chests and acquired the Thousand Faces ability. Li Yuan transformed into Chu Yueming, and the two playfully teased each other. Sweetheart, it's been a while since we were intimate. No, it hasn't. The ice phoenix covered its little head with its wings. At 5 in the morning, Bai Weiguo was awakened from his sleep. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he got dressed and walked to the Shushin pavilion. The new wooden desk emitted a faint fragrance. He sat down and asked, "What's the matter?" "Lu Tuo is back, and he says it's urgent." Bai Weiguo frowned. "Weren't they protecting Li Yuan?" "He said it's a matter of life and death. Let him in." Lu Tuo saluted. "Good morning, Commander. Is something wrong with Li Yuan?" Lu Tuo carefully took out a small blue booklet. "He's fine. He asked me to personally deliver this to you as a token of gratitude." After flipping through the booklet, Bai Weiguo's breath quickened, and his face turned red. Xiao Lu was about to call a doctor, but Bai Weiguo stopped him. "I'm fine." After calming his heartbeat, he slammed the desk. "That kid, always coming through with big gifts." With a loud crash, the desk collapsed. Xiao Lu reminded him, "Commander, this is the second desk. Don't forget you're a martial artist now." Bai Weiguo instructed the selection of loyal warriors for training and pondered for a moment. "What should I send that kid in return? Promote Feng Wenyao? Or should I wait a bit longer?" Li Yuan came downstairs and saw Feng Wenyao dressed in a sharp suit, carrying a suitcase. "Uncle Feng, heading out?" "I'm going to the province to serve as the director of the guard bureau." Li Yuan hugged him. "I told you they would call you back. What about Qin Xingwen?" "Death penalty. Deserved it. Take care, Uncle Feng. Call me if you need anything. I have connections now." Feng Wenyao ruffled his hair. "Power is meant to serve the people, not personal desires. Be good while I'm gone." Li Yuan saw him off at the high-speed rail station, feeling reluctant to part. He then went to the airport to pick up Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng emerged with 2 large suitcases. Li Yuan took one. "Pretty heavy." Zhang Feng glared at him. "You didn't specify what you needed, so I brought everything I could. If there's nothing good, I'm going to beat you up. We'll talk in the car." Li Yuan took out a shumi stone and handed it to Zhang Feng. "Guess what this is?" Zhang Feng examined it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Li Yuan smiled. "This is a shumi stone, possibly used for crafting storage equipment." Zhang Feng was astonished. "The legendary item is real, but I don't know how to forge it." "Research it. Maybe you'll figure it out." Zhang Feng thought for a moment. "Old Miao is not far from here. Let's get him to help with the research." "You mean the master swordsmith Miao Ligua?" After contacting him, Miao Ligua said he could arrive by the afternoon. Once they reached the Chu family home, a makeshift workshop was already set up. Li Yuan asked, "What about the knife?" Zhang Feng glared at him. "What's the rush? I haven't even finished my tea." After finishing his tea, Zhang Feng took off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. Li Yuan praised, "Your physique is amazing, truly in great shape for your age." Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction and gestured for him to assist. Li Yuan set up the tools and handed over the knife blank. Zhang Feng motioned for him to heat it with flames, then handed him a large hammer. Li Yuan took off his shirt, revealing his fair skin. Zhang Feng gave him a disdainful look. 8 strikes. Li Yuan shouted as he swung the hammer down. "Just hammer it. Why are you yelling?" "Heh, gives me more strength." Using his spiritual energy, Li Yuan swung the large hammer with great force. "Enough. Switch to the smaller hammer." Li Yuan picked up the smaller hammer and started striking. 40 strikes. 40 strikes. "What are you mumbling about?" "Big hammer, 80 strikes. Small hammer, 40 strikes, special offer." Zhang Feng's mouth twitched, and he kicked Li Yuan's butt. "Get out of here, you." Zhang Feng and Li Yuan were so engrossed in their work that they skipped lunch. At 3 p.m., Chu Yueming called from outside. "Li Yuan, there's an old man here looking for Grandpa Jiang." The two emerged from the workshop, with Zhang Feng already putting on his shirt. "Lao Miao is here already, and pretty quick too," Li Yuan remarked as he sized up the swordsmith master Miao Ligua, noting that he looked about the same age as Zhang Feng but with better maintained skin, a rosy complexion, and significantly more muscular build. "Wow, these guys are all muscle-bound?" Li Yuan thought to himself. Miao Ligua impatiently asked, "Old Jiang, why did you call me here so urgently? I still have swords to finish." Zhang Feng gave Li Yuan a knowing look. Li Yuan understood and handed a shumi stone to Miao Ligua. "Grandpa Miao, take a look at this." Miao Ligua examined it for a while and asked in confusion, "What is this? I've never seen anything like it." Zhang Feng chuckled. "This is called a shumi stone. It might be a material for crafting storage equipment." Miao Ligua's interest was piqued. Chu Yueming chimed in at the right moment. "You two must be tired from the journey. Why don't you have something to eat first? I am actually a bit hungry, Li Yuan said, rubbing his stomach. Chu Yueming carefully wiped Li Yuan's hands with a damp cloth. Miao Ligua was absorbed in studying the Shumi stone, while Jiang Feng eagerly devoured the food. Li Yuan found himself competing with Jiang Feng for the last piece of rib. After the meal, the three of them returned to the workshop. Jiang Feng continued forging a blade blank, while Miao Ligua asked Li Yuan to cut off a small piece of the Shumi stone for research. Li Yuan first tried with the Tang Dao but failed, then succeeded effortlessly with the sword of the first emperor. When Miao Ligua saw the sword of the first emperor, his eyes lit up. Li Yuan handed the sword to him for inspection, and Miao Ligua was so overwhelmed that his hands trembled and tears of blood welled up. Li Yuan quickly took back the sword, and Jiang Feng also wanted to take a look but was dissuaded by Li Yuan. In the following days, the three men immersed themselves in their research. Li Yuan found time to see off Li Shuangdao and Li Jiyu, persuading them to stay in the capital with great difficulty. Chu Yueming grew frustrated with Li Yuan's constant busyness. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiang was diligently preparing for his college entrance exams, aiming to skip a grade. After 10 days, they finally completed what appeared to be an ordinary ring. Jiang Feng asked nervously, "Is it done?" Li Yuan swallowed hard and replied, "I think so." Miao Ligua reached out to take it, but then hesitated. Summoning his courage, Li Yuan closed his eyes, grabbed the ring and whispered, "May luck be on my side." He cautiously channeled a thread of spiritual power into the ring, and a space of about 10 cubic meters appeared in his mind. Li Yuan held his breath, focusing intently on the subtle connection between his spiritual power and the ring. The space unfolded slowly, like a delicate box spreading open in his consciousness. He reached out to grab the hammer on the table, and with a thought, the hammer vanished, entering that confined space. It worked. A hint of joy flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Jiang Feng flexed his arm, showing off his muscles in excitement. Meanwhile, Miao Ligua silently sat down, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The Shumi stone had shrunk to nearly half its size, consumed by repeated experiments. Fortunately, Li Yuan had awakened his spatial abilities and had a reference point. Otherwise, who knows how much more time they would have needed. Finally, we can get a good night's sleep. Li Yuan sighed in relief, then remembered something. By the way, could you two help me craft a beautiful ring? I want to give it to my girlfriend. Here's your reward. He handed 2 cleansing fruits to them, reminding, remember to eat them in your rooms. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Feng had already popped one into his mouth. A small fruit like this, does it matter where I eat it? He said while chewing. It doesn't have much taste. Li Yuan smiled without saying a word. A moment later, Jiang Feng's eyes widened. Whoa, this packs a punch. Xiao Yuan, what is this stuff? Bone cleansing and marrow purging, something I found in a spatial vortex, Li Yuan explained. Just as he finished, a foul stench filled the air. Jiang Feng quickly ran outside. I'm done for today. Li Yuan helped Miao Ligua up. Be careful on your way back. Miao Ligua nodded in thanks. After handling everything, Li Yuan quietly slipped into Chu Yueming's room. The girl was lying on the bed watching a show. When she saw him, a flicker of happiness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly put on a stern face. What are you doing here? Sleeping, Li Yuan said, rubbing his hands and moving closer to the bed. Go back to your own room. Chu Yueming turned her head away. What are you upset about now? Li Yuan chuckled as he climbed onto the bed. Chu Yueming extended her long leg, pressing it against his chest. Don't come up here. You're filthy and you stink. Li Yuan sniffed himself. All right, I'll go wash up. He turned and headed to the bathroom. Chu Yueming's lips curved into a slight, enchanting smile. Li Yuan quickly stripped off his clothes and tossed them into the laundry basket. He hurried into the bathroom, but just as he was about to turn on the shower, he suddenly remembered the unused Holy Spirit elixir. Taking out the exquisite crystal bottle from his system space, Li Yuan stared at the milky white liquid inside. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to test its effects first. Pouring the liquid into the bathtub, he was astonished to find that the small bottle could fill the entire tub. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, Li Yuan slowly lowered himself into the bath. Instantly, a searing pain made him scream and leap out of the water. Chu Yueming rushed over, but Li Yuan, enduring the pain, brushed her off with a vague explanation. Submerging himself back into the tub, Li Yuan felt strange changes in his body. His bones gleamed with a golden light, and his meridians became broader and more resilient. To his horror, he saw his lower body turn into a skeleton, but it quickly reverted to normal. His consciousness wavered between agony and ecstasy until he eventually passed out. It was unclear how much time had passed when Li Yuan suddenly woke up. He was thrilled to find himself transformed. His black hair flowing, his skin glowing with a golden hue, and his body brimming with strength. Even more astonishing were his enhanced healing abilities and newfound night vision. Tiptoeing back to the bedroom, Li Yuan accidentally woke Chu Yueming with his unfamiliar presence. In the dim light, she looked at the transformed Li Yuan in surprise. Li Yuan smiled slightly. Do I look especially good, especially handsome? Chu Yueming nodded vigorously, completely forgetting about not letting Li Yuan share the bed. Li Yuan pulled Chu Yueming close and gently kissed her tender, rosy lips. Chu Yueming hugged him tightly, eager to make up for the days they had neglected each other. 3 days later, the Shumi stone was depleted, and 12 new space rings were crafted, including 2 matching pairs for couples. Zhang Feng rubbed his sore shoulder, and Li Yuan quickly stepped forward to help, thanking him repeatedly. Miao Ligua was rejuvenated by the effects of the purifying fruit. Li Yuan secretly planned the distribution of the rings. 1 for his treasure, 1 pair for Zhou Qiang and Feng Yu, 1 pair for his aunt Li Shuangdao, and 1 each for Jiang Feng, Miao Ligua, Bai Weigua, and Wei Jingming. The remaining 2 rings were left for Bai Weigua to handle. Li Yuan kept 3 rings for himself and entrusted the rest to Jiang Feng to take to the capital. Miao Ligua was overjoyed, marveling at his good fortune. Li Yuan joked that it was all thanks to Grandpa Miao's help. Although Jiang Feng grumbled about being reduced to a delivery boy, he was happy to help. Miao Ligua, having gained many insights, decided to go back and forge swords. Li Yuan quickly placed an order, and Miao Ligua agreed with a good-natured scolding. After bidding farewell to the two, Li Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking forward to some quality time alone with Chu Yueming. Finally, peace and quiet, and some time for just the 2 of them. What treasure are you going to show me? Chu Yueming asked eagerly, her eyes fixed on Li Yuan. With a mysterious smile, Li Yuan pulled a red box from his pocket and got down on one knee. Chu Yueming's cheeks flushed, and her heart began to race. Li Yuan opened the box to reveal an exquisite ring, intricately carved with a lifelike phoenix. He gently took her hand, just about to speak, when Chu Yueming blurted out impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Put it on me already." Realizing her outburst, Chu Yueming bit her lip in embarrassment. Li Yuan chuckled indulgently and slipped the ring onto her middle finger. "In such a hurry to marry me?" he teased. Chu Yueming lifted her chin proudly. No, I just think the ring is beautiful." Li Yuan motioned for her to channel her spiritual energy, and suddenly, 2 bouquets appeared out of thin air. Chu Yueming gazed in delight at the baby's breath and red roses, tears welling up in her eyes. Li Yuan confessed his deep feelings and explained the meanings behind the flowers. Unable to hold back any longer, Chu Yueming threw herself into his arms. "I'll be with you forever," she declared. Li Yuan lifted her and spun her around, while Wang Yakin and Feng Yushuan watched from a distance, smiling. Time flew by as Li Yuan focused on his studies, and in their spare moments, he and Chu Yueming explored mountains and rivers. Their family members were busy with their own affairs, and the villa gradually grew quiet. As the college entrance exams approached, Chu Yueming suggested they visit the Northern Territory after the exams. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he excitedly lifted her into the air, soaring across the sky on the sword of the first emperor. "Let's go see Grandpa," Li Yuan said, holding Chu Yueming as they flew toward the Qizhou Cemetery. The northern mountains. 2 figures swooped down from the sky, landing at the base of the gray hill where Li Yuan had first crossed over. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming landed lightly, and the scene before them left them momentarily stunned. The once makeshift campsite had mostly collapsed, with only some rain tarps left, under which lay the blackened, foul-smelling bedding. Instinctively, Chu Yueming tightened her grip on Li Yuan's hand. He smiled reassuringly. "It's okay. It's all in the past." He then began to vividly recount how he had awakened and defeated Erzhuang and Scarface's men. His exaggerated tone and animated gestures had Chu Yueming laughing uncontrollably. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the air. The gray hill shook violently, and the 2 exchanged glances. Volcanic eruption? Or an earthquake? Chu Yueming wondered aloud. There aren't any volcanoes near Qizhou, though. Before they could ponder further, a fissure tore open in the sky, releasing a powerful gust of air. Li Yuan immediately positioned himself in front of Chu Yueming, staring intently at the spatial rift. "Such dense spatial energy," he murmured. 2 minutes later, a spatial vortex formed before them. Li Yuan quickly retrieved a flare gun from his dimensional space and fired it into the sky. Chu Yueming checked her phone, only to find that the magnetic field disturbance had cut off all signals. Li Yuan, excited, said, "Babe, we've got some action here. Time to stretch our muscles. You go ahead and secure the area." Chu Yueming nodded, raising her hand to conjure an ice wall that enclosed the 15-meter-wide vortex entrance. Drawing his Tang sword, Li Yuan stood at the entrance, brimming with anticipation. A white-nosed gray bear emerged from the vortex, but before it could even roar, Li Yuan decapitated it with a single stroke. The blood splattered on his hand, further igniting his fighting spirit. More and more battle beasts poured out. Hidden moon turtles, southern plains porcupines, flying apes, greenwood wolves, black spiders, Li Yuan's sword flashed incessantly at the entrance. Chu Yueming observed quietly from the side, reinforcing the ice wall as needed. She thought to herself, Li Yuan has been holding back for too long. This is the life he yearns for. I'll be by his side through it all. A blue profound ox of master level began to emerge, but before Chu Yueming could act, Li Yuan decapitated it with the emperor's sword. He swiftly stored the ox head in his dimensional space and dragged the entire body out, saying, "This will be delicious." Nearby patrolling guards arrived, stunned by the sight of Li Yuan's slaughter. One of them recognized him, exclaiming, "It's Li Yuan, the prodigy who awakened 4 elements and won the national high school competition for Qizhou." A squad leader approached Chu Yueming, nervously asking, "Do you need any help?" Chu Yueming smiled and shook her head. "No, he can handle it." The squad leader, flustered by the ethereal beauty before him, retreated awkwardly. Li Yuan, wielding a sword in one hand and a knife in the other, fought with fervor. Chu Yueming used water to freeze the beast corpses into ice sculptures, then turned them to powder. The guards sat on the ground, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. 10 minutes later, Fansong descended from the sky, nodding at Chu Yueming. She returned the gesture politely. Fansong smiled. "Looks like I'm not needed here. What brings you two here?" Chu Yueming explained. "We were out for a stroll and noticed the chaotic spiritual energy, so we came to investigate." Fansong nodded approvingly. "You two have done a great job. It's fortunate these beasts didn't escape, or we'd be in trouble." Chu Yueming modestly replied, "Grandpa Fan, it's our duty as cultivators." Half an hour later, the roar of engines could be heard in the distance. A battalion of soldiers in tan camouflage, armed with rifles, marched in the Sky Spear Army. Guofeng led the way, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Li Yuan's rampage. He shouted, "Form up!" The soldiers quickly assembled, readying their rifles. Fansong called out, "Li Yuan, come back. This area is now under control." Li Yuan killed the last flying ape and leaped back to Chu Yueming's side. She waved her hand, dispelling the ice wall. "Attack!" The Sky Spear Army shouted in unison, their spearheads emitting a sharp aura that combined into one. The beasts at the entrance were instantly shredded by the spear light. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Combined attack technique, impressive. Guofeng approached Li Yuan, extending his hand. "Interested in joining the Sky Spear Army?" Li Yuan almost bolted but quickly shook his hand. "Still in school, maybe later." "I'll definitely consider it then." Guofeng introduced himself. "I'm Guofeng, captain of the Sky Spear Battalion." Li Yuan glanced at the 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulder, thinking, "Li Jidong promised me a captain or major rank. Wonder if that still stands." Chu Yueming carefully wiped the blood off Li Yuan's face and hands. Li Yuan said, "If there's nothing else, we'll head back. This place is yours now." Guofeng thanked them. "Much appreciated. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." Li Yuan waved goodbye. Chu Yueming wrapped her arms around his waist, and the 2 soared into the sky. Guofeng looked up in amazement. "That girl is a master." Fansong explained, "Yes, she's probably the youngest master in history." Guofeng, excited, declared, "I need to file a report immediately. We have to recruit these 2 into the Sky Spear Army." Fansong chuckled. "You're not the only one with eyes on them." High above, Chu Yueming used a small stream of water from her fingertips to clean Li Yuan's bloodstains. "Are you hurt?" she asked with concern. Li Yuan proudly replied, "Of course not. Your husband is that strong. Come here, let me give you a kiss." He pecked her lightly on the lips, making her blush and causing them to start falling. Li Yuan laughed heartily, quickly embracing her and summoning the emperor's sword to support them. "Never tried it in the sky, have we? Come on, one more kiss." "You're so bad." MMPH, Chu Yueming wrapped her legs around his waist, and they shared a passionate kiss. In the distance, a passenger plane flew by, and someone exclaimed, "Whoa, did I just see people kissing outside? You must be dreaming, we're in the whoa." Unfortunately, the plane quickly disappeared into the clouds. Chu Yueming buried her face in Li Yuan's neck, her body turning to jelly and her cheeks burning red. Li Yuan teased, "Why do you get embarrassed so easily? We've been together forever." "Humph, none of your business. I'll bite you." "Ouch, ouch, ouch." The 2 of them returned to the Chu household. Li Yuan didn't rush to take a shower. Instead, he retrieved the head of the Qingxian ox from his dimensional space, carefully cradling the enormous ox head. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. "It's huge. I'll cook something special for you later," he said softly, his fingers gently stroking the rough surface of the ox head. Chu Yueming slightly pursed her lips and furrowed her brows. "Do you even know how to cook?" She had never seen Li Yuan in the kitchen before, though she had tasted his grilled meat, which felt different. Li Yuan didn't respond. Instead, he focused on extracting a beast core the size of an egg from the ox head. The brown core shimmered faintly under the light, its texture akin to fine jade. At that moment, Bai suddenly darted in from a distance and swallowed the beast core in one gulp. Hey Bai, you can't eat that right now. Spit it out, Li Yuan exclaimed, frantically trying to pry open Bai's mouth. Bai shook its little head and opened its mouth, but the core was already gone. Li Yuan's face changed, and he drew his tang blade, ready to cut open Bai's stomach. Chu Yueming quickly grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? The power of that beast core could kill Bai. Move aside, Li Yuan said urgently, the blade in his hand gleaming coldly. As they stood in a standoff, Bai suddenly curled up and fell into a deep sleep. Chu Yueming breathed a sigh of relief. Bai is fine. Look how worried you were. Li Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that the cleansing fruits we fed Bai earlier have strengthened it enough to handle such wild power? Maybe. Chu Yueming nodded, then frowned. Oh no, your hands are covered in blood, and it's on your face too. She quickly grabbed a towel to help him clean up. After putting away the ox head, Li Yuan turned to the massive ox body and cut off a tender piece of loin. You're really going to cook? Chu Yueming asked, a bit surprised. Of course. Just wait and see, Li Yuan replied with a smile as he headed into the kitchen, preparing everything skillfully. Soon, a delicious aroma filled the air. Li Yuan came out carrying 2 plates of stir-fried beef, placing one in front of Chu Yueming. I know you can't handle too much spice, so I used less chili for yours. Touched, Chu Yueming picked up a piece of beef and savored it. This is so good. You're quite the chef. Then eat as much as you want. I'll make more whenever you crave it, Li Yuan said with a smile, diving into his own plate. Chu Yueming suddenly put down her chopsticks, looking a bit downcast. Noticing her change in mood, Li Yuan asked with concern, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? It's not that, Chu Yueming pouted. It's just that you're getting so good at everything. I'm worried. Worried that I might run off with someone else? Li Yuan smiled gently. Is that what you're worried about? Don't be. You're a goddess. Have some confidence. I'll never leave you. Chu Yueming finally smiled, picking up her chopsticks again. The two of them continued to enjoy their delicious dinner, chatting and laughing, while Bai slept peacefully nearby. The little boy's mother seemed to sense something unusual about the pet and quickly held the boy tightly. 3 people boarded a Gulfstream private jet. Li Yuan, Chu Yueming, and Zhou Qiang stepped onto the luxurious Gulfstream jet that belonged to Li Yuan. Chu Zhongluo had specifically arranged this plane to facilitate the transport of Bai. Zhou Qiang caressed the soft leather sofa and couldn't help but exclaim, this is so comfortable. Being rich sure feels good. Li Yuan smiled faintly, yes, burning tons of fuel just to transport less than 1,000 pounds of cargo 2,000 kilometers away. Then he turned serious. All right, let's get ready for departure. With a roar, the Gulfstream took to the skies. 3 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at the Bar City airport. Zhou Qiang looked around and asked, boss, there's no one here to pick us up. How do we get there? Li Yuan smirked, of course, we'll fly over. How's your spirit wing training going? Zhou Qiang scratched his head. It's all right, but I haven't flown much. The 3 found a secluded spot. Li Yuan picked up Bai and soared into the air on the Emperor's sword. Chu Yueming followed closely behind. Spirit wings emerged from Zhou Qiang's back, and he clumsily took to the air, shouting, boss, wait for me. Li Yuan absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish his sword energy, while Chu Yueming flew effortlessly. Seeing Zhou Qiang struggling, Li Yuan handed him a pure spirit crystal to restore his energy. 2 hours later, Chu Yueming remarked, it's so desolate here. Li Yuan's expression turned grave. Yes, the further we go, the more barren it gets. Many respectable people have been guarding our borders, ensuring our safety. Determination flashed in Zhou Qiang's eyes. Boss, I've decided. After graduation, I'm joining the military to protect our homeland. Li Yuan replied meaningfully. We might not have to wait until graduation. Remember, our ancestors fought for this land with their lives. We must defend it at all costs. Zhou Qiang shouted passionately. Not an inch of land will be surrendered. Finally, a red flag fluttered in the distance. Li Yuan said solemnly, let's land and walk the rest of the way. We must show the highest respect for the flag. As soon as they landed, Bai ran off joyfully, while the ice phoenix circled overhead. Chu Yueming pointed north. Xiao Huang says there are battle beasts fighting over there. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he dashed off, shouting, here I come. Let's see what treasures we have here, and if they're good to eat. A mud scorpion was clashing fiercely with a northern wild boar. Li Yuan burst into the battlefield, his blade flashing as he severed the scorpion's stinger. Taking advantage of its pain, he stabbed it through the head. The wild boar charged, but Li Yuan was ready, thrusting a long steel pipe into its mouth. Ha, fresh meat right after we arrive. This is awesome, Li Yuan said, carrying the steel pipe back. Zhou Qiang admired the struggling wild boar. Boss, that's cool. Li Yuan grinned. We'll have a feast later. With that, he led the way to the green camp. They stood respectfully in front of the red flag, saluting. The soldiers around recognized Li Yuan and greeted him warmly. As soon as he entered the camp, Li Yuan shouted, Su Xiang, Brother Xiang. A burly man with a bandaged arm emerged from a tent. I'm here. What's up? Li Yuan frowned. Brother Xiang, what happened to you? Don't we have any light awakeners? Su Xiang replied honestly, they've all been sent to the northwest. The battle there is intense. Without hesitation, Li Yuan's hands glowed white as he healed Su Xiang's arm. All done. Su Xiang flexed his arm in surprise. You've awakened the light element too. He turned and shouted, brothers, come out and let Li Yuan treat you. Li Yuan quickly stopped him. No, I'll go inside and help them. He then went into each tent, healing the injured soldiers. After treating the wounded, Li Yuan told Su Xiang, Brother Xiang, clean up the boar and save some for me. I'll head to the northwest to help. Su Xiang nodded. Got it? Li Yuan then said to Bai, stay here. I'll take you to find your mother when I return. Bai nuzzled his leg, seemingly understanding. Li Yuan and his companions left the camp, taking to the skies towards the northwest. Soon, the Black City fortress came into view, a massive steel stronghold stretching for miles. The cyan walls were stained with dried black and purple blood, and the pockmarked surface bore many repair marks. Shadows moved along the walls, with countless soldiers unleashing artillery fire and awakeners launching long-range attacks. In the center of the battlefield, a fire-free zone was filled with warriors from the Northern Army battling ferocious beasts. Li Jitong and Feng Yu each held off a Grandmaster-level beast, while other A and B rank warriors engaged two more. The Northern Army commander, Jiang Ling, stood on the fortress wall, exhausted but anxious. I need to go down and help. A communications officer held him back. Commander Jiang, you can't. You've been fighting for 3 days straight. You need rest. The Guardian and Deputy Commander Feng, you can hold on a bit longer. No, the casualties are too high. I need to bring over those 2 Grandmaster-level battle beasts. Jiang Ling was about to take action when suddenly the communications officer excitedly pointed to the east. Commander, look. Jiang Ling turned to see, and his face lit up with joy. Reinforcements had finally arrived. He immediately ordered, watch the artillery fire, don't hit our allies. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding, mission, timely assistance, triggered. Repel the beast tide and receive a golden treasure chest as a reward. Li Yuan was delighted. Finally, there was a treasure chest to open. Without hesitation, he tossed Zhou Qiang downward. Zhou Qiang, fully armed with a shield in his left hand and a blade in his right, was instantly covered in a layer of white light that formed a crystal-like armor. Though it appeared thin, its defense was astonishing. I'll lead the charge. Zhou Qiang shouted, his body now enveloped in a dense, earthy yellow glow. With his shield raised and blade swinging, he carved a bloody path through the battlefield. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming exchanged a smile, and each showcased their abilities. Li Yuan stepped on his flying sword and dashed toward the Grandmaster-level battlefield, no longer hiding his strength. Whoa, sword flight! Is he a sword immortal? The surrounding soldiers exclaimed in shock. Chu Yueming hovered in midair, her hands weaving together to summon a barrage of ice spikes that left a trail of eerie, beautiful ice sculptures in their wake. Li Yuan leaped off his flying sword, grasping the sword of the first emperor, and instantly teleported to the head of a Grandmaster-level giant civet. Sunset Gate. A golden flash, and the beast's head fell. Quickly, he cut open the skull, retrieved the beast core, and grinned at the nearby soldiers of the Northern Army. They were dumbfounded. The beast they had struggled with for so long was taken down in an instant. Next, Li Yuan stepped forward, splitting into 3 figures. This was a new ability gained from advancing in the 9 provinces sword dance. Wherever his sword pointed, the battle beasts fell like grass. The battlefield-breaking attribute was fully unleashed, and Li Yuan was exhilarated. The trio's involvement greatly alleviated the battle conditions and morale soared. Li Yuan effortlessly slew another Grandmaster-level floating cloud horse, extracted its beast core, and vanished before the surrounding soldiers could thank him. Li Yuan then decapitated another Grandmaster-level floating cloud horse, skillfully extracting the beast core once more. Before the soldiers around him could express their gratitude, he had already disappeared. The people on the Black Fortress were all stunned. The fatigue in Jiang Ling's eyes was quickly replaced by delight as he recognized the newcomer. Feng Yu called out loudly upon spotting Li Yuan, who then teleported to the battlefield and swiftly dispatched 2 master-level war beasts. Feng Yu smiled in satisfaction and flew back to the fortress. Jiang Ling handed water to Feng Yu and praised Li Yuan's prowess. Li Jitong, seeing this, also called Li Yuan over for assistance. The two worked seamlessly together to take down several master-level war beasts. Chu Yueming and Zhou Qiang arrived to join them, and the horn sounded, signaling everyone to retreat back to the fortress. Li Yuan drew his Tang Dao and charged up for a powerful strike. A surging blade of energy, imbued with thunderous force, cleared a vast area ahead. Chu Yueming, wielding the sword of the first emperor, unleashed an equally formidable sword energy. The pressure from the beast horde significantly lessened. A roar echoed from afar, and the beast horde began to retreat. Li Yuan and the others watched cautiously towards the north as a king-level dragon armor-bone beast slowly approached. The expressions of Jiang Ling and the others grew serious, but Li Yuan remained confident. He and Chu Yueming summoned by Fong and Ice Phoenix respectively, leaving Li Jidong astonished. Facing the impending powerful enemy, everyone prepared themselves for battle. Li Jidong nudged Li Yuan's arm and asked, "Hey, Xiao Yuanzi, what are those things you summoned?" Bai Fong flapped its wings and spewed demonic flames. The Ice Phoenix whipped up freezing storms. The dragon bone beast bristled with bone spikes and charged at the two divine birds, roaring. Li Yuan and his companions quickly retreated several hundred meters, distancing themselves from the center of the battlefield. The ground shook violently, collapsing in places. The dragon bone beast's tail lashed through the air, creating deafening booms. Bai Fong and the Ice Phoenix, thanks to their agile flight, managed to hold their own against the dragon bone beast. Li Yuan turned to Feng Yu. "You, call in all the fire element awakeners." Feng Yu immediately began coordinating through his communicator. On the city walls, exhausted soldiers strained to watch the battle. Li Yuan accepted the sword of the first emperor from Chu Yueming. "I'll give it a try," he said. Chu Yueming, worried, tugged at his sleeve. Li Yuan reassured her, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." He teleported to the dragon bone beast's hind leg, hearing a whistling sound above. Li Yuan used his 7-star step to dodge, and the beast's tail smashed into the ground, causing it to crack open for hundreds of meters. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief but was soon knocked back by the beast's sheer force. "A king-level war beast is indeed formidable," Li Yuan muttered, downing a potion of concealment. His form melted into the ground as he carefully approached the dragon bone beast. Li Jidong and Jiang Ling were astonished at Li Yuan's sudden disappearance, but Chu Yueming could still sense his presence through their mental connection. Li Yuan crept closer, controlling his energy fluctuations. The dragon bone beast sensed something amiss but soon refocused on the flies in the sky. Holding his breath, Li Yuan advanced step by step. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Li Yuan suddenly struck with his sword. The screeching sound of metal against bone filled the air as the sword of the first emperor failed to sever the beast's hind leg in one blow. Li Yuan gripped the sword tightly, black runes flickering along the blade. With a crack, the hind leg finally broke. Just as Li Yuan reached for the severed leg, the dragon bone beast's tail whipped him away. Chu Yueming flew to his side instantly, catching him with concern. Li Yuan spat out some golden red blood but smiled. "I'm fine." He marveled at his own resilience. The loss of a leg made the dragon bone beast even more ferocious, its tail lashing out wildly. Li Yuan, carrying the severed leg, returned to the group and shouted, "Roast the marrow." Zhou Qiang responded immediately. After checking that Li Yuan was okay, Feng Yu sternly warned him not to take any more risks. Li Yuan called Bai Fong back and ordered the gathered fire element awakeners, "Focus your fire attacks on it." Though puzzled, they obeyed under Li Jitong's command. Flames surged towards Bai Fong, which let out a comfortable cry, its flames deepening in color. When the flames reached their peak intensity, Li Yuan signaled them to stop. The northern border army remained motionless, causing Li Yuan some embarrassment. Seizing the moment, Li Jitong invited him to join the northern border army, but Li Yuan, though internally scoffing, did not respond. "Bai Fong, go. Burn it to ashes," Li Yuan commanded. Bai Fong spread its wings, conjuring a scorching inferno, causing the ground to crack. The dragon bone beast formed a brown energy orb to counter. The two energies clashed, creating rifts in the air. Gritting his teeth, Li Yuan tossed the severed leg to Zhou Qiang and hurled the sword of the first emperor with his right hand. As the others looked on in confusion, he used his sword control technique to direct the blade toward the dragon bone beast. The northern border army gasped, and Li Jidong pinched his leg to confirm it was real. Under Li Yuan's control, the sword of the first emperor dodged the beast's tail strikes and repeatedly slashed at the joints of its skull. The sound of bone against metal was excruciating. Everyone held their breath, fists clenched in anticipation. Bai Fong was showing signs of fatigue, its flames dimming. The dragon bone beast's eyes flared with fire, and its brown energy orb began to overpower the red one. With a thunderous crash, Bai Fong dissolved into light. The dragon bone beast's tail rose high and swung down, aiming for the sword of the first emperor. Li Yuan's eyes lit up as he focused intently on wielding the sword of the first emperor. The tail of the dragon bone beast swung violently towards him. Li Yuan's eyes flashed with determination as he twisted his wrist, causing the runes on the sword to glow. Using the momentum, he thrust the sword into the beast's joint. The bone beast roared and thrashed, but the blade only dug deeper. The sound of cracking bones filled the air as Li Yuan watched the beast's struggles. Finally, with a resounding crash, the dragon bone beast's head hit the ground, and the flames in its eyes extinguished. A system prompt indicated the mission was complete. Li Yuan waved excitedly, Zhou Qiang did an awkward dance to celebrate, and Chu Yueming watched with a smile. Cheers of glory! Glory! Echoed from the city walls. Li Jitong stood bewildered, while Jiang Ling smiled with relief before fainting from exhaustion. Li Yuan called Zhou Qiang over to collect the spoils. The Earth Element users began to restore the battlefield. Facing the colossal carcass of the dragon bone beast, Li Yuan lamented, "It's too big. We can't carry it all." Zhou Qiang suggested dismembering it, but Li Jitong quickly interjected, "This is prime material, don't waste it." They decided to only take the bone marrow. With Zhou Qiang's help and Chu Yueming's ice pillars, it took over an hour to transport it back to the fortress. Li Yuan cut open the beast's leg, releasing a tantalizing aroma. After tasting a bite, he felt a surge of vitality. He fed a piece to Chu Yueming, and watching her lick her lips, his heart fluttered. Suddenly, a flash on the city wall caught his eye. Climbing up, he saw a scene that brought tears to his eyes. Soldiers lay exhausted, some sleeping despite their injuries. Light element users continued to heal tirelessly. One soldier with an amputated arm resolutely said, "Cut it off. I can still fight." Chu Yueming flew up to the wall and, upon seeing the scene, quickly covered her mouth in shock. Li Yuan gently placed his hand over the soldier's wound, and a milky white light emanated from his fingertips, slowly flowing onto the injured area. The soldier's eyes widened in surprise, then he nodded gratefully at Li Yuan. With a solemn expression and tears in his eyes, Li Yuan saluted him with great respect. "On behalf of millions of our compatriots, thank you. You are all true heroes." Li Yuan choked up, "Thank you for your sacrifices." He wiped his tears and murmured, "If only light magic could regenerate limbs." Suddenly, Li Yuan remembered an unopened golden treasure chest. He clasped Chu Yueming's hand, his heart racing. "Open the golden treasure chest." A system notification sounded. "The chest has been opened. You have obtained 1000 remedies bone restoration pill and unlocked 2 random pages of the summoning compendium. The 1000 remedies bone restoration pill has been added to the system shop, priced at 100,000. Li Yuan didn't bother to check the summoning compendium. His eyes were fixed on the description of the 1000 remedies bone restoration pill. Formed from the essence of 1000 medicinal herbs, it can regenerate limbs and strengthen bones. It worked. Li Yuan whispered excitedly, "I'm so lucky. If there weren't so many people around, I'd kiss my little darling." He took out a fragrant black pill and held it to the mouth of the soldier who had lost both arms. The soldier chuckled, "Is this a new kind of chocolate?" and swallowed it in one gulp. Li Yuan watched him expectantly. 10 seconds later, the soldier groaned. A minute later, the flesh on his shoulders began to writhe wildly, and 2 new, white arms emerged from the stumps. This is... The soldier stared in disbelief at his fully restored arms. Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Try moving them." The soldier swung his arms around, exclaiming, "They're just like the originals, even stronger." Li Yuan sighed in relief. "That's good to hear. Benefactor." The soldier was about to kneel but was stopped by Li Yuan. "A man only kneels to his parents, not to heaven or earth," Li Yuan said seriously. "I should be the one thanking you for everything you've done for us." The soldier stood up straight and saluted Li Yuan solemnly. After returning the salute, Li Yuan patted his shoulder. "Go rest now. I need to check on others." "I didn't get your name, brother," the soldier asked. "Just call me Lei Feng," Li Yuan replied with a smile. Li Yuan began to get busy. He moved swiftly along the city walls, his eyes sharp with determination. Whenever he encountered an injured soldier, he quickly used his light-based healing magic. For those with more severe injuries, he didn't hesitate to give them a 1000-fold bone restoration pill. With abundant resources at his disposal, his only goal was to save lives. Soon after, Li Yuan and Zhou Qiang divided their tasks. Li Yuan purchased a large quantity of 1000-fold bone restoration pills, filling a big basin with them. Zhou Qiang carried the basin around, distributing the pills to the wounded. Li Yuan, with a pure spirit crystal in one hand, continuously performed healing spells with the other, his movements fluid and effortless. By dawn, Li Yuan's vision went dark, and he collapsed from exhaustion into Chu Yueming's arms. Chu Yueming, filled with concern, picked him up and flew to the command center. The soldiers on the wall, now awake, gathered in small groups, discussing the 3 living Lei Fengs. News quickly reached Li Jitong and Jiang Ling. When Li Jitong learned the details, he was so excited that he almost lost his composure. He hurried to find Li Yuan, and upon seeing him fast asleep, he restrained himself from waking him. Where did this deity come from? Could it be that the heavens sent him to save Huagua? Li Jitong wondered, then reported to Bai Weigua. After learning more from Bai Weiguo, Li Jidong was utterly shocked. Any thoughts of recruiting Li Yuan into the northern army vanished, as Bai Weiguo had other plans. Unable to find the beast horde, Li Jitong vented his frustrations in a spatial vortex before returning to the Black Fortress to clear Li Yuan's name. Only then did the northern army soldiers learn of Li Yuan's true identity, and they remembered him from that day forward. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon that Li Yuan slowly woke up, immediately locking eyes with Chu Yueming, who was lying beside him. Their eyes met, and love filled the air. "Are you hungry?" Chu Yueming asked softly. Li Yuan sat up, rubbing his stomach, and replied pitifully, "Starving. Brother Su Xiang is already here, grilling meat in the yard." Li Yuan's eyes lit up as he pulled Chu Yueming's hand and rushed to the yard. The aroma of the roasting meat made his stomach growl. Su Xiang called out with a smile, "Xiao Yuan, you're awake. Come and try some." The roast North Plains boar was golden and crispy, covered in a secret blend of spices. Li Yuan tore off a piece of the hind leg and offered it to Chu Yueming. She smiled and said, "You're hungry. You eat first." "No, you eat first, my dear," Li Yuan insisted. Chu Yueming took a small bite and closed her eyes in delight. "It's delicious." As Li Yuan devoured his food, he looked around. "Where's Zhou Qiang?" Su Xiang explained. He finished eating and went to check out the firearms and cannons. Li Yuan ate faster, and Chu Yueming handed him some water, reminding him, "Slow down, don't choke." Half an hour later, Li Yuan patted his full stomach. "I'm stuffed. Thanks, Brother Xiang." Su Xiang waved it off. "No need to thank me. You're the hero of our northern army." Li Yuan replied modestly, "You all are the true heroes, the backbone of our nation. Brother Xiang, you go ahead. I'll take a look around." Li Yuan took Chu Yueming's hand and climbed the city wall, where he immediately spotted Zhou Qiang admiring the firearms. "Boss, this is so cool. I love it," Zhou Qiang said, unable to put the gun down. A soldier handed Li Yuan a brand new assault rifle. Li Yuan hesitated. "But the regulations." "Don't worry, the commander gave you permission to use them freely," the soldier explained. Li Yuan gladly took the rifle, expertly loading it. Wang Ji asked with a smile, "Have you used one before?" Li Yuan smiled back, "No, but I've seen it done before." He flipped the switch to full auto and fired a burst at a distant target. "Feels great." Li Yuan soon noticed a black sniper rifle and his interest was piqued. Wang Ji replaced the regular bullets and patiently explained the principles of sniping. Li Yuan listened intently, but his attempts weren't very successful, as sniping required long-term training. After a while, Li Yuan decided to be more restrained. These were national resources and should be used wisely. After spending another night at the Black Fortress, Li Yuan left Li Jidong 1,000-fold bone restoration pills and half a barrel of dragon armor beast marrow. After spending 2 days at Black City Fortress, Li Yuan had already spent nearly 300 million. However, he didn't feel the least bit of regret. It was all worth it. Early the next morning, Li Yuan and his 2 companions, along with Bai Yu, took the aircraft straight to Snowfall Forest. Half an hour later, they landed at the entrance and looked around, not spotting a single wandering battle beast. Li Yuan nodded to himself, thinking that De Hui was quite obedient. Bai Yu let out an excited howl at the entrance. Li Yuan affectionately patted its head. "All right, we're about to see your mother soon." With that, he led the way towards the spatial vortex. In the distance, Lei Tuo's squad came to a halt. Someone asked, "Captain Lei, should we follow them in?" Lei Tuo pondered for a moment. "Not yet. Let's stand guard outside. The master-level battle beast inside is his friend." The team members exchanged surprised glances. Wow, being friends with a battle beast, that's impressive. As soon as Li Yuan and his companions stepped into the snowy white world, they were stunned. There sat De Hui, leisurely perched on a rock with a large barbecue grill in front of him, roasting meat and sprinkling spices occasionally. Behind him was a spacious tent filled with supplies and cans. Chu Yueming's eyes widened in surprise. "Boss, so this is De Hui. I never imagined it lived so comfortably." Li Yuan chuckled. "Living quite the good life, huh? Seems like it's getting along well with the Northern Army." "De Hui," Li Yuan called out. "Roar." De Hui rushed over excitedly, gesturing wildly at Li Yuan. Li Yuan patted its hand. "Send a signal, call Bai Shui over." De Hui let out a long howl, its sound echoing through the distant mountains. Soon, Bai Shui's response could be heard. Bai Yu joined in with its own howl. "The meat's burning," Chu Yueming suddenly reminded. De Hui hurried back to the grill, looking at the charred meat in distress and stomping its feet. "Here, eat this," Li Yuan said, taking out a large chunk of northern boar from his dimensional space and handing it to De Hui. De Hui sniffed it, gave a thumbs up, and began eating it gracefully. Watching De Hui's elegant eating manner, Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, even your eating habits have become refined, De Hui." De Hui handed some cans to the group. Li Yuan politely declined. "You keep them, De Hui." We have our own. After De Hui had his fill, he joined Zhou Qiang. The man and the beast showed off their muscles to each other. Chu Yueming smiled softly, quietly enjoying the heartwarming scene. Li Yuan called out, "Sweetheart, what are you thinking about? Come on, let's build a snowman." Chu Yueming responded, and they clumsily built a few large snowmen together. Nearby, Zhou Qiang was teaching De Hui to dance the cha-cha. Their exaggerated movements made it hilariously funny. Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Zhou Qiang, you're ruining De Hui. That dance looks terrible." Chu Yueming laughed so hard that she almost doubled over. Li Yuan invited Chu Yueming to dance the tango. The two of them spun awkwardly. Seeing this, De Hui also pulled Zhou Qiang to dance, leaving Zhou Qiang both amused and exasperated. Bai Yu shook her little head nearby, making the scene even more heartwarming and harmonious. Li Yuan used his earth powers to build a large pool for De Hui to bathe in. De Hui played with the bubbles, thoroughly enjoying himself. Watching Li Yuan's tenderness, Chu Yueming felt even sweeter inside. By evening, Bai Shui arrived late. Li Yuan instantly teleported to embrace her, and Bai Shui affectionately nuzzled him. Bai Yu ran over to Nestle with her mother. Chu Yueming watched, her eyes slightly moist. Li Yuan prepared some roasted meat for Bai Shui and gave her a bath. Bai Shui, majestic and elegant, posed for many photos with Chu Yueming. As night fell, everyone gathered around the campfire. Li Yuan played the guitar, Chu Yueming sang softly, and Zhou Qiang opened a bottle of wine, making the atmosphere cozy and delightful. Li Yuan took out the beast core of a dragon bone beast for Bai Shui, and then comforted the disappointed De Hui. Chu Yueming snuggled in Li Yuan's arms, and they embraced while gazing at the stars. Li Yuan gently kissed her. "Let's come here often from now on." Chu Yueming nodded, her cheeks flushing. They shared a tender kiss, surrounded by sleeping people and animals, with only the campfire quietly burning. After a long while, Chu Yueming playfully chided, "It's all your fault, you're so bad." Li Yuan carried her to change clothes, and the young girl shyly took off her long dress. Li Yuan chuckled, "You didn't know I have night vision, did you?" The girl's skin flushed slightly, her delicate curves exposed to the air. Li Yuan almost couldn't resist taking her right there. Once Chu Yueming finished changing her clothes, they teleported back instantly. Li Yuan held the sleeping Chu Yueming in his arms and sighed softly as he adjusted his position to make her more comfortable. He focused his mind and summoned his compendium, which slowly unfolded. The page for Bai Fong was dim, indicating a cooldown period. It would be available for summoning again in about 3 days. Turning to the second page, the black mist dissipated, revealing the strange beast with a goat's body and a human face, tiger's teeth, and human hands Tao Tai. Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction and continued flipping pages. The third page showed another unusual beast with a human face, tiger's feet, and a pig's mouth Chow Wu. He carefully read the description. It devours and emits soil, stopping the world's waters. Aquatic creatures cannot harm it. Li Yuan pondered, deciding to find an opportunity to summon it. Gently, he tidied Chu Yueming's messy hair and held her tender body as they drifted into slumber. In the Su Xian pavilion of Longyuan Sea, Bai Weiguo and Sun Hongmiao were engrossed in handling affairs. A knock on the door broke their concentration, and guard Xiao Lu brought in a square box. Bai Weiguo opened it with trembling hands, and a rich medicinal aroma filled the room. Inside, 2 Qinfeng Fugu Dan pills lay quietly. Old Wu arrived upon being summoned, looking puzzled at the chocolate beans inside the box. Encouraged by Bai Weiguo, he reluctantly swallowed one. Moments later, Old Wu's eyes widened as he unwrapped his pant leg, revealing a slowly regenerating, blood-streaked, tender white foot. Sun Hongmiao exclaimed, "Limb regeneration, this is a miracle pill." Old Wu took a tentative step with his new foot, his eyes moist with emotion. Rolling up his pant leg to reveal a sturdy thigh, he chuckled. "It's just a bit embarrassing without leg hair." After a thorough examination, Sun Hongmiao was full of praise. At Bai Weiguo's request, he donned gloves and meticulously analyzed the remaining pill. After smelling and tasting it, Sun Hongmiao shook his head with a wry smile. "I truly can't identify it. The variety of ingredients in this pill is too vast, there are at least hundreds, and some flavors I've never encountered before." Bai Weiguo nodded and closed the lid. "Xiao Lu, take this to the lab and see what you can analyze." Xiao Lu carefully lifted the box, his expression serious, and quickly walked away. Wu Dehai, standing nearby, couldn't stop grinning and squeezed his leg in excitement. Bai Weiguo sighed deeply, his brows furrowed. "Li Yuan has too many secrets. Each one leaves me on edge." Sun Hongmiao, however, smiled with satisfaction and spoke firmly, "Mr. Bai, you underestimate him. This young man is a rare genius and a blessing for our nation and its people." Hearing this, Bai Weiguo's expression softened, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He decided not to worry any longer. "Why torment myself over this?" he muttered, a determined look flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, A loud clap of thunder tore through the night, waking everyone. Zhou Qiang, rubbing his hangover-induced headache, groggily asked, "Did the sky fall?" Li Yuan's eyes sharpened as he immediately understood the situation. Bai Shui is about to break through, he said, holding Chu Yueming close and watching Bai Shui in the distance. The sky split open, revealing a swirling vortex of dark clouds and lightning. Bai Shui's fur stood on end as a powerful aura emanated from her. De Hui almost collapsed to the ground, and Li Yuan quickly called out to Bai Yu, "Run! Get away from here!" Bai Yu sprinted on all fours, frequently looking back at her mother. Bai Shui let out a long howl, releasing an even more formidable aura. The forces of nature grew increasingly violent, lasting nearly an hour before gradually calming down. Bai Shui's aura reached its peak, and a tremendous wolf howl echoed through the snow-covered forest. Snow fell from the branches, and countless battle beasts fled in panic. Bai Shui's aura is truly impressive, Li Yuan remarked. Zhou Qiang and De Hui, excited, began dancing the cha-cha, cheering, "Bai Shui is so cool." Bai Shui raced towards them, noticeably faster and larger than before. She knelt on her front legs, showing gratitude to Li Yuan. He quickly stopped her. "Bai Shui, what are you doing? We're friends. Get up." Bai Shui affectionately nuzzled him, and with a flick of her tail, she lifted Li Yuan and Chu Yueming onto her back. De Hui also placed Zhou Qiang on his shoulders. They all began to run joyfully, filling the snow-covered forest with the sound of laughter. Happiness is a wonderful thing. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Yueming has been in high spirits lately, feeling refreshed by her interactions with Li Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiang has been lamenting his single status, feeling like he's constantly being fed dog food. The three of them have moved to the foot of a mountain, using the small valley where Feng Yu once camped as their new base. Li Yuan and Zhou Qiang have built a few simple wooden huts, which, although not exquisite, give them a sense of accomplishment. "Boss, I have a feeling I'll break through to level tonight," Zhou Qiang said with a smug look on his face. Li Yuan chuckled. "What a coincidence. I'm about to reach a level myself." He then advised, "The spiritual energy in the snowfall forest is abundant. Don't slack off." As night fell, the three of them sat around a campfire with four beasts lying nearby. A vortex of spiritual energy appeared, gathering the essence of the heavens and earth. In Li Yuan's mind, the crystal core began to crack and, after 3 hours, finally shattered and reformed, elevating his awakening level to A. He let out a sigh of relief and then started practicing the Northern Pride technique to ascend to the warrior level. De Hui was snoring loudly, while Bing Huang covered her head with her wings in disdain. As dawn approached, the cyclone in Li Yuan's dantian expanded, successfully breaking through to a level warrior. He stretched and felt invigorated. "I did it!" Chu Yueming exclaimed joyfully. Li Yuan nodded and gave her a good morning kiss. After freshening up, he began preparing breakfast. Not long after, Zhou Qiang jumped up. "I did it too." Suddenly, the towering mountain trembled slightly. Li Yuan looked up, and Chu Yueming frowned. "I have a bad feeling about this." Zhou Qiang, however, was full of himself. "Must be my aura that's shaking things up." Li Yuan decided to check it out. Bai Shui bit his coat, eyes full of worry. He reassured her, "Don't worry, we'll retreat if there's any danger." After instructing Zhou Qiang to stay behind, he and Chu Yueming flew to the mountaintop on their swords. The mountain was steep with sparse vegetation. Chu Yueming noted the drop in temperature, and Li Yuan teased, "Can you feel my warm body now?" She scolded him, "You're incorrigible." 20 minutes later, they reached the summit. In the center of the flat ground stood a large altar covered in runes. Li Yuan recognized it as similar to the ceiling array at the Rain God Temple, and became cautious. Chu Yueming pointed to a stone tablet inscribed with, "Future generations, do not destroy the array. There is a great evil sealed within. If you are proficient in runes, you may enter to reinforce the array." Tang Zhu Jian. Li Yuan was surprised that the rain god had sealed 2 dark demons here, but was more apprehensive about the unknown. "This place is dangerous. We should leave," he said, pulling Chu Yueming away quickly. Just as they left, a crack appeared in the altar, and a sinister voice echoed, "Ice Empress? Isn't she supposed to be dead?" The mountaintop then fell silent. Back at the camp, Zhou Qiang joked, "Boss, done already?" Before he could finish, Chu Yueming turned him into an ice sculpture. De Hui clutched his belly, laughing heartily. Time flew by, and another half-month passed. The snowfall forest was in chaos, with countless war beasts trembling in fear of being tormented by a few gluttons, hoping they would leave soon. "It's time to go," Li Yuan suggested. The trio and their 4 beasts reluctantly bid farewell to Bai Shui and De Hui and left the snowfall forest. As soon as they exited the forest, Zhou Qiang pointed and exclaimed, "Boss, look, 5 savages." Lei Tuo's forehead veins bulged. "You're the savage. Your whole family are savages." Li Yuan smiled apologetically. "Thanks for your hard work." Lei Tuo nodded, and led his team away. The three decided to visit Fengyu at the Black City Fortress. Since the defeat of the dragon armor-bone beast, the fortress had been peaceful. Li Yuan's name had become legendary, especially among the disabled soldiers who saw him as a god. I'm back. Did you miss me? Li Yuan's voice echoed from the sky, and countless northern frontier soldiers looked up, saluting in unison. Fengyu patted his shoulder with a smile. You're back. Looks like life has been treating you well. Li Yuan puffed out his chest proudly. Of course, I've reached AA rank. A glint of approval flashed in Fengyu's eyes, but he kept his expression neutral. Let's go. I have a place to show you. They walked in silence, the atmosphere growing heavier with each step. When they reached the base of a small hill, Fengyu's expression turned solemn. Get ready and keep quiet. As they rounded the hill, the scene before them struck the three like a bolt of lightning. Rows upon rows of endless tombstones stood, each adorned with a photo of a young soldier. Fengyu spoke with deep sorrow. These are the brave souls of the Northern Army who sacrificed their lives for our country. There are cemeteries like this all over the nation, stretching beyond what the eye can see. Li Yuan led the salute, his voice thunderous. For Huagua, we are willing to die with honor, as long as our iron wills are buried in the battlefield. The others followed suit, their voices echoing across the cemetery. Li Yuan bowed deeply. May the heroic souls never fade, and our loyal hearts never waver. First, may the world find peace. Second, may the seas and rivers be calm. Third, may we enjoy long-lasting stability. Fourth, may we live and die together. Let us strive on together. From a distance, the Dragon Guard squad watched, their blood boiling with fervor. Lei Tuo quickly sent the video to Bai Weigua. After watching the video, Bai Weigua slammed his desk in excitement. Good. Well said. This kid truly has a pure heart. The desk collapsed under the force of his slap, and Xiao Lu could only cover his head in exasperation. Sun Hongmiao's eyes lit up. It was the rare treasure from last time. He discreetly placed it into his medicine box. Thank you, my young friend. Bai Weigua said sternly. All right, let's get down to business. Li Yuan felt a chill in his heart, knowing the critical moment had arrived. Yao Xinghua couldn't wait any longer and spoke up. Little brother, do you still have that miraculous elixir? Our Luoyan army is in desperate need. The other three commanders echoed his sentiment. Li Yuan looked around the room. Everyone was watching him expectantly. I do have some, but... Li Yuan hesitated. But what? Yao Xinghua pressed. Li Yuan took a deep breath. It costs money, at least 100,000 per pill. As soon as he said this, Kang Xiaoming immediately objected. What? That's so expensive. How can you charge money when it's for the country? For the soldiers risking their lives to protect the people. Bai Weigua knocked on the table to stop the argument. Sun Hongmiao got up and walked over to Li Yuan. Speaking calmly, the ingredients for this elixir are extremely numerous. This price is already very low. Besides, think about it. Can 100,000 yuan buy a whole arm or leg? The four commanders looked at each other, unable to deny the logic in Sun Hongmiao's words. Although Kang Xiaoming was still reluctant, he asked, what do you need so much money for? As far as I know, you already have a vast fortune. Seeing this, Bai Weigua quickly came to Li Yuan's defense. I can explain that for him. Xiao Lu, tell them. Xiao Lu took out a device, cleared his throat, and began to report on the charitable deeds of Li Yuan's organization, Lei Feng. From aiding families in need to building schools and contributing cultivation methods, Li Yuan's efforts left everyone in the room stunned. Feeling deeply ashamed, Kang Xiaoming stepped forward and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Li Yuan quickly helped him up. It's nothing. You are the ones truly worthy of admiration. Seeing the atmosphere lighten, Bai Weigua immediately got back to the main topic. Xiao Yuan, how much of that elixir do you have? As much as you need, Li Yuan replied with a slight smile. Bai Weigua's breathing quickened, and he said seriously, Xiao Lu, arrange the funds immediately. Once everything was settled, Bai Weigua casually asked, Xiao Yuan, you awakened 6 elements. Are you having any difficulties with your cultivation? If you do, just let us know. We'll do everything we can to support you. Well, Grandpa Bai, I actually awakened all elements and have cultivated them to a level, Li Yuan said meekly. As soon as he said this, the entire Shushin pavilion erupted into chaos. The table in front of Bai Weigua shattered once again, and the commanders vied to recruit Li Yuan. Bai Weigua, with a headache, stopped everyone and slowly recounted a past event to Li Yuan, explaining his plans. He hoped Li Yuan could form a group to absorb civilian cultivators and protect Huagua together. There are some people who, under the guise of legitimate business, engage in shady dealings. The authorities are reluctant to intervene directly, fearing it might escalate tensions and lead to social unrest. This is where Li Yuan steps in to resolve the issue. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Li Yuan's eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Sounds interesting. Bai Weigua's expression was serious as he spoke slowly. This is a long-term and arduous task, and its success or failure rests solely on you. We can offer very limited help. Don't worry, Grandpa Bai. I love a good challenge, Li Yuan reassured, patting his chest. Just as he finished speaking, Li Yuan's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw a string of zeros on the screen, followed by an astronomical figure. The remittance account was from the Central Bank of China. Wow, that was fast, Li Yuan exclaimed in amazement. At that moment, Xiao Lu hurried in and reported, 100 billion yuan has been allocated. Li Yuan nodded and turned to Bai Weiguo. Please find a quiet, empty room for us. As he spoke, he held up 3 fingers. Bai Weiguo understood immediately and retrieved 3 rings from a safe, handing them to Li Yuan. Dream, Zhou Qiang, it's time to get to work, Li Yuan called out to his companions. The 3 followed Xiao Lu to a spacious, sealed room. Once they confirmed there were no surveillance cameras, Xiao Lu exited and closed the door. Li Yuan gave a knowing look to Chu Yueming, who snapped her fingers. Instantly, ice crystals covered the entire room, isolating it from any dust. Li Yuan lifted his chin proudly. System, give me 100 billion worth of Qianfang Fugu Dan. As soon as he finished speaking, countless pills materialized out of thin air, quickly piling up to their waists. Start packing, Li Yuan commanded. Each of them grabbed a spatial ring and began storing the pills. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding. Precondition met. System shop upgraded, granting access to more items. Ding. Side quest triggered. Capture your first faction to earn 1 lottery draw and 1,000 loyalty points. Li Yuan's heart leapt with joy as he checked the system shop. The new items dazzled him. Strength pills, lightness charms, various secret techniques, weapon forging methods, hidden weapon techniques, insect control skills. Purchases no longer required money, but loyalty points marked by golden stars. System, what are loyalty points? Li Yuan asked curiously. The system explained, the more people who are loyal to you, the more points you accumulate. These points are crucial for building your faction and acquiring useful items. Li Yuan glanced at the top right corner, where his loyalty points were displayed as 233. He was delighted. That's quite a lot of points. I can get plenty of things. Heaven is on my side. Zhou Qiang, while packing the pills, quipped, man, even a workhorse doesn't have this kind of stamina. After working tirelessly for a long time, they finally filled 3 rings with 1,000,000 Qianfang Fugu Dan, though the room was still piled high with pills. This will do for now. Let them handle the rest, Li Yuan said, clapping his hands in satisfaction as he stored the rings. Returning to the Shuxin pavilion, Li Yuan handed the rings to Bai Weiguo. Grandpa Bai, there's still a lot left in that room. You can take care of it. Bai Weiguo accepted the rings and asked, how many did you get in total? I exchanged everything, a total of 1,000,000 pills, Li Yuan replied. Bai Weiguo bowed slightly. On behalf of the nation and all our soldiers, thank you. Banquet hall. Li Yuan and his 2 companions enjoyed the national banquet treatment, even Bai Yu had a seat. Li Yuan invited everyone to taste the snow night bird brought from the falling snow forest. After a round of drinks, he excused himself to visit Jiang Feng at the Fengyuan pavilion. Shortly after arriving, Wei Jingming urgently summoned Li Yuan to his home, his mysterious demeanor making Li Yuan anxious. Thinking of how Wei Jingming's mother and his own mother were twins, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel nervous. Chu Yueming noticed his unease and gently held his hand to comfort him. Li Yuan leaned on her shoulder, taking in the fresh scent of her hair, trying to calm his emotions. 40 minutes later, the group arrived at the Wei family's gate. Zhou Qiang pressed the doorbell, while Li Yuan hid behind Chu Yueming. Wei Jingming opened the door and laughed heartily at the sight, acting like a scared girl. What are you afraid of? He then pulled Li Yuan inside. Once in the courtyard, Li Yuan was captivated by the array of rare flowers and plants. Wei Jingming explained, my mom planted these. She loves to tinker with them in her free time. Just then, an elegant woman holding a watering can appeared around the corner. It was Wei Jingming's mother, Lung Xuanqiu. Li Yuan was stunned. Lung Xuanqiu looked exactly like his mother, Lung Xianqing, though their demeanors were entirely different. Lung Xuanqiu was also momentarily taken aback, dropping the watering can. Li Yuan stammered a greeting, hello, auntie. After they were seated, Lung Xuanqiu kept observing Li Yuan, inquiring about his recent experiences. Upon hearing about his hardships, she sighed. You're the same age as my sister's child. I don't even know if he's alive or dead now. Sensing the need to change the subject, Li Yuan quickly did so, and Wei Jingming caught on immediately, leading everyone to the basement. He opened a hidden door and took out 2 boxes. To Li Yuan's surprise, they contained rare immaculate divine crystals. Wei Jingming insisted he take them, and Li Yuan didn't refuse. Li Yuan then helped Wei Jingming appraise a room full of collectibles, finding a mix of authentic and fake items. Wei Jingming took it in stride, seemingly used to it. When they returned to the living room, a delicious aroma filled the air. Lung Xuanqiu had prepared a table full of her best dishes, continuously serving Li Yuan. Wei Jingming pretended to be jealous. Mom, I'm your actual son. Lung Xuanqiu laughed and scolded. You're too old to need someone feeding you. After the meal, Lung Xuanqiu led Li Yuan to a guest room. Li Yuan thanked her repeatedly, reminding her to eat the contents of the box. All right, thank you, Auntie. Li Yuan pushed open the door to the room, and a strange yet incredibly familiar scent hit him. He switched on the light and walked in with Chu Yueming. His eyes were immediately drawn to a large photograph above the headboard. The woman in the photo looked valiant and stunningly beautiful. Mom, Li Yuan murmured as tears welled up in his eyes. Chu Yueming gently hugged him from behind, resting her head on his shoulder, offering silent comfort. The walls were covered with photos of Long Xianqing at various ages. Li Yuan wiped his tears and carefully examined each one. There was a picture of her as a tomboy with short hair when she was young, and another of her with long hair at 16. Your mom was really beautiful when she was young, Chu Yueming whispered. Don't call her your mom. She's our mom, Li Yuan corrected. All right, our mom was really beautiful when she was young, Chu Yueming complied. Where do you think I got these great genes from? Li Yuan said, raising an eyebrow proudly. Li Yuan, I'm turning 18 soon, Chu Yueming suddenly said, her cheeks flushing. Li Yuan wiped his tears and raised an eyebrow. Are you hinting at something? No. I thought I was 17, but you told me my birth date. I'm actually older than you, so you should call me big sister. I'll be 18 after the new year too. By then, Li Yuan smirked, reaching out his hand. Stop it. We're not at home. Chu Yueming pushed his hand away. Let's go to sleep. We have to visit Aunt and Uncle Dao tomorrow. The next morning, the three of them said goodbye to Lung Xuanqiu. Li Yuan reminded her once more about the marrow-cleansing fruit. Wei Jingming arranged a car to take them to Li Jiyu's house. Over an hour later, the car stopped at the foot of the mountain. Li Yuan looked at the surrounding peaks, recalling the ambush that had befallen his parents here, and silently vowed to uncover the truth. They sprinted up to the mountaintop and saw the familiar courtyard. Li Shuangdao was in the yard, shirtless, carving wood. Wooden horses, beds, and other items were scattered around him. Li Yuan pushed open the gate and called out, Uncle Dao, I'm here. Without looking up, Li Shuangdao smiled warmly. I knew you were coming. Make yourselves comfortable. Li Jiyu emerged from the house, her belly slightly swollen. Li Yuan gave a thumbs up and teased, Uncle Dao, you've been quite efficient. Li Jiyu blushed and turned to make tea, but Li Shuangdao beat her to it. During their chat, they learned that Li Jiyu was 3 months pregnant. Chu Yueming unconsciously touched her own stomach. In the afternoon, Li Yuan and Li Shuangdao had a private conversation on the roof, discussing the progress of the case. Li Yuan told him to focus on being a father while he continued the investigation. By evening, the three of them left, returning to the Chu family villa at 2 in the morning. They fell asleep in each other's arms and didn't wake up until late the next day. Li Yuan asked Chu Yueming what she wanted for her birthday, but she said he was the best gift she could have. Amid their playful banter, Li Yuan promised, if you want kids, we'll have them. If not, we won't. It's up to you. Chu Yueming felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Chu Yueming's comingafage ceremony wasn't a grand affair. They simply invited some close friends and classmates. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Guests clapped and cheered, with praises like perfect couple and a match made in heaven echoing throughout. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming exchanged warm smiles and gracefully bowed to the guests, their eyes full of happiness. The banquet hall quickly divided into 2 groups. The adults gathered around Feng Wenyao and Chu Zhongluo, engaging in lively conversations. With one making great strides in his official career and the other a business tycoon, they naturally became the center of attention. On the younger side, the atmosphere was even more vibrant. Li Yuan was surrounded, everyone eagerly asking what gift he had prepared for Chu Yueming. Li Yuan gave a mysterious smile. That's our little secret. The crowd erupted in playful teasing. Li Yuan, thinking quickly, grabbed a guitar nearby and said, how about I sing a song for everyone? Chu Yueming's eyes lit up with anticipation as she looked at Li Yuan. He gently strummed the strings, gazing at her with deep affection, and began to sing, proclaiming my love to the world. The tender melody filled Chu Yueming's heart with a warm rush of happiness, her eyes brimming with love. The song captured everyone's attention, even drawing the adults over. As Li Yuan finished singing, Chu Yueming couldn't help but throw herself into his arms, giving him a loving kiss. Zhou Qiang playfully shouted, wow, this public display of affection is too much for me. Bang, bang. Zhou Qiang and a few other boys were setting off fireworks outside. Li Yuan held Chu Yueming close as they stood on the terrace, watching the fireworks light up the night sky. Chu Yueming smiled sweetly. I feel so happy. Li Yuan gently lifted her chin and said with deep affection, you are my one true love. He then kissed her tender, red lips. As the guests left, the villa fell silent. Chu Yueming took a deep breath, her skin flushed with pink. Li Yuan whispered in her ear, you've grown up, sweetheart. He then carried her to the bedroom, swiftly removing her clothes. Chu Yueming shyly tried to cover herself, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Li Yuan was filled with passion but controlled his urges. I can use other methods, he said, extending his hand. Chu Yueming felt a tingling sensation all over her body, surrendering to his touch. Half an hour later, her body tensed and then relaxed completely. Li Yuan smiled and asked, satisfied? Chu Yueming gave him a shy, annoyed look, yet it was filled with charm. As the school term approached, the two of them enjoyed sweet dates in Qizhou. Zhou Qiang had already gone to the capital, and Li Yuan had prepared some elixirs and a sword for him. Bai Weiguo also sent people to assist Chu Zhonglou, easing his workload. A week before school started, Li Yuan and Chu Yueming flew to Linen on their swords. By the West Lake, Yi Ermao greeted them with a jump, clinging to Chu Yueming like a koala. Li Yuan playfully pinched her hair, earning a pout from the little girl. The three of them strolled along the Su Causeway, enjoying candied hawthorn and admiring the beautiful scenery. Yisu suddenly appeared and invited them to his home. Mengquan Villa was grand and magnificent, blending ancient charm with modern elements. Li Yuan was amazed and secretly looked forward to building a relationship with the Yi family. Not bad at all, Li Yuan thought, a bit surprised. Yisu led a few people to a tea table and sat down. Li Yuan took out the prepared gifts from his dimensional space, catching Yisu's attention. He sensed the strong spatial energy and nodded to himself. Li Yuan smiled and said, as a junior visiting a senior, it's only right to bring gifts. He then handed another box to Yi Ermao. Yi Ermao accepted it with delight and, ignoring Yisu's reprimand, immediately opened it and started eating. Just as Li Yuan was about to stop her, Yi Ermao realized the fruit had disappeared and searched around in confusion. Suddenly, she fell to the ground in pain, writhing in agony. Yisu's expression changed, and his aura flared as he questioned Li Yuan. Li Yuan quickly explained that the fruit was a rare treasure with only beneficial effects. After inspecting it, Yisu calmed down a bit and instructed Yi Ermao to circulate her energy. Moments later, a foul smell filled the air, and Li Yuan hurriedly lit a calming incense to disperse it. Yisu was surprised by the incense, and Li Yuan explained that it was a gift from Dr. Sunday. They continued to chat over tea, occasionally checking on Yi Ermao. An hour and a half later, Yi Ermao jumped up joyfully, announcing her breakthrough to her rank. Yisu, repelled by the smell, chided her while Yi Ermao remained oblivious. Li Yuan reminded her to take a bath, and only then did Yi Ermao notice the grime on her body, exclaiming as she left. Yisu thanked Li Yuan for the gift, candidly stating that he must have a purpose for his visit. Li Yuan praised Yisu's keen insight and admitted that the higher-ups intended to integrate local forces. Yisu declined, expressing his desire for a peaceful life. Li Yuan's expression turned serious. Uncle Yi, I have a feeling that a great calamity is coming. He detailed the frequent beast tides at the borders, the increasing number of spatial vortices, the heavy military casualties, and his own experience of slaying a dark demon during the Lantern Festival. Yisu was shocked and pressed for more details. Li Yuan also revealed the discovery of a dark demon seal in the northern regions, predicting imminent disaster. Yisu's expression shifted, and Li Yuan seized the moment to persuade him to prepare in advance. Yisu hesitated, saying he needed to discuss it with the family elders. Just then, Yi Ermao returned, freshly cleaned, proudly showing off her increased strength with a heavy sword. Yisu was secretly amazed by his daughter's transformation. Yi Ermao ran up to Li Yuan. Let's spar. I'll show you how I can beat you. Li Yuan and Yi Ermao stepped onto the training ground. Yisu stood nearby, watching intently, eager to see the young man's prowess firsthand. With a spirited shout of "Crane emerges from Lone Mountain," Yi Ermao leapt gracefully into the air, her heavy sword slicing through the wind as it bore down on Li Yuan. Li Yuan's mouth curled into a slight smile, and he stood his ground, casually catching the sword tip with his left hand. Suspended in midair, Yi Ermao struggled, her sword immobile. Li Yuan gave the sword a shake, causing Yi Ermao's pigtails to twirl as she became dizzy. Li Yuan released his grip and moved to the other side of the field, leaving Yisu stunned. Unwilling to concede, Yi Ermao launched another attack. Rainbow pierces the sun, her heavy sword transforming into a swift thrust. Li Yuan's movements were elusive, easily evading her strikes. Frustrated, Yi Ermao chased him around the field, shouting that she was about to unleash her ultimate move. Li Yuan chuckled, reminding her that this was her own home, prompting Yi Ermao to relent. Chu Yueming covered her mouth, laughing softly. Suddenly, a sharp sword cry pierced the air, as a young man in a dark blue tracksuit flew in. Yi Ermao excitedly exclaimed, "Big brother is here." Yizhua landed gracefully, smiling as he issued a challenge to Li Yuan. Recognizing him, Li Yuan flicked a mystical pill towards him. After Yizhua consumed it, his left arm miraculously regenerated. Grateful, he said, "Thank you, I owe you one." The two then engaged in a fierce duel. Sword energy and blade flashes filled the air. Their techniques were nothing short of extraordinary. Yizhua's, treading on snow, nearly hit its mark, while Li Yuan's sunlit pass was immensely powerful. Ultimately, Li Yuan triumphed using heavenly radiance and his cloning technique. Yi Su, eager to join the fray, was held back by Chu Yueming. She drew the sword of the first emperor, leaving Yi Su in awe as he showered it with praise. As night fell, everyone gathered for a feast. Yi Ilu returned, and Zhou Lianji hosted the gathering. Li Yuan brought out tiger bone wine, and as Yi Su reached for it, his wife's warning gaze stopped him. Zhou Lianji thanked Li Yuan for healing Yi Zhua's arm. Humbly, Li Yuan replied, "Auntie, it's nothing. Yi Zhua and I hit it off right away. There's no need to make a big deal out of it." Raising their glasses, Yi Su wrapped his arm around Li Yuan's shoulder in a display of camaraderie. After a few rounds of drinks, Yi Su's face was slightly flushed, but his eyes remained sharp. He swirled his glass gently and stared intently at Li Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, I heard you're planning to unite the local forces?" Li Yuan set down his glass and replied seriously, "Yes. I'm planning to form an organization to bring together scattered practitioners." Yi Su raised an eyebrow, his tone admiring. "Such ambition at a young age, impressive. What do you plan to name it?" Li Yuan dipped his finger in tea and wrote the characters Taiping on the table, his eyes gleaming with determination. "The more challenging the task, the more it drives me." Yi Su rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Taiping, aiming for everlasting peace for millions. Great aspiration." With that, he raised his glass for a toast. Li Yuan downed his drink in one go, wiped his mouth, and extended an invitation. "Uncle Yi, would you consider joining? You're the first person I want on board." Yi Su sighed, looking conflicted. "It's not that I don't want to, but there are elders in the family. It's not my call." Li Yuan shook his head in disappointment, then pulled out an ancient book from his pocket. "That's a shame. I had prepared this gift for you." Yi Su's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. This isn't modern paper. Let me take a look." Li Yuan handed the book to Yi Su, who carefully opened it and was immediately captivated by its contents. Counting silently to 3, Li Yuan suddenly took the book back. Yi Su snapped out of his trance, scratching his head in frustration. "Just a bit longer, please." Li Yuan stood to leave, but Yi Su quickly grabbed his arm. "Don't rush off. Stay the night. There's no school tomorrow anyway." After a moment's thought, Li Yuan nodded. He turned to the ladies and took out 2 exquisite boxes, handing them to Zhou Lianji and Yi Lu. Zhou Lianji accepted the box with curiosity. "Xiao Yuan, what is this?" Yi Ermao eagerly chimed in, "Mom, these fruits are amazing. They made me grow taller and improved my skin." Zhou Lianji and Yi Lu exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with delight. Chu Yueming added at the right moment, "Sister Yi, Aunt Zhou, these fruits can also aid in your martial arts training." Hearing this, the 2 women felt the boxes become precious in their hands. Zhou Lianji thought of the lifespan gap between her and her husband, while Yi Ilu considered the elders' disregard in her family. Both moved to tears. Yi Ermao looked at Li Yuan with longing. "Can I have another one?" Li Yuan laughed, ruffling her hair. "Not afraid of the pain?" Yi Ermao shivered, her face scrunching up. Zhou Lianji and her daughter quickly declined the gift, but Li Yuan insisted. Yi Su watched silently, then stood up. "I'll be out for a while. Ermao, make sure they're settled." Later that night, Li Yuan and Chu Yueming were shown to a spacious guest room with a natural hot spring, steam rising gently. They exchanged smiles and soon slipped into the warm water, embracing each other. After their soak, they returned to the bed and sat cross-legged. Li Yuan tied up Chu Yuming's long hair. "The spiritual energy here is dense. How about some cultivation?" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 vortexes of spiritual energy appeared, drawing in the surrounding energy. Standing by the window, Yizhua gazed at the spiritual storm above the guest room in awe. "So this is what it means to be a genius. Truly extraordinary." On the mountain next to Mingquan Manor, a few individuals also watched the spiritual vortex below, momentarily lost in thought. The next morning, Yi Ermao came knocking at the door. Li Yuan opened it and let her in. As soon as Yi Ermao entered, she began sniffing around with her little nose. Li Yuan asked curiously, "What's up? What are you smelling for?" Yi Ermao, looking puzzled, replied, "Strange. Why isn't there that smell?" A dark line appeared on Li Yuan's forehead as he flicked her forehead gently. "What nonsense is that little brain of yours thinking?" Chu Yueming, who was doing her makeup, couldn't help but laugh. Yi Ermao rubbed her head and walked over to Chu Yueming. "Ming Ming, you look so pretty. Li Yuan is so lucky." Li Yuan protested. "What do you mean lucky? We love each other." Yi Ermao rolled her eyes. "Come on, let's have breakfast. But it's going to be tough today. All those old monsters at home are out." The 3 of them entered the dining room, and Li Yuan was startled. Seated at the table were several elderly people, gaunt and hollow-eyed, looking like a group of mummies. They exuded a strong aura and sword energy, making Li Yuan secretly impressed. Truly, hidden talents among the common folk. Li Yuan remained calm. holding Chu Yueming's hand as they took their seats, nodding to the elders before digging in heartily. Chu Yueming sipped her porridge delicately. The mummies said nothing, their eyes fixed on Li Yuan. Occasionally, Li Yuan would look up and flash a grin, creating an eerie atmosphere. Yi Ermao huddled by the door, nervously eating her bun. After breakfast, Li Yuan and Chu Yueming left the table, followed closely by the mummies. In the courtyard, Yi Yilu was practicing swordsmanship with nimble and graceful movements. Yi Zhuo was giving pointers nearby and greeted Li Yuan as he came out. Chu Yueming walked over to chat with Yi Yilu. While Li Yuan turned to face the mummies, Li Yuan's lips curved into a slight smile as he waved his hand, and the sword of the first emperor, glowing with golden light, unsheathed itself and hovered above his head. The mummies widened their eyes in astonishment, and even Yi Ermao was almost frightened to tears. "Is that a flying sword?" a chilling voice asked. Li Yuan manipulated the sword of the first emperor to dance gracefully in the air. An elderly man reached out with a withered hand to touch it, but the sword vibrated, creating a gust of wind. The elder applied more force, and the sword's runes glowed brightly, pointing directly at his head. Hastily, the elder grabbed Yi Ilu's heavy sword to counter, but it was cut in half. The sword of the first emperor, showing its might, reduced the heavy sword to just the hilt. Yi Ermao chuckled on the side. Li Yuan retracted his sword, and the elder asked, "So you want our Yi family to join your Taiping?" Li Yuan replied calmly, "Not join, cooperate for mutual development." The elder retorted, "We're doing just fine. Why should we join you?" Li Yuan shrugged, "Then forget it. I'll look elsewhere." With that, he turned to leave. Yi Mingyuan coughed twice and stepped forward. "At least let us see your capabilities." Li Yuan took out a marrow-cleansing fruit and tossed it in his hand. "Which aspect? Resources or combat?" A fiery gleam appeared in everyone's eyes. Li Yuan tossed the fruit to the elder. "Consider it compensation for breaking your sword. Farewell." He then wrapped his arm around Chu Yueming's waist and soared into the sky. High above, Chu Yueming whispered in his ear, "Are we just leaving like this?" Li Yuan gently stroked her hair. "Don't worry. These old foxes are cunning. We'll take our time and keep the upper hand." Chu Yueming nodded obediently. The two landed in a secluded spot, and first went to the supermarket to buy necessities. Back at the villa, they tidied up, with Chu Yueming using her water-based abilities to clean effortlessly. Li Yuan smiled. "From today on, it's just the two of us." Chu Yueming hugged him from behind. "Will you dislike me for not knowing how to do anything?" Li Yuan asked. "Can you have children?" Chu Yueming nodded shyly. Li Yuan held her hand. "That's enough. You just need to be beautiful, and I'll take care of you." Chu Yueming sweetly kissed his cheek and sat down obediently. Li Yuan put on an apron and began cooking. Soon, 4 dishes and a soup were on the table. Steamed base, braised prawns, braised pork ribs, garlic chive eggs, and mushroom soup. The two fed each other happily. After the meal, Li Yuan insisted on washing the dishes himself, easily handling it with his water-based abilities. Chu Yueming was deeply moved, thinking, "Li Yuan is so considerate and capable, far beyond his age. But who cares, he's my husband and I'm so lucky." "Hang it here," Chu Yueming directed. Li Yuan nodded in agreement and took out a photo and a nail from his dimensional space. With a flick of his wrist, the nail was driven deep into the wall. This was a photo they had taken in the capital, and although Chu Yueming had wanted to retake it, Li Yuan had gently refused. She had instead meticulously chosen a frame. Soon, the entire wall was covered with photos. Chu Yueming stretched out her arms and said sweetly, "It's starting to feel more like home. Wherever you are is my home." Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Li Yuan went to answer it, puzzled, and found 6 women with different temperaments standing at the door. Surprise! It was the entire linen squad. "Lu Shan, you handed over a fruit basket. Ermao told us you live here, so we came to help warm your house." Li Yuan smiled and invited them in. The spacious villa instantly became lively. The women admired the photos, exclaiming in awe. As the hostess, Chu Yueming warmly entertained them while subtly reminding Li Yuan to mind his manners. The 7 women chatted and gossiped merrily, while Li Yuan quietly served tea. Suddenly, Lu Shanyu asked, "I heard you're planning to form a faction?" Li Yuan nodded. "Are any of you interested?" He then revealed the backgrounds of a few of the ladies, leaving everyone astonished. "In that case, I'll get straight to the point," Li Yuan said seriously. "I want to establish an organization to integrate grassroots forces and contribute to the protection of our fellow citizens." Lu Shanyu reminded him that there had been long-standing grievances between the grassroots and official forces, making this a difficult task. She then inquired about the principles of Taiping. Li Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and passionately recited the creed of Taiping. His stirring words left the young women in awe. "I'm not forcing anyone to join, but let me give you a small gift," Li Yuan said, looking at Chu Danma. "Did you bring your goo insect?" Chu Danma blushed and nodded. Li Yuan took out a bottle of corrosive powder. "Feed this to it, and everyone hold your breath." Chu Danma did as instructed, and the goo insect swallowed the powder. Li Yuan then produced a drop of liquor and had the insect consume it. Moments later, the insect suddenly expanded and then contracted, its brown color gradually fading. Hey, what's happening to my spirit goo? Chu Danma asked, bewildered. After a few minutes, the brown hue on the spirit worm completely vanished, turning into a pure, crystal-clear transparency, like a piece of carved crystal. The spirit worm let out a soft cry and merged into Chu Danma's skin like a drop of water. Chu Danma suddenly stood up, a flash of joy in her eyes. I need to call Grandma, she said, quickly exiting the room. Li Yuan's eyes gleamed as he retrieved 2 ancient books from his spatial ring. He handed essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold to Li Yeye and 100 solutions for hidden weapons to Tang Xinga. Take a look, but you can only learn one, he said before leaning back on the sofa and closing his eyes to rest. The villa fell silent, save for the sound of pages turning. Half an hour later, Li Yuan opened his eyes. Time's up. He reached out to take back the books. Tang Xinga pouted. Ah, I haven't finished reading yet. Su Sisi and Li Yeye's eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. Li Yuan smiled faintly. A glance is enough. You're so annoying, Tang Xinga muttered. At that moment, Chu Danma pushed the door open, her face beaming with joy. My spirit worm has evolved. Li Yuan, my grandma wants to meet you in person. Li Yuan gently shook his head. Let's wait until the holidays. But inwardly, he was pleased another big catch. Tang Xinga and Li Yeye couldn't wait to take out their phones to contact their families. Li Yuan stood up. Stay here. I'm going to buy groceries. We'll have hot pot tonight. Yay. Yi Mao cheered excitedly. Li Yuan drove his G-Wagon to the supermarket. Outside the villa, 7 beauties gathered. Chu Yueming erected 3 ice walls. Tang Xinga lightly tapped her small deerskin bag, and countless hidden weapons shot out like meteors. With a layer of energy surging over her hands, she shouted, Meteor chasing the moon. Brilliant lights burst from her hands, and the hidden weapons hit the ice walls with precise accuracy. Cracks spread across the ice walls, making a cracking sound. Tang Xinga looked at her hands in disbelief. Did I really do that? I just learned it. Chu Yueming waved her hand to dissolve the ice walls, praising. It's impressive to achieve this on your first try. Once you're familiar with it, the power will be even greater. Yi Mao ran over, holding her phone excitedly. Tang, you were amazing just now. I recorded the whole thing. Tang Xinga's eyes lit up. Send it to me. I want to show my dad. Humph. Now he'll have to believe me. Come on, everyone. Dig in. No need to be shy. Thanks to all you lovely ladies for helping with the housewarming. Li Yuan cheerfully welcomed everyone. The dining table was laden with a variety of dishes, all neatly and uniformly cut. Li Yuan turned to Chu Yueming. Ming, can you chill the cola and the beef tripe for me? Chu Yueming, acting like a human freezer, got busy. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that the guests finally left, satisfied. Chu Yueming waved goodbye at the door. Bye-bye. See you when school starts. She turned around to find Li Yuan cleaning up the dishes and offered to help. Li Yuan teased. No need. You go take a shower first. Or should we shower together later? Chu Yueming blushed and quickly ran back to the bedroom. Li Yuan chuckled and continued tidying up. By the time he finished his shower, it was already midnight. Chu Yueming started massaging his shoulders. You did great today. Thanks for all your hard work. Li Yuan joked. I was just afraid you'd get jealous again and I'd have to calm you down. Chu Yueming defensively replied. Am I really that easily jealous? Li Yuan changed the subject. The long game is set. Now we wait for the big fish to bite. Let's see who loses their cool first. Chu Yueming asked. Is there anything you need me to do? Li Yuan grinned mischievously. Yes, warm up the bed for me. You're so annoying. Chu Yueming playfully pouted, but still slipped into the bed. On August 29th, 2334, in the Hua country calendar, the weather was clear. Li Yuan walked through the university gates again, feeling a myriad of emotions. This life was not only more exciting, but he also had a stunning girlfriend by his side, making everything feel like a dream. The entrance was bustling with people, handsome guys and pretty girls everywhere. Li Yuan stretched lazily. This really brings back memories. Chu Yueming raised an eyebrow. Memories of what? Nothing. Let's go register. Just as Li Yuan was about to step forward, a young man in white blocked his way. Hello, Li Yuan. I'm Panqing. The young man introduced himself politely. Li Yuan looked puzzled. Hello, do we know each other? Panqing smiled. You're a genius in the cultivation world. Everyone knows you. I've been sent by my master to assist you. Who is your master? Li Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow. My master is Su Kong. He said you're going to accomplish something great for the country and its people, and sent me to join you. Panqing replied respectfully. Li Yuan understood. Where is that old hermit now? My master loves traveling and I don't know his exact whereabouts. Panqing answered honestly. Li Yuan nodded and glanced at his system panel. Loyalty points had increased by 100. He patted Pan Qing on the shoulder. You're one of us now. You'll be my strategist. This is my girlfriend, Chu Yueming. Pan Qing nodded at Chu Yueming and made some hand signs. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Yuan was shocked. What the heck happened to you? Pan Qing waved his hand. It's just a backlash from divination. Nothing serious. Li Yuan realized. You didn't try to read Mingming's fortune, did you? Seeing Pan Qing nod, he sighed. Didn't your master tell you that Mingming is special? Pan Qing shook his head in confusion. Li Yuan cursed the old hermit for tricking his disciple and warned, don't try to read Mingming's fortune again. Even your master doesn't dare to. The three walked and chatted, getting to know each other. Li Yuan learned that Pan Qing was a rank wind awakener, so he gave him a cleansing fruit and a high-quality pure spirit crystal. Pan Qing accepted them gladly, making Li Yuan quite satisfied. After registration, Li Yuan and Chu Yueming chose the martial arts department. As soon as they entered the class, they saw Yi Ermao and others. Yi Ermao excitedly introduced the campus beauty rankings to Chu Yueming, while Li Yuan eagerly asked about his own ranking. Yi Ermao scoffed. You're ranked first. Are these people blind? Li Yuan smugly flicked her forehead. Just then, a scholarly young man walked onto the stage. Hello everyone. I'm your advisor Xue Bei. I'm 28 years old and will be teaching the runes course. Feel free to come to me with any questions. The class erupted in murmurs of admiration. Li Yuan, however, felt a sinking feeling, silently cursing his luck. What kind of world is this? Xue Bei went over a few more important points. The class monitor position was supposed to go to Li Yuan, but after his strong insistence, Lu Shanyue became the monitor instead. However, Li Yuan didn't escape responsibility and was appointed as the class representative for the rune studies course. After the registration process was over, Li Yuan and Chu Yueming returned to the villa. He tossed his military training uniform into the washing machine and laid his head on Chu Yueming's lap, chatting idly. Chu Yueming stroked Bing Huang, worrying about Bai Yu at home. Li Yuan reassured her, saying, once it grows a bit more, we'll send it back to Bai Xue. We can visit them often. Chu Yueming's eyes filled with longing. It would be wonderful if we could bring Bai Xue here too. Li Yuan took out a Huan Yindan and fed it to Bing Huang. To their surprise, Bing Huang started talking and even argued with Li Yuan. Chu Yueming laughed gleefully at their banter. The next day, during military training, the instructors from the Tianqiang army were imposing. Several soldiers saluted Li Yuan, leaving his classmates puzzled. Lunch was served in the cafeteria, where the food was plentiful and delicious. In the evening, the freshmen showcased their talents. Lu Shanyue demonstrated impressive marksmanship. When it was Li Yuan's turn, he brought out a guitar and sang an unusual song. His performance included a range of sounds that amazed everyone. Chu Yueming felt immense joy as she saw the astonished expressions on everyone's faces. Your Majesty, my name is Dalabangba Banda Bedabidobi Luong. Let me repeat that, Dalabangba Banda Bedabidobi Luong. Is it Dalabangba Banda Bedabidobi Luong? Yes, that's right. Li Yuan's exaggerated and humorous performance brought a lot of joy to those around him. Li Yuan mimicked various voices with a serious expression, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Yi Ermao laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up, and Chu Yueming couldn't help but chuckle. The playground was filled with laughter, attracting students from other groups. Encore, someone shouted. Li Yuan bowed slightly and was about to leave when Yi Ermao pushed him back to the center. Someone brought over sound equipment, and Li Yuan gently strummed his guitar, singing an inspirational song. His powerful voice echoed across the playground, bringing tears to many eyes. Chu Yueming watched him intently, feeling an unusual emotion stir within her. As soon as the song ended, a group of girls rushed towards Li Yuan, trying to tickle him. He quickly teleported away but accidentally bumped into a monk. Young man, why not join the monastery? The monk Hui Jing suggested, blocking Li Yuan's path. Master, can monks get married? Li Yuan asked. No, they cannot. Then goodbye, Li Yuan said, disappearing instantly. Back at the villa, Li Yuan was silently cursing the monk when Chu Yueming walked in. He quickly hugged her and started to complain, but a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Why don't we find him a girlfriend? Li Yuan suggested mischievously. Chu Yueming was taken aback. Find a girlfriend for the monk? You're so bad. Oh, I can be even worse, Li Yuan said, picking her up and carrying her into the bedroom. Even after the military training ended, the monk continued to bother Li Yuan. One day in the cafeteria, Li Yuan had a sudden idea and sought help from Su Sisi. He whispered a few words in her ear, and she giggled and agreed. Chu Yueming watched from the side, feeling a bit jealous. It will definitely satisfy you, Li Yuan said mysteriously. You're making it easy for people to misunderstand, Su Sisi teased. Enough joking. There's a cleansing fruit. Ermao has eaten it. You can ask her, Li Yuan replied. Ba, Master Hui Jing walked in slowly. Su Sisi immediately stood up to greet him. She blinked her big eyes and smiled, Oh, master. You're here to eat at the cafeteria too? Would you like some meat? Master Hui Jing clasped his hands together, his face calm. I don't eat meat. A vegetarian meal will suffice. Suddenly, Su Sisi reached out and lifted his chin, giving him a flirtatious smile. Master, you're quite handsome. Has anyone ever told you that? Master Hui Jing's face turned red, and he hurriedly stepped back. Please, show some respect, miss. Su Sisi moved closer, emphasizing her chest. Master, how about a sweet romance? Hui Jing retreated continuously and finally fled the cafeteria in a fluster. Su Sisi sat back down proudly and extended her hand to Li Yuan. Li Yuan gave her a thumbs up and handed her a cleansing fruit. Well done, keep it up next time. Su Sisi rolled her eyes at him. I feel guilty. After all, he's a pure guy. Li Yuan was indifferent. He's just confined by Buddhist teachings. You're actually saving him. Su Sisi pouted. Not interested. Let's eat. I'm starving. Over the next few days, several girls took turns scaring the monk, making him too frightened to bother Li Yuan again. Li Yuan finally had some peace, but he realized the Buddhist sect was also interested in him. He thought to himself, I need to find an opportunity to explore the Buddhist sect and see what they're up to. With their deep heritage, having them on our side would be a great advantage. After school on Friday, Yi Ermao said in a sweet voice, My dad wants me to invite you over for dinner. Chu Danma and Li Yeya also came over, expressing that their elders wanted to meet Li Yuan. Li Yuan smiled slightly, understanding their intentions. The fish have taken the bait. Li Yuan decided to gather everyone together. Linen Grand Hotel. Xiaoquang Private Room. This room can accommodate over 20 people at once. Pan Qing scattered a few copper coins on the table, frowning slightly. Li Yuan asked with a smile, So, what did you figure out? Pan Qing collected the coins and replied seriously, The omens suggest good fortune. Thanks for the positive words. Before long, Yi Ermao pushed the door open and entered, followed by Yi Zhua and others. Yi Mingyuan looked radiant and back to normal, while Yi Min remained gaunt. The 5 members of the Yi family were all present, but none took the main seat. Li Yuan laughed and said, Uncle Yi is here. Please have a seat. The Yi family members sat down, and the room fell silent again. Chu Yueming looked down at her phone, browsing for decorations. Li Yuan crossed his arms and tapped his fingers, his expression unreadable. The door opened again, and Chu Danma helped an elderly lady inside. Li Yuan quickly went to greet and assist her. The Yi family members looked uneasy as Li Yuan treated them much colder. Li Yuan said, Grandma, I should have visited you. You shouldn't have come all this way at your age. Liao Shulan smiled kindly. It's no trouble. I've been cooped up in the mountains for too long and wanted to see the outside world. It's getting better and better. Li Yuan helped her to the main seat. Yimin coughed dryly and asked, Madam Liao, what brings you here? Liao Shulan replied calmly, It's good news, of course. Yimin looked at his father and said no more. Li Yuan poured tea for Liao Shulan and asked, Grandma Liao, how old are you this year? Liao Shulan picked up the teacup, her wrinkled hands trembling slightly, and sighed. I'm 76, not many days left. Chu Danma scolded softly. Grandma, don't say that. You'll live to 100. Liao Shulan smiled and shook her head. All right, I won't say it anymore. Tang Xinga led a middle-aged man inside and introduced, Li Yuan. This is my father, Tang Ming. Tang Ming extended his hand with a smile. A young hero indeed. Li Yuan shook his hand, feeling the calluses, and quickly let go. Uncle Tang, you flatter me. Please sit. Li Yuan said. Tang Ming replied seriously, I came today with one purpose. The Tang family of Shumin wishes to join your Taiping. Liao Shulan put down her teacup, her eyes narrowing. Yisu anxiously looked at his father and grandfather, but they remained expressionless. Li Yuan glanced at the loyalty value on his system panel and thought, feigning allegiance to take advantage of me? Heh. He still smiled. Uncle Tang, please sit. There's no rush. Tang Ming turned to the others and greeted them with cupped fists. Tang Ming greets the elders. Yimin nodded. Please sit. Su Sisi and Li Yeya entered with a long-haired man. His hair was bright and his face handsome, resembling Su Sisi. Li Yuan stood up and extended his hand. Hello, Uncle Su. You and Sisi look alike. Su Mao shook his hand and laughed. Naturally. Sisi takes after me. Su Sisi pouted. Who wants to take after you? I'd rather take after Mom, she's prettier. Su Mao laughed and scolded. You cheeky girl, give your old dad some face. Li Yuan invited. Uncle Su, please sit. He then turned to the waiter. Everyone's here. Please serve the food. Thank you. The waiter nodded and left. Li Yuan chatted enthusiastically with Su Mao, finding common ground between their family and the Taiping ideals. Yiming Yuan's face darkened, feeling ignored despite being the senior most, but he held his tongue. 10 minutes later, the dishes were served. Li Yuan poured wine for everyone and raised his glass. It's my first time in Linen, and I've had the pleasure of meeting great friends. I brought small gifts, never expecting to trouble the elders. To our guests, I toast. He downed his drink, and the others followed suit. Sumao laughed. Xiao Yuan is a key talent nurtured by the nation. Stay in touch and visit Qingyan Valley in the Qinling Mountains. It's a picturesque place, perfect for young people to date. Chu Yueming was delighted and tugged at Li Yuan's sleeve. Li Yuan smiled. I'll definitely visit, though I have a big appetite. Don't mind me eating a lot. Haha, eat as much as you like. Sumao laughed heartily. Liao Shulan spoke slowly. In the southern mountains, we have plenty of wild game. You can eat whatever you like. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. I'll definitely visit. Yiming Yuan's face grew darker, lamenting that his family only had ancestral sword-making skills, which held no appeal for the young man. The situation was turning against him. Tang Ming raised his glass and smiled. From now on, we're one family. You're always welcome to visit. Li Yuan raised his glass, smiling faintly. Uncle Tang, are you sincere about joining Taiping? Tang Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure. Of course, the Tang family will follow your lead. Li Yuan set down his glass and said seriously, it's easy to join Taiping, but leaving is difficult. Betraying Taiping is akin to betraying the nation, and the punishment is death. Uncle Tang, think it over carefully. Tang Ming raised his glass to hide his embarrassment, realizing this young man wasn't easy to fool. Sumao asked curiously, even if someone betrays you, with your current strength, what could you do? Chu Yueming interjected, Uncle Su, you might not know, but during the summer, Li Yuan personally killed a king-level dragon bone beast in the northern territories. Its bone marrow was delicious. With a crash, Tang Ming knocked over his teacup and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, it slipped. Everyone was shocked. He killed a king-level beast? Li Yuan humbly replied, it's not that impressive, just luck. I had a lot of help from the northern army. Yizhuo looked at him. Xiao Yuan, no need to be modest. Even though you haven't reached the Grandmaster level, I'm no match for you. In a real fight, I probably wouldn't last a single move. A true young hero, Liao Shulan remarked. The others fell silent, focusing on their food and drink. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, Li Yuan still did not mention anything about Taiping. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere became more lively with the clinking of glasses. Li Yuan, however, remained calm and composed. Holding the leverage, he knew he had to maintain his position. Once everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Yuan gently patted Chu Yueming's hand, signaling her to settle the bill. Yi Su quickly intervened. Hold on. Letting the younger generation pay in linen would be a slap to my face. He chuckled. Let's chat a bit more. I'll handle the bill later. Li Yuan nodded slightly, and Chu Yueming sat back down. After a moment, Li Yuan yawned, sounding tired. Uncle Yi, do you have any other matters? I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Yi Mingyuan cleared his throat and got straight to the point. What do we need to do after joining Taiping? We won't just become your lackeys, will we? Others also looked on with curiosity. Li Yuan shook his head firmly. Not subordinates and certainly not lackeys. I have only one request. Cease all disputes with civilian forces and stand up when the nation needs you. He paused, his gaze sharp. Though my power is modest, I have millions of warriors behind me. My master is Zhang Feng, and my girlfriend's master is Dai Yubing. The last sentence was like a wake-up call, causing everyone's expressions to change. No matter how powerful a family was, it couldn't resist the might of the state, especially with the Ice Emperor involved. Yi Mingyuan made a decisive call. The Yi family will join Taiping. A system notification sounded, and Li Yuan felt a surge of joy. He raised his glass welcome. After the toast, he flipped his palm, and a manual by Oyezi flew towards Yi Mingyuan. 5 essence-cleansing fruits also flew to Yi Su and the others. Li Yuan explained. These fruits will cleanse your bones and marrow, enhancing your cultivation potential and opening the path of martial arts. Eyes lit up with excitement, Yimin quickly grabbed one. Li Yuan handed another to Liao Shulan. This is a gift for Grandma Liao. Liao Shulan stood up shakily and declared, I, too, will join. Though the world shuns my Gu clan, our sons silently protect them. Li Yuan supported her, speaking solemnly, heroes will never be forgotten. I will help you prove your worth. The system showed the progress at 210. Li Yuan took out 2 more manuals as gifts, Soul Guiding Gu Technique and Insect Mastery Technique. Liao Shulan's voice trembled with excitement. These are small gifts to help our young ones gain some life-saving skills. Li Yuan smiled. Grandma Liao, do your Gu insects need to consume poison to grow stronger? Liao Shulan shook her head, and a green Gu insect crawled out on her arm. Momo is a spirit Gu. This is a life-taking Gu, very aggressive and needs animal blood to evolve. Li Yuan glanced at the ice phoenix in Chu Yueming's arms, which immediately curled up. He shook his head and asked, can human blood work? It can, but it's against nature and not very effective, Liao Shulan replied. Without hesitation, Li Yuan cut his palm with a blade-sharp fingertip, and golden red blood flowed out. The life-taking goo was eager. Li Yuan, are you poisoned? Yi Ermao exclaimed. Yisu immediately flicked her on the head. The life-taking goo licked the blood twice, and the wound on Li Yuan's palm healed instantly. The goo squeaked anxiously. Liao Shulan's pupils contracted. The life-taking goo has become stronger. It's much more effective than consuming beast blood. Li Yuan scratched his head and smiled. Grandma Liao, let it drink directly. My self-healing is too fast. After much hesitation, Liao Shulan agreed. The life-taking goo bit into Li Yuan's palm and drank greedily. Li Yuan only felt a slight itch in his hand, with no discomfort. Before long, the deadly goo returned to Liao Shulan's palm, looking tipsy and curling into a ball. Wisps of white threads appeared on its body, quickly transforming into a white cocoon. A look of surprise and joy flashed in Liao Shulan's eyes, her voice trembling slightly. It hasn't transformed in so many years, and now it changes so much in such a short time. I don't even know how to thank you. Li Yuan smiled calmly. No need to thank me. If you could help by hunting a few more war beasts in the future, that would be the greatest help to me. Su Mao cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Before I came, my father-in-law told me to support you no matter what. The mission of Taiping aligns with our Qingyan Valley's ancestral teachings of helping the world and saving people. So we will join Taiping. Li Yuan raised his glass welcome. As he spoke, he waved his hand, summoning a stack of medical classics. Essential prescriptions worth 1,000 gold, treatise on cold damage and miscellaneous diseases, compendium of materia medica, and the Yellow Emperor's classic of medicine. Su Mao's eyes widened, while Su Sisi and Li Yeye eagerly began to browse through the books. Li Yuan then took out a piece of paper and sent it flying towards Yisu. Uncle Yi, could you help make some Taiping tokens? I have a great need for them. If the design is not good, please help improve it. Consider it done. Yisu nodded as he accepted the paper. Li Yuan glanced around at everyone. Since it's getting late, let's all head back and rest. We'll meet again when we have the chance. With that, he picked up Chu Yueming and disappeared instantly. Tang Ming reached out as if to speak but stopped, watching the empty space where they had vanished, his eyes full of regret. Seeing this, Tang Shunga angrily pounded on her father's back. The others left happily with their gains, leaving only Tang Ming standing alone in the empty room. Li Yuan returned to the villa with Chu Yueming. Curious, Chu Yueming asked, why did you leave out the Tang family? Li Yuan chuckled. Their intentions aren't pure. Let them wait. You can tell all that? Chu Yueming tilted her head in confusion. Li Yuan raised 2 fingers and pointed to his eyes. I have eyes that see through everything. You're bluffing. I don't believe you. Chu Yueming pouted. Li Yuan grinned mischievously. Don't doubt it. Just by looking, I can tell what size underwear you're wearing. You're awful. Chu Yueming blushed and playfully hit Li Yuan's chest as they laughed and walked into the room together. For the entire weekend, the two of them stayed home and didn't go anywhere. Li Yuan set up a swing next to the villa, holding Chu Yueming as they sat and read. He was engrossed in the rune notes given by Xue Bei, mostly annotations on ceiling formations. Li Yuan buried his head in Chu Yueming's lap, whimpering. This is so hard. Chu Yueming chuckled and patted his back. You can do it, honey. Li Yuan lifted his head and playfully tapped her nose. You don't even feel sorry for me. Get back to your book. Didn't you ask me to supervise you? Chu Yueming feigned anger. All right. Li Yuan suddenly slapped his forehead. I forgot to do the lottery draw. System draw. His consciousness sank into a vast space, and a familiar wheel slowly began to turn. Ding. You have received 5 Huiling pills. The system announced that the pills had been added to the shop, priced at 100,000 each, capable of instantly restoring mana or spiritual power to peak condition. Wow, what a treasure. Li Yuan tilted Chu Yueming's chin up. Sweetheart, you never have to worry about my stamina again. Chu Yueming was puzzled. But before she could say anything, Li Yuan kissed her. After a passionate moment, Li Yuan bought 100 Huiling pills and filled a jar, handing it to her. Eat these like candy. Your husband has plenty of money. Chu Yueming's eyes curved into crescents. Okay. Ming, Li Yuan. Chu Danma's voice called out. The two jumped off the swing, seeing Chu Danma and an energetic elderly lady standing nearby. Liao Shulan was carrying a bag full of fresh vegetables, her face glowing with health, looking no older than 50. After exchanging pleasantries, Liao Shulan went inside to cook. Li Yuan asked Chu Danma, do you have a type of love goo? Chu Danma nodded. Yes, why do you ask? Li Yuan wanted to ask more, but Chu Yueming had already grabbed his ear. Ouch, I was just curious. Chu Danma covered her mouth, laughing. Soon, Liao Shulan called them to eat. The table was filled with vibrant vegetables, and Li Yuan ate 5 bowls of rice. After dinner, they chatted about family and the current state of the Miaojianggu clan. Liao Shulan then got up to catch her train. Li Yuan drove her to the station, promising to visit Miaojiang when he had time. Back at the villa, Chu Danma had already left. Chu Yueming sat on the sofa, pouting. Li Yuan sat on her lap. What's wrong, sweetheart? Chu Yueming glared. Why do you need a love goo? Li Yuan laughed. To feed it to you, of course. I'm afraid you'll turn into a butterfly and fly away. Chu Yueming didn't believe him, and Li Yuan tickled her, leading to a more intimate scene. With her face flushed, Chu Yueming wrapped her arms around his neck. Honey, take me now. I can see you're struggling. Li Yuan shook his head. It's not the right time yet. He was worried it might affect Chu Yueming's future growth, believing that the divine maiden should remain pure until her growth was complete. Chu Yueming seemed to understand his thoughts and gently kissed his cheek. I don't want to be a divine maiden. I just want to be your wife. Li Yuan lovingly stroked her back. Don't worry, it won't be long. When the time comes, I won't let you get out of bed, haha. Chu Yueming pouted. You're so naughty, always talking nonsense. They cuddled for a while longer. Li Yuan hugged her tightly. Silly girl. We'll be together forever. No one can separate us. Chu Yueming smiled brightly. A black curtain enveloped the land. The nightlife in Lianan City was bustling, especially during the summer. Many people were drinking and eating skewers on the streets, their shirts off, holding large, frosty mugs of beer. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming sat at a street stall, leisurely eating grilled skewers. At the abandoned warehouse at 134 Ingbin Road in the Southern District, a burly man with a full beard was inspecting a white powder, wearing 2 blood-stained gold rings. Boss, this batch is pure. It took 3 men to transport it, he said with a sneer. Siakai replied, good. It will fetch a high price. Once this job is done, I'll take you guys out for some fun. With a thunderous crash, the warehouse door collapsed. 2 cloaked figures, a man and a woman, barged in. Who are you? Siakai shouted. To prevent the destruction of the world. To protect the peace of the world, Chu Yueming began, then paused. Forget it, that's too corny. Siakai removed his rings, exuding a menacing aura. Stop pretending. Since you're here, you'll stay forever. Li Yuan threw out a Taiping token. Under the Taiping token, evil shall be vanquished. You're under arrest. Siakai crushed the token in his hand. Chu Yueming waved her hand, instantly encasing the warehouse in an ice wall. Li Yuan drew his tang sword and teleported in front of 2 henchmen, striking simultaneously with his left palm and right sword. They collapsed, spitting blood. 3 more figures flashed, and the remaining henchmen were subdued. Siakai's gold ring spun, unleashing a grandmaster's aura. Li Yuan engaged him, but struggled to get close. Honey, let's wrap this up quickly. Chu Yueming yawned. Got it. Li Yuan teleported behind Siakai, thrusting his tang sword into his dantian. Siakai spat blood and fell to his knees, his grandmaster aura dissipating. Li Yuan took out a special rope, binding everyone and placing another Taiping token on Siakai. 20 minutes later, 4 armored vehicles arrived. Guards escorted the criminals and confiscated the drugs. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming vanished into the night. Li Yuan turned off the video on his phone, crossing his legs as he continued to study his rune notes. Chu Yueming read a book while taking notes. Li Yuan looked into his eyes and said word by word, why don't you think about why there is only one Buddha? Hui Jing was taken aback by this, unable to meet Li Yuan's piercing gaze, and lowered his head. His once steadfast faith seemed to crack. Seeing this, Li Yuan pressed on. All beings have Buddha nature. Everyone can become a Buddha. There are countless Buddhas across the 3 realms and 10 directions. Why should there be only one Buddha? Hui Jing's face twisted in struggle, and he snarled. You're talking nonsense. Only the Buddha is the one true Buddha. Li Yuan sneered and pulled out a copy of the Lotus Sutra from the system store, handing it to Hui Jing. Go read this properly and stop bothering me. Hui Jing took it in a daze and stumbled away. Chu Yueming, sitting nearby, tilted her head and asked, what's wrong with him? Li Yuan chuckled. He's probably questioning his life. It's different from what he's been taught since childhood. Suddenly, Li Yuan's phone vibrated. He checked it and saw a new task from the neighboring Yuezhou city. The Filong Society, a local gang involved in the flesh trade and human trafficking, was the target. The leaders were 2 brothers with a level strength, thriving under the protection of a relative in office. By the time Li Yuan and Chu Yueming arrived, the brothers and their official relative had already been beaten to a pulp and tied up together. The scene was left with a recorder, confessions, and a Taiping order. The 2 then returned to Linan, their cloaks flapping in the wind as they rode the sword of the first emperor. In the following days, Li Yuan received similar reports about other criminal groups. After some investigation, he learned that the Tang family might be trying to curry favor with him. However, Li Yuan decided to wait and see. The reputation of the Taiping order grew, and stability increased in the Jiangling area. Online, supporters of Taiping began to emerge, along with some dissenting voices. One day, Chu Yueming, scrolling through her phone, shouted, Honey, someone online is pretending to be Taiping and extorting protection money. Li Yuan frowned. Already? Do we have a location? Let's check it out tonight. That evening, at an abandoned construction site, Li Yuan was beating up 4 imposters. Chu Yueming started a live stream, and Li Yuan explained the situation to the viewers, demonstrating his strength by bending a steel pipe. After the stream ended, Li Yuan warned the four, "If you do this again, the whole village will come to your house for a feast." They nodded frantically in agreement. Back home, Chu Yueming excitedly said, "The internet is buzzing. Those trolls have gone silent, and Taiping's fanbase is growing." Li Yuan picked her up with a smile. "That's good news. My princess, your humble servant will help you undress." Bai Weigua, holding the report, was full of satisfaction. "Xiao Yuan is making rapid progress. I knew he was the right person for this job. It won't be long before my worries are gone." The next morning, Shuebei walked into the classroom with a smile on his face. "Everyone," Shuebei scanned the room. "We've been in school for a while now. Are you finding university life a bit dull?" "Yeah, it's so boring, just studying and training every day," someone chimed in. "How about we find some excitement?" A mischievous glint appeared in Shuebei's eyes. "Director Shui, is this excitement of yours legit?" Li Yuan joked. Chu Yueming pinched his thigh hard. Shuebei's expression turned serious. "Recently, a dimensional vortex appeared at Linhai Bay. The initial investigation by the authorities revealed many battle beasts, but their levels are low, perfect for your training. The school has organized an expedition for freshmen to the Silver Mist Island vortex. We depart tomorrow. Is there food?" Li Yuan jumped up, eyes shining. Yi Ermao rolled his eyes. "What a foodie." A student raised a trembling hand. "Director Shui, is there a risk of death?" Shuebei replied, "Is the path to strength ever smooth?" He continued, "Those who don't wish to go can continue with their classes. But if you shrink back at every challenge, your path of cultivation will end here. Everyone has a choice. Those who want to go, come and collect the death agreement forms. We meet at the school gate at 9 a.m. tomorrow. You can start preparing your supplies now." Lu Shangyue was the first to step forward and take a form, faster than Li Yuan. Most of the class followed, with only a few hesitating. Li Yuan took Chu Yueming's hand. "Let's go shopping." 2 hours later, they returned to the villa. Their dimensional space was filled with supplies, especially snacks. The most important items were the barbecue set and condiments. Li Yuan was treating the training as a picnic. The doorbell rang, and Li Yuan opened the door to see bags piled up outside. "What are you guys doing?" "Since you awakened a spatial ability, of course, we're using you as our mobile storage," Su Cece giggled. "Leave your stuff to Yueming," Li Yuan said. Su Cece looked puzzled. "Yueming has a spatial ability too?" Chu Yueming walked over, smiling as she stored the items in a ring. "No, it's a gift from Li Yuan." "So jealous, a legendary storage item." Li Ye's eyes sparkled. A beeping sound announced the arrival of 2 large RVs. Yi Ermao jumped out. "Li Yuan, put these 2 vehicles in your space. What are you planning?" Yi Ermao grinned. "We can bathe and sleep in them." Li Yuan gave a thumbs up. "Good idea." His dimensional space was large enough to easily accommodate the RVs. "I wish I had a spatial ability, it's so convenient." Yi Ermao sighed. Li Yuan laughed heartily. "Maybe in your next life." Lu Shangyue pulled up in an SUV, dragging Tang Xinge along. They unloaded a heap of items from the trunk. Chu Yueming stored the items and led Tang Xinge to Li Yuan. Li Yuan ruffled Tang Xinge's hair. "We're not enemies, why avoid us?" Tang Xinge pouted. "I was just embarrassed. We're all friends, don't overthink it. Besides, you've given me many helpful tips recently." Tang Xinge was shocked. "How did you know?" Li Yuan tapped his head, smiling silently. Lu Shangyue interjected. "A new skewer place opened nearby. My treat." "Great. I love treating the rich." Lu Shangyue glanced at him. "Who's richer than you?" Li Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. "True." After a hearty meal, everyone went home to rest up, ready to shine at Silver Mist Island. The next morning, Li Yuan made a lavish breakfast for Chu Yueming. The doorbell rang, and Chu Yueming answered. Pan Xing walked in with a small bag, grabbing some breakfast. "Nice cooking?" Li Yuan flipped a pancake. "That's all you brought?" "I knew you'd prepare a lot." Pan Xing grinned. "By the way, I did a divination last night. This trip is risky but rewarding. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't go." "Why?" "We seek to avoid harm and find benefit. Without a sign of great fortune, we wouldn't participate." Li Yuan shrugged and continued cooking. After breakfast, the 3 headed to school. Tianqing Academy had enrolled 800 students this year, but fewer than 600 showed up, many unable to overcome their fears. The academy sent several buses to take them to Linhai Bay. On Li Yuan's bus, many looked pale, some with dark circles under their eyes, clearly having lost sleep. He pulled out a guitar and started singing Believe in Yourself by Zero Band, boosting the morale of these inexperienced students. The gloomy atmosphere lifted as everyone cheered each other on, gratefully thanking Li Yuan. He put away his guitar and sat back down. Chu Yueming fed him cucumber-flavored chips. They leaned on each other, fingers intertwined. Yi Ermao snapped a photo of the heartwarming scene. "Looks like a comic. So sweet." An hour and a half later, the bus arrived at Linhai Bay. Dark green military camps stretched out, red flags waving. Students disembarked and lined up, saluting the flag. Principal Xian gave an impassioned speech, ending with a shout, "I wish you all a triumphant return." Triumph! 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 The cheers soared, startling nearby seabirds. Soldiers handed out emergency kits, each containing a flare gun for emergencies. Move out. The entrance to the Silver Mist Island vortex was on the nearby sea, connected by a hastily built causeway. Charge! Li Yuan shouted, pulling Chu Yueming towards the entrance. The other students, seeing this, gathered their spirits and followed. Suddenly, the military camp's bugle sounded a farewell. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming exchanged smiles at the entrance and stepped into Silver Mist Island. The students behind them surged in after. Upon entering Silver Mist Island, they found their resting spot already cleaned. Li Yuan and his companions stepped onto Silver Mist Island, and the breathtaking scenery unfolded before them. Towering ancient trees reached skyward, and the lake was so clear it mirrored the blue sky and white clouds. A light mist enveloped the area, making it look like a fairyland. Chu Yueming's beautiful eyes were mesmerized, and Li Yuan wrapped his arm around her slender waist, promising to claim this place in the future. The other students were also captivated by the beauty, their initial timidity fading away. 200 meters away, two teams of well-trained soldiers were stationed. Li Yuan led the way, with everyone following. As they progressed, they realized the island was much larger than they had imagined. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from the forest, and numerous flying apes appeared. Yi Ermao leaped into the air, wielding his heavy sword. He executed Crane emerges from solitude, and Wind comes to the lone mountain in quick succession, shattering trees and killing the flying apes. Li Yuan, pained by the damage to the scenery, urged everyone to be gentle. Lu Shanyue thrusted his spear, killing more flying apes. Li Yuan took Chu Yueming's hand, and they flew above the island, envisioning their future. The Ice Phoenix guided their way. Suddenly, a rain of arrows descended upon them. Chu Yueming raised an ice wall for protection, while Li Yuan teleported to counterattack. A group of half-beasts emerged, and Li Yuan charged into them like a tiger among sheep. A stunning female half-beast blocked Li Yuan and trapped him in a chokehold. As he struggled for breath, he realized the situation was dire. "I can't believe this." The female halforc relentlessly squeezed Li Yuan's body. If he didn't have a strong physique, his bones would likely be crushed. With a flash of cold light, the female halforc's head fell to the ground. Chu Yueming swiftly killed the enemy with a single strike, and then grabbed the drunken Li Yuan. She wanted to slap him awake, but couldn't bring herself to do it, so she shook his shoulders vigorously instead. Li Yuan came to his senses, mumbling, "She fought dirty, using unconventional weapons." Chu Yueming rolled her eyes at this and kicked him in the butt. "Abba-ba-ba-ba." An orc with a feathered headpiece let out a frantic cry. The remaining halforcs heard the call and fled into the depths of the forest. "Why aren't you chasing them?" Chu Yueming kicked Li Yuan again. Li Yuan rubbed his butt and complained, "Why chase them? We can't eat them anyway." He glanced at the corpses on the ground and then at Chu Yueming's chest, muttering, "Your proportions are just perfect now." Chu Yueming's face turned cold, and the corpses on the ground instantly turned into ice sculptures, which then shattered into powder and dispersed into the air. Li Yuan sighed, "Sigh. These beast-headed, human-bodied monsters. I wonder if our classmates can handle them." "They will. Everyone has to go through this," Chu Yueming said softly. "Let's go." Li Yuan took her hand and led her forward, thinking smugly, "I've resolved another conflict. I'm a genius." Chu Yueming saw through his thoughts and smiled to herself, but said nothing. Around noon, Li Yuan took out 2 bento boxes from his dimensional space. He had prepared plenty the night before, and the shelf life was indefinitely extended in the dimensional space. Compared to others who could only gnaw on compressed biscuits, their lunch was quite lavish. "Ugh, I want some meat," Li Yuan said, smacking his lips. Chu Yueming picked up her chicken drumstick and placed it in his lunchbox, saying gently, "Eat up." Li Yuan returned the drumstick to her, saying, "You eat more. I'm craving that roasted snow night bird meat." After lunch, Li Yuan let Chu Yueming rest her head on his lap. He kissed her gently on the lips and said softly, "Get some sleep." "Okay," Chu Yueming replied with a sweet smile, closing her eyes. The ice phoenix perched on Li Yuan's head also closed its eyes to rest. Li Yuan was calculating his next move in his mind. Any war beasts that tried to approach were swiftly killed by his controlled sword of the first emperor. Half an hour later, Chu Yueming's long eyelashes fluttered, and her clear, bright eyes opened, her gaze as gentle as water. Li Yuan chuckled and playfully pinched her perky nose. "Awake? Do you want to sleep a bit more?" Chu Yueming lazily shook her head. "No, let's get going." Li Yuan bent his knees slightly. "Hop on, I'll carry you." Chu Yueming pretended to refuse, but her body honestly clung to his back, her soft chest pressing against him. With Chu Yueming on his back, Li Yuan walked briskly, the sword of the first emperor guarding them. To them, Silver Mist Island was like an amusement park, a place to purely enjoy each other's company. 3 hours flew by in an instant. Chu Yueming, feeling concerned, said, "Are you tired? Let me walk for a bit." Li Yuan laughed and replied, "How could I be tired? My princess is as light as a feather." Chu Yueming nuzzled his cheek. "You're the best, hubby." Suddenly, Bing Huang called out from above, "Li Yuan, ducks." Li Yuan frowned. "You're the duck." Chu Yueming smoothed his brow and explained. Xiao Huang saw a battle beast, a water quack duck. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he sped up with Chu Yueming on his back. Before long, a vast lake came into view, with a group of brown ducks playing in the water. Li Yuan eagerly set Chu Yueming down and dove into the lake. The water quack ducks, noticing him, shot water arrows at him. Li Yuan switched to water mode, summoning a water dragon to attack. In no time, only a few scattered duck feathers were left on the lake surface. As Li Yuan swam toward the shore, he suddenly sank underwater. Chu Yueming anxiously looked around for him, only to be pulled into the water by a large hand. Underwater, Li Yuan kissed her gently yet passionately, causing her to go limp in his arms. When they surfaced, Chu Yueming playfully scolded, "You're always picking on me." Li Yuan laughed. "Then I'll go pick on someone else." Chu Yueming immediately warned, "You dare?" Li Yuan quickly pleaded for mercy, pulling her into a tight embrace. Just as the atmosphere grew intimate, Yi Ermao's voice suddenly broke in, "Wow, what a big lake. What are you two doing?" Chu Yueming instantly returned to her usual self, and Li Yuan casually replied, "Of course, we're just taking a bath. The lake water is cool and refreshing." Yi Ermao gave them a suspicious look. The rest of the group arrived one after another and decided to set up camp by the lake. Li Yuan and Lu Shanyue were in charge of preparing dinner, while the others busied themselves with pitching tents. As night fell, a bonfire was lit, and the aroma of roasted duck and side dishes filled the air. Everyone toasted and celebrated, enjoying each other's company. Li Yuan, "Look, there's a little tiger over there. It's so cute." Chu Yueming exclaimed, pointing towards the forest. "It must be the smell of the barbecue that attracted it," Pan Qing said with a smile. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He immediately cast a wind spell, making a piece of barbecue float in the air. The little tiger couldn't help but stick its head out, its nose twitching. It stared at the floating meat and pounced, only to miss. Li Yuan manipulated the meat to keep tempting it, and gradually, the little tiger revealed its whole body, its fur soft and shiny. A group of girls watched, their eyes sparkling with fascination. Realizing it was exposed, the little tiger quickly retreated into the grass, leaving only its bright black eyes fixed on the meat. Eventually, hunger overcame fear, and it was lured out in front of everyone. Li Yuan reached out to touch it, but the little tiger bared its teeth, growling low. Li Yuan thought to himself, "It's really cautious." The barbecue floated to the little tiger's mouth, and it bit down, drooling. But instead of eating it, the tiger held the meat and turned to leave. Intrigued, Li Yuan said, "Interesting, I'll follow it." He then turned into a shadow and followed the tiger into the darkness. 10 minutes later, the little tiger arrived at a large cave at the foot of the mountain. Li Yuan quietly followed it in, where he saw scattered bones of battle beasts and a huge incense tiger lying on a stone platform. The tiger exuded a grandmaster's aura, its red and white fur strikingly vivid. The little tiger jumped onto the platform, placing the barbecue in front of the incense tiger and nuzzling its head affectionately. The incense tiger gently patted the little tiger's head, revealing a deep wound on its abdomen. Li Yuan murmured to himself, "This must be its child. It seems to have mutated." He couldn't help but think of Bai Shui and her daughter. Suddenly, the incense tiger looked towards Li Yuan's hiding spot and roared. The little tiger turned around in confusion, while Li Yuan stepped out of the shadows, raising his hands. "I mean no harm," he said. The little tiger immediately charged at Li Yuan, baring its teeth. The incense tiger struggled to stand, but the movement aggravated its wound, causing it to collapse, eyes filled with anger and worry. Li Yuan pressed down on the little tiger's head. "Don't bite me. I'm not a bad guy." The little tiger struggled fiercely, its claws scratching the ground. With a sigh, Li Yuan's body became enveloped in a crystal armor. He picked up the little tiger, letting it scratch at him. Approaching the incense tiger, he said, "Stop roaring. You can understand me. I mean no harm." The incense tiger nodded, its lantern-sized eyes fixed on him. Li Yuan put the little tiger down and began treating the incense tiger. Holy energy enveloped his hands as he placed them on the wound. Soon, the wound healed, but he noticed the incense tiger's hind leg was broken. Li Yuan took out a marrow-cleansing fruit and a 1,000-formula bone repair pill, saying, "Eat this, and your injury will heal." The incense tiger sniffed cautiously before swallowing the items in one gulp. Before long, it stood up, fully recovered. Li Yuan patted the little tiger's head. Don't run off again. Then he told the incensed tiger, stay here and find something to eat, but don't harm anyone, or I'll kill you both. With that, he vanished. The two tigers stared blankly in the direction Li Yuan had disappeared. The little tiger's stomach growled, and the incensed tiger pushed the barbecue towards it. Outside the cave, Li Yuan erected a warning sign, nodded in satisfaction, and flew back to the campsite. Chu Yueming was anxiously waiting and sighed with relief when she saw Li Yuan return. He took her hand and recounted the recent events to everyone. Pan Qing analyzed, to injure a grandmaster-level incensed tiger like that, there must be other powerful beasts around. Li Yuan nodded, reminding everyone to be careful, and took the first watch. Chu Yueming wanted to stay with him, but Li Yuan said indulgently, get some good sleep. Don't get dark circles. The others playfully expressed their disapproval. After eating and drinking their fill, Li Yuan conjured two large RVs, parking them side by side at the campsite. This stunned everyone around. That's over the top. Damn, look at their cozy life. Spatial abilities are unbeatable. Li Yuan tossed Pan Qing a sleeping bag, which Pan Qing gladly accepted, laying it out on the ground and crawling inside. Good night, he said. The 7 girls climbed into 2 RVs, under a starry night sky. The twinkling lights along the shore painted a beautiful scene. A few night owls were still chatting softly. Li Yuan pulled out a folding bed, crossed his legs, and lay down, savoring the rare tranquility. Before long, Chu Yueming arrived quietly. She had just finished bathing, her hair soft and carrying a faint, pleasant scent. Li Yuan smiled slightly and pulled her into his arms. Chu Yueming lay down, using his arm as a pillow, snuggling against his chest. They didn't need words. Their understanding was silent. Li Yuan gently covered her with a thin blanket and whispered, good night, princess. Your night is always here. Chu Yueming smiled sweetly, gave him a peck on the corner of his mouth and said, good night, hubby. She closed her eyes, a blissful smile lingering on her lips. In the morning, the lake was shrouded in mist, and the air was damp. People began to wake up and move around, some jumping into the lake to splash about. Chu Yueming opened her eyes to see Li Yuan's chiseled profile. They exchanged smiles and a good morning kiss. Yi Ermao, rubbing his sleepy eyes, squatted to stretch. All right, stop being so lovey-dovey. I'm getting goosebumps. Nearby, Lu Shanyu was also warming up. Just as Li Yuan was about to retort, his expression suddenly turned serious, his gaze fixed on the lake. Chu Yueming sensed something was wrong and her eyes sharpened. Li Yuan made a quick decision and shouted, get to shore now. Before he finished speaking, the calm lake surface began to boil, bubbling up like a fountain. Lakegoers panicked, frantically swimming towards the shore. A powerful presence suddenly awakened, like an ancient dragon breaking free. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming exchanged glances and simultaneously said, Wang Jing. The students on the shore didn't even have time to gather their belongings. They all rushed towards Li Yuan. Suddenly, the surface of the lake churned violently. A sharp horn pierced through the water, followed by a massive dragon head emerging. With an earth-shattering roar, the 15-meter-long body of the Yueming Jiao surfaced completely. Its underbelly had a pair of razor-sharp claws that gleamed in the light, and its entire body was covered in hard scales, except for its bare tail. Li Yuan stared at its head, noting the slight bulge that indicated it was on the verge of transforming into a true dragon. The students, terrified, huddled behind Li Yuan, trembling. Red flares continuously burst in the sky, turning the blue expanse into a crimson spectacle. Li Yuan ordered in a deep voice, Chu Yueming, freeze the lake. Chu Yueming nodded, and a surge of extreme cold emanated from her palm, instantly forming a thick layer of ice over the lake. Form a defensive line, Li Yuan shouted. The braver students quickly adjusted their positions, while the more timid ones shivered in place, some even turning to flee. Li Yuan touched his forehead, and a golden 6-pointed star appeared. 3 mythical beasts Bifong, Taowu, and Teati emerged from the summoning circle. The students were startled by these strange creatures from ancient legends, but Li Yuan quickly reassured them, don't be afraid, these are my summoned beasts. Despite the Lingdan pills replenishing his magic, Li Yuan felt mentally exhausted. Chu Yueming supported him, worriedly asking, are you okay? Li Yuan forced a smile, I'm fine, don't worry. He then summoned the Ice Phoenix, which rapidly grew in size, drawing gasps of amazement from the students. Lu Shanyu snapped her fingers, summoning a majestic black horse wreathed in dark flames Tan Wuzhui. She mounted the horse and charged towards the lake, with Li Yuan and Chu Yueming quickly following. The battle erupted instantly. The Yueming Jiao clashed fiercely with the 4 summoned beasts, shattering the ice. Chu Yueming continuously reinforced the ice layer. Lu Shanyu charged on horseback, her spear striking the Yueming Jiao and sending sparks flying. Li Yuan wielded the sword of the first emperor, its golden light slicing off a palm-sized scale. The Yuming Jiao gathered a black water orb in its claws to attack, but Tao Dai easily devoured it. Tao Wu struck with monstrous strength, while Tao Dai kept consuming the attacks. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming took advantage of openings to inflict wounds on the Yuming Jiao. A master from the Tianqiang army, who had just arrived, was shocked by the scene and quickly fired an emergency distress signal. As the battle deadlocked, Lu Shangyue suddenly leaped and unleashed her ultimate move, breaking the siege, sending countless spear shadows towards the Yuming Jiao. However, its tail lashed out fiercely. Li Yuan instantly teleported in front of Lu Shangyue, taking the hit directly. He spat blood, his internal organs nearly displaced, but he still urged Lu Shangyue to retreat. Seeing this, Chu Yueming roared, Ice Phoenix Slash, and formed a long sword of icy energy, striking a deep wound on the Yuming Jiao. Just then, the Xinjiang tiger they had rescued the previous day joined the fray, its claws raking at its old enemy. Li Yuan teleported to the shore, directing the students to concentrate their firepower. The battle grew increasingly intense, even the Ice Phoenix losing feathers from the Jiao's attacks. Li Yuan teleported once more to the front of the Yuming Jiao's claws and, with a move called Tiger Stance, severed two of its claws. The Yuming Jiao went into a frenzied rage, its horn beginning to gather lightning, small electric serpents dancing around it. Tao Tai, Bifong returned. Seeing that Tao Dai and Bifong were at their limits, Li Yuan decisively called them back. Tao Ye's body swelled, Bifong was enveloped in demonic flames, and both beasts gathered their strength for an attack. The Ice Phoenix launched its ice spear, the Tao Wu engaged in close combat, and the Xinjiang tiger harassed from the flanks. The Yuming Jiao's single horn glowed with intense lightning, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to become chaotic. The three beasts launched their attacks simultaneously, and the Yuming Jiao lowered its head to counter. With a thunderous crash, the ice shattered and water splashed everywhere. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming, in perfect sync, combined their fiery and icy swords into one, striking at the Yuming Jiao's neck. The Xinjiang tiger clung desperately to the Jiao's tail, while the Tao Wu bit into its claw. The Yuming Jiao's lightning horn exploded, causing everyone to lose consciousness momentarily. When the white light dissipated, the strange beasts had vanished. The Ice Phoenix was gravely injured, and the Xinjiang tiger was on the brink of death. Li Yuan shielded Chu Yueming, his back charred. The Yuming Jiao was half submerged in the water, its neck nearly severed. Despite the pain, Li Yuan teleported to the Jiao's neck and brought down the Shihuang's sword with full force. Amidst the cheers, Li Yuan finally severed the Jiao's head and held up the trophy high. As the crowd cheered, Li Yuan tended to the Xinjiang tiger's wounds. Pan Qing's smile faded, and his face turned serious. Do you believe me if I say this Yuming Jiao wasn't the great calamity foretold by the divination? The lake's surface rippled again, and Chu Yueming's face turned pale. It's the black demons, and there are two of them. Li Yuan smiled wryly. Do we still have time to run? Golden light burst from the lake, runes shattered, and a stone tablet exploded. Two figures emerged from the black mist, one alluring and seductive, the other skeletal and eerie. Enmu laughed. Finally, we're out. This is so delightful. Li Yuan tore off his tattered clothes, revealing a perfect physique. The enchantress giggled seductively. What a handsome man. His body is enough to make a girl drool. Lian Wu, since when did you start liking such effeminate men? Lian Wu cast a disdainful glance at him. Mu, what do you know? I can sense the strong aura of blood from this young man. He must be incredibly delicious. It's truly a dilemma. A glimmer of greed flashed in Lian Wu's eyes as she licked her lips. She giggled. Should I devour him, or keep him as my consort? She sighed. But my heart will always belong to the demon lord. Suddenly, an ice spike shot through the air. Lian Wu gracefully sidestepped, her hair barely moving as she easily dodged it. Anmu scanned the surroundings, his eyes gleaming as he let out a sinister laugh. Hee. So many exquisite beauties here. Truly a blessing from the demon lord. The students exchanged bewildered looks and whispered among themselves. What is this thing? It's neither human nor demon. It's not in our textbooks. They had never seen a dark demon before and couldn't help but discuss it fervently. Lian Wu gave a seductive smile, her chest heaving. So much blood to feast on. Enough to restore some of our strength. The boy's eyes widened, and faint blushes appeared on their cheeks. Li Yuan silently adjusted his stance, exhausted from the recent battle. At that moment, an ice phoenix shakily flew above Chu Yueming's head. Lian Wu froze in place, rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, Ice Phoenix Goddess, weren't you supposed to be dead? She quickly regained her composure and laughed. So, you were reincarnated. Your power is so weak now. I can't let you go, lest the demon lord becomes reluctant to kill you again. Li Yuan hoisted the sword of the first emperor onto his shoulder, lifted his chin, and coldly said, Enough talk. Prepare to die. Lian Wu laughed heartily. Young man, Your strength is lacking, but your bravado is impressive. How about becoming my consort? Sure. Li Yuan suddenly stepped forward, appearing next to Lien Wu in an instant, and swung the sword of the first emperor down. Anmu, quick-eyed and swift, pulled Lien Wu aside, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Space manipulation? No, it's spatial power. Anmu exclaimed in shock. Lien Wu patted her chest and playfully scolded, "Young man, I kindly offered to make you my consort, and you repay me like this?" Missing his strike, Li Yuan quickly retreated. Chu Yueming flew over to stand beside him. Just then, the sound of something cutting through the air echoed from the distance. Yiming Yuan arrived, carrying two swords on his back. His pupils suddenly contracted. What is this? He had received news that a king-tier battle beast had appeared on Silver Mist Island, but the scene before him was entirely different. Seeing his confusion, Li Yuan reminded him, "Senior Yi, this is the Black Demon." Yi Mingyuan nodded dazedly and felt relieved when he saw Yi Ermao safe in the crowd. "Looks like I didn't arrive too late. I came as soon as I got the news," Yi Mingyuan said, drawing one of his swords. The blade gleamed brilliantly, clearly extraordinary. "Not late at all, Senior Yi. You handle one, and we'll take care of the other," Li Yuan responded. Enmu squinted his eyes slightly and whispered to Lien Wu, "A king-tier opponent is troublesome. Unfortunately, we're not at our peak. We need to find a chance to escape." Lien Wu nodded and pulled out a barbed whip from her waist. Yiming Yuan's sword struck swiftly, instantly dividing the battlefield into two. Li Yuan quickly bought two lightning talismans with his loyalty points, sticking one on himself and the other on Chu Yueming. A gentle stream of energy enveloped them, making them feel lighter. Li Yuan then consumed a giant strength pill, causing his muscles to bulge and his pants to tear apart. Embarrassed, he took out a coat from his dimensional space and tied it around his waist, thinking, "Luckily, I didn't give the pill to Chu Yueming." Lien Wu eyed Li Yuan with interest and teased, "Your body's even more robust now. How about joining me, young man?" Hearing this, Chu Yueming's face turned icy, and she thrust her sword forward. Li Yuan felt conflicted as he couldn't use both spatial and fire magic simultaneously. He had to channel his spiritual energy to form a pair of wings on his back and a layer of crystal armor on his body. His figure blurred, and three shadows appeared. Both the flame sword and the emperor's sword slashing towards Lien Wu. Lien Wu brandished her whip, which acted like a venomous snake, protecting her. The material of the whip was unknown, but it was both soft and resilient. The emperor's sword felt like it was striking cotton, but the flame sword managed to cut her arm, causing a plume of blue smoke to rise from the burn. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yueming slashed Lien Wu's back, leaving a deep wound that quickly froze over with a layer of ice. Lien Wu screamed in agony, not expecting to encounter such formidable forces so soon after her arrival. Meanwhile, Enmu was also locked in a fierce battle. With a sinister grin, he squeezed out a few drops of blood to perform a sacrifice. The blood gathered in the air, forming a black hexagram. Enmu's aura surged, reaching king tier, and he laughed menacingly. "This is my peak power." Yi Mingyuan remained silent, quietly wielding his heavy sword. Seeing Enmu's desperate move, Lien Wu attempted to follow suit. However, Li Yuan was prepared. He teleported next to the blood and took half of it. The remaining blood only formed half a hexagram, boosting Lien Wu's power to just below king tier. Li Yuan released a surge of flames, incinerating the remaining blood. Deprived of the blood's power, Lien Wu aged rapidly, her face covered in wrinkles. Seizing the moment, Li Yuan tossed a mirror at her. Seeing her aged reflection, Lien Wu nearly fainted from rage. "Once I devour you all, I'll be restored," Lien Wu screamed, lunging at Li Yuan. Li Yuan unleashed a barrage of spells and shouted, "Everyone, put on your sunglasses." Chu Yueming swiftly took out a pair of sunglasses from her ring and put them on. Yi Mingyuan and the surrounding students quickly closed their eyes. Holy light radiance. A blinding white light, like a miniature sun, shone in the sky. The two black demons emerging from the ground were unaware of the sunglasses and were instantly blinded by the intense light. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Yuan teleported to Yiming Yuan's side, handing him a pair of sunglasses. The watching students realized the tactic, and the light magic students stepped forward. Li Yuan tossed a jar into the crowd, saying, "There's half a bottle of mana-restoring pills in here. If you're out of magic, take one." Chu Danma and the others gathered their courage and moved forward a bit more, starting to cast light magic. The sky was once again filled with a blinding white light. Li Yuan and his two companions moved like three streaks of lightning, darting around the two dark mages. With each strike, they carved deep, bone-revealing wounds. The black mist emanating from the dark mages weakened, unable to heal the injuries in time. Lien Wu let out a blood-curdling scream as her arms were severed simultaneously by Li Yuan and the other two. Black mist swirled around the stumps, eventually forming two infant-sized arms that looked grotesquely out of proportion with her towering frame. Li Yuan felt a surge of triumph. Regenerating limbs requires an enormous amount of their power. My Thousand Remedies bone rebirth pill is superior after all. Enmu and Lien Wu were forced back, finally colliding back to back. Enmu's face showed a moment of hesitation before he whispered, Lien Wu, we have no choice but to sacrifice you. I promise to avenge you. Before the words were out, Enmu abruptly turned and grabbed Lien Wu, sinking his teeth into her neck and drinking deeply. Lien Wu struggled violently, screaming, Enmu, you lunatic, the Dark Lord will never forgive you. Her voice quickly weakened, her body shriveling until she fell lightly onto the lake's surface like a piece of paper. Li Yuan shuddered involuntarily. Damn, that's terrifying, like a vampire. Enmu closed his eyes and wiped his mouth, then suddenly raised his arms and shouted, Eternal night descend. Instantly, the sky was swallowed by boundless darkness, and the brilliant white light vanished. What's happening? I can't see. Me neither. Who bumped into me? Everyone, stay calm and don't move. Li Yuan shouted. At that moment, Enmu suddenly leaped into the air, speeding toward the shore. Li Yuan, unaffected by the darkness, immediately flew to intercept him. Get out of my way. Enmu roared, sending a dark energy blast straight at Li Yuan's chest. Caught off guard, Li Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Chu Yueming couldn't see, she instinctively caught his faltering body, guided by their subtle connection. Enmu was about to reach the shore when he slammed into a golden barrier, rebounding back. Tangzhujian, you bastard, he cursed. Chu Yueming gently caressed Li Yuan's face and softly said, You've always protected me. This time, let me protect you. Li Yuan quickly grabbed her arm, urgently asking, What are you going to do? Don't worry, I'll be fine. Chu Yueming smiled. Little Phoenix, merge. A cry echoed as the Ice Phoenix responded, swiftly flying towards her. The Ice Phoenix collided directly with Chu Yueming, transforming into a blue aura that enveloped her. Blue patterns appeared on Chu Yueming's forehead. A crystal crown formed above her head, and she wore a short blue ice armor dress with 4 sheer sashes wrapping around her arms and legs. Li Yuan, despite his pain, couldn't help but admire her. Chu Yueming's gaze was a mixture of cold nobility and subtle gentleness. Enmu frantically attacked the golden barrier, causing it to crack all over. Chu Yueming raised her ice sword to the sky, and a bright light dispelled the darkness. Enmu exclaimed, You've inherited the divine position. Ice Seal Domain. The lake instantly froze over. Yi Mingyuan led the students to retreat, releasing sword energy to block the spread of the ice domain. Enmu sneered, You haven't fully inherited the divine position yet. I'm going to kill you. Chu Yueming flashed in front of Enmu, her ice sword piercing his heart. Enmu scoffed, We don't have hearts. His claw reached for Chu Yueming. Chu Yueming unleashed a series of extreme ice moves, continuously slicing through Enmu's claws. Each time, she coldly remarked, Keep regenerating. Li Yuan watched in astonishment as Enmu was terrified. 10 minutes later, Enmu was reduced to a powerless stump. Li Yuan interrogated him to no avail, and then burned him to ashes. Li Yuan embraced and kissed Chu Yueming, who suddenly fainted. Panicked, Li Yuan was reassured by the system that her power was exhausted, and she needed to rest. Relieved, Li Yuan also passed out. During Li Yuan's unconsciousness, the 4 corners of the land stirred. Jiang Feng, Shen Shan, Dai Yubing, Yi Mingyuan, and numerous grandmasters entered Silver Mist Island, conducting a thorough search for traces of the Black Demon. Sun Hongmiao flew from the capital to Linen to check on Li Yuan and Chu Yueming's conditions. The Feng couple, the Chu couple, the Li Shuangdao couple, and the Feng Yu couple all rushed to Linen City, anxiously waiting outside the hospital room. The hospital corridor was packed with people, the air thick with tension and anxiety. Various influential groups, including the Yi family, Qingyan Valley, Miaojiang Liao family, and the Shuman Tang family, sent representatives to visit, underscoring Li Yuan's significance. Sun Hongmiao emerged from the room with a solemn expression, and everyone held their breath. Feng Wenyao hurriedly stepped forward. Dr. Sun, how is Xiao Yuan? Wang Yakin and Feng Yushuan, their eyes red and swollen, stood up nervously. Sun Hongmiao sighed lightly. They're fine, just severely exhausted. With a few days of proper rest, they'll recover. He glanced around, however. There are too many people here, which could affect their rest. Mr. Feng, please make some arrangements. Feng Wenyao quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Sunday. I'll take care of it right away. He then began to disperse the crowd, leaving only the closest family members. Li Shuangdao felt a wave of relief upon hearing that Li Yuan was safe. Supporting his pregnant wife, Li Jiyu, he took Feng Wenyao's advice and left first. Chu Zhonglo approached the Feng family to persuade them. Brother Feng, you should go back and prepare for Xiao Yu's wedding. Use this happy occasion to ward off the bad luck. You know Xiao Yuan's personality. If the wedding is delayed because of him, he will make a fuss. Feng Yu was hesitant, but with his father's nod, he finally agreed to Chu Zhongluo's suggestion. Feng Wenyao gratefully said, "Thank you, Brother Chu, for staying here to look after things." Chu Zhongluo smiled slightly. "We're all family, no need to be so formal." Shuxin Pavilion. The Lei Tua team stood before Bai Weigu's desk, faces full of guilt and remorse. "Please, sir, punish us. We failed in our duty," Lei Tua said, lowering his head. Bai Weiguo waved his hand dismissively and spoke in a gentle tone. "It's not your fault. Who could have foreseen that a routine training session would lead to such a big issue? We owe a lot to those two young ones. You all can move on to other tasks. I'll figure something out for Li Yuan." He tugged at his hair, his brow furrowed in worry. The Longwei team was almost rendered useless. If he dispatched a Wangjing expert to protect Li Yuan, the defensive line would be under immense pressure. Guard Xiao Lu softly suggested, "Sir, perhaps we don't need to worry too much about Li Yuan's safety. He has twice led the charge in taking down Wangjing beasts and dark demons, and he's awakened spatial abilities. If he needs to escape, no one can catch him." By Weigua's side, it's a shame. In a country as rich in talent as ours, some people still prioritize their own interests. If the nation falls, what good are power and money? Damn it. He couldn't help but curse. 3 days later, Li Yuan woke up from his slumber, feeling refreshed. He immediately looked for Chu Yueming and found her sleeping soundly in the adjacent bed, her face rosy. Gently brushing her hair, he kissed her forehead lightly. "I swear, I won't let you get hurt again." Chu Yueming's lips curled into a faint smile, as if she heard his vow. Li Yuan tiptoed out of the room. "You're finally awake. How's my daughter?" Chu Zhongluo glared at him. Li Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "She's still sleeping. Is that how you protect my daughter? We need to reconsider this engagement." "Oh, come on, Uncle Chu, father-in-law, dad, please." Li Yuan quickly tried to appease him. Fang Yuxuan patted her husband's shoulder. "All right, as long as everyone's fine. Xiao Yuan just woke up. He must be hungry. Let's get him something to eat." Li Yuan sidled up to his mother-in-law. "You're the best. So kind and beautiful." Fang Yuxuan handed him a thermos. "It's all your favorite food, and it's still hot." Li Yuan devoured the contents in no time, and then took out a bento box from his spatial dimension to continue eating. "Here's another one. You should eat this too." Fang Yuxuan offered another thermos. "No, I'll save it for you, Yueming. This is enough for me." Chu Zhongluo huffed. "At least you have a conscience." Half an hour later, Li Yuan was finally full. Chu Zhongluo reminded him. "By the way, Feng Yu's wedding is the day after tomorrow." Li Yuan smacked his forehead. "I almost forgot." After seeing his in-laws off, he returned to the ward to carefully look after Chu Yueming. As night fell, he held her hand and quietly kept watch. Chu Yueming eventually opened her eyes and saw the person she most wanted to see dozing off. She gently covered his hand with hers. Li Yuan woke up with a start. "Sweetheart, you're awake. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" "My stomach feels uncomfortable," Chu Yueming replied. Li Yuan hurriedly checked her abdomen. Chu Yueming blushed and swatted his hand away. "I'm just hungry." Realizing his mistake, Li Yuan quickly fed her some porridge. Chu Yueming leaned sweetly in his arms. "By the way, I wonder how that little white tiger is doing." "It wasn't killed, was it?" Li Yuan asked, worried. "Why don't we go and check?" "You still need to rest." "I'm fine now." They changed clothes and instantly teleported to the rooftop, riding the sword of the first emperor towards Silver Mist Island. Upon reaching the coastal bay, they encountered guard Shansun. Li Yuan inquired about the tiger's whereabouts and was relieved to learn they were safe. Thanking Shansun, Li Yuan held Chu Yuming's hand and teleported to the entrance, stepping inside. A few minutes later, Li Yuan found the cave from last time. He picked up a branch and threw it into the cave. A tiger's roar echoed from within, followed by a dark shadow darting out. Li Yuan turned on his flashlight, illuminating the surroundings. "It's me, here to see you again." The incensed tiger braked to a halt, its lantern-like eyes fixed on Li Yuan, then affectionately rubbed its head against him. A small white tiger also trotted out, its dark eyes curiously observing the two. Chu Yueming squatted down and clapped her hands. "Come here, little one." The small white tiger tilted its head, hesitated for a moment, then leaped into her arms. Li Yuan smirked. "Still a little flirt, aren't you?" Chu Yueming gently stroked the small white tiger, which closed its eyes in contentment. The incensed tiger lay quietly nearby, watching. Li Yuan took out a cleansing fruit and handed it to Chu Yueming. "It's fate that we met. You feed it." Chu Yueming fed the fruit to the small white tiger, which gulped it down and gave a symbolic burp. Li Yuan patted the incensed tiger's head. "Since you're all okay, we'll be on our way." Suddenly, the incensed tiger bit the corner of Li Yuan's clothes and tugged him towards the cave. Chu Yueming followed, holding the small white tiger. The incensed tiger led them to a stone platform where it slept, used its paw to move the platform aside, revealing a deep cavern. It nudged Li Yuan, signaling him to go down. Li Yuan hesitated, worried that Chu Yueming might not be able to use her abilities if they encountered danger. But the incensed tiger urged again, and Chu Yueming insisted on coming along. Reluctantly, Li Yuan took out a flashlight and led the way into the cavern. They descended at an angle for about half an hour when a rich milky fragrance filled the air. After another 10 minutes, their surroundings opened up into a vast underground world. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, and stalagmites rose from the ground, with mica emitting a gentle glow. Li Yuan lit a few cold fireworks to illuminate the area. "It's so beautiful," Chu Yueming exclaimed. Following the milky scent, Li Yuan soon found a massive stalactite with a pool of milky white liquid beneath it, the source of the fragrance. The small white tiger broke free from Chu Yueming's arms and began lapping at the pool. Li Yuan couldn't resist kneeling down to taste it. The rich, milky flavor was even better than calcium milk. A pure energy surged through his body, eventually settling in his dantian. Li Yuan lay on the ground, satisfied, and let out a burp. Chu Yueming smiled and wiped the white froth from the mouths of the two kids. Li Yuan filled a bottle with the milky liquid and handed it to her. Chu Yueming sipped it, quickly finishing the bottle. Li Yuan took the opportunity to mischievously lick the remaining drops from the corner of her mouth. The incensed tiger gestured for Li Yuan to continue collecting the liquid. Using a high-level identification technique, Li Yuan was astonished to discover it was a 1,000-year-old stalactite essence, containing the essence of the Earth's veins, capable of enhancing physical strength and cultivation. He didn't hesitate to fill a large container, leaving only a little for the small white tiger to finish. Hand in hand, they continued exploring the magnificent underground world. Chu Yueming eagerly picked up colorful glowing stones, with the small white tiger helping by carrying a few in its mouth. Li Yuan stored the stones in her space ring. Chu Yueming then went to retrieve a stone embedded in the wall. Suddenly, the wall cracked. Li Yuan instantly teleported to shield her, turning his back to the falling debris. Once the dust settled, Chu Yueming pointed to the silver-white mineral exposed on the wall and asked, "What's that?" Li Yuan's eyes lit up, his breath quickening, and his heart pounding. "Sumi stone. Sumuru stone?" Chu Yueming tilted her head, full of confusion. Seeing this, Li Yuan chuckled and pulled her into his arms, gently explaining, "This sizable piece of Sumuru stone is enough to craft hundreds of space rings." As he spoke, he couldn't resist planting a kiss on her soft lips, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. "Your Highness, you are truly blessed with good fortune," Li Yuan teased. Chu Yueming blushed and nestled into his embrace, blinking her big eyes as she asked, "What do you mean?" "The ring on your finger was made from this very mineral," Li Yuan explained. "Really?" Chu Yueming exclaimed, her lips slightly parted in surprise. Seeing this, Li Yuan kissed her again, gently sucking on her small tongue. Chu Yueming felt weak all over, collapsing into his arms, her face flushed with embarrassment. Nearby, a small white tiger tilted its head in confusion, watching the two humans, not understanding why they were biting each other. After a while, Chu Yueming regained some strength and lightly punched Li Yuan's chest. Li Yuan laughed. "Sweetheart, step back a bit. I'm going to get the Sumuru stone out." With the Emperor's sword in his left hand and the Tang sword in his right, he stabbed both swords into the sides of the Sumuru stone and pried it loose. The stone shifted slightly, and Li Yuan put away his weapons, grabbing the stone's corners and pulling with all his might. "Damn, how big is this Sumuru stone?" Li Yuan exclaimed. "Go, hubby." Chu Yueming cheered him on from behind. A few minutes later, Li Yuan finally managed to pull the massive Sumuru stone from the rock wall. It was over 3 meters long and 40 centimeters thick, far larger than the brick-sized piece the system had rewarded him with earlier. Excitedly, Li Yuan calculated, "If I craft all of this into rings and sell each for 1 billion, I'll become the richest man in the world, richer than nations." He put away the Sumuru stone and laughed. "This is a huge haul. Xiang, you deserve a reward. I'll treat you to some barbecue later." The 2 humans and 2 tigers returned to the surface. Li Yuan slaughtered a few Qingluo mountain deer and began roasting them by the lake. The aroma wafted through the air, making the little tiger drool. Li Yuan carefully cut a piece to feed the white tiger and handed the rest to Xiang. "Xiang, you're a lady. Be more elegant," Li Yuan joked. "I'll introduce you to some friends later." An hour and a half later, the 2 tigers were finally full. Li Yuan took them to the entrance and instructed Xiang to guard the door, reminding her, "I'll arrange for people to bring you food. Don't harm them, and don't let the beasts inside escape." After settling the tigers, Li Yuan and Chu Yueming reluctantly left. Back at the villa, they quietly slipped into their room. Lying on the bed, Li Yuan sighed. "There's no place like home." Chu Yueming gently removed his shoes and snuggled up next to him. The next morning, after breakfast, the 4 of them headed to Linen Airport to return to Qizhou. On the way, Li Yuan sent photos of the Summer stone to Jiang Feng and Miao Ligua, arranging to meet in Qizhou. So, did you fall in love with me back then? Of course, it was love at first sight, a timeless connection. Li Yuan returned once again to his childhood home. Feng Wenyao looked Li Yuan up and down, his eyes filled with relief. Glad you're okay. You've done well. Wang Yakan held Chu Yueming's hand, asking questions with concern. Li Yuan pushed open Feng Yu's bedroom door, and thick smoke rushed out, filling the room like a mystical realm. Guys, can't you cut down on the smoking? Li Yuan frowned. Lu Yin came over with a cigarette. Want one? It's a celebratory smoke. No, no, you'll set a bad example for the kids. Li Yuan quickly waved his hand, creating a gust of wind that blew the smoke out the window. So, everyone's here. How are things up north? Li Yuan asked, looking at Feng Yu's six-man team. Zoning stubbed out his cigarette and smiled. Thanks to you. It's pretty peaceful up north. Big beast tides are rare now. After chatting for a bit, Li Yuan found out that the groomsmen were the five of them. He had hoped to join in the fun, but it seemed he wasn't needed. He joked, guess I'm too handsome, and would upstage the groom. Feng Yu's bachelor party was surprisingly tame, and everyone behaved well. The next morning, a grand convoy of wedding cars headed to the hotel, with a fleet of tiger jeeps attracting more attention than luxury cars. Chu Yueming leaned against Li Yuan, her eyes glistening with envy. Li Yuan kissed her forehead gently. Don't worry, we'll have a grand wedding too. Okay. Chu Yueming nodded obediently. The wedding party arrived at the hotel where Su Yeshue was staying, only to find the door blocked. As per tradition, they needed to give out red envelopes, but even after giving many, the door wouldn't budge. Not enough red envelopes, give more, came a voice from behind the door. Li Yuan smiled slightly and teleported into the room. He saw many girls blocking the door, the largest of them weighing over 200 pounds. Just as Su Yeshue was about to speak, Li Yuan gestured for silence, took her hand, and teleported her outside, pushing her into Feng Yu's arms. Hurry up, go, Li Yuan urged. Feng Yu shook his head helplessly, picked up Su Yeshue, and headed downstairs, with everyone following closely behind. The room erupted into chaos. Why is it so quiet outside? Are they mad? The bride is gone. By the time the bridesmaids reached downstairs, the newlyweds were already in the wedding car. Chu Yueming covered her mouth, laughing. You're so bad. Li Yuan blinked innocently, looking as harmless as possible. The banquet hall was packed with guests, and more tables were being added. The two elderly people in charge of collecting the red envelopes were stunned. The prepared bags couldn't hold everything, so they piled them up behind. The officiant was Feng Yu's mentor, He Wanqing, who had a rare smile on his usually stern face. The MC announced, now, let's welcome Li Yuan to sing a song for the wedding. Feng Yu stood tall and handsome in his suit, while Su Yeshue looked stunning in her white wedding dress. Li Yuan walked on stage with a guitar. Wishing my brother and sister-in-law a happy marriage. This song is called For You. Li Yuan strummed his guitar and sang with deep emotion. His song conveyed the vows and blessings of the newlyweds, bringing tears to the eyes of the guests. Married couples smiled at each other, while single guests pulled out their phones to text their loved ones. The wedding feast was a tearjerker. Li Yuan jumped off the stage with his guitar, not giving the couple a chance to thank him. The MC, his voice trembling, announced, now, let's welcome the main wedding speaker, Mr. Bai Weiguo. The crowd erupted in surprise, everyone standing up. A middle-aged man in casual clothes, exuding an aura of authority, walked onto the stage with a smile. It was Bai Weiguo. Li Yuan was stunned. Why was such a big shot here as the main wedding speaker? Feng Yu was also shocked and quickly stood up straight to salute. Only Feng Wenyao remained calm. After his speech, Bai Weiguo walked over to the main table to shake hands with Su Yeshue's parents, who were overwhelmed with surprise. Li Yuan sat next to Bai Weiguo, curiously asking, Grandpa Bai, why are you here? Just came to enjoy a cup of celebratory wine, Bai Weiguo replied with a smile. The wine will come later. How about a bottle of milk to start? Li Yuan pulled out a bottle of rare nectar and handed it to him. Bai Weiguo opened the bottle, releasing a rich, fragrant aroma. Everyone around turned their eyes to the bottle. Bai Weiguo took a sip and exclaimed, what is this? The energy is so pure. It's nectar that's been aged for thousands of years, Li Yuan replied. Bai Weiguo muttered to himself, if Divine Dr. Sun knew about this, he'd say it's a waste. Oh, come on, it's just for drinking, Li Yuan said nonchalantly. The two then quietly discussed the matter of the mystical stone. After the wedding banquet, the guests refrained from drinking too much, fearing they might embarrass themselves. They left with wedding candies, already planning how to boast about the event to their friends and family. Bai Weiguo intended to head to the Chu family villa, but had to rush back to the capital due to urgent business. Li Yuan entrusted him with 2 precious bottles of Millennium Stalactite to pass on to Li Shuangdao and his wife. Only Li Yuan could be so bold. Early the next morning, Feng Yu and his wife hurried back to the Northern Territory, having no time for a honeymoon. Feng Wenyao and his wife also returned to the capital. It was then that Li Yuan remembered two people were still waiting for him at the villa. As soon as Jiang Feng saw Li Yuan, he started yelling at him, but he immediately fell silent when Li Yuan took out the Millennium Stalactite. Millennium Stalactite? Where did you get such treasures? Jiang Feng exclaimed. Li Yuan blinked. Found them beneath Silver Mist Island. I went there too. How come I didn't find any? Haven't you heard the saying, heavenly treasures are destined for those fated to find them? Li Yuan said smugly. Jiang Feng snatched the stalactite and stuffed it into his ring. I'll take it home for my granddaughter. Li Yuan offered another bottle to Miao Ligua, but he politely declined. Finally, Li Yuan stored the remaining stalactite. He put away the space rings and meticulously cut shumi stones into the dimensional space. Thanks for your hard work, but I need to head back to school, Li Yuan said. Get lost already? You're no help anyway. I'm always doing your dirty work, Jiang Feng grumbled. Li Yuan laughed and massaged Jiang Feng's shoulders. You're my master. Isn't it natural for a master to help his disciple? Now you recognize me as your master? Where were you before? Okay, I don't recognize you then. No, wait, Jiang Feng said, scratching his head in frustration. Li Yuan solemnly bowed, Master. Please accept my respects. Jiang Feng's face turned red with excitement as he quickly helped Li Yuan up. All right, I have a disciple now. Jiang Feng took a fist-sized piece of metal from his ring and handed it to Li Yuan. This is your apprenticeship gift. I don't know what it is, but it seems extraordinary. I found it while exploring some ruins. Li Yuan used an advanced appraisal technique on the metal. Liquid gold essence, a liquid metal essence that can enhance the quality of weapons. Master, this is valuable. You're just giving it to me? Li Yuan took out a Tang sword from his dimensional space and enhanced it with the liquid gold essence. The blade now had a golden gleam and became even sharper. Then I'll head back tomorrow. Tonight, I'll have a few drinks with you, Master, said Li Yuan. That evening, Aunt Lu cooked a large feast. Li Yuan got drunk after just 2 cups. Chu Yueming carried him back to the bedroom, helped him undress, and they both drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, they bid farewell to their family and flew to Linen City. That evening, Yi Ermao and the others heard that Li Yuan and his companion had returned, so they rushed over to visit. The group gathered joyfully, chattering about their recent thrilling experiences. Chu Yueming's smile was radiant, and Yi Ermao praised her bravery with stars in his eyes. Lu Shanyue approached Li Yuan and quietly thanked him. Li Yuan waved it off and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, with Lu Shanyue following to help. After everyone had eaten their fill, Li Yuan took out 6 rings and handed them to the girls present. He explained, these are spatial rings. Just infuse them with spiritual energy, and you can use them. It'll make carrying things much easier in the future. The girls were thrilled and immediately started trying them out. In the excitement, Yi Ermao accidentally knocked over a bowl of soup, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Amidst the merriment, Pan Qing showed up uninvited. He cryptically reminded Li Yuan, tomorrow, you'll attract some unwanted attention. At this, Chu Yueming's expression changed slightly. Sensing the tension, the others made their excuses and left, leaving Li Yuan to console the upset Chu Yueming. The next morning, the two of them walked hand in hand to Tianqing Academy. Along the way, Li Yuan mused, using a beauty trap on me? Interesting. As soon as they arrived at the classroom, Monk Huijing entered with a beaming smile and respectfully greeted Li Yuan. Buddha, you have returned? Li Yuan was utterly confused. What the heck? Big brother, no way. I like girls. How is this attracting unwanted attention? Li Yuan looked puzzled and asked, what do you mean? How did I become the Buddha? Huijing, with a devout expression, explained, thanks to your guidance, I have fully comprehended the Mahayana Buddhism. I plan to establish a new Buddhist order, with you as the master, to spread the idea that everyone can attain Buddhahood. Li Yuan's eyes flickered as he quickly weighed his options. This path seemed feasible and could undermine the existing Buddhist sects focused solely on self-enlightenment. He nodded and said, all right, I'll arrange for someone to assist you. Go to the awakening class and find Panqing. Erase his contact information. He then pulled out his phone to show Huijing. Huijing saved the number on his phone and hurried away. Chu Yueming, curious, asked, you're not seriously thinking of becoming a monk, are you? Li Yuan pinched her nose and replied, I wouldn't want to leave you. Moments later, a young girl in a Lolita dress approached. Her face was as delicate as a doll's, with large, round eyes, truly a beauty. Hello, Li Yuan. I'm an Ife, a sophomore in the awakening department. Thank you for saving my brother on Silver Mist Island, she said, extending her fair hand and speaking in a sweet voice. Li Yuan felt a twinge of caution but maintained a calm demeanor as he shook her hand briefly. No need to thank me. Chu Yueming glanced over, then got up and sat next to Yi Ermao. An Ife looked at Chu Yueming and asked, did you upset your girlfriend? No, she doesn't mind what I do, Li Yuan replied with a smile. An Ife, slightly shy at his handsome smile, said, I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. When are you available? Sensing a hint of reluctance in her eyes, Li Yuan thought for a moment and then took out his phone. How about tonight? Let's exchange contacts. And Ife was surprised by his quick agreement and thought to herself, just like other guys, but she still added him as a friend. See you tonight, they'll call you. And Ife said, waving as she left. Chu Yueming returned to Li Yuan's side, pouting. Someone seems to enjoy the family rules, Li Yuan thought, stretching his fingers deliberately. Chu Yueming quickly switched to a gentle demeanor, smiling sweetly. 8 powers and food. A famous Japanese restaurant in Linen City. The red lanterns outside the restaurant, combined with colorful pinwheels, caught the attention of passers-by. Inside, the atmosphere was lively with clinking glasses and cheerful conversations among diners. Li Yuan and Anife had just taken their seats when the waiter brought over utensils and small dishes. The grilled dishes are what this place is known for, and Ife explained. You're the expert. I'm not picky, Li Yuan replied casually. And Ife ordered grilled bonito and veal, and also recommended the draft beer. Li Yuan smiled meaningfully. I'm hoping something interesting happens if I get drunk. A hint of disdain flashed in Ife's eyes as she deftly avoided his reaching hand. When the waiter brought the draft beer, Li Yuan keenly noticed the tattoo on his neck. He took a sip and detected a slight bitterness. Sedative, he thought, but he pretended not to notice. After a few more sips, Li Yuan feigned passing out. And Ife called the waiter to help carry him outside and then followed a business van. Inside the van, Li Yuan was fitted with magic restraining cuffs, and his powers vanished instantly. He was secretly alarmed by the formidable nature of his captors. An hour and a half later, the van stopped at an abandoned factory. Li Yuan was dragged inside and tied to a rack, surrounded by numerous skilled fighters. Mr. Kubo, I've brought the person. Can you release my parents now? And Ife pleaded. From the shadows emerged a short, sleazy middle-aged man. Don't be in such a rush. Once I get the information I need, I'll release them, he said. Li Yuan's heart sank. People from the Goryeo kingdom. After some rough handling, Li Yuan finally woke up. Ryosuke Kubo cut to the chase, demanding the recipe for the potion and the secret to unlocking cultivation. Feigning terror, Li Yuan said. I can give you the recipe, but that's all I have. Start with the recipe, Ryosuke Kubo said, his eyes burning with anticipation. Li Yuan gathered his thoughts and began to fabricate. Morinda officinalis, Cistanche, Curculigo, Eucamia, Dipsacus, Dodder seeds, Yangqi stone. And Ife couldn't help but burst into laughter, interrupting Li Yuan's words. What are you laughing at? Ryosuke Kabakawa demanded angrily. Someone nearby whispered, Lord Kubo, I checked it out. They're all kidney tonics. Upon hearing this, Ryosuke Kabakawa's forehead veins bulged, and he glared at Li Yuan. How dare you deceive me? Li Yuan smiled apologetically. I wasn't lying to you. This really is a prescription. I just hadn't finished explaining. This guy isn't being honest. Use force. Ryosuke Kabakawa waved his hand. Akife hurriedly stepped in front of Li Yuan. Lord Kubo, please don't hurt him. Let me try to persuade him. Trust me. 2 guards immediately pulled Akife away. Ryosuke Kabakawa leered. This isn't your place to speak. Don't worry, once I get the prescription out of him, I'll enjoy you properly, little beauty. Akife's face filled with despair. Li Yuan sighed deeply. This is getting boring. With that, he suddenly broke free from the anti-magic handcuffs and swallowed a revival pill. The seal shattered instantly, and Li Yuan's form blurred into a shadow, escaping the restraints. With a Tang sword in hand, its cold gleam flashed. The heads of the 2 guards holding Akife fell to the ground in an instant. Li Yuan pulled Akife behind him and looked challengingly at Ryosuke Kabakawa. Everything happened so fast that the guards hadn't even reacted. Ryosuke Kabakawa gritted his teeth. Attack. Don't let him escape. In the darkness, several ninjas threw shurikens. Li Yuan deflected the incoming projectiles with his sword, his blood boiling. IGA ninjas? A dark and windy night. Perfect for a massacre. He stepped forward, his body twisting, and 3 more heads hit the ground. At this moment, 3 masters joined the fray. 2 targeted Li Yuan directly, while 1 aimed for Akife. The one trying to use Akife as leverage felt a sharp pain in his hands. Looking down, he saw his hands severed, blood gushing out. He screamed in agony, and in the next second, his head was also severed. Li Yuan looked provocatively at Ryosuke Kabakawa. Li Yuan had already hidden the sword of the first emperor behind an Ife, just waiting for the right moment. 5 minutes later, only Ryosuke Kabakawa was left in the abandoned factory. He threw a smoke bomb and vanished instantly. And Ife, on the verge of tears, cried out, Don't let him escape. My parents are still in their hands. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a figure burst through the stone wall. It was Kabakawa, who had just fled. A thunderous roar echoed from outside the factory. "You scoundrels from Gao Yao! How dare you cause trouble in China?" Yuan stormed into the factory, his sword pointing directly at Kabakawa. It turned out that Li Yuan had already informed Yuan to provide covert protection. Yuan demanded harshly, "Where are they hiding?" Blood trickled from Kabakawa's mouth. He had taken poison and died. And Ife, panicked, asked, "What about my parents?" Li Yuan sternly told her to be quiet and quickly contacted Tang Shunga to track recent entries from Gao Yao, while also notifying Xiao Lu to stand by. In less than half an hour, Li Yuan and his team arrived at the 5th location and successfully rescued Ife's parents. Yuan eliminated all the hidden Gao Yao agents, and Ife knelt down and apologized, with Li Yuan harshly questioning her about any other involvements. She tearfully swore there was nothing else, explaining that her father being from Gao Yao was the reason they were targeted. After Xiao Lu's investigation confirmed in Ife's family's innocence, Li Yuan decided not to pursue the matter further but restricted their travel. To ease the tension, Li Yuan suggested that an Ife meet Zhou Qiang, and if suitable, she could transfer to Tsangyan Academy. After everything was settled, Li Yuan and Yuan returned to the Yi family residence. Chu Yueming was still awake, and Li Yuan carried her to the hot spring room. That restless night, China launched a large-scale crackdown, capturing multiple foreign spies and sending a strong message. The next morning, Zhou Qiang called excitedly, saying he had met a girl he liked. Li Yuan encouraged him to seize the opportunity, but reminded him to be respectful. Chu Yueming, waking up in Li Yuan's arms, teased him about playing matchmaker again. Just as they were about to get intimate, Yi Ermao shouted from outside the door. Li Yuan teleported out to flick her forehead, and then teleported back. Chu Yueming playfully chided, "When will you ever grow up?" After freshening up, the two of them walked to the front yard for breakfast. Yi Lu and Yi Zhuo were already waiting in the yard. When they saw the pair coming out, they greeted them warmly. Li Yuan led Chu Yueming to their seats, glanced around, and said with a smile, "Everyone's here today." Yi Lu explained with a smile that she had just finished her thesis and had come home to rest for a few days. She suggested that since everyone was free, they should go on a trip. Li Yuan readily agreed and promptly sent a group message to invite Panqing and others to join them on Silver Mist Island. After breakfast, they drove to their destination. Along the way, Chu Yueming bought several toys for the little white tiger. As soon as they set foot on Silver Mist Island, Lian Huijing was already waiting for them. The white tiger's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing Chu Yueming and bounded over on all fours. Li Yuan tossed a soccer ball, which the white tiger clutched and began to gnaw on. "Don't bite it. Play like this," Li Yuan demonstrated, using his head to bounce the ball. Mimicking him, the white tiger began to run around with the ball on its head, eliciting affectionate laughter from the ladies who gathered around to play with it. Li Yuan pulled the men aside to sip tea and discuss important matters. Panqing, with a casual air, produced a folding fan from somewhere and began to fan himself, saying, "It's quite simple really. Huijing has left the Buddhist order and is now independent. Given the large number of Buddhists in China, if we get official endorsement, we could attract a significant following. Everyone can achieve enlightenment. It's exactly what they seek." He paused and looked at Li Yuan meaningfully. "Karma and destiny are central to Buddhism, which could be beneficial for you." "What do you mean?" Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Panqing closed his fan. "It's about the power of faith. With the power of faith, your luck will improve." Yizhua couldn't help but interject, "The power of faith? Isn't that something intangible?" Panqing pointed his fan skyward. "There's always a bit of truth in every legend. In any case, it's a good thing. That's all I can say for now, lest I face any backlash." Li Yuan fell into deep thought. As a transmigrant, he was no stranger to the extraordinary. Though the power of faith was mysterious, the immediate priority was to unify China to face impending calamities. The frequent appearances of black demons made him uneasy. The two black demons on Silver Mist Island had mentioned a demon lord who was still alive, but whose whereabouts and strength were unknown. He glanced at Chu Yueming, who was playing happily, and their eyes met. She gave him a sweet smile. Even the Ice Phoenix goddess, a divine being, had perished in the calamity. What kind of power did the demon lord and the black demons possess? Since arriving in this world, he had yet to hear of any emperor-level expert breaking through to the next level. Was becoming a god the next step after the emperor level? And what were the requirements for godhood? "Hey, what are you spacing out for?" Panqing waved his fan in front of his face. Li Yuan snapped back to reality and rubbed his face. "All right, I'll give Huijing some more scriptures to study. Let's organize a Buddhist conference in a while." Huijing nodded slightly. "Good." Next, Yizhua brought some important news. In April next year, several prominent families from the three Penglai Islands would jointly hold a Sea Overlord tournament, inviting well-known forces from across the country. Participants had to be under 35 years old. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What's the prize for winning?" Yizhua replied, "The Overlord token. The family holding this token can command all the others, Li Yuan rolled his eyes, thinking it was just like the ancient martial arts tournaments. Pan Qing suddenly said, I think the Sea Overlord tournament might be targeting Taiping. He explained that Taiping's influence was growing, and the other factions probably felt threatened and wanted to band together for greater benefits. Li Yuan nodded. Then we'll go check out this so-called Sea Overlord tournament. They then discussed some finer details. Li Yuan, come play. Chu Yueming's call interrupted their conversation. Coming. Li Yuan joined the soccer game. Not far away, Su Sisi and Hui Jing seemed to be having a conversation. Li Yuan deliberately kicked the ball near them to eavesdrop. He saw Su Sisi's face turn pale, veins bulging on her forehead, fists clenched, and chest heaving. But Hui Jing, oblivious, continued to expound on Buddhist principles. Li Yuan picked up the soccer ball, barely suppressing a laugh. This was beyond being clueless. It was like having a wooden fish for a brain. Su Sisi stormed off angrily, leaving Hui Jing scratching his head in confusion. It wasn't until nightfall that everyone reluctantly parted ways and headed home. Li Yuan carried Chu Yueming back to the villa. The National Day holiday had passed while they were unconscious, and the next break wouldn't come until winter. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he formed a vortex of spiritual energy, drawing in vast amounts of the world's qi. After the series of intense battles, his strength had significantly improved, and he was now close to breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Li Yuan sat cross-legged at the mountain peak, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him. Every breath brought him closer to the Grandmaster realm. Chu Yueming quietly leaned against him, with the surrounding spiritual energy naturally converging towards her, as if awakening a dormant power. 7 days passed by like flowing water. Chu Yueming not only fully recovered her strength, but also made significant progress, just a step away from the King realm. Meanwhile, the Taiping faction steadily expanded its influence. Forces from Qingyan Valley, Miaojiang, the Tang family, and the Yi family all joined, boosting Li Yuan's loyalty points to over 30,000. Excited, Li Yuan immediately started a draw. The system notification sounded. Ding. You have obtained the Yin-Yang Twin Fish Pearl 1. Yin-Yang Twin Fish Pearl. Function unknown. Li Yuan frowned and muttered discontentedly, You're a system. How can there be something you don't know? He retrieved the twin fish pearl from the system space, feeling one side cold and the other warm. Chu Yueming curiously leaned in. Is this some kind of exercise ball for the elderly? Li Yuan shook his head. No, I don't know either. Before he finished speaking, the two pearls suddenly slipped from his hands and entered his dantian and forehead respectively. Instantly, his lower abdomen felt warm while his forehead felt cool like water. Li Yuan quickly looked inward and saw the white yang pearl floating in the center of his dantian's energy vortex, while the black yin pearl enveloped the crystal nucleus in his sea of consciousness. He tried to activate his fire abilities, and a flame flickered at his fingertips, everything as usual. Then, he circulated the spiritual energy in his dantian, finding his meridians unobstructed. This strange situation left Li Yuan puzzled. It was something he couldn't quite figure out. A month later, a grand debate on Buddhist teachings took place in Linen. Many prosperous temples from across Hua country sent representatives. Hui Jing, dressed in a new monk's robe with a red kasaya draped over it, sat cross-legged on the stage, holding prayer beads with a composed expression. The audience below was packed with followers of all ages. He surveyed the crowd and smiled, saying, Please enlighten me. An elderly monk with long eyebrows and a beard approached with a staff and sat steadily opposite Hui Jing. Meanwhile, on Silver Mist Island, Li Yuan sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. Chu Yueming stood nearby, guarding him, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Suddenly, the sky darkened, lightning flashed, and strong winds howled. Li Yuan's aura surged, but he couldn't reach the peak. Sensing something amiss, Chu Yueming took out 2 immaculate divine crystals to aid his breakthrough. A 7-colored light enveloped Li Yuan, causing the elements of heaven and earth to churn violently. Half an hour later, the crystals turned to dust, and Li Yuan's aura finally broke through its constraints. He opened his eyes and let out a long roar, his figure flashing 1,000 meters away. Chu Yueming was overjoyed, and Li Yuan smiled as he used spatial displacement to instantly bring her to his side. They embraced, reveling in the joy of the breakthrough. Li Yuan probed the changes within his body, discovering that his dantian had transformed into a vast ocean and his sea of consciousness crystal nucleus had become a palace. He asked Chu Yueming about her condition, speculating that it might be related to a change in his constitution. Suddenly, a strange force surged into his dantian, and Li Yuan realized it was the feedback of faith's power. Li Yuan wrapped his arm around Chu Yueming's slender waist, gazing into her beautiful eyes. Darling, I want a kiss. Treading through the void, they toured the scenery of Silver Mist Island. Li Yuan held Chu Yueming in his arms as they stood in midair, overlooking the magnificent landscape of Silver Mist Island. Chu Yueming softly said, Darling, let's go calm the white tiger. It might be scared. Li Yuan nodded and instantly appeared with her at the entrance. Suddenly, a clear, childish voice rang out, Li Yuan, you fool. Li Yuan, you fool. Li Yuan frowned, and with a wave of his hand, the ice phoenix was sent 1,000 meters away. The white tiger lay trembling beside Xiang Xiang, its eyes full of fear. Chu Yueming crouched down and gently picked it up. It's okay, white tiger. It's over now. Don't be afraid. The white tiger affectionately nuzzled her cheek with its little head. At that moment, the ice phoenix flew back, flapping its wings angrily. You're so mean, it said. Li Yuan glared at it. Say that again, and I'll throw you out again. The ice phoenix immediately became meek and nuzzled Li Yuan's cheek in a friendly manner. I won't say it again. I'll be good. Li Yuan, satisfied, took out a cleansing fruit and fed it to the ice phoenix. Chu Yueming suddenly asked, Honey, did you use those 2 pure spirit crystals on me? Li Yuan nodded. Yes, you didn't have enough spiritual energy when you were breaking through. He asked worriedly, what about when you need to break through next time? Chu Yueming reassured him. Don't worry, we might find another way by then. They played soccer with the white tiger for a while before returning to the villa. Panqing and Hui Jing were waiting at the door. Inside, Panqing excitedly said, It was amazing, absolutely amazing. You should have been there. You would have loved it. He poured himself a cup of tea and continued. Those old monks were almost driven to madness. Some even spat blood in anger, cursing Hui Jing as a disgrace. But today, Hui Jing has completely severed ties with the Buddhist sect. Who knows what dangers might lie ahead? Li Yuan said fiercely, Anyone who dares to harm my people, I'll destroy their entire small spirit realm. Panqing sighed. You do have the power to do that now. He added, the principles of Mahayana Buddhism are gaining great popularity. With a bit more effort, we could attract even more followers. Li Yuan thought for a moment. You two should start a live stream, a monk and a sorcerer, a perfect match. You could really win people over. That might work too. The live streaming community has gained 2 unique personalities. One offers feng shui advice and fortune telling, while the other shares Buddhist teachings and life guidance. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming quickly rose to fame in the streaming world thanks to their striking looks. Li Yuan's niche is feng shui and fortune telling, whereas Chu Yueming focuses on Buddhist philosophy and life advice, attracting a large female audience. As winter break approached, they accepted Liao Shulan's invitation to visit Guizhou province. They flew to Liqing and immediately began their journey in the air. 3 hours later, they landed in a Miao village. Chu Danma excitedly ran towards a stilt house and shouted, Grandma, we're back. Li Yuan looked around and saw a clear river winding through the village, with stilt houses built against the hills. The villagers wore vibrant Miao attire, their silver ornaments jingling. He took out candies and snacks to share with the curious children who had gathered around. Liao Shulan warmly welcomed them and ushered them into the house. Chu Danma brought out some fragrant fried rice tea, which Li Yuan found delicious. While Liao Shulan busied herself preparing dinner, Chu Danma eagerly went to the river with a fishing net to catch some fish. Li Yuan used his magic to easily summon a few plump fish to the shore. Then, he and Chu Yueming strolled along the river, their figures silhouetted against the sunset. They discussed the situation of the young villagers who had left to fight against war beasts and decided to investigate the next day to see if they could offer any help. Returning to the stilt house, they found a delicious dinner already prepared. There was sticky rice, black herb chicken stew, fresh vegetables, and sour fish soup made from the fish Chu Danma had caught. Li Yuan couldn't wait to dig in and praised the food enthusiastically. Liao Shulan brought out a large bowl filled with raw eggs and placed it at the entrance. Li Yuan was puzzled by this action. Liao Shulan sat down at the table and said with a smile, I have an old friend who often comes by for a free meal. I prepared this for it. Li Yuan nodded and focused on the delicious food in front of him. Chu Danma picked up a glass jar and softly introduced, This is rice wine made by my grandmother. It's sweet and fragrant. Chu Yueming took a sip and exclaimed, It hardly tastes like alcohol at all. It's so good. As everyone was enjoying their meal, the sound of splashing water came from the small river outside. A green snake quietly slithered up to the table, flicking its tongue as it began to feast on the eggs in a large bowl. Chu Yueming gently nudged Li Yuan, signaling him to look towards the door. Li Yuan, engrossed in his meal, turned around in confusion, just in time to see the green snake swallowing an egg. Li Yuan struggled to swallow his food and carefully examined the unexpected guest. The snake was entirely green, with thick scales and a striking golden stripe on either side. Seeing this, Liao Shulan laughed and explained, Don't worry, this is my old friend. I've known it for years. It'll leave once it's done eating. Bing Huang, perched on Chu Yueming's shoulder, curiously stared at the snake. After finishing the egg, the snake looked around, and when its gaze landed on Bing Huang, a hint of confusion crossed its eyes. It began to slither towards the group. Liao Shulan was also puzzled. Strange. It usually leaves after eating, The snake had already reached Li Yuan's leg and started coiling up around it. Li Yuan suppressed his urge to act, his skin crawling. He stiffly said, "Buddy, could you get off me?" The snake ignored him, coiled around his back, and rested its head on his shoulder, briefly locking eyes with him before turning its attention to Bing Huang, its eyes showing complex emotions. Bing Huang leaned forward to meet the snake's gaze, its eyes full of curiosity. The snake seemed to want to touch Bing Huang but suddenly pulled back, swiftly sliding off Li Yuan and slithering out the door. With a splash, it disappeared into the river. Li Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. That was too creepy. No one paid much attention to the little incident, and they continued eating and drinking until 10 p.m. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming returned to their upstairs guest room. The large window faced the night sky, where the full moon cast a gentle glow. Chu Yueming leaned on the windowsill, gazing at the sky. "The moon looks beautiful tonight." Li Yuan walked over to Bing Huang and gently poked its wing. "What's the deal with that snake?" Bing Huang tilted its head, pondering for a moment. "The aura feels familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen it." "Familiar? It's the first time we've encountered it. What could you possibly recognize?" Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Bing Huang flapped its wings defiantly. "I just do." Li Yuan mused. "Could it be someone you knew from ancient times?" "That snake must be thousands of years old then," he suddenly teased. "Was it an old flame of yours?" "What's an old flame?" Bing Huang asked, confused. Chu Yueming turned around, bathed in moonlight. "I feel like I've seen that green snake somewhere before too. If you can't remember, don't stress about it." Li Yuan patted the spot next to him. "Let's get some rest. We have plans for tomorrow." Chu Yueming nestled beside Li Yuan, and they fell asleep in each other's arms, under the watchful gaze of the moon outside. Meanwhile, the green snake swam up from the underground river and slithered into a cave. Its body quickly grew larger, antlers sprouted from its head, and 5 claws emerged at it, transformed into a majestic dragon. It frantically searched through its hoard, even tossing precious gold into the river. Finally, it found a dry feather, its eyes deepening with memories. After a long while, it wanted to roar but restrained itself, turning back into a green snake and curling up beside the feather. The next morning, Li Yuan patted his round belly and said, "Honey, you should bring Danma with you." Chu Yueming nodded and took Chu Danma's arm as they ascended into the sky. "Granny Liao, we're heading out for a bit," Li Yuan called out. "Go ahead and stay safe." Liao Shulan waved. Li Yuan appeared in the air in a flash, and the 3 of them flew towards the nearest dimensional rift Miyuan. Miyuan was located in a vast mountain range, and was one of the rare large-scale dimensional realms in the south. The entrance was guarded by both the Luoyan army and the Shouyuan army, with a section specifically reserved for the Gu tribe. The trio landed at the entrance. Chu Danma greeted some acquaintances, while a soldier stared at Li Yuan for a long time before running into a tent to report. Li Yuan chuckled. "The Luoyan army's insignia is pretty cool. The Shouyuan army has a golden shield, the Xuanjia army has a black sword and shield, and the Tianxiang army has a silver spear." Chu Yueming laughed. "Maybe Taiping will have its own insignia too, and you'll have to design it." "I've thought about attusing your portrait," Li Yuan teased. "You can't use my photo?" Chu Yueming rolled her eyes but felt secretly pleased. "Then how about a black great wall, to keep all dangers out?" "I like that." A tall officer with a longbow and quiver emerged from the tent. He saluted. "I'm Jingyu, commander of the Feiyu battalion of the Luoyan army." Li Yuan returned the salute. "Anything we can help with?" Jingyu glanced at the entrance. "Not at the moment. You're welcome to take a look inside. We've set up a defensive line." Li Yuan eyed his bow and arrows. "You must be an archery expert. Show me your skills." "Expert might be an overstatement, but I've been at it for years." "Let's head in," Jingyu said, leading the way. Chu Dama followed, and the 4 of them entered Miyuan. Not far ahead stood a makeshift wall, crowded with people. On one side were soldiers with firearms, and on the other were archers. "This is the Feiyu battalion," Jingyu introduced with pride. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. A whole battalion shooting arrows must look amazing. Every unit seems to have its specialty. Jingyu knocked an arrow and, with fluid motion, shot an arrow right into the eye socket of a white-nosed gray bear hundreds of meters away. "Impressive," Li Yuan exclaimed. Jingyu handed him the bow. "Give it a try." Li Yuan mimicked his movements but accidentally snapped the bowstring. Jingyu didn't mind, and replaced the string. When Li Yuan tried again, the string broke once more. Chu Yueming and Chu Danma couldn't help but laugh. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Yuan said, "I guess I'm better suited for close combat." Jingyu, secretly amazed by his strength, thought this young man must be incredibly strong. "I'm going to explore," Li Yuan said, jumping off the wall. "Wait for me," Chu Yueming called, leaping after him. Li Yuan took her hand, and in an instant, they were a kilometer away. Jingyu's eyes widened, finally understanding the terrifying potential of this young genius. His speed was akin to teleportation. Beneath the city wall, Chu Danma was attempting to control a toweling fox using his goo insects. Suddenly, a distant rumble filled the air, and dust billowed up. Chu Danma momentarily lost focus, and the toweling fox scampered away. Soldiers on the wall quickly assumed battle positions, arrows notched, machine guns ready, and cannons aimed. Jing Yu soared into the air, eyes sharp as a hawk. Wait, something's not right. Hold your fire. 3 Grandmaster-level war beasts approached the city wall, and the soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons. Li Yuan shouted, "Stand down!" The beasts skidded to a halt, and the dust began to settle. What's going on here? Li Yuan frowned. These war beasts look pretty beaten up. Jing Yu was astonished. That man and woman are incredibly powerful. Li Yuan signaled to Chu Danma. Get 3 trusted clan members here. Chu Danma hurried off. Jing Yu asked, puzzled. What are you planning? Let the Gu clan try to control them, Li Yuan said with a smile. If it doesn't work, we'll just cook them up for soup. The war beasts shifted uneasily. Chu Danma returned with his second uncle Chu Zhuang and 2 clan brothers, Sun Fu and Sun Shi. After a brief introduction, Chu Zhuang was surprised. We can't control Grandmaster-level war beasts. Why not? We can only use heart goo to control weaker beasts. Stronger ones will resist and backlash. Li Yuan pondered for a moment, then pointed to a gray bear with a white nose. Uncle Zhuang, give it a try. I'll help. He threatened the bear. Don't resist, or you'll get beaten every day. The bear nodded fearfully. Chu Zhuang took out a heart goo, and Li Yuan warned the bear again. The heart goo entered the bear's body, and it endured the discomfort. 2 minutes later, Chu Zhuang exclaimed in delight. It worked. The bear nuzzled him gently. That was pretty easy. Li Yuan scratched his head. Jing Yu was excited. This could greatly enhance the Gu clan's combat power. We could learn it too. Li Yuan helped Sun Fu tame the Southern Plains porcupine, but the star turtle refused to cooperate. He pulled out a baseball bat and struck the turtle's shell, only for the bat to be bitten in half. Li Yuan smirked. You think I can't handle you? He unleashed a bolt of lightning from his palm onto the turtle's shell. Moments later, the turtle's head emerged, charred. You just had to be difficult, huh? Li Yuan muttered. The star turtle finally submitted, and was tamed by Xin Shi. Great. It's like we gained 3 Grandmaster warriors, Li Yuan said with a smile. Jing Yu pulled him aside and whispered, if we spread this method in Hua Nation, it could save us a lot of trouble. Li Yuan thought for a moment. I don't know much about goo insects. I'll ask around when we get back. The group left the maze abyss, and the new beast taming methods spread through the camp. Li Yuan returned to Chu Danma's home and, after discussing with Liao Shulan, decided to report to Bai Weiguo. Upon hearing the news, Bai Weiguo was furious and slammed his desk. He decided to send specialists to handle the situation and consider drafting restrictive laws. He even contemplated having Li Yuan succeed him. Li Yuan spent a few days traveling with Chu Yueming, witnessing the power of other factions. Before leaving, he bid farewell to Grandma Liao and Chu Danma, promising to visit often. Suddenly, Chu Yueming tugged on Li Yuan's arm. That snake is coming again. Li Yuan's cheerful expression instantly turned grim. A familiar sensation spread across his body as the green snake slithered onto Li Yuan. Li Yuan sighed helplessly. Big brother. Why do you keep climbing onto me? The green snake opened its mouth, its crimson tongue flicking in and out, while its fangs glinted coldly in the sunlight. It cast a lazy glance at Li Yuan with its vertical pupils, then closed its eyes and lay motionless on his shoulder. Li Yuan reached out to pull it off. I need to go. Get down. The snake didn't budge. Instead, it tightened its coils around him. Chu Yueming pondered. Maybe it wants to come with us. That's not gonna work. Aunt Wang is terrified of snakes. Li Yuan grabbed the snake's head and warned sternly, get down now, or I'll tear you apart. The snake, however, seemed determined to stay, clinging even tighter. Li Yuan used all his strength to pull, stretching the snake's body long. At that moment, an ice phoenix suddenly swooped down and pecked at his hand. What are you doing? Protecting your old friend? Li Yuan glared at the phoenix. The ice phoenix quickly retracted its head, feeling uneasy as it watched Li Yuan struggle with the snake. Li Yuan pulled the snake's head down to his feet and stepped on it, stretching it taut. 10 minutes later, he was drenched in sweat, and Chu Yueming kindly wiped his forehead. If you don't get down, I'll have snake meat for dinner. Li Yuan's palm ignited with a fierce flame that enveloped the snake's body. No. Liao Shulan quickly intervened. The green snake's eyes snapped open, showing a fierce glint. Li Yuan stared back unflinchingly. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll chop you up. The flames burned for 5 minutes, but had no effect on the snake. Li Yuan tried various methods but couldn't pull it off. Fine, you win. He felt defeated. This green snake is as stubborn as a mule. Granny Liao, we're leaving. The two of them soared into the sky, heading towards Qizhou. They flew and stopped intermittently, landing wherever they felt like exploring. Li Yuan used a large cloak to cover the snake, to avoid scaring people. 5 days later, they returned to the Chu family villa. To Li Yuan's surprise, he saw two people, a fortune teller and a monk. "What are you two doing here?" Pan Qing smiled. "I had nowhere to go for the new year, so I came to your place." Hui Jing clasped his hands together. This humble monk also had nowhere to go. "Then stay here." Li Yuan rolled his eyes and walked into the workshop. "Master, I'm back." Zhang Feng gave him a disapproving look. "You actually remembered to come back. You have no idea what I've been through these days." "Me, the Grand Master of Fengyuan Pavilion?" Li Yuan quickly started massaging his shoulders. "You've worked hard, Master. Let me give you a massage." "Where's Grandpa Meow?" With the new year approaching, old Meow went home yesterday. "I can handle the remaining tasks myself." Zhang Feng's expression softened. "By the way, the bao you asked me to make has been delivered." "Master, you're the best." Li Yuan continued to flatter him. "Oh, you've reached the Grandmaster level. Not bad, not bad." Zhang Feng finally noticed his advancement. "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Master." Li Yuan kept praising. "Next year at the Sea King tournament, your reputation will surely soar even higher." Zhang Feng turned serious. "Are you planning to participate? Let me warn you. It's a deep pool with countless hidden talents. Don't worry, I'll make you proud." Li Yuan said nonchalantly. Zhang Feng sighed inwardly, thinking his disciple still had much to learn about the world. In the corner of the workshop were two large boxes. Li Yuan opened one, revealing it was filled with space rings, glittering brightly. He swallowed hard. "So many. What do you plan to do with these?" Zhang Feng asked. "I'll keep some and let Grandpa Bai deal with the rest." Li Yuan stuffed a handful of rings into Zhang Feng's pocket. "What are you doing?" "It's almost New Year. These are gifts for Master, Mistress, and all the senior and junior disciples." Zhang Feng felt touched and squeezed his bulging pocket. "That's too much. No need to be polite with me." Li Yuan stored a batch in his dimensional space, leaving the rest in the box. "By the way, why are you dressed so heavily?" "Oh, there's a creature on me that refuses to get off." Li Yuan pulled off the cloak, revealing the green snake. Zhang Feng looked puzzled. "You like playing with snakes now?" "No, it's just that this guy clings to me. It might even be an ancient monster." The green snake opened its eyes, glanced around the unfamiliar environment, and slithered off him. "Don't wander off. If you scare anyone, I'll make snake soup." The snake flicked its tongue, nodded slightly, and crawled out of the workshop. "I'm going to the kitchen to make some dishes. Let's have a drink at lunch. I brought some good wine." Zhang Feng's eyes lit up at the mention of wine. "That sounds great. Hurry up then." Pan Qing and Hui Jing continued their live stream, and their follower count had already surpassed 1 million. This significantly enhanced the golden aura in Li Yuan's dantian, rapidly spreading the great accomplishment Buddhist teachings with remarkable effect. Li Yuan sat cross-legged in his room, feeling the increasingly dense golden light within his dantian. He opened his eyes and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The speed at which the great accomplishment Buddhist teachings were spreading exceeded his expectations, leaving him quite satisfied. However, the silence from the little spirit realm Buddhist sect made him frown. They should have responded by now. Could they be plotting something? Li Yuan remained vigilant. He stood up and walked out of the room, wandering around the villa. Old Lu and his wife had not left yet, and the Chu family was treating them well. Li Yuan learned that they had bought a house in Qizhou, which made him happy for them. As he passed through the living room, he saw Feng Yuxuan and Chu Yueming engaged in a quiet conversation, with Chu Yueming's cheeks slightly flushed. When they saw him enter, Feng Yuxuan paused their conversation. "Aunt Xian, you look so young, just like a young lady," Li Yuan complimented with a smile. Feng Yuxuan beamed with joy. "Thanks to you, that 1,000-year-old stalactite is quite effective." Li Yuan patted his chest confidently. "I'll definitely find more for you." At noon, the dining room was bustling with activity. Li Yuan took out the rice wine brewed by Liao Shulan, but Zhang Feng looked disdainful. Chu Zhonglo stood up with a smile, saying he would get some medicinal wine soaked in Mindao donkey herbs. Just as everyone was about to indulge in a hearty drink, Li Yuan's phone suddenly rang. It was Feng Yu. Li Yuan answered with a smile, only to hear Feng Yu's anxious voice. "De Hui and Bai Shui are in trouble." Li Yuan's expression changed drastically as he listened to Feng Yu's account, barely containing his anger. With a snap, his phone was crushed to pieces. "Li family, damn you all." Everyone in the restaurant turned to look at Li Yuan. In their minds, he had always been a gentleman, and they had never seen him this furious. What had happened? A flicker of coldness passed through Li Yuan's eyes as he gestured to Chu Yueming. "Sweetheart, can I use your phone for a moment?" Chu Yueming obediently handed over her phone, her eyes filled with concern. Li Yuan quickly dialed Bai Weigu's number. "Grandpa Bai, I'm in Qizhou and need to get to the northern snowfall forest as fast as possible. Meet me at 10,000 meters in 5 minutes." Sensing the urgency in Li Yuan's voice, Bai Weiguo promptly ended the call to make arrangements. Suddenly, Pan Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. Weakly he said, "Don't go. It's a death trap." He fainted before he could finish his sentence. Hui Jing hurried to support him. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed. A death trap, aimed at me. He strode towards the exit, with Chu Yueming closely following. He stopped and said softly, "Wait for me at home." Chu Yueming stubbornly replied, "Where you go, I go. Don't think about leaving me behind again." Zhang Feng and the others caught up to ask what was happening. Li Yuan briefly replied, "I'll explain when I get back." Zhang Feng insisted on going with him. A gentle voice came from the yard. "Young friend, we meet again." Suan Kong stood there, holding a wooden talisman. Li Yuan asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Suan Kong calmly replied, "I foresaw that you would face a calamity today. It's a perilous journey, but the chance of survival is strong. Do not underestimate the help around you." Time was running out. Li Yuan decisively picked up Chu Yueming and teleported away. The Ice Phoenix and Green Snake followed closely. Zhang Feng tried to chase after them but was stopped by Suan Kong. High in the sky, a stealth fighter jet appeared silently. Li Yuan, holding Chu Yueming, leaped into the cockpit, surprised to find that the pilot was his acquaintance, Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan explained that this was a new stealth fighter, capable of reaching the northern snowfall forest in under 10 minutes. Li Yuan began to assess his strength. 10 mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas, and the warrior Bai Qi from the heroic spirits chapter. He should be able to contend with the two kings of the Li family. He resolved that if anything happened to Bai Shui or De Hui, he would not let the perpetrators go. Upon arriving at their destination, Li Yuan handed Zhang Yan a cleansing fruit as a token of gratitude. He then descended with Chu Yueming to the entrance of the snowfall forest. Li Jidong, looking guilty, was smoking, with Feng Yu standing beside him. Li Yuan coldly said to Li Jitong, "Your previous promises were worthless." Li Jitong had no reply. Feng Yu cautioned, "Be careful." Li Yuan, holding Chu Yueming's hand, swiftly entered the snowfall forest. At the Shushin Pavilion, Bai Weiguo, after learning the details, massaged his temples in deep thought. He finally decided to send people to the snowfall forest to ensure Li Yuan's safety. He said gravely, "If anything happens to Li Yuan, there's no reason for the Li family to exist anymore. The protection granted by Marshal Qi Xian ends here." "Yes, sir." De Hui was injured. Li Yuan stared at the bloodstains and scattered fur at the entrance, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Finding no sign of De Hui's body, he and Chu Yueming swiftly headed towards the mountain peak. Passing by the white snow cave without any trace, Li Yuan concluded that they had already gone up to the summit. The altar at the mountain top had 2 more cracks. De Hui and Bai Shui were curled up in a corner, covered in wounds. Bai Shui's once pristine white fur was now stained with blood, and hatred was evident in its eyes. Li Xinran, one of the Li family's 2 kings, had disheveled clothes marked with claw scratches left by Bai Shui. He was a king-level warrior, mastering the Li family's ultimate skill, the proud blood battle technique. The other king-level warrior, Li Qian, exuded a metallic sheen all over his body, demonstrating incredible defense. "They're here, and it's just the 2 of them," Li Xinran sneered. "Either confident or foolish," Li Qian scoffed. Li Yuan and Chu Yueming flew to the mountaintop and felt slightly relieved to see De Hui and Bai Shui severely injured but still alive. Li Yuan walked straight to the 2 beasts as a green snake slithered off his body, vigilantly eyeing the altar. De Hui urgently signaled for him to leave, while Bai Shui nuzzled him, eyes filled with complex emotions. After comforting the 2 beasts, Li Yuan turned to face the Li family kings, drawing his tang blade and pointing it at them. "Are you ready to die?" Li Yuan's voice dripped with killing intent. Li Qian mocked, "Ignorant child." With a snap of his fingers, 10 grandmasters emerged from the shadows, surrounding the mountain top completely. 2 kings and 10 grandmasters more than when you killed my parents." Li Yuan frowned slightly. Li Qian sneered, "I know you've awakened the space element, but if you try to escape, they won't survive." "Oh, and there are still people around Feng Wanyao. If you want them dead, go ahead and leave." Li Yuan scanned the surroundings expressionlessly, then took out a spirit-replenishing pill and swallowed it. He began summoning mythical beasts, Bai Feng, Tao Dai, Tao Wu, Zhu Yin, Luo Yu, Zhu Hai, Gu Jiao, Nine-Tailed Fox, Qiongqi, and Tiango. Golden summoning arrays appeared one after another, and the beasts roared as they emerged. The mountaintop became crowded in an instant. "What the hell are these things?" The Li family members exclaimed in shock. Li Yuan rubbed his dizzy head, feeling a cool sensation from his divine palace that instantly revived him. He handed the sword of the first emperor to Chu Yueming, and they exchanged a knowing glance. The battle erupted. Li Yuan moved like lightning, his blade flashing, and 2 grandmasters fell dead in an instant. The mythical beasts each engaged an opponent, with Li Xinran entangled by Tiango and Nine-Tailed Fox, and Li Qian by Qiongqi and Gu Jiao. No one noticed the blood and the dead's energy flowing towards the altar. Damn it! Li Qian roared. The Grandmasters struggled to fend off Li Yuan's attacks, and the beast's bizarre abilities left them helpless. Chu Yueming, with a cold expression, wielded the sword of the first emperor, reaping lives. In less than 10 minutes, all 10 Grandmasters were down. Li Yuan commanded the beasts to attack Li Xinran, while he and Chu Yueming teamed up against Li Qian. An ice phoenix circled overhead, occasionally spewing a cold stream. The green snake gazed at the fully formed ice phoenix with fascination. Li Yuan kept swallowing spirit-replenishing pills, hesitant to fully unleash his magic due to the seal. He unleashed a massive lightning bolt from the ground aimed at Li Qian's crotch. Li Qian emerged unscathed, countering with countless stone spikes rising from the ground. Dryland thunder. A massive lightning bolt shot up from the ground, striking Li Qian's crotch. Li Qian felt nothing, while stone spikes erupted from the ground, attacking the duo. Rocks continuously fell around them, restricting their movements. On the battlefield, Li Yuan, Chu Yueming, and Li Qian were locked in a fierce confrontation. The 4 ultimate techniques Zhangxue, Tunchu, Suiying, and Hujuer unleashed one after another. The blade of the Tang sword repeatedly struck Li Qian, sending sparks flying. Li Yuan grinned. I love cracking tough shells. The harder, the better. Chu Yueming wielded the sword of the first emperor, executing Extreme Ice Heart Piercer. The runes on the sword glowed with a ghostly light, then shone brightly as its array-breaking attribute was activated. Li Qian felt the unmatched sword energy approaching, raising goosebumps on his bronze skin. Suddenly, a stone pillar rose beneath his feet, quickly lifting him out of harm's way. Li Yuan had been gathering his strength, and a barely visible blade arc slashed towards Li Qian. Li Qian's expression changed dramatically as he used gravity reversal to rapidly descend to the ground. By this time, Li Xinran had already slain the Taowu and Gu Jiao, and the other summoned beasts were also severely injured. Li Qian sneered. Once all your summoned beasts are dead, your time will come. Li Yuan retrieved the sword of the first emperor and retorted disdainfully, do you really think you'll live to see that? Li Qian boasted, I'm a whole level above you, and I'm a defense specialist. Think you can kill me? You're way out of your league. Li Yuan held the sword of the first emperor in his left hand and the Tang sword in his right. 6 clones, each armed with sharp blades, appeared behind him, encircling Li Qian. Li Qian smirked inwardly, summoning dense earth elements to protect himself. Li Yuan and his 6 clones simultaneously unleashed Yangguan, causing the sound of swords and blades to resonate. The earth-colored barrier around Li Qian instantly shattered, sending him flying backward and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Li Qian was stunned. How is this possible? Those 6 shadows aren't illusions? Li Yuan chuckled to himself. This fool, who told you they were illusions? He had perfected the art of Jojo Tag, allowing him to control 6 tangible clones, each equivalent to his peak state, attacking simultaneously. Li Qian had underestimated him, thinking only one attack was real. Frost's extremity swift light. Chu Yueming conjured an icy sword that pierced through Li Qian's abdomen in an instant. The air grew cold, and the sword gleamed. With a flick of her delicate hand, Chu Yueming sent the ice sword flying, aiming for Li Qian's vital spot. Caught off guard, Li Qian's abdomen was pierced instantly. Despite the searing pain, he felt a strange sense of relief. The cold sealed the wound, temporarily stopping the bleeding. Li Xinran witnessed the scene, his heart burning with anxiety. He intensified his attacks, hoping to distract Chu Yueming. But it was too late. The ground began to quake violently, and cracks spread across the altar. Don't! Li Yuan shouted in fury, teleporting to Li Qian's side. With a swift slash, Li Qian's head fell. The magic was abruptly cut off, and the earthquake ceased. Second brother. Li Xinran cried out in anguish, his aura surging. With another flash of his blade, 3 summoned beasts vanished into white light. He roared, I'll make you all pay for my brother's death. At that moment, a black mist surged from the shattered altar, heading straight for Li Xinran. His face turned pale, and his mind raced. Quickly forming hand seals, an 8 trigrams array appeared on the ground. Qimen displacement. Li Xinran and Li Yuan swapped places instantly. Li Yuan, caught off guard, felt his body losing control. He was shocked. Qimen, this is the technique of Qimen. He's the one who survived the attack on my parents. Another black beam shot out from the altar, aiming for Li Yuan's back. Chu Yueming flew to his aid, shielding him with her body. No. Li Yuan's eyes turned blood red, filled with rage and despair. Chu Yueming glanced back with a smile, her eyes full of love and reluctance. At that moment, the ice spirit heart necklace on her chest floated up, emitting a gentle glow. An ice blue barrier appeared, enveloping her. With a crack, the barrier shattered, and the necklace turned to dust. Only then did Li Yuan remember the ice spirit heart, which could block one attack below the semi-divine level. A sigh of regret echoed from beneath the altar. Li Yuan found himself able to move again. He immediately used spatial displacement, swapping places with Li Xinran while holding Chu Yueming. The black mist dragged Li Xinran into the altar. Amidst the screams, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Li Yuan shouted, "Tell me who ordered you to kill Li Jifeng, and I'll get you out of there." Chu Yueming quickly pulled out her phone and started recording. "Ah, it was Li Jizhou. Li Jizhou ordered me to kill Li Jifeng. He wanted to be the family head. Get me out of here." Li Xinran's voice grew weaker. A system notification sounded. Ding. To unravel the mystery, task is complete. A diamond chest has been awarded. Li Yuan sneered. So it was Li Jizhou. I'll deal with him when I get back. Save me. Li Xinran's cries for help became barely audible. Li Yuan spat. Save you? Dream on. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from beneath the altar. As the black mist dissipated, it revealed an extremely handsome yet deathly pale man. He bowed gracefully to Chu Yueming. Honored goddess, it is a pleasure to see you again. I'm sure the demon lord will be even more delighted to know you are still alive. Chu Yueming asked, puzzled. Who are you? The man smiled. It seems the goddess has forgotten me. I am Anyun, one of the 12 demon lords of the Night Clan. Li Yuan was shocked. The 12 demon lords. The Night Clan's power is terrifying. Anyun continued, Goddess, please come with me to find the demon lord. He has waited too long. Never. In your dreams. Li Yuan shouted, quickly swallowing a handful of spirit restoration pills. He pointed to the sky and yelled, Heavenly purple flame. The sky turned crimson and purple, and the fire elements in the air went wild. Clusters of purple flames formed and descended upon Anyun. Li Yuan swallowed 2 more spirit restoration pills and unleashed the Big Dipper skylight, wind serpent confinement, and infinite thundercut. A barrage of divine techniques rained down on Anyun. Facing the onslaught, Anyun's lips curled into a smile. He whispered, break. The wind serpents shattered, the Big Dipper skylight was blocked mid-fall, and the white blade of infinite thundercut turned pitch black. Only the heavenly purple flame remained unaffected, continuing to rain down on Anyun. Anyun frowned slightly. So it's the power of pure yang. No wonder. With a flick of his sleeve, the purple fireballs veered off course, crashing into the forest below. Seeing this, Chu Yueming immediately summoned the Ice Phoenix. Rows of ice spears formed and shot towards Anyun. Anyun snorted. You haven't regained your sacred beast power yet. Stay put. He launched an attack. The Ice Phoenix spread its wings, and rows of ice spears formed, shooting towards Anyun. You haven't regained your sacred beast power yet. Stay put. Anyun snorted, launching an attack. The Ice Phoenix let out a piercing cry, blue blood spraying from its beak, and a few blue feathers floated gently to the ground. Little Phoenix. Chu Yueming exclaimed, her eyes full of pain. A green snake suddenly shot into the air, its body rapidly expanding into a colossal 5-clawed dragon. It gently nuzzled the Ice Phoenix, its eyes brimming with fury. Carefully placing the Ice Phoenix on the ground, the green dragon soared skyward. Li Yuan stood dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was seeing. Howl! And Yun sneered. Weren't you mortally wounded? How are you still alive? The green dragon didn't respond, instead lashing its tail fiercely at Yun. And Yun laughed coldly. You're far from your peak. You're no threat to me. With that, he pulled out a bone blade from within himself and engaged the green dragon in battle. Chu Yueming knelt beside the Ice Phoenix, tears streaming down her face. Li Yuan gently wiped her tears away, speaking softly, Don't cry, it doesn't suit you. He then turned his gaze to the sky, gripping his Tang Dao and the sword of the first emperor, and charged into the fray. And Yun parried Li Yuan's attack with his bone blade, taunting, An ant dares to challenge the moon? Unyielding, Li Yuan unleashed a series of powerful techniques. With Dragon Encirclement, Heavenly Gang Golden Killing Formation, and Skyward Water Dragon Formation. Golden light flashed, water dragons roared, and his assault was relentless. Dance of Death. And Yun roared, black light radiating from him, shattering Li Yuan's attacks. Ugh! Li Yuan was struck hard in the chest, spitting out a mouthful of golden red blood. Seeing this, Chu Yueming joined the battle with an ice blade in hand. Li Yuan kept teleporting, slashing at Yun with the Tang Dao and the sword of the first emperor, but it was like striking the hardest stone, sparks flying everywhere. The emperor realm is truly unattainable. Li Yuan smiled bitterly, his body covered in wounds. And Yun, careful not to harm Chu Yueming, was holding back. The green dragon was also battered, its scales peeling off. Seeing Li Yuan's condition, a resolute look flashed in Chu Yueming's eyes. Little Phoenix. No. Li Yuan teleported to her side, stopping her. Sweetheart, let me protect you this time. But Chu Yueming bit her lips so hard it bled. Li Yuan gently kissed the blood away, the taste of iron filling his mouth. He gazed deeply into her eyes, then turned to face the sky, bowing solemnly. I humbly welcome the spirit of Bai Qi. The clear, snowy sky suddenly darkened, and a wave of coldness even more intense than the chilling aura around Chu Yueming erupted from Li Yuan. In an instant, the surroundings turned into a vast expanse of white, with a palpable killing intent filling the air. A spectral figure dressed in military attire appeared in the sky. Li Yuan roared in pain, his face contorted. And Yuan looked up at the figure with a flash of terror in his eyes. I am Wuan Jun Bai Qi, the figure said calmly before merging into Li Yuan's body. Li Yuan's eyes turned blood-red, and a dense killing aura emanated from him, making him look like a bloodthirsty demon. De Hui and Bai Shui watched Li Yuan in fear, not daring to approach. Kill. Li Yuan lightly swung his Tang Dao, and a blade of white killing intent slashed towards Yuan. Yuan felt a chilling cold envelop his entire body, corroding his flesh and blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "This power doesn't belong to you. Let's see how long you can maintain it." Li Yuan had lost all reason, with only the thought of slaughtering left in his mind. He flashed forward, his Tang Dao slicing down and severing one of Yun's arms. Chu Yueming retreated repeatedly, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in the sky, murmuring, "How fortunate I am to have met you." Qinglong temporarily left the battlefield, his gaze shifting between the fighters in the sky and the ice phoenix on the ground. The tangible killing intent continuously inflicted wounds on Yun that were difficult to heal. Li Yuan fought recklessly, not dodging Yun's attacks, but his physique had greatly improved, granting him terrifying regenerative abilities. Yun, filled with fear, tried to escape but couldn't break through the killing intense confinement. One of his legs was cleanly severed, the cut so smooth that not a drop of blood flowed. Damn it! Yun cursed, regrowing his leg immediately and then casting Nether Dead Soul Light, sending two black beams shooting towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan swung his blade with all his might, splitting the black beams into four. Yun's power rapidly dwindled, and he squeezed out a few drops of vital blood, preparing for a sacrificial ritual. "Husband, stop him!" Chu Yueming shouted, but Li Yuan, lost in his frenzy, couldn't respond. Yun's aura surged, breaking through to the demigod realm. Clenching his fist, he sneered, "Familiar power. Once I get out, I'll devour a massive amount of blood to replenish myself." Li Yuan, like a mindless killing machine, continued to swing his blade tirelessly. However, he was soon kicked into the ground by Yun, creating a large crater. Chu Yueming clutched her chest in pain, crying out, "Husband!" Li Yuan crawled out of the pit, regaining a moment of clarity, and said with difficulty, "Little Phoenix, don't merge, trust me." Before he could finish, he lost his reason again. Kill, kill, kill. Li Yuan's power was rapidly waning, and the time for the heroic spirit to possess him was limited to half an hour, insufficient to fully unleash Bai Qi's strength. Yun, feeling triumphant, said, "It seems I have the last laugh. Your power is formidable, but you won't live to see the day you become a threat to my race. I'll kill you and present the goddess to the demon lord, securing my place as the chief demon king." As the half-hour mark passed, Li Yuan suddenly weakened, and Bai Qi's heroic spirit dissipated from his body. He glanced at the girl he loved, his eyes full of unwillingness. At that moment, Qinglong roared and lunged to his side, biting his arm. Golden hexagram patterns appeared on both their foreheads, establishing a mysterious connection between them. Ignoring the influx of memories into his mind, Li Yuan used his blade to prop himself up and shouted, "Qinglong merge." Qinglong turned into a green light that fused into Li Yuan's body. As the light faded, Li Yuan's body was covered in fine green dragon scales, and his aura surged until it barely reached the imperial realm. Yun sneered, "A sacred beast that has lost its divine protection can't change its fate of death." Li Yuan stepped into the sky, 6 doppelgangers appearing behind him, all slashing at Yun in unison. Clang! The sword of the first emperor and the Tang blade clashed fiercely against the bone blade. After half an hour of intense battle, Li Yuan finally exhausted his strength and fell from the sky. He crashed heavily onto the stone tablet left among the bamboo at the mountain's peak, producing a dull thud. At that moment, the stone tablet suddenly trembled, and countless golden runes appeared out of thin air, transforming into chains that wrapped around the dark cloud. The dark cloud struggled desperately, its face twisted in fury, but more and more rune chains pulled it toward the ground. Seeing this, Li Yuan was overjoyed and immediately channeled the power of the earth element. The ground split open, creating a fissure that dragged the dark cloud into it. Li Yuan carefully controlled the earth, closing the gap and inscribing complex sealing runes. He was grateful for his knowledge of runes, which proved invaluable at this crucial moment. "Is it working?" Chu Yueming asked anxiously. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Li Yuan replied, He's already made a sacrifice and will soon enter a weakened state. As long as we seal him, he won't be able to cause any more trouble. He then looked at the stone tablet with gratitude and added, thanks to Senior Tang's foresight. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chu Yueming nodded in agreement. Li Yuan then used the Holy Surge technique to heal De Hui and Bai Shue's injuries. Just as they were about to leave, he suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed. Chu Yueming quickly caught him, her heart aching. De Hui and Bai Shue anxiously gathered around them. Let's go. Chu Yueming picked up Li Yuan and headed out of the snowfall forest. At the entrance of the snow-covered forest, cigarette butts were piling up at the feet of Li Jitong and Feng Yu. Li Jitong, visibly anxious, kept reaching out to Feng Yu for another cigarette. Feng Yu shook his head and said with a self-deprecating smile, I quit after getting married, but today I couldn't resist. Just as he finished speaking, a piercing sonic boom echoed from the sky. The two looked up to see countless fighter jets hovering above, and numerous figures in black, specially designed combat suits with golden dragon emblems on their shoulders descending from the sky. Dragon guards, they exclaimed in unison, exchanging worried glances. Few in Huagua knew the exact structure of the dragon guards, but the sudden appearance of over 500 elite warriors, all at the master level or above, indicated serious trouble. Li Jitong's heart tightened with anxiety. These dragon guards must be here for Li Yuan. What had happened in the forest was still unknown. If something happened to Li Yuan, the Li family would face severe consequences. A burly man with a rugged face swiftly approached Li Jitong and said in a deep voice, I am Long Yu, commander of the dragon guards. We are here to protect Li Yuan. Where is he now? Li Jitong, with a heavy heart, pointed to the spatial vortex. He went in. Long Yu nodded and commanded, move out, kill anyone who resists. The 500 dragon guards marched silently and uniformly towards the entrance. Suddenly, the spatial vortex rippled, and Chu Yueming emerged, holding the blood-soaked Li Yuan. Long Yu instantly appeared before them, his voice trembling. What happened to him? He's exhausted his strength and passed out, Chu Yueming replied. Long Yu's heart eased slightly. De Hui and Bai Shue followed closely, their guards up. Chu Yueming reassured them. Don't worry, they're harmless. Li Jitong, trembling, asked, what about the people in the forest? Chu Yueming glared at him, her eyes filled with killing intent. Dead. All of them. Li Jitong collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Feng Yu, filled with worry, asked, how is Xiao Yuan? I don't know. Before he passed out, he said he wanted to go to the capital. Chu Yueming shook her head. Feng Yu immediately contacted the airbase to arrange a transport plane. An hour later, a camouflage transport plane landed. Chu Yueming carried Li Yuan aboard, followed by Bai Shue and De Hui. Long Yu led his elite guards to escort them. Li Jitong, after sitting for a long while, finally stood up and walked despondently towards Black City Fortress. Feng Yu followed, his heart burning with anger towards the Li family. Meanwhile, at Longyuan in the capital, chaos reigned. Sun Hongmiao, carrying a medical kit, waited anxiously. Bai Weiguo paced back and forth in the Shuxin pavilion, fuming, the Li family has some nerve. Marshal Qixin devoted his life to the country, yet his descendants are becoming more and more disgraceful. The Li family has deteriorated. Guard Xiaolu hesitated before speaking. Sir, it might not be that simple. Dr. Sun once diagnosed Marshal Qixin and said he was beyond cure. He mentioned the heart of the celestial wolf as a remedy, but it might have been an excuse. Bai Weiguo sighed, of course I know. I just never thought they would actually dare to harm Li Yuan. Marshal Qixin himself set the family rules. I thought as long as he was alive, no one would dare to defy them. It seems I underestimated human nature. What do we do now? Xiaolu asked. This matter won't end peacefully. The Li family has lost both its kings, greatly weakening Huagua's strength. I'm afraid. Bai Weiguo's words were cut off by a roaring sound from the sky. He immediately rushed to the door. Chu Yueming disembarked, carrying Li Yuan. Sun Hongmiao stepped forward to check his pulse, his expression grave. His pulse is weak, and his heartbeat is feeble. After checking his pupils, he urgently said, quick, get him to the medical room. He immediately took the lead, striding towards the medical room with the medical kit clanging against his side. Sun Hongmiao led the way with determined steps. Chu Yueming carefully cradled the unconscious Li Yuan as she followed closely behind, with the others trailing silently. Upon entering the medical room, Chu Yueming gently placed Li Yuan on the pristine white bed. Sun Hongmiao frowned and surveyed the group. The girl stays, everyone else out, he commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone filed out, including Bai Weiguo. With the door closed, Sun Hongmiao opened the medical kit and took out a small sandalwood box. Lifting the lid revealed an array of neatly arranged golden needles. He carefully sterilized them with alcohol and turned to Chu Yueming. Take off his shirt. Chu Yueming gently removed Li Yuan's tattered clothing. Sun Hongmiao took a deep breath and began the acupuncture. Each needle was placed with careful deliberation, his movements slow and precise. Chu Yueming watched anxiously, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. An hour later, Li Yuan's upper body was covered with golden needles, resembling a hedgehog. Sun Hongmiao, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto a stool. Grandpa-son, how is Li Yuan? Chu Yueming asked anxiously. I'm not sure, Sun Hongmiao replied. His constitution is unique. I've used acupuncture to accelerate his blood flow and stabilize him for now. I need to consult my medical texts further. He struggled to his feet. Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa-son, Chu Yueming said, bowing deeply. Sun Hongmiao sighed and left the room. Chu Yueming held Li Yuan's cool hand, tears streaming down her face. Li Yuan, you have to be okay. We haven't even gotten married or had kids yet. The news spread quickly, and Feng Wenyao and Wang Yakin rushed over. Outside the medical room, Feng Wenyao's normally upright posture was slightly hunched, his eyes red. Wang Yakin knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The Chu family and Jiang Feng also hurried from Qizhou to the capital. Meanwhile, Li Shuangdao hurried down from the mountain with his 8-month pregnant wife, Li Jiyu. In the car, Li Jiyu held her swollen belly with one hand, while the other was tightly grasped by Li Shuangdao. Her eyes were puffy, and her voice choked with emotion. This family has already changed so much. With Fenga and Qingjie gone, if anything happens to Xiao Yuan, what will I do? A fierce determination flashed in Li Shuangdao's eyes as he pressed his wife's hand against his chest, offering silent comfort. 3 days later, Li Yuan's fingers twitched, and his eyelashes fluttered twice before he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Chu Yueming staring at him with a weary face. Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and the sight of Chu Yueming's haggard face greeted him. He wanted to reach out and touch her cheek, but found himself too weak to move. Haven't you slept in a while? Li Yuan asked hoarsely. Chu Yueming shook her head and anxiously inquired about his condition. Li Yuan mentioned he was thirsty, and she quickly brought him some warm water. Seeing Li Yuan covered in golden needles, Chu Yueming carefully fed him the water with her lips. This water tastes so sweet, Li Yuan said with a smile. After drinking the water, Li Yuan regained some strength and frowned at his porcupine-like body. Chu Yueming hurriedly called for Sun Hongmiao. Sun Hongmiao checked Li Yuan's pulse and smiled before starting to remove the needles. Li Yuan had consumed the shisui fruit, but it seemed to have no obvious effect. He struggled to sit up, and Chu Yueming quickly supported him. The two shared a tender moment, and Sun Hongmiao tactfully left the room. Chu Yueming snuggled into Li Yuan's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Outside the room, everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Li Yuan had woken up. Wang Yakin went to prepare food, while others either anxiously waited or attended to their own tasks. The next morning, the two woke up. Chu Zhongluo entered the room and awkwardly coughed upon stumbling upon their affectionate scene. After getting dressed, Li Yuan headed to the pavilion and began to eat heartily. The others watched him with a mix of concern and nervousness. Halfway through his meal, Li Yuan suddenly stopped his chopsticks and softly called out, "Grandpa Bai." Hearing Li Yuan call out to him, Bai Weiguo's hand trembled, causing a few drops of tea to spill from his cup and trickle down his wrist. He was now terrified of hearing from Li Yuan that the Li family had plotted against him. Suppressing his unease, Bai Weiguo forced a smile and said, "I'm here. Just let me know what you need." Li Yuan, unhurried, replied, "Prepare the funds. There's something new." He then continued with his meal, not mentioning anything about Luoxue Forest. Bai Weiguo secretly breathed a sigh of relief and signaled to his bodyguard, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu understood and quietly left the room. Chu Zhongluo pondered for a moment before looking up and saying, "I can mobilize a few billion immediately. I'll make arrangements right away." Li Yuan admired his father-in-law's shrewdness. This sum of money would silence some critics, relieve Bai Weiguo from public pressure, and help establish connections between the Chu family and China. Bai Weiguo gave Chu Zhongluo a meaningful look and smiled knowingly. Li Yuan leisurely introduced, "The Huiling pill is priced similarly to the Qianfeng bone restoration pill. For those below the Grandmaster level, one pill can instantly restore all their mana or spiritual energy. Grandmasters require 2 pills, and beyond that, I'm not sure." Bai Weiguo was shocked, his face turning red and his breathing becoming rapid. Instant restoration meant that as long as one had enough physical and mental strength, they would never need to worry about running out of mana or spiritual energy. This had even greater strategic value than the Qianfeng bone restoration pill. He instinctively wanted to slam the table, but remembering that it was Li Yuan's dining table, he awkwardly scratched his head instead. "Is it really available in unlimited quantities?" Bai Weiguo asked urgently. Li Yuan nodded. Ever since meeting Li Yuan, Bai Weiguo's usually unflappable demeanor had been increasingly hard to maintain. This time, the room arranged by guard Xiao Lu was quite spacious, and the batch of spatial rings from Qizhou had already been delivered. Inside the room, Li Yuan, Chu Zhongluo, Fang Yuxuan, Wang Yakin, and Li Shuangdao were all busy. The spatial rings were piled high, and pills flowed out like water. Chu Zhonglo stared at the seemingly endless stream of pills appearing out of thin air, his mind blank as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't help but glance at Li Yuan and his daughter, nodding to himself in approval. Li Yuan stood aside, limited by his own spiritual power and unable to assist. He closed his eyes and began to delve into the memories of the Azure Dragon. Fragmented images flashed through his mind. Brutal battles in ancient times, the sudden appearance of a dark demon, the fall of the previous master. The Azure Dragon had survived until now, searching for a way to resurrect its master. Although the memories were incomplete, they were enough to stir Li Yuan's emotions. Suddenly, Li Yuan recalled the white tiger he encountered on Silver Mist Island. He started to ponder the legends of the four divine beasts and their connection to the impending catastrophe. Shaking his head, he dispelled these distracting thoughts. He was confident that, like those before them, they would ultimately defeat the dark demon. Remembering the diamond chest he had obtained in the snowfall forest, Li Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He quietly approached Chu Yueming and gently touched her arm. Chu Yueming's cheeks flushed as she glanced around at the others. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan silently commanded, "Open the diamond chest." A system notification sounded, and Li Yuan received the Snow Jade Ice Phoenix Flute and the Demon Slaying Trilogy. He looked at Chu Yueming, thinking that these would be the perfect replacement for the Shattered Ice Spirit Heart. He then proceeded to draw another prize. Li Yuan's consciousness sank into the void, and a massive wheel began to turn slowly. This time, the spinning seemed to take an extraordinarily long time, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Suddenly, the wheel stopped, and a burst of multicolored light erupted, followed by golden light filling the entire world. Obtain the Heavenly Dao Sword Technique, the system notification announced, just as a torrent of information surged into Li Yuan's mind. Li Yuan clutched his head in agony and collapsed into the sea of pills. Chu Yueming clung to Li Yuan, his fingers leaving red marks on her arms. The pain in her arms was nothing compared to the agony in her heart. Chu Yueming held Li Yuan tightly as his hands left red marks on her arms. She bit her lip, enduring a heartache far greater than the physical pain. Wang Yakan stood by, wiping her tears, her heart aching. Chu Zhonglo held onto Fang Yuxuan, preventing her from witnessing the heartbreaking scene. Half an hour later, Li Yuan finally came to his senses. Seeing the red marks on Chu Yueming's arms, he was filled with guilt and raised his hand to strike himself. Chu Yueming quickly grabbed his hand and held it close to her. "Don't do that. I'm fine." She channeled her spiritual energy and the red marks vanished instantly. Li Yuan buried his head in her embrace, choking back sobs. Chu Yueming gently stroked his back, soothing him with soft words. The others, seeing Li Yuan was okay, shook their heads and returned to their work. "Are there any lingering effects?" Chu Yueming asked worriedly. "No, just that my spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered," Li Yuan replied softly, gently massaging her arm. Chu Yueming led him aside and sat him down. "Rest here. I'll finish up the remaining tasks and then join you." Li Yuan obediently sat down and started studying the Heavenly Sword Technique. The technique was divided into 4 stages: swordsmanship, sword chi, sword intent, and sword force. Sword intent, also known as the way of the sword, gave soul to swordsmanship. Sword force harnessed the power of all things in the world to unleash devastating attacks. Heavenly Sword Technique, what an arrogant name, Li Yuan thought to himself. If there's truly a heavenly way, I'd worship it as my father. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded outside. Startled, Li Yuan quickly covered his mouth, his eyes wide with shock. "Heavenly way, have you acknowledged me?" he wondered, trying to comfort himself. It must be. Night had fallen. The serene pavilion by the Longyuan Sea had now become Li Yuan's guest room. Li Yuan retrieved the Snow Jade Ice Phoenix Flute from his system space. It felt cool to the touch, yet its texture was exquisite. He handed the flute and the Demon Slaying Trilogy sheet music to Chu Yueming, who was tidying the bed. "Here, darling, a new gift for you." Chu Yueming accepted the gift with surprise and delight, playing with the pristine white flute adorned with a red heart-shaped tassel. Li Yuan warned her not to play it carelessly, as its power could be overwhelming. After putting away the gift, Chu Yueming sat on Li Yuan's lap, her smile radiant and captivating. She wrapped her arms around his neck and gently pressed her soft lips against his, causing the temperature in the pavilion to rise sharply. Li Yuan paused the kiss and smiled. "Darling, my birthday is coming soon." Understanding his hint, Chu Yueming's cheeks flushed even more as she kissed him deeply again. Li Yuan lifted her, undressing her as he showcased his ancestral skills. The little lamb, pure as jade, submitted to his touch, her melodious voice echoing softly. Afterwards, Chu Yueming lay on the bed, her eyes tender and alluring. After a brief rest, she picked up the flute and began to play, the crisp notes resonating throughout the pavilion. Li Yuan squinted slightly, admiring Chu Yueming's graceful figure and stunning beauty, feeling as if he were gazing at a perfect painting. When she finished playing, he affectionately said, "You're amazing, darling." Once Chu Yueming fell asleep, Li Yuan sat cross-legged and began practicing the heavenly Tao technique. He channeled his internal spiritual energy, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy towards him. A fierce wind arose, causing the red lanterns in the corridor to clatter. A dense pillar of spiritual energy descended from the sky, enveloping the entire pavilion. The surrounding guards were shocked, and even Long Yu was taken aback. Nations around the world took notice of the phenomenon, and it became a hot topic online. The next morning, Li Yuan, embarrassed by the commotion he had caused, scratched his head. He recounted the events in the falling snow forest to Bai Weiguo and attributed the deaths of the Li family to the Black Demon. Bai Weiguo promptly arranged for troops to guard the falling snow forest and ordered the 5 major corps to investigate the interdimensional space vortex. Li Yuan, meanwhile, asked him to arrange a visit to Marshal Qixin the next day. Afterwards, Li Yuan and Chu Yueming headed to where they had settled to Hui and Bai Shui, reuniting Bai Yu with its mother. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.